Chapter 261. At the other end of the contestant hall. As the camera slowly moved, the lens automatically focused on the two mysterious Pokemon. Dante looked at them on the screen with a look of surprise in his eyes. As a champion, his vision was always very accurate. Those two Pokemon, whether in their eyes or mental state, were obviously not ordinary Pokemon. Naoki. I have never heard of such a person in the Galar region before. Is he a trainer from another region? On the screen, with Vivian's voice, the first battle officially began. Oaken looked at the trainer opposite with a cold and arrogant look, stretched out his hand to take out a Pokeball, and threw it out in a handsome posture. No matter who you are, we will not lose this game. Go, Chinchilla! Accompanied by a flash of white light. A chinchilla appeared on the battlefield. Naoki, young man, don't be so absolute. He slightly side-eyed and said to Golden, Go! Ah, gasped. Guillerton raised his head and stepped forward to stand in front of Naoki. Perhaps because he had entered a combat state, the crimson ancient pulse resounded from Guillerton's body. A magical power spread out in all directions, and suddenly, the sunlight in the sky became stronger. In the first match, Oaken chose to send out the chinchilla, while Naoki sent out the red Pokemon. The sun became stronger. Is it because of that Pokemon? Vivian also noticed the changes on the field at this time, and explained it quickly. On the field, the battle has begun. Desire? Oaken ordered calmly. After the order was issued, the originally serious-looking Tibetan chinchilla suddenly acted cute, acting coquettishly to Golden while quietly approaching it. Facing this scene, Golden looked puzzled and tilted his head to look over. Ah, gah! At this time, Naoki's voice came from behind. Quick battle! Golden came back to his senses immediately. Hearing Naoki's words, he exerted his leg muscles and jumped high from the ground. While changing his form, he blasted towards the Tibetan squirrel below. Oaken sensed something was wrong and was shocked. He didn't care about his desire and quickly said, Danger! Get out of the way! However, the Tibetan squirrel had no way to avoid it. The next second, Golden hit it hard, and the terrifying ancient energy immediately triggered a violent explosion, blowing the Tibetan squirrel away. The chinchilla fell to the ground without making a sound, and lost its ability to fight. Instant kill. In just a few breaths, the first battle was over. So much so that the people in the audience hadn't reacted yet. What happened? Oaken's chinchilla was defeated in one move? What kind of Pokemon was that? Such a terrifying power. Yes. Mike clenched his fists excitedly. He was relieved and put his legs on the stage in front of him and laughed. Ha 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 ha, that's it? Robbie, this is not the trainer you chose, right? Who said they were going to send us away? Robbie's face darkened. Damn it, don't be too happy. The game is not over yet. Mike was in a good mood. Then I will accompany you to watch how you lose. Too amazing. Vivian said in a shocked tone. Oaken's chinchilla was defeated by that Pokemon in one round. What kind of power is that? The next round was the second round, and Oaken sent out Leafeon. The second match has begun. Oh! Before Vivian finished speaking, the audience in the arena saw the red Pokemon open its mouth and use jet fire. The blazing flames instantly engulfed Leafeon, who immediately lost his ability to fight and fell into a coma. Vivian took a breath and changed her words midway. It's amazing. The second match ended right as it started. Another defeat. The audience in the auditorium was shocked. What's going on? This is obviously a high-level regional competition. Why is Oaken acting like a rookie trainer? No, it's not that Oaken is acting like a rookie trainer. It's that the opponent is too strong. That kind of strength is the champion. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. They all looked at the young man below. Did the champions of other regions come to the Galar region? The battle continued. In the third game, Oaken sent out Tortoise. 5 seconds later, Tortoise fell to the ground and fainted. In the fourth match, Fengmi Long, seconds. In the fifth match, Shukai Wei, seconds. In the last match, Oaken's face was very ugly. He could no longer hold on. At this moment, he knew very well that the opponent's strength far exceeded his. That kind of feeling was something that Dandy couldn't give him. At least his 6 Pokemon could replace one of Dandy's Pokemon. At this time, Vivian and the audience were so shocked that they couldn't speak. What kind of Pokemon is that? That power is so terrifying. I can't believe that Steel Crow Flying Taxi Company has found such a powerful trainer. And Mike, the boss of Steel Crow Flying Taxi Company, couldn't sit still. He opened his eyes wide in surprise, and muttered fuck. Did he draw the rarest gold card? Isn't his luck too good? In the contestant hall, Dante looked at the Pokemon with a series of 5, and his eyes showed a look of shock. Then, A strong fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Looking at the boy opposite him, who was doubting his life, Naoki felt a little bit sorry. He couldn't help but say, "Sorry, I came to this battle just to get something, not to target you on purpose." Hearing his words, Oken shook his head firmly after a brief confusion. "No, you don't need to apologize. It's our skills that are inferior to others, but the battle is not over yet." As he said that, he took out the last pokeball. "You are a trainer from another region, right?" Oken asked. Naoki nodded. Oken laughed. "In that case, let me show you the characteristics of our Galar region. Gigantamax, Booming Gorilla." As soon as the words fell, a stream of purple energy surged out of Oken's Gigantamax wristband. The energy was all poured into the pokeball in his hand, and immediately, the pokeball began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oken held it with both hands, and then threw it out violently. Along with the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, a 10-meter-tall, powerful, and extremely large Gigantatosaurus landed on the ground. It appeared. Vivian finally found her voice. Oken's ace Pokemon, Gigantamax Gigantatosaurus. Naoki looked up at the Gigantatosaurus in front of him, and felt very shocked. "Is this the Gigantatosaurus Pokemon? It looks really spectacular." Standing behind him, the Bud Crown felt the surrounding aura, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. This power is very similar to the darkness they once faced. The final battle officially begins. The audience in the arena all concentrated and held their breath, wanting to see whether the Gigantamax Thunderbolt was stronger or the red Pokemon was better. "Thunderbolt, use Gigantamax," Oken ordered in a deep voice. "Roar!" Thunderbolt let out an extremely passionate roar, and its momentum immediately surged upwards. A terrifying energy was brewing above the battlefield. "Galton!" Naoki felt a little nervous. "Ah, gah!" Galton's tone was relaxed, as if he thought it was not worth mentioning. "Well, in that case, let's use the flash charge with all our strength," Naoki said. As soon as the words fell, the giga-bombing ape on the opposite side moved. It waved its hands violently, and a huge green energy ball fell to the ground like a meteorite. Galton's eyes locked on the target. It found the right time, and a red flame burst out of its body with a whoosh. Then, he jumped up and headed straight for the green energy ball. At this moment, the huge arena was silent. Everyone was concentrating and holding their breath. Even the Dan Emperor was staring at the screen without blinking. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Galton, who was covered in flames, penetrated the huge green energy ball, and then slammed into the giant King Kong. Under such a heavy blow, the King Kong staggered, and the huge body was like an explosion, stirring up a powerful giant energy. Then, its size shrank rapidly. The green light enveloped the entire arena. Vivian said excitedly, "Booming Pokemon was hit into the Gigantamax state by a single move. Oh my god, what happened?" "It lost." The moment Booming Pokemon's body shrank, Dondi had the result in his mind. That trainer, that Pokemon. It's really worrying. Dondi was ready to fight the opponent next. In the audience, Mike was so excited that he tensed up and said in shock, "Oh my god." Robbie's face turned black. Thinking of his behavior of opening champagne before the game, he felt embarrassed. He didn't even watch the game. He got up from his seat and turned around and left. Seeing this scene, Mike felt unprecedented comfort in his heart. In one word, cool. Wait until the energy covering the battlefield dissipated. Booming Pokemon had already fallen to the ground, losing his ability to fight. And Galton stood beside him intact. Seeing this, the referee stepped forward, checked Booming Pokemon's condition, and then blew the whistle and announced, "The battle is over. Booming Pokemon has lost his ability to fight, and Naoki won this battle." Too scary. This is really amazing. That Pokemon actually achieved an incredible 1-on-6. Vivian was very excited. Oken is a trainer who has participated in the Champions Cup and won the semifinals. Huh? What is Naoki doing? At this time, Vivian suddenly noticed a scene on the battlefield. The mysterious Pokemon that was originally floating behind Naoki suddenly floated in front of the unconscious Booming. In the puzzled eyes of everyone, the Pokemon gently raised its right hand. A stream of vitality-filled energy surged out of it and poured into Booming. A second later, Boomingo's eyelids moved, and then he stood up from the ground. Seeing this, Vivian quickly reacted. That Pokemon is healing Boomingo. That healing ability is amazing. It restored Boomingo's full strength in an instant. On the battlefield, Oken looked at Naoki and Bud Crest in front of him in surprise. "You? What are you doing?" "Release all your Pokemon. I will treat them," Naoki said. After witnessing the situation of Booming Gorilla, Oaken nodded and released all the other Pokemon. But Crest treated them one by one. After all the Pokemon recovered their fighting ability, Oaken looked at Bud Crest and thanked him. Thank you. Bud Crest smiled slightly, and then retreated to Naoki. You are really strong. Oaken felt sincere admiration in his heart. I believe you can reach this level one day. Naoki didn't know what to say, so he could only say this. Oaken immediately nodded with fighting spirit. Well, we will also work hard, move towards that peak. Come on! The purpose of this trip was achieved, and Naoki was not going to continue fighting. He planned to give up the next battle, and return to the Padilla area directly with Light Beicha and Busihu. But just as he was about to return to the player hall, Vivian suddenly ran over with a microphone. Naoki, Naoki. Wait a minute. Naoki stopped and looked back in surprise. What's wrong? Vivian asked excitedly. After watching this game, I believe everyone is very curious about you. Can I interview you on behalf of everyone? Naoki nodded slightly and said kindly, Of course. Thank you very much. Vivian's eyes lit up. Then the first question is, where are you from, trainer? Naoki looked at the camera and answered, Padilla region. Padilla region? Vivian was a little surprised. Wow, it's so far from Galar region. I see. Then the second question. As she said that, she cast her eyes on Golder and Budcrest behind her. It's about these two Pokemon. There is no record of them in the illustrated book. I believe everyone is very curious and wants to know their names. Name? Naoki was slightly stunned, and then subconsciously looked at Budcrest. Budcrest seemed to see his thoughts, and smiled and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Naoki understood and looked back at the camera. This Pokemon is called Golden, and like me, it comes from the Padilla region. Golden said happily, Ah gah. Vivian was very surprised. Wow, it looks so friendly. It's not as violent as I imagined. Naoki smiled and said, Golden is a very kind Pokemon. I see. Vivian nodded, then looked at another mysterious Pokemon with a majestic posture, like a king. So what about this one? Naoki turned his head and looked at the Bud Crown King, and said his name to the camera in this arena that everyone was watching. Bud Crown King, this is his name. Chapter 262. Budcrest? What kind of Pokemon is that? No wonder its head is so big. If you look closely, it looks like it's wearing a crown. Crown? Is this Pokemon the king? The audience was talking about it. At this moment, all the audience in the arena, as well as some Galars watching the game on TV, looked at the mysterious Pokemon in surprise. The cameraman with the handheld camera moved the camera very cooperatively, and aimed the lens at Budcrest. The Bud Crown King had a gentle expression. Although he didn't know what it was, he still showed an elegant smile to the other party. I asked Naoki later. The Bud Crown King thought to himself. The smile of the Bud Crown King appeared on the screen. Some viewers opened their eyes in disbelief. It's smiling at me, it's so cute. Vivian also looked at the Bud Crown King in front of her with surprise. She held the microphone and confirmed with Naoki. Bud Crown King? Naoki smiled politely. Yes, this is his name. Never heard of it. Vivian then sighed. Sure enough, there are still many things in this world that have not been discovered by humans. So, Naoki, are you going to use it in the next game? That Golden is already so strong, fighting 1 against 6 and still unscathed, and this Pokemon that looks full of wisdom and majesty, how strong will it be? Thinking of this, Vivian asked at the right time. The healing energy shown by the Bud Crown just now is really amazing. I believe everyone is very curious about the strength of such a Pokemon. Then, Naoki, will you use the Bud Crown in the next match? At this moment, everyone was concentrating and holding their breath, waiting for the young man's answer. Even Dan D in the contestant hall was looking forward to it. He could see that the opponent was very powerful. In the previous battle, the opponent didn't even use his full strength. If he had the opportunity to fight against the opponent next, then he would send out the trump card Charizard and go all out to fight a fierce battle with the opponent. At their level, it is such a blessing to meet such a strong opponent. Dandy looked forward to it and stared at the screen. However, the young man's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. He said to the camera with a smile, The next battle? No, I don't plan to continue. The whole audience was shocked when he said this. Is Naoki going to give up the next battle? How could it be? He hasn't fought with the opponent yet. Dandy's heart tightened. Vivian was also very surprised. Leave? Naoki, are you kidding us? Naoki smiled and shook his head. No, I came here just to fulfill an agreement with someone. Now the agreement is complete, I should leave. It's me. Mike in the audience was excited and disappointed at the same time. Such a talent, if he is willing to stay in their company. The audience at the scene was also very disappointed. Some unwilling audiences even liked this powerful and polite trainer just through this game that swept the opponent. Soon, someone started to cheer with hope. Naoki, Naoki, Naoki. Under his leadership, all the audience members followed the rhythm and shouted. Some people stood up and waved their cheering sticks vigorously. This wave of voices spread throughout the arena like a tidal wave. In the Galar region, no one doesn't like powerful trainers. Just like the strongest champion everyone likes him, worships him, respects him, and regards him as their idol. At this moment, the audience in Galar sincerely hoped that this extremely powerful trainer could stay and continue the Rising Stars tournament. Suddenly, Naoki, Gulden, and Bud Crown were drowned in this passionate atmosphere. Dante in the contestant hall also clenched his fists and looked expectant. You must agree. Naoki looked around, looking at the enthusiastic people in the audience, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. He is really not a trainer, he said to the camera apologetically. Sorry. They have been out for a long time. If this battle continues, according to the process, after the quarterfinals, there will be the semifinals, after the semifinals, there will be the semifinals, and then the runner-up and third place will be decided, and finally the finals. In order to allow the players' Pokemon to get enough rest, generally speaking, after a battle, it will take until the next day to continue the game. All of this will take a long time, far beyond his original expectations. Hearing this, the audience felt very sorry. Vivian said regretfully, Well, it seems that Mr. Naoki has made a decision. So Mr. Naoki, where are you going to go next? He could answer this question. Naoki smiled and said, After that, I plan to return to the Padilla region, back to my hometown. Padilla region. I see. Vivian said, Thank you very much for bringing us a wonderful game today. In this case, we wish Mr. Naoki, Gulden, and the Crown King a safe journey. Naoki, The Galar people saw him, and the Bud Crown off. Why does it feel so weird? After a moment of silence, Naoki nodded slightly, as if he agreed, and then turned around and left the Palace Gate Arena with Gulden and the Bud Crown. He will definitely take good care of the Bud Crown. In the contestant hall, Dondi looked at the back of the figure on the screen and felt very disappointed. What a pity. Thinking of the place he was talking about, Dondi quickly recovered. Padia region? A person with this strength must be a leader in that place. Maybe he is a champion trainer working for the Padia League. It's decided. When he has time in the future, he will go to the Padia region to find the opponent and have a competition with him. An hour later, Steelix flying taxi headquarters. Mike looked at the young man in front of him and felt very reluctant. Really not staying? Naoki smiled and shook his head. No, there are people waiting for me at home. Mike felt a sudden pain in his heart. Such a talent. How could he not be a relative of his family? Although he felt heartbroken, this honest and hot-tempered uncle finally gave Naoki the reward he had promised. The steel crow feathers, which were as much as a large snakeskin bag, were placed on the floor. These are the feathers that Steel Crow shed daily. Although I don't know what you are going to do with them, I will give them to you. As he said this, Mike took out 2 more items from the office. The one on the left looks like a broken teacup, with strange patterns on it that resemble eyes and a mouth. The teacup is filled with purple liquid, like slime, and if you look closely, the liquid is still shaking slightly. This is Libe tea. The one on the right looks like a teapot, and the color of the outer wall of the teapot is similar to that of the teacup. At a glance, you can tell that the two are from the same series of tea sets. Some cracks and gaps have appeared on the edge of the teapot, which are blocked by the purple liquid in the teacup. This is the Busi pot. Mike walked over here with a tray in his arms. To the naked eye, Libe tea and the Busi pot looked like an ordinary set of tea sets. But just when Naoki focused all his attention on Libe tea, the lid of the Busi pot next to him was suddenly lifted up by a purple little creature with its head. Naoki was slightly stunned, turned his head, and looked at the purple creature. It was a little man like a slime, with eyes like latte art on coffee. At this moment, he was holding the lid of the pot with his head, supporting the mouth of the pot with 2 small hands, and looking at the situation outside cautiously. When it saw Naoki, it seemed to be frightened and shrunk back with a whoosh, like a hermit crab on the beach. Naoki, Mike also noticed the scene and laughed. These ghost-attributed Pokemon are naturally timid and afraid of people. Put them on the coffee table when you go back, and leave them alone. After a few days, they will be fine after getting familiar with the environment. Then, he introduced them one by one. The cup on the left is Libe cha. Although the pattern on the cup looks like an eye, the liquid inside is actually its body, and the handle is also disguised by its body. This was the first time Naoki had seen Libe tea in real life. He looked at the purple handle, and couldn't help asking, "Can I touch it?" Mike nodded, of course, but you must not drink it as tea, because if you are not familiar with it, it will take the opportunity to get into your body, and take away your energy from the inside. What if you are familiar with it? Naoki asked again. You can't drink it even if you are familiar with it. Mike shook his head. Libe tea is very unpalatable. Even people who don't have any requirements for food will spit it out immediately after drinking it. So, most of the time, collectors collect it as a precious collection. The value of genuine Libe tea is extremely expensive in the eyes of those who know it. Naoki probably understood. Libe tea cannot be drunk, but it can be placed at home as an ornamental tea set. Then, he looked at the Busu next to him. If I remember correctly, Busu can be drunk, right? Yes. Mike continued. Busu's black tea has a unique taste and tea fragrance, and the taste and fragrance are very unique. Although excessive drinking can cause physical discomfort such as bloating and stomach pain, some gourmets, who are not afraid of danger, still drink Busu every day. Mike said with disgust, I can't drink it, the black tea in that pot feels like the bath water in the pot of slop. Naoki, Although, it's not that exaggerated, right? Do you drink the tree juice brewed in the body of the pot? Naoki couldn't help asking. Mike was even more disgusted. No, the pot is full of the sweat and mucus of the pot. Maybe there are some other disgusting things. Naoki's appetite was a little uncomfortable because of what he said, and he quickly said, Okay, skip this topic. Mike's expression eased, and he continued to introduce. There is one more thing to note. The Busi pot can control the taste of black tea by itself. If you have a good relationship with it, and it trusts you, it will let you taste the taste of the black tea inside. But if you have a bad relationship with it, and want to force it to taste it, it will inject its ghost power into the tea before you drink it. Although I haven't drunk it, I still heard from others that once you drink it, the drinker will feel cold all over and weak. I understand. Naoki understood. He reached out to take the tray, and looked at the Libe tea, and the Busi pot. There was a vortex pattern on the tea of Libe tea, and it was not known where its eyes were. But from its slightly shaking body, it should be able to sense the situation outside. And the Busi pot was much simpler and more direct. As if it realized that the tray had changed hands, it immediately carefully used its head to lift the lid of the pot, creating a narrow gap and quietly observing the situation outside. Naoki looked at it again. The next second, the Busi pot retracted into the teapot again. This appearance is very much like a hermit crab. But then again, the ecology of these two Pokemon is really similar to that of hermit crabs. They also got into teapots and teacups from other places. For example, when Rebecca evolved into Busi pot, it got into the antique teapot from the antique teacup, and then it became Busi pot. Many wild Rebecca and Busi pot will be mixed into the piles of tableware in hotels and restaurants, living in the form of mimicry. Amazing. Naoki couldn't help but comment on this. I don't know if it's because the teapot and the pot got into the tea set that they became the teapot and the pot, or if they are named that. Then the question is, what if the purple liquid inside accidentally got into the toilet? It's amazing. Mike nodded in agreement. This antique teapot and tea set are collections collected by my grandfather from other places. They were originally placed in the warehouse. As a result, one day, these two Pokemon ran over from nowhere, got in, and merged with the teacup and teapot. The first time I went to the warehouse to count the antiques, I was scared by them when I took them to sell. Later, I saw that they were harmless, so I let them live in there. What's more amazing is that they can survive even if they don't eat anything. At this time, a woman in uniform came over with a machine. She put the machine on the table and said to Mike, Boss, this is the microscope you asked me to find. Okay, I know, you go and get busy. Mike waved his hand and motioned Naoki to take the Libe tea. Naoki did as he was told, and put the Libe tea under the microscope. While operating the microscope, Mike explained, the teacup used by Libe tea and the Busi pot as a residence is a famous antique tableware. There are many counterfeits on the market. Unlike the real thing, the counterfeits do not have a bottom mark on the bottom, which only the real antique has. Therefore, this is also the main method people use to distinguish the authenticity of Libe tea and Busi pot. In order to collect, some enthusiasts will prepare very exquisite teacups and black tea in advance, and then wait for Libe tea to possess it and come to see it. Naoki leaned forward and looked through the microscope. As expected, he saw a pattern similar to the signature on the bottom of the cup. This pattern means that this Libe tea is genuine. Mike didn't lie to him with a fake. See? Mike asked. Naoki nodded. This is... Mike wanted to say something else, but suddenly saw the boozy pot behind them suddenly lifted the lid with its head, while they were not paying attention, grew a pair of purple little feet, and jumped off the table. Mike was shocked and said quickly, "The long-legged Pokemon has escaped." Naoki also turned around to check. Hearing this sound, Pokemon quickly sped up its pace. The lid on its head, which was shaking like a hat, blocked its sight. Suddenly, Pokemon bumped into a furry body, and the sudden impact caused its body, which looked like tea liquid, to shake violently. Pokemon immediately felt dizzy, and when it finally calmed down, it saw a figure blocking its way. Pokemon looked up and saw a Pokemon with a huge head, elegant posture, and majestic eyes looking down at it. Pokemon was startled and quickly used shrink into the shell, and the lid on its head covered the teapot under it with a ding-dong sound. Chapter 263. I am the Bud Crown King, you don't need to be afraid. Bud Crown King looked down at the teapot in front of him, and said in a kind tone. He released his kindness to the Pokemon living in the teapot as much as possible. The pot of terror felt a warm feeling. It used its head to prop up the lid of the teapot again, and looked at the strange Pokemon in front of it carefully. But Crown King smiled at it. The pot of terror's eyes lit up, and it was obviously not as scared as before. It felt that this Pokemon had no ill will towards it. The two people not far away looked at the scene, and Mike grinned and laughed. It seems that the pot of death seems to like the crown of buds very much. In this case, you don't have to worry. When you go back, let the crown of buds take care of them, and they will soon be able to integrate into their new home. At this time, the crown of buds had already picked up the pot of death. At first, the pot of death was still a little uncomfortable. Naoki heard the crown of buds say, "You will follow me for the time being." The pot of the beast was stunned for a moment, then happily agreed. It twisted its body, stretched out two pairs of purple legs from the bottom of the pot, broke away from the hands of the Bud Crown, and floated obediently beside the big crown of the Bud Crown. It looked like a teapot decoration pendant that the Bud Crown bought with Krypton gold. Naoki raised his eyebrows, feeling that the pot of the beast was unexpectedly suitable for the Bud Crown. Next, you should take out the Pokeball to subdue them. Mike said, however, I am not very familiar with the two of them, and there is no way to make them obedient, so if you want to subdue them, you have to rely on yourself. Naoki nodded. This was natural. He took out two Pokeballs from his backpack and threw them at Lai Beicha on the table. The Pokeball successfully hit Lai Beicha. With a click, Lai Beicha's small body turned into a red light and entered the Pokeball. The Pokeball shook slightly for a few times, and then calmed down. It was unknown whether Lai Beicha recognized him, or was too weak to break free from the restrictions of the Pokeball. Just like the strange ways of capturing Pokemon in the ancient Shisui region, most of these methods did not require Pokemon battles. For example, attack from behind and throw the ball when the Pokemon is not paying attention. Or fight with the Pokemon physically, dodge their moves, consume their physical strength, and throw the ball immediately after the Pokemon is exhausted. And use a variety of props, including but not limited to mud balls, smoke balls, sticky balls, tree fruits, and other items. After thinking for a moment, Naoki put away the Pokeball that brought sad tea. Then, he walked to the Pot of Bliss and tried to communicate with it. From now on, we will start a new life together. I will take you back to my home. It is safe there, and no Pokemon will hurt you. I can also prepare delicious black tea for you. Brushpot looked at him with its mosquito-repellent eyes, and its expression seemed to be judging the truth of his words. At this time, the Bud Crown beside him also nodded gently. I will also go to that place with Naoki. Brushpot's little head thought carefully for a while, and finally nodded. It chose to believe this human and this Pokemon. Then please take care of me in the future, Brushpot. Naoki smiled slightly, holding the Pokeball in his hand, and placed it in front of Brushpot floating in the air. The Buzzpot looked at it in confusion for a few seconds, and then tentatively stretched out his little hand to touch the button on the Pokeball. The moment the Buzzpot's hand touched the button, its body and the teapot were put into the Pokeball. The button on the Pokeball flashed twice, and then stopped. This means that the capture was successful. Naoki was in a good mood after getting a set of genuine Libate tea and genuine Buzzpot tea sets. Then, they should return to the Padilla region with a full load. Although he had expected this, when it really came to this moment, Mike couldn't help but invite, "Are you willing to stay in the Galar region? If you are willing, I can give you a generous annual salary." Such a powerful trainer is very popular no matter where he is. If their company can sign such a trainer, then how much profit they can get, Mike dare not even think about it. For their company, this is a godsend opportunity. Naoki naturally understood what the other party meant. He smiled and shook his head, saying, "Thank you very much for your invitation, but I still prefer my current life." Hearing this, Mike knew that they had no chance. He felt very sorry. "Do you work for the Padilla Alliance?" The Padilla Alliance would definitely not forget to recruit such wild trainers, right? However, the next second, Mike heard an answer that made him unbelievable. "No." Naoki shook his head. "In fact, I am a rancher, running a ranch with my Pokemon." What? After hearing this answer, Mike was completely stunned. Rancher? Did he hear it right? Naoki. Yes, the kind that raises Pokemon, grows crops and sells them to big cities. A few words instantly emerged in Mike's mind. Rancher, raising Pokemon, farming. Isn't this a farmer in the countryside? How is it possible? Mike was disheveled in the wind, but looking at the Pokemon behind the young man in front of him, he couldn't help but reveal a bold guess in his mind. Is it possible that the other party was once a powerful champion-level trainer, but during his long career as a trainer, he felt that this kind of life was too boring, so he gave up everything and returned to his hometown to farm with his Pokemon partners, retired champion re-employed in the countryside. This is really... I don't know what to say for a while. To be able to give up fame, wealth, and status, how firm your heart must be to choose such a path. That's right. A trainer with such a firm heart cannot be won over by shallow money. We can tell from his abandonment in the Rising Stars tournament. At this moment, Mike completely gave up the idea of winning over the other party. He just sighed with regret. It would be great if I could meet you earlier. Naoki, Why did he suddenly not understand what the other party said? After a moment of silence, Naoki gave up thinking and began to say goodbye. We have to go. If you have time, you can visit Naoki Ranch in Jichin Town in Padilla area. We will treat you well then. Padilla region. Naoki Ranch in Jichin Town. Mike silently memorized this location. Naoki nodded to him without saying much, and then turned around and went downstairs with Golden and the crown of the flower. Golden took up the big bag of steel armor crow feathers. The reason was simple, just because Naoki was too weak to carry it. Whenever this happened, Naoki couldn't help but sigh that Golden was really reliable. Before dark, they arrived at Gongnan City Station. To return to the Padilla region, they first had to go to Shuizhou Town to transfer to a ship. The steam train in the Galar region was very fast, and it took only 4 hours to stop at the Shuizhou Town station. At this time, the time had come to 5 o'clock in the evening, just in time for the departure of the last ship to the Padilla region. With Golden and the crown of flowers, Naoki quickly bought a ticket. When they ran to the deck, the sun had begun to set, and the sunset filled the sky and poured on the sea. The ship's whistle sounded melodiously, heading for the distance, as if running towards the sun. Behind him was the Galar region that was gradually receding. As the ship sailed, the streets, ports, scenery, pedestrians, and lighthouses of Shuizhou Town began to blur. Naoki stood on the deck and looked at the scene. Ragnarok and Gulder stood beside him, looking towards Galar with him. This trip to Galar was really rewarding. Naoki thought happily. Not only did he subdue the coveted Snowbringer and Spiritbringer, but even the King of Plenty, Ragnarok, chose to leave with him. Not only that, he also saw the legendary Pokemon Song Xiang and Zong Marant, and got a complete set of genuine live Beicha and Busiha tea sets. How happy! However, what made Naoki even happier was that he could finally go home and see everyone at the ranch again. It took him a long time to leave this time, and I wonder how everyone at the ranch is doing. Are there any challengers coming to challenge the green grass trial of the Mount Goat? Is the hammer of the little blacksmith finished? Did Saltstone evolve into rock giant? In winter, there is no grass growing on the ground. Is Milken still used to eating fresh grass? Are there any new Pokemon guests visiting the Pokemon Tavern they jointly built? Have Mew and Bear Baby sent new postcards and gifts from their travels? The weather is getting colder. Honeybee and Butterfree should have hidden in the warm glass greenhouse early, right? Naoki is eager to know the answers to all these. He missed everyone at the ranch, just as everyone missed him. The Bud Crown King was also watching the Galar region gradually disappearing. All the past events reappeared before his eyes. The once prosperous land of Galar, the people who believed in him and offered him tribute, the disaster that enveloped the entire region, and the coronation ceremony of the Crown Temple. Then, he ran out of power and fell into a deep sleep, and his beloved horse left him. After waking up, he forgot many things because he had consumed too much power, and wandered alone on the vast snowfield. The eyes of the King of the Crown of Flowers were calm, and he looked into the distance like a wise man who had experienced many hardships. He had experienced many things in the first half of his life, and even the cruelest time had not washed them away, just like the bricks and stones of the Crown Temple, which remained fresh even after experiencing ups and downs. What happened after that? The past scenes continued to appear in the mind of the king of the crown of flowers. One day, he suddenly felt a faint faith coming from a distant land. At first, he was very confused. But as time passed, the faith grew stronger and stronger, from a small flame to a brilliant flame. That was his devout little believer spreading his name on that land. The bud-crowned king looked gentle and kind. He closed his eyes, and opened them again after a moment. That's it. The past cannot be retrieved. Now he is no longer the king of Galar believed by humans. From now on, he is just an ordinary farmer like the little believer. The responsibilities of a king were all gone like the tide, and at this moment, the bud-crown felt an unprecedented sense of relief. He withdrew his gaze from the land of Galar, turned around, and began to look forward to the unfamiliar life of a farmer. Padia is his new home, but he will never forget Galar. It takes 3 days to return to Padia from Galar. Naoki has been running around on this trip, but tonight, he has a rare free time. He did not wander around on the deck, but took a pack of black tea provided for passengers from the restaurant on the ship, and returned to the cabin. The sea at night was very calm, with a few waves occasionally appearing on the blue sea surface, which looked deep and mysterious under the illumination of the full moon. The cabin was not big, about 20 to 30 square meters, with a bed inside, a bedside table next to the bed, and a desk under the porthole for passengers to read and write. Naoki released all the Pokemon except Snowbron and Spiritbrin. The feet of the bud-crowned king left the ground and floated on the floor. Motor Lizard was fiddling with a ship ornament, with a curious look on his face. Ah, gah. Golden was lying on the floor yawning, and seemed to be a little sleepy. Naoki noticed this scene and said casually, "If you are sleepy, go to sleep first." But as soon as he said this, Golden was no longer sleepy. Ah, gah. It stood up energetically, walked to the side of the bud-crowned king, and watched the movements of Naoki's hands with it. Naoki is making tea. To be precise, he is making tea for Lebeka and Buzahu. These two Pokemon are very magical. They can inject their own power into black tea, and transform it into a part of their body. As the tea leaves are brewed, a unique smell of black tea spreads in the room. Black tea. See, black tea brewed from poor quality tea leaves may taste a little bitter. Cooking effect. Refreshing LV1. After drinking it, humans and Pokemon will be so bitter that they will not feel sleepy and wake up. Evaluation. Your cooking method enhances the bitter taste of black tea, making ordinary black tea have the ability of coffee, which is a surprising result. Naoki, refreshing. He originally wanted to make a cup of black tea for Lai Bei Cha and Busi Hu to taste, so as to improve their relationship. But now looking at this cup of black tea, he suddenly felt that maybe this thing was not suitable to feed them. Looking up, Busi Hu was staring at the cup of black tea, and as for Lai Bei Cha, Naoki didn't know where its eyes were. The atmosphere was awkward for a moment. Naoki asked tentatively, "What do you think of this taste?" Lai Bei Cha floated back, and it was obvious that it didn't like this kind of black tea very much. And the Buse pot came closer tentatively. A lot of the black tea in its body had been used up when it was in the warehouse before, and now it needed to add some to increase the amount. Naoki was a little surprised to see the reaction of the Buse pot. Could it be that this Buse pot prefers bitter black tea to sweet black tea? He thought about it, and pushed the black tea over. Although the Buse pot hesitated, it still stretched out its body from the pot, picked up the cup of tea with 2 small hands, and slowly poured it into the pot. Soon, the small cup of black tea was empty. The Buse pot's originally thin body was changing rapidly. It was integrating its own power into the black tea, in order to increase its own weight. How magical! Naoki looked at this scene with interest. He remembered that the illustrated book said that the black tea infused with the power of the Buse pot had a unique taste and tea fragrance, and the taste and fragrance were very unique. However, at this moment, the originally normal mood of the Buzu suddenly became depressed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its face looked sad, as if it had tasted the bitterness of life. Huh? The Buzu sighed dejectedly, then stayed in the pot with a bitter face, with his arms on the edge of the pot, supporting the almost invisible lower handle with his little hands, looking down at the table, posing a thinker's posture. However, there was no expression of thinking on its face, but a look full of troubles, and from time to time it would let out a sad sigh. Naoki? ? But Crown was also very surprised, and asked curiously, "What is the reason?" Naoki? I don't know. He tried hard to recall the relevant information about Pokemon such as the Pot of Boom. Soon, he had an incredible guess in his mind. That is, the temperament of the Pot of Boom will change due to the taste of the black tea in the pot. Chapter 264. On October 28th, 198th year of the Alliance calendar, the ship officially arrived in the Padilla region and docked at the port of the city of Brewing Light. After getting off the ship, Naoki and Gulden, who was carrying a bag of steel armor crow feathers, rushed to the ranch. The Padilla region is not as good as the Galar region, and the train does not cover all cities. If you want to go out, in addition to riding Pokemon, most people take transportation facilities such as buses. It is not convenient to take so many things by car, so the first time after leaving Brewing Light City, Naoki released the Blizzard Horse and the Spirit Horse from the Pokeball. Then he hung the bag of steel crow feathers on the stronger Snowstorm Horse, and he and the Crown of the Flower rode on the Golden and the Spirit Horse respectively, and headed towards the direction of the town of Jachin. They walked and stopped on the way, and finally returned to Jachin town in the evening of October 31st. Looking at this familiar road leading to the ranch, Naoki felt extremely excited. After leaving the ranch for so many days, I wonder if everyone is doing well now. He was eager to see the group of Pokemon, but at this moment, a large truck suddenly drove on the road ahead. Naoki recognized the car at a glance. It was Zach's car. He would drive it to nearby ranches and farms every day to collect goods. It was exactly 5 o'clock in the evening, which was the time when Zach collected goods. The country roads were not as wide as those in big cities. He quickly rode his Golden to the side to avoid them. Zach, who was driving a large truck, also saw the familiar figure standing on the roadside at a glance. He honked the horn twice from a distance to say hello. When they got closer, Zach stopped the car, opened the window, stuck his head out, and showed a hearty smile on his face. "Are you back?" Naoki also smiled and responded, "Yes, the work is done, and I can finally go home." When Zach thought of Naoki Ranch, he was very impressed. "Your Pokemon are so capable. During the time you were away, they were able to work together to manage the ranch just like when you were not away. It's really admirable." As he said, Zach lowered his eyes and looked at Gullerton under Naoki, smiling and waving at it. "Long time no see, Gullerton." Gullerton also responded happily, "Ah ga. You are getting stronger and stronger. It seems that the food at the ranch is very good." After that, Zach turned his eyes to the strange Pokemon following Naoki. At first, he thought that these were Pokemon that Naoki had just captured from outside, and he didn't care much. But when he saw the appearance of one of the Pokemon riding on the horse, his face suddenly showed an expression of disbelief. This familiar yet strange feeling, could it be? Is it impossible? Zach was shocked and quickly opened the car door and jumped out. Could this Pokemon be? He looked at the Bud Crown, and the Bud Crown also looked at this human with a gentle look. He could feel that this human was also providing faith for him. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he nodded slightly to Zach. "Oh my God!" Zach finally couldn't help but exclaimed. "This majestic look, this elegant posture, this loving look, isn't it the legendary Pokemon Bud Crown? That legend is true. Naoki actually captured Bud Crest and brought him back to the Padilla region." After a brief moment of shock, Zach quickly reacted, turned around, and pulled Naoki aside to whisper, "What on earth is going on?" Naoki looked innocent. "What do you mean?" Zach lowered his voice. "Isn't Bud Crest the king of the Galar region? Why did you bring him here? If the Galars knew that he had captured the Pokemon that symbolized his region, would they come here to rob him? If it gets worse, it will be terrible if it causes a war between the two regions." Zach was very worried. How can it be so exaggerated? Naoki had a speechless expression on his face. He recalled carefully, and suddenly realized that he seemed to have only told Zach and the others about the legend of the Bud Crown King and his beloved horse galloping on the land of Galar and bringing abundance to mankind, but he had not told them about the subsequent events. After a little thought, Naoki told Zach that the Bud Crown King was forgotten and lost all his power. The humans there gradually forgot the King of Galar, and the Crown Temple became a ruin full of broken walls. The powerless Bud Crest wandered alone in the cold snowfield. After listening, Zach couldn't help but frown, indignant in his heart. Too much. "That's right," Naoki added. "When I went there, I almost froze to death in the snowfield. I can't believe how Bud Crest, a grass-type Pokemon, survived there for so many years. Luckily you brought the Rape Crown back." Zach didn't think it would cause a war between the two regions. "Since they don't cherish it, let us protect the Rape Crown from now on. Doesn't he need faith? Tomorrow when I go out to transport goods, I will go to other towns to preach to the Rape Crown." Naoki, Very good, from now on, Zach is the second missionary. He will stay by the side of the Rape Crown and serve him, while Zach will go out to continue preaching and re-promote the Rape Crown divine religion in this land. However, in order to prevent innocent people from being misunderstood, Naoki finally said, "In fact, this is not the fault of ordinary humans in the Galar region. All this is because the Galar royal family took away the achievements of the Bud Crown and erased the traces of his existence in order to maintain the royal rule." Alas! Zack sighed, and then sighed. Fortunately, the kingdom has long been extinct, and now it is the era of the Alliance. Yes, Naoki agreed. After the two finished their conversation, they turned around and walked back to the Bud Crown, who was waiting not far away. Zack looked at the Bud Crown with sympathy and respect. But he had never spoken to such a legendary Pokemon before. He hesitated for a long time before he managed to utter a few words. "King of Plenty, please feel free to stay in our town from now on. We will believe in you together with Naoki." The Bud Crown nodded slightly with a smile on his face. Seeing him smile, Zack also smiled. But soon, he remembered that he still had work to do, so he slapped his head and ran back to the truck. Through the car window, Zack said goodbye to Naoki, Gultrin, and Ragnarok. "I almost forgot. I still have to go to work. You guys should go back to the ranch soon. Dragonite and the others miss you very much." Naoki nodded, watched the truck disappear at the end of the road, and then rode Gultrin towards the ranch. Not long after, Naoki saw the sign of Naoki Ranch. He rode Gultrin and Ragnarok side by side, and Blizzard Horse followed behind with a bag of goods. "This is where we live," Naoki said. They walked through the main gate of the ranch, and the Bud Crown King looked at this place curiously. Neat ridges, withered flower fields, sparse yellow grass. "This doesn't look very good." Naoki was a little embarrassed. "Because winter is coming, these flowers are withered." "I know all this." The Bud Crown King smiled and nodded. Looking at everything in front of him in order, he could foresee what kind of scene it would be here in spring, with birds singing and flowers blooming. In the pasture, several Pokemon were lying listlessly on the grass, fiddling with the weeds. They were Baboo, Frostmilks, Glacian, and Saltstone. They sat on the ground with their backs to the entrance of the pasture, looking at the blue sky in boredom. Frostmilk sighed, "Mama. So boring." Saltstones were also very depressed. "Lay. Boring." Baboo exhaled softly. "Bammo, bammo. Naoki has been gone for a long time. I don't know when he will come back." Glacian beside him was also in a very low mood. Before coming to the ranch, it liked winter very much. The world covered in silver, and the life of playing freely in the ice and snow was so beautiful. But now, it feels that kind of life is too monotonous. Compared to ice and snow, it prefers flowers with rich fragrance, running and playing with everyone on the green grass under the warm sunshine. Thinking of this, Glacian sighed, "Boy." Alas! Several Pokemon looked up at the monotonous blue sky, and the next second, they sighed in unison. Alas! When Naoki was away, even the sky was so monotonous. Ah! Seeing this scene, Golden was about to say something, but was suddenly covered by Naoki. It looked over in confusion, but saw Naoki making a shushing gesture to it. Although he was puzzled, Gullirdon still shut up obediently. Naoki smiled and touched its head, then tiptoed towards the Pokemon that had their backs to him, and were looking up at the sky. When they got closer, he covered Babutubo's eyes with his hands. "Guess who I am?" Babutubo was startled by the sudden big hand, but after hearing the voice, an excited expression immediately appeared on its face. Bammo! The effect of the last piece of translation melon seed crisps was used up, and Naoki lost the ability to understand Pokemon's words. But it doesn't matter. He could understand the meaning of his Pokemon even without translating the melon seed crisps. Naoki smiled, pinched the armpit of Babutubo, and picked it up. "I'm back!" Babutubo. The eyes of Babutubo flashed with surprise and joy. It threw itself into Naoki's arms affectionately, and rubbed its cheek against him. The next second, Naoki felt a slight numbness. "Babutubo." Babutubo called affectionately. Naoki smiled and stroked its fluffy head. Okay, the things outside are done, and I can stay in the ranch and spend the winter with you." Hearing this, the Pokemon on the side were particularly happy. Naoki's return made them feel that the sky was no longer so monotonous, and the whole world seemed to be full of colors. Frostmilk opened its arms, and jumped on the spot. "Ma." Naoki saw what it meant, so he put down Babutubo and picked up Frostmilk. "Okay, hug you too." "Mama." Frosty Milk Fairy was very happy. Naoki looked at the Glacian next to him. Glacian's eyes were full of desire, but he stood there proudly without reacting. Naoki smiled slightly, put Frosty Milk Fairy down again, and then picked it up regardless of Glacian's struggle. Fortunately, Glacian just fluttered twice symbolically, and then calmed down. He was a little embarrassed to be held in Naoki's arms. "How have you been these days?" Naoki asked. "Bammo. Mama. Ray. Boo." Several Pokemon responded in unison. Naoki held Glacian for a while, then put it down. Just as he was about to take them to see Budcrest, he saw 5 Saltstone Roy looking at him eagerly, their eyes full of hope, as if they also wanted to be hugged. Naoki, It's decided, he will try to develop some strongman food later. Satoshi can lift Nebula weighing up to 999 kilograms, so he can definitely lift Saltstone Rue. At this time, a burst of boss sound suddenly came from not far away. Naoki turned his head, and saw other Pokemon in the ranch running towards him excitedly. 3 Mount Goats, Butterfree, Arinho, Dragonite. The noise they made when they ran was too loud, attracting the attention of the butler brother and sister in the room. The brother and sister pushed open the door, and saw Naoki, who had returned to the ranch. Their eyes lit up, and then they happily came forward to greet him. In the blink of an eye, Naoki was surrounded by this group of Pokemon. He was not panicked at all, and reached out to touch the Pokemon one by one. It's still that familiar feeling. It's worthy of being my Dragonite. Great. Poor Mount Goat, it's all skinny, don't worry. There's still grass harvested a few months ago in the warehouse. I make fresh grass dumplings for you later. Orinei, long time no see. Butterfield, are you still used to the environment in the glass greenhouse? The Pokemon answered one by one. Dragonite hugged Naoki and responded affectionately. Awoo. The goats nodded happily. Mia. Olinio squinted his eyes happily. Nyo. Butterfree also nodded happily. Fui. Finally, Naoki looked at the elder and younger Iguanchi, smiling and grateful. Thank you for your hard work during this period. The elder Iguanchi stood behind his younger sister seriously, like a little adult. The younger Iguanchi nodded happily. Ah ye. After greeting them, Naoki turned around and led them to the side of Bud Crown, Spirit Horse, and Snowstorm Horse. By the way, he released the Motor Lizard, Rebecca, and Pot of Boom in the Pokeball. Naoki introduced them one by one. This Pokemon that looks like a cup is called Rebecca, and this Pokemon that looks sad is called Pot of Boom. This Snow White Pokemon over here is called Snowbron, this black one is called Spirit Horse, and this one is Bud Crown. From now on, these Pokemon are our new partners, and they will live with us on the ranch. The Pokemon in the ranch looked at the Bud Crown in front of them, they blinked, and then made a welcome cry in unison. Seeing this, Bud Crown also showed a smile on his face. He looked at the group of Pokemon in front of him, his eyes full of love. I am Bud Crown, and like Naoki, I am a farmer who is good at farming. From now on, please give me more advice. Chapter 265. Naoki Ranch, 7 p.m. It was getting late, and after enjoying a reunion dinner with all the Pokemon, everyone got busy. Sister AI Butler went to the Pokemon Tavern to open, where she entertained the Pokemon guests who visited every day. Brother AI Butler handed a stack of postcards and several props to Naoki. Naoki took a look and found that these were all sent back by Bear Baby and Mew who were traveling. There were photos on the front of the postcards, and their little paw prints were still printed on the back. At a glance, it seemed that they were all the scenery and Pokemon that the 2 Pokemon encountered on the road. The props were a red star fragment, a heart-shaped colorful scale, a strange bone, and a hard stone. Undoubtedly, these were all picked up by the baby bear through the pickup characteristic. Naoki took a quick look and put them aside, preparing to read them slowly before going to bed. As for now, he still had some things to do. The first thing was to thaw the fresh grass harvested in the fall, and make them all into grass dumplings. The grass dumplings he made before going out had been eaten up by the 3 bleeding goats, so he had to make some again as soon as possible. Mix the grass with the dough, and then put it in the pot to steam. While Naoki was busy, the other Pokemon gathered in the living room and scattered around the house. Occasionally, Naoki looked up and saw Frosty Milkman and Babu Groundhog climbing up and down the stairs. Come to think of it, in this season, once it's night, the temperature outside will drop sharply. Compared to the dark and cold outside, I believe no Pokemon can refuse to stay indoors with a fireplace burning, bright lights, and endless fruits and snacks. Naoki smiled, checked the situation of the green grass dumplings, and then picked up the alarm clock to set a time. When the alarm clock rang, it meant that the green grass dumplings were cooked. While waiting, Naoki went to make a few cups of his favorite Kitakami Township sweet black tea. He brought the tea back to the living room and placed 1 cup in front of the Lei Guan Wang sitting on the sofa, and the other 2 cups in front of Lai Beicha and Busihu. After drinking the bitter black tea on the boat, Busihu has been sad until now, and there is no smile on his little face. Therefore, Naoki planned to exchange a cup of black tea for the Buzu. Try it? Naoki pushed the 2 cups of tea in front of Leibeka and Buzu. The 2 Pokemon looked down at the tea in front of them. Leibeka shook his body, then floated forward and used the ultimate absorption on the tea in front of him. After a while, the cup of sweet black tea was finished. Leibeka burped contentedly, and the expression on his face became happy at a speed visible to the naked eye. It can be seen that it likes the taste of this black tea very much. The buzzpot on the side had the lid on its head, and looked down at the red tea in front of it. It was unknown what it was thinking. After a while, it sighed softly. Naoki? ? At this time, 2 little heads popped out from under the table. Bubble and Frosty looked at Buzzbot innocently. Frosty said happily, Mama. Naoki's tea is delicious, sweet. Bubble nodded in agreement, Bamo Bamo. That's right, try it. The Buzzbot stared blankly at the 2 Pokemon in front of it. It could feel the kindness and friendliness in the air. This touched the hearts of the Busihu and Lai Bei-cha, who had been alone in the dilapidated warehouse. Busihu shook his head, and then, as if he had made up his mind, he stretched out his 2 slender hands, picked up the cup of sweet black tea, and poured it into his body. After a while, Busihu's body became more swollen, and some purple tea liquid spilled on the table. Busihu was a little worried. Naoki smiled, and took a rag to wipe off the tea leaves. It's okay, just wipe it clean in time. Busihu looked at the kind-hearted human in front of him, and it seemed that a few flowers bloomed on his head. Its mood became positive and lively, and its voice revealed a happy atmosphere. Buse. Recovered? Naoki asked. The Busihu in front of him no longer had the sad atmosphere he had on the boat before. Busihu nodded happily. Buse. The Bud Crown King beside him also smiled as he watched this scene. He said with emotion, I didn't expect that this child's temperament would change because of the taste of a cup of tea. In all these years of my life, I have never seen such a magical thing. Yes. Naoki nodded in agreement, and then looked at the Bud Crown King in front of him. Would you like to try it too? I wonder if this kind of black tea is suitable for your taste. The Bud Crown King nodded gently, then picked up the cup of tea, put it to his mouth, and sipped it elegantly. After tasting it carefully, Bud Crown nodded slightly. It's delicious, I like its taste too. That's good. Naoki grinned. Looking at the elegant Bud Crown in front of him, he couldn't help but think of a picture in his mind. Under the warm sunshine, Bud Crown sat in the flower field, elegantly tasting afternoon tea. Well, it would be more perfect if there was a piece of grass cake. Afternoon tea with grass cake dessert is a perfect match. Naoki remembered that Bud Crown was also a grass attribute Pokemon. Doesn't that mean that the grass dumplings and grass cakes he developed before are also effective for Bud Crown? Green grass dumplings can help the Bud Crown King comprehend grass attribute moves and increase the grass attribute energy in his body. Green grass cakes can mutate the grass energy of the Bud Crown King, so that when cultivating crops, the crops will mutate. For example, the giant watermelon that was born before. In addition, there is the world tree in the ranch that takes 100,000 years to grow. I don't know if the power of the Bud Crown King can speed up its growth. Naoki is eager to do it, but it's getting late now, and these things can only be done later. Next, he still had a lot of work to do. For example, he had to build separate stables for the Spirit Horse and the Snowstorm Horse, find suitable land in the pasture, and use the power of the Bud Crown King and the 2 horses to create special ice and snow fields and ghost fields on it. In this way, he could grow black radishes and ice radishes that the Spirit Horse and the Snowstorm Horse liked to eat the most. While thinking, the sound of the alarm clock came from the kitchen. Naoki hurriedly went forward to turn off the alarm clock, turned off the fire, and opened the pot, and took out the steamed grass dumplings. He called Golden and handed some of the grass dumplings to it. Help me deliver these grass dumplings to my mount goats. Ah, gush! Golden readily agreed and went out with the basket of grass dumplings. Naoki took 2 round and soft grass dumplings and came to the Bud Crown and asked, Try it, this food is specially developed by me, and it is very suitable for grass attribute Pokemon. Hearing this, the Bud Crown looked down at the dumplings placed on the white porcelain plate. The next second, a blue light shone on one of the grass balls. In the light, the grass ball automatically floated in the air and floated in front of the Bud Crown King. The Bud Crown King reached out to catch it, then opened his mouth and took a bite. After chewing a few times, the King of Plenty immediately opened his eyes in disbelief. This kind of food actually contains a trace of weak energy. Is it an illusion? The Bud Crown King tasted it again. No, It's not an illusion. He clearly felt that a trace of weak natural energy merged into his body. But how is this possible? The Bud Crown King immediately cast a puzzled look at his little believer. Seeing this, Naoki knew that the Bud Crown King felt the effect of the grass dumplings. He grinned and asked, "Feel it?" The Bud Crown King nodded slightly. "I feel that there is a trace of weak natural energy in it." "This power. Where does it come from?" "No, judging from your appearance, you already knew this." Naoki nodded. "Because this is my ability, I can develop the potential of food and make them produce various magical effects, including but not limited to replenishing energy, healing injuries, and understanding moves." Hearing this, the Bud Crown King was slightly startled, and then quickly accepted it. "You are worthy of being my believer. You actually have this kind of power. You are the one chosen by nature. I am really proud of you." Naoki, It doesn't seem that exaggerated, right? The Bud Crown King seemed to have misunderstood something, but he didn't know where this ability to develop food came from. It was hard to explain, so Naoki could only respond with a smile. At this time, Golden brought back the green grass dumplings. Naoki took the basket from it, and went back to the kitchen to wash the dishes. After finishing, he couldn't help yawning. After running around for several days, Naoki felt a little tired. He glanced at the time, and it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Naoki wanted to go to bed, but before that, he had to arrange a place for the Bud Crown King to stay. After thinking for a while, Naoki asked, "By the way, do you have any requirements for accommodation?" The Bud Crown King saw what he meant and shook his head gently. "No requirements, you can go to bed first. I want to go outside and take a look, and then I will find a place to rest." Since he was going to live here forever, the Bud Crown King planned to go out for a walk to understand the situation and environment near the ranch. "Okay, then if you need anything, you can always come and call me," Naoki said. Bud Crown nodded happily. Seeing this, Naoki said goodbye to him, and then waved to the other Pokemon. "I'm going to sleep first, you guys continue to play here." Galton, who was lying on the carpet, immediately followed. Naoki looked around and didn't find the figure of Babu Dove. He guessed that it should have gone to the second floor to play with its friends, so he gave up the idea of sleeping with it, and turned around and returned to the bedroom with a pile of postcards and props sent back by the baby bear. He placed the letters on the bedside, and went to the bathroom to wash up. After Naoki left, the Bud Crown King flashed and came outside the house. He floated in the night sky, overlooking the pasture below, which was shrouded in a peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. He saw the ghostly figure of the ghost horse hiding in the shadows, and the blizzard horse standing on the grass and snorting. He saw the brightly lit and bustling hut, where a group of Pokemon gathered, happily drinking water and chatting. He saw many beautiful flowers blooming in the transparent glass building, and several insect-type Pokemon were staying in it, closing their eyes, and taking a nap. He saw the Pokemon in the orchard, sleeping peacefully in the hut made of wood, and 3 sheep Pokemon living in a fenced enclosure. At this time, they were crowded around a feeding trough, eating the grass balls inside. The Bud Crown felt a very amazing energy fluctuation from them. This surprised him. The Bud Crown watched the 3 Pokemon for a while. Soon, they seemed to have filled their stomachs, and they walked to a young seedling with satisfaction, laid down around the seedling, and began to sleep. As a Pokemon, Bud Crown can see many things that humans cannot see. For example, now, he clearly sees that a weak natural energy is being released from the seedling, constantly nourishing the 3 sheep Pokemon, and constantly circulating between the 3 of them. This is in the living room. Glacian, Babu, Frostmilk, Motor Lizard, Orinu, Dragonite, and Ayakashi brother Pokemon surrounded the floating Rebecca and Horace Pot in the air and cheered happily. Dragonite clapped happily. "Awu, welcome here." Under its leadership, other Pokemon also made waves of calls. Nyos. Bye. Gale. Rebecca and Buzaho felt the friendliness released from everyone, and everyone seemed to welcome their arrival. The 2 Pokemon were dazed, especially Buzaho. It started living alone a long time ago. One day, the teapot where it used to live broke down, so it began to migrate in search of a new habitat. Until one day, it accidentally entered the warehouse full of antiques. It found an antique teapot there, so it moved in. 1 year, 2 years. In the long years, the Pokemon gradually felt lonely. In order to have someone to accompany it, it separated a part of its tea and poured it into the antique cup next to it. Thus, Libeicha was born. But Libeicha was stupid and didn't talk much. The 2 Pokemon depended on each other in the dark warehouse for a long time until they were discovered by the human, who then sent them to the human named Naoki. At first, the Busi who was very worried about its future. But after getting along with the human along the way, it saw the human brew tea for it to replenish the tea in its body. Although it was a bit bitter, it still drank it. The bitter tea made its heart bitter. Under the influence of the tea, it has been alone and immersed in loneliness these days. Maybe it was too obvious. The human actually saw it, and brewed a cup of sweet and delicious black tea for it. After drinking it, Busi, who immediately felt that the bitterness of the past few days was swept away, the world seemed to become brighter, and even the body became warm. Now, not only their bodies are warm, but after feeling the kindness and friendship released by everyone, even their hearts have become warm. After a short period of shock, Busihu and Lai Bei Cha made happy shouts. Boo! It gently shook its body and floated in the air, and a musical symbol representing a happy mood jumped out above its head. A magical power was lingering around, and the Pokemon below looked up at the buzzpot floating happily in the air, their eyes lit up. Then, they took out a tree fruit from somewhere, and they held the tree fruit and happily ate it under the leadership of the jumping buzzpot. In the room, Naoki, who had just finished taking a bath, heard the lively Pokemon calls coming from outside, and thought they were quarreling, so he opened the door to check. But before he could get close, he saw a group of Pokemon sitting in front of the warm fireplace, holding a tea party with tree fruits. Seeing this beautiful scene, Naoki was slightly startled. That is, a tea party? Tea party, a special move of the Pot of the Beast. It is said that this move will only be used when the Pot of the Beast is happy. It will invite other Pokemon to hold a tea party to taste tree fruits and delicacies. This is really a beautiful move. Naoki couldn't help but sigh as he stood there. He didn't go forward to disturb them, because he knew that this was a tea party for Pokemon. Ah, gaw! At this time, Golden ran out of the room. Naoki looked at it and whispered, "You should join us." Golden looked over there, then licked Naoki with his tongue, and then ran to the fireplace to meet his Pokemon companions. Naoki smiled slightly, and after leaving Golden to attend the tea party, he turned back to the room and sat at the head of the bed. Naoki quietly listened to the laughter of the Pokemon outside, and then took out the postcards sent back by Mew and Bear Baby, and checked them one by one. There are 4 photos in total. In the first photo, a group of Pippies are circling around a campfire. There is a round moon above their heads. It seems that they are holding some kind of ceremony. And the baby bear is holding a star fragment in his hand, and half of his head is sticking out from the camera, as if he is happy to have picked up this star fragment. The Pippi on the moon viewing mountain? Naoki was a little surprised. He picked up the star fragment sent by the baby bear, and looked at the star fragment in the baby bear's hand in the photo. There is no doubt that the star fragment in the photo has been sent back by the baby bear. The second photo shows a vast mountain range that stretches endlessly. Is this the famous Silver Mountain Range? Naoki couldn't help but guess. Did the baby bear and Menghuan run so far? I just don't know if the top of the Silver Mountain is red. The third photo shows the mother and son, Karakara and Galagala, holding bones in their hands. The young Karakara is reaching out to give one of the bones to the baby bear as a gift. Looking at this scene, Naoki combined the previous behavior of Mew to help baby bear and made a guess. It should be that Mew and baby bear helped the mother and son of Galagala, so Karakara gave them his treasured stick bone. The fourth photo shows a sparkling lake. On the lake, a beautiful Pokemon is moving slowly in the sun. Is that Mincheo? This is the Pokemon known as the most beautiful Pokemon in the world. This is the first time Naoki has seen Mincheo since he came to this world. Although he can still feel the charm of Mincheo through the photo. The scales that shine like rainbows in the sun are so beautiful. Chapter 266. The next morning, with the arrival of dawn, the ranch ushered in a brand new day. The first thing Naoki did when he got up was to look for the trace of the Bud Crown King to see where he slept last night. The living room? No. The second floor? No. The kitchen? No. Naoki searched for a long time, but couldn't find it, so he returned to the living room. On the coffee table, the Busihu and Lai Bei-cha, who had a tea party all night last night, were dozing off, and the motor lizard was also lying in front of the fireplace, drowsy. Even his elder brother Ai Guancher looked listless. Seeing this, Naoki said helplessly, "If you feel sleepy, go to sleep for a while. Let me do all the work on the ranch today." His elder brother Ai Guancher shook his head vigorously to wake himself up, and said quickly, "Aya! It can still hold on." "Okay." Naoki nodded, turned around and prepared to go to the wine cellar below to check, but there was still no sign of the Bud Crown King. It seems that the Bud Crown King should have spent the night outside last night. After a brief thought, Naoki prepared to go outside to take a look. But when he returned to the living room, he saw his brother AI Guancher dozing off there. His sister AI Guancher covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Naoki, It happened that Butterfree landed in front of the huge French window next to the living room. Naoki commanded, Butterfree, use the hypnotic powder on brother AI Guancher. Fui? Butterfree was startled suddenly, and after confirming that Naoki was not joking, he flew in front of his sleepy brother AI Guancher and fanned the powder that could make people sleepy at him. Soon, the elder brother AI Guancher fell asleep. Okay, sister, send your brother upstairs to rest. Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. AI. Sister AI Guancher readily agreed and used her superpowers to control her elder brother and send him back to the room. Babu, Fresh Milk, and Glacian were also sleeping. Naoki did not disturb them and turned around to take Gulton outside the ranch. Although it had not snowed yet in this season, the temperature had dropped below 10 degrees. In this environment, some cold-fearing Pokemon rarely left their nests to play outside. As soon as Naoki and Gulton went out, they saw the Budcrest stroking his beloved horse on a spacious lawn. Hearing the noise, the Budcrest turned around and looked at his little believer gently. Moo crowned Gigi. Naoki, I almost forgot that he had eaten all the translation melon seed crisps. Now he can no longer understand what the Budcrest said. There are still sunflowers harvested in the fall at home. I have to make another batch of translation melon seed crisps later. Naoki felt a little troubled. It's a pity that there is no dish that can communicate directly with Pokemon. The power that allows humans to communicate with Pokemon is very rare in this world. The power of Wave, the power of Evergreen, the power of Super Conquer. And the level and quality of the food with such effects must be very high, and he may not be able to make it now. After a little thought, Naoki greeted the Bud Crown. Good morning. Did you have a good rest last night? The Bud Crown nodded slightly. Guan Gigi. And the group of hot-tempered snow horses around him pawed the ground with their hooves in dissatisfaction and snorted twice. Now, even without translation, Naoki could understand what Snowstorm Horse meant. It was hungry and wanted to eat the ice radish grown on the crown snowfield. The spirit horse next to it did not react. It stood there without saying a word, with a quiet look in its eyes. Seeing this, Naoki brought a few tree fruits and placed them in front of the two horses. They first lowered their heads to sniff, then became a little absent-minded, but perhaps because they were hungry, they finally lowered their heads to eat. It seems that Spirit Horse and Snowstorm Horse do not like to eat ordinary tree fruits, Naoki thought. In this case, the plan to build a special farmland will be advanced. Wait for me for a moment, I'm going to milk and feed the Mount Goat, and when I'm done, I come over to plant radishes for you, Naoki said to the two horses. At this time, the Blizzard Horse finally calmed down and lowered its head to eat the fruit without knowing the taste. Naoki nodded to the Bud Crown King, and then took Gulden to carry the milk bucket, and went to the sheepfold of the Mount Goats. In the sheepfold, the 3 Mount Goats had already been waiting there in high spirits. They bent down obediently to let Naoki milk them, and then went to eat their favorite grass balls. Not far away, the Bud Crown King watched this scene. He had a lot to say about the 3 sheep Pokemon and the mysterious tree. But his little believers now seemed unable to understand his words. The Bud Crown King's eyes revealed confusion. Before coming here, he thought it was just an ordinary pasture, but now it seems that it is not what he thought. Everything here is full of secrets. After milking the 3 sheep, Naoki went to the chicken coop to pick up the eggs that the hens laid last night. Then, he and Gulden went to the Pokemon house to move the Moo fresh milk collected by the milk cans with the automatic milking machine to the warehouse, put it together with the goat milk, and waited for Zack to come to collect it in the afternoon. During this time, the 2 Dragonites and 5 Hacken from Dragonite Island came to work. When they saw Naoki coming back, they all ran over to greet him happily. Naoki greeted them one by one, and then watched the 2 working Dragonites go to their sister AI Guancher to take over the goat milk and fly to the town to deliver the goods. The 5 Haxorus followed Naoki like a swarm. Wherever Naoki went, they followed him. Naoki thought of this as buying 5 Haxorus pendants. It was winter now, and the land in the ranch was temporarily idle, and did not need watering. Therefore, Naoki brought the steel crow feathers obtained from the Galar region to the orchard in the south of the ranch. In a month, the little blacksmith had completed his first hammer. But this hammer looked a bit rough. When Naoki arrived, the young blacksmith was standing under a fruit tree, checking his hammer. A chinchilla was standing on a branch above, chewing a fruit. In the woods not far away, a family of mouse pups, who had grown up a lot, were playing hide-and-seek with each other in the thick fallen leaves. With the addition of this group of wild Pokemon, the orchard has been given a lot of vitality. The young blacksmith was frowning, looking very dissatisfied with his work. Naoki walked up and asked curiously, "Is it finished?" Hearing the sound, the little blacksmith and the chinchilla on it looked up and saw Naoki coming. Their eyes lit up, and then the little blacksmith raised the rough hammer in his hand to show Naoki. Wow! Naoki looked it up and down, and found that the quality of the hammer was really poor. There were even rusty spots on it. There was no doubt that this was because the material used by the little blacksmith was of poor quality. The little blacksmith also knew this, and it would be better if there was better metal. However, this place has been searched many times by it, and there is no metal suitable for making hammers. Without a hammer, the little blacksmith lived an insecure life all day long. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Woo wow! At this time, Naoki smiled and took out a box of steel crow feathers from behind. Dang dang dang, look what this is? The little blacksmith was slightly stunned. He looked down and saw the box full of metal feathers shining with black luster. This, the little blacksmith opened his eyes wide, a little bit in disbelief. Isn't this a rare metal that only the most powerful giant blacksmith in their tribe can find? Where he used to live, there were several giant blacksmiths. They were extremely powerful, and often swung hammers to attack the steel-armored crows flying in the sky. When those steel-armored crows were hit, they would drop some metal feathers that looked like steel. I heard from those giant blacksmiths that a hammer made of this metal can smash anything. So much so that owning a steel crow hammer has become the dream of every little blacksmith in the tribe. For you, Naoki said. The little blacksmith was very shocked. Woo wow! Yes! Naoki said patiently. These feathers are the gifts I brought back for you this time. You can use them to make a hammer that belongs to you. Woo wow! Hearing this, the little blacksmith's eyes were filled with tears, and he was very moved. This human named Naoki is so good. Not only did he rescue them, provide them with food and shelter, but he also gave him a box of precious steel armor crow feathers. The little blacksmith was so moved that he almost cried. He bit his lips, and his eyes were full of tears. Woo wow! No one has ever been so kind to him. Naoki was a little confused. Okay, it's just a few feathers, right? I'm glad I can help you. And, after you finish your hammer, I have another thing to ask of you, which is to help Babutubo make a hammer suitable for him. Hearing this, the little blacksmith wiped his tears vigorously, and then nodded heavily. It must use these feathers, and its own hammer to make the best hammer in the world for Naoki. Carrying these steel armor crow feathers, the little blacksmith said goodbye to the full-fledged chinchilla and Naoki, and went to practice in seclusion. Naoki was infected by the little blacksmith's serious mood, and he smiled with emotion. Sure enough, there are still many hard-working Pokemon in the world. However, when he raised his head, he saw the full-fledged chinchilla, which was obviously much fatter than before. Naoki, Okay, he took back what he said before. Not all Pokemon work so hard. The Pokemon in the orchard are still the same. Naoki walked around here, greeted Pokemon such as Family Mouse, Yo-Yo Candy Ball, Shuttlecock Grass, Mushroom, etc., and checked the condition of their wooden houses to see if there were any damages. When it was the turn of Lazy Otter was lazily lying on the thick fallen leaves and chewing a leaf. At first, Naoki didn't feel anything was wrong until Gulton beside him made a puzzled cry. Aw gaw! What's wrong? Naoki turned his head and followed Gulton's gaze to look at the sloth otter. The next second, he finally reacted. The color of the fur on the sloth otter turned into lavender. Lavender, isn't this the color of the shiny sloth otter? Impossible. He clearly remembered that this sloth otter was an ordinary sloth otter. After a brief shock, Naoki went forward to check the condition of the sloth otter. He felt around the sloth otter's fur, and soon found a patch of fur that was shorter than other places. This is the place that was once burned bare by a fire. This means that the lazy otter is still the same lazy otter, and has not been replaced. But, why did it suddenly change color? Could it be that the painter dyed its fur? With doubts, Naoki found the painter who was painting graffiti on the trunk of the fruit tree and asked, "Painter, do you know what the lazy otter's fur is like?" Squeak. The painter was a little confused at first, but soon reacted. Squeak. It stopped scribbling, brought Naoki to the side of the sloth, searched the treetops, and then stretched out its hand and pointed to one of the fruits. Naoki looked up and saw a pink fruit he had never seen before hanging quietly on the branch. Dyed fruit, a special ingredient. After eating, the color of the Pokemon will change accordingly. It can be eaten directly or cooked. Naoki was shocked. Is this a fruit produced by the fruit tree that has changed? Think about it carefully. Before the orchard was fully grown, the Mount Goat would come here every day to help them grow with the grass energy. Dyed fruit. Does this mean that it is possible to artificially create shiny Pokemon? If it is eaten by Gulton, Gulton will turn black. If it is eaten by Babudu, Babudu will turn into a super rare pink Babudu. Naoki imagined what it would look like if Babudu turned pink. Even cuter. His heart moved slightly, and he quickly searched the nearby fruit trees carefully. Unfortunately, this batch of fruit only produced 2 dyed fruits. One of them was eaten by the lazy otter as food. Naoki picked the dyed fruit and put it away. At this time, his sister Ai Guancher had prepared breakfast and came to call him back to eat. Naoki responded, said goodbye to the painter and lazy otter, and turned back to eat. At the table, Naoki looked around, thinking about who to give this dyed fruit to. Before using it, you should ask the Pokemon what they think. Naoki pondered silently. Because in this world, some Pokemon with different colors will be regarded as different species by their tribesmen, and will be excluded and discriminated against. Do you want to give it to Gulton? If he really proposed this idea, Gulton would definitely not refuse him, and with its strength, it would not care about those things. But there is only one dyed fruit, and it cannot be changed back after using it. It is unknown when it will grow on the tree next time. So you must be cautious. After a little thought, Naoki decided to put the dyed fruit away first, and wait until he and the Pokemon have discussed it. After breakfast, Naoki started to fry the translation melon seeds, and finally put them into syrup to make melon seed crisps. When everything was done, it was 10 o'clock in the morning. Naoki ate a few melon seed crisps, then went to the ranch to find the Bud Crown King and discuss with him about creating a special field. It will snow in half a month. The weather is too cold and not suitable for crops to grow, so I don't plan to plant other crops in the field before spring comes. The Bud Crown King realized that the little believer could understand him again. Why? He was puzzled. With my power, even in the coldest snowfield, crops can grow as usual. Naoki. Well, actually I want to give myself a vacation. The Bud Crown King was slightly startled. Vacation? Naoki said truthfully, yes, I have been busy in the fields from spring to autumn. If I also planted in winter, I would be busy all year round. I don't want to live such an impatient life. It is still necessary to take a proper rest and relax. The Bud Crown King nodded slightly. I see, I understand, that kind of life is indeed exhausting. Naoki smiled slightly. He planned to keep the land in front of him for growing seasonal crops. As for the radishes for the 2 horses, he planned to open up a separate field. So, he knocked on the hole dug by the mole next to the farmland. Soon, the mole in the underground cave heard the noise from above, and crawled out along the passage, poked his head out, and looked at Naoki. Squeak. I have something to ask of you. Help me to open up 2 more fields behind this one. Naoki said. Squeak. The mole said he understood. He immediately went underground and came to the area that Naoki pointed out. He worked hard to cultivate the land. After a while, 2 neat fields were formed under the efforts of the mole. The Bud Crown King looked at this scene in surprise, and couldn't help but sighed. You are really popular with these children. After finishing his work, the mole ran back excitedly. Naoki smiled and fed it the food in his hand, saying, I provide them with food and shelter, and they stay here to help me. This is probably a kind of mutual dependence, right? More than that. The Bud Crown King said, I can feel that these children like you from the bottom of their hearts. Naoki smiled slightly, then took the radish seeds prepared in advance from Gillerton and planted them in 2 fields. After he finished this work, the Bud Crown King rode on the Snow Blizzard horse, used his mental power to control the ice attribute energy on the Snow Blizzard horse, and injected them into the field on the left. In the blink of an eye, the edge of the field was covered with a thick layer of frost. The snowy field is complete. Then, the figure of the Bud Crown King flashed, and he used instant teleportation to transfer to the ghost horse. The powerful mental power poured the ghost attribute energy of the ghost horse into the earth. The originally brown field was covered with a layer of ghost purple at a speed visible to the naked eye, and wisps of purple mist were surging in the soil, which looked like a dream. The ghost field is also completed. Looking at this scene, the Bud Crown King began the last step. The huge flower bud on his head bloomed with blue light, and then the 2 fields in front of him also burst into a strong blue light. As the light enveloped, the radish seeds buried deep in the soil quickly broke out of the ground. When the light dissipated, the 2 fields were already full of black radishes and ice radishes. The mole who was watching this scene opened his eyes wide in shock, revealing a stunned expression. Squeak! The snowstorm horse snorted impatiently, and when he saw the radishes growing, he immediately ran forward impatiently, lowered his head, and began to feast on them in the field. The spirit horse glanced at the little mole, then slowly walked to the ghost field and ate its favorite black radish slowly. Looking at the scene, Naoki felt a sense of accomplishment inexplicably. Well, now I can plant radishes for them any time in the future. The Bud-Crowned King nodded slightly. Taking this opportunity, he asked his little believer about the tree. The Bud-Crowned King, in fact, compared to this matter, there is another thing that I care about more. Naoki was a little surprised. What? The Bud-Crowned King turned around and cast his eyes on the goat in the distance and the young seedling that they were nurturing on the green grass field. Where did that seedling come from? I felt a very strong life force in it, as if the vitality of the entire nature was presented in front of me. Chapter 267. Following the gaze of the Bud-Crowned King, in an open grassland, a young seedling stood between heaven and earth. It did not lose its color because of the cold winter, nor did it break in half because of the strong wind and heavy rain. World Tree Seedling. A seedling that absorbed a lot of grass power. Because of the goat on which it rode, it underwent a mutation during its growth process. The majestic vitality brewed in it, and it finally broke out of the ground. It will take 99,995.5 years to grow. That is the World Tree. Naoki answered. World Tree. The Bud Crown was slightly startled, then slowly shook his head. I have never heard of such a thing. The two walked forward and came to the seedling. Seeing Naoki, the three goats, who were using the green grass field to take care of the World Tree seedling, raised their heads. Mia, the tree is growing well, one of the goats said happily. Thank you for your hard work. Naoki reached out and touched its head, then told the Bud Crown about the World Tree. As far as I know, there is a fully grown World Tree somewhere in this world. To be more precise, it is called the World's Beginning Tree. It is located in the Kanto region. The story of the hero Eren and Lucario happened on that tree. The World's Beginning Tree. But Crown murmured the name. Naoki nodded. It is said that the tree existed at the beginning of the world. It has a symbiotic relationship with a dream. A large number of ancient Pokemon live on the tree. They and the tree are protected by the legendary giant Pokemon. And the origin of this tree. This is complicated. Naoki fell into thought, thinking about how to tell the Bud-Crowned King about the origin of this World Tree seedling. The Bud-Crowned King looked at the seedling in front of him with his eyes full of majesty and love. He couldn't help his curiosity and used the future prediction on this seedling. The next second, a layer of blue halo covered his eyes. Through the distant time and space, the Bud-Crowned King saw the scene of the future. At that time, the seedling in front of him had grown into a huge tree, even bigger than the pasture. It seemed that there was no room for it here. With a roar of the earth, the tree rose into the sky with a piece of earth, and when it reached a certain height, it magically floated there. In the hazy halo, the Bud Crown saw many Pokemon attracted by the World Tree. The mysterious bird Pokemon with golden red feathers, like flames. Its feathers are so gorgeous. Under the sunlight, it presents a rainbow-like light, and where it flies, a beautiful rainbow appears. The mysterious dragon Pokemon, which was pitch black, huge, and majestic, swept across the sky like a dragon, and then coiled on the top of the World Tree. And the humanoid Pokemon with a strong mental power, and a big tail behind it turned its head and looked around. Then, the Bud Crown saw a Pokemon that looked like a pink kitten and a flying bear chasing the humanoid Pokemon. The blue halo gradually disappeared, and the duration of predicting the future ended. The Bud Crown could no longer see anything more. At this time, Naoki had also thought about how to tell the Bud Crown the origin of this tree. To understand this matter, we must first understand the effect of the dessert grass cake he made. Naoki organized his words in his mind, and then slowly said, "In the past, I used my ability to make a cake, and that cake had a magical effect. That is, when the grass attribute Pokemon that eats it uses its own grass energy to cultivate flowers, plants and trees, there is a certain probability that they will undergo some magical changes." Grass cake? But Crown thought of the grass dumplings from before. Is it also made of grass? Yes. Naoki nodded. I will make one for you to taste in the afternoon. I am looking forward to it. But Crown smiled gently. Naoki continued. This World Tree was originally 3 ordinary miracle seeds. Do you know miracle seeds? But Crown had never heard of them. Naoki explained. It is a seed that contains magical power. When Pokemon carry it on their body, it will help Pokemon enhance the power of the grass attribute moves they use. But Crown is a very intelligent Pokemon. After thinking about these words, he understood what happened next. But Crown cast his eyes on the 3 goats. After that, the 3 seeds were buried in the soil. They ate the cake and used the grass energy to cultivate the seeds, which broke through the soil and became the world tree. I guess right? Bud Crown asked with a smile. That's right. Naoki nodded, and was full of admiration in his heart. It is worthy of being a Pokemon who once served as a king and ruled the entire region. The Bud Crown King was able to foresee the disasters that would happen in the future and quickly come up with a perfect response strategy. The wisdom and foresight of the Bud Crown King, who could make such a decision, had already far surpassed that of ordinary human kings. I already know the origin of this tree, but I can feel that it is in its juvenile stage, and it will take a long time to grow up. The Bud Crown King said again. 100,000 years. A number appeared in Naoki's mind. If this world tree was allowed to grow freely, he would probably have returned to dust by then. At this time, the eyes of the Bud Crown King beside him suddenly burst into a gleam of light, and he said with expectation and excitement, in this case, let me help it grow. After that, a strong momentum burst out from the Bud Crown King. The former king waved his left and right hands at the same time. The powerful energy caused a strong wind, and humans would not be hurt by it, but would feel like being bathed in spring breeze. Naoki looked at the Bud Crown King. At this time, the energy released by the Bud Crown King had turned into a green ball of light. The Bud Crown King, who was at the center of the ball of light, waved his right hand, and the ball of light began to expand around him. A warm spring breeze blew, and the grass that had withered due to the season instantly turned into a green scene. Tender and vibrant little yellow flowers bloomed on the grass. It stopped expanding until the ball of light enveloped the world tree. Then, the Bud Crown King waved his left hand again. The next second, the world tree, which had not changed for a long time, began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. A green leaf grew on the small branch, and the trunk, which seemed fragile at first, grew taller and stronger than before. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Naoki looked at the world tree, and then saw the numbers on it rapidly decreasing. World tree seedling. A seedling that absorbed a lot of grass power. Because of the goat on which it rode, it underwent a mutation during its growth process. A great vitality was brewing in it, and it finally broke out of the ground. It will take another 99,989 years to grow. 99,970 years. 99,885 years. 99,600 years. 98,567 years. 97,995 years. Finally, the number was fixed at 97,995 years. It reduced the time by 2,000 years. Naoki was shocked. This means that he can really see the world tree grow up in his lifetime. The Bud Crown King helped him defeat time. The strange phenomenon around him gradually disappeared, and the Bud Crown King put down his hand with a tired face. Naoki asked quickly, "How do you feel?" The Bud Crown King's expression could not hide his fatigue. The life level of this world tree is far higher than my cognition. With my strength, I can only do this. The power I consume needs 1 month to recover. Hearing this, Naoki couldn't help but feel a little sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have to be so tired. However, the King of the Crown Flower shook his head, his eyes shining, and said, "Don't feel guilty, this is my own choice, and it's our honor to be able to participate in it." King of the Crown Flower. Naoki was deeply moved. It's decided that I will make some delicious food for King of the Crown Flower to replenish his body later. The tired King of the Crown Flower now wants to rest for a while. So Naoki took him to the glass greenhouse. The heating in the glass greenhouse was turned on very well, and the flower stands around were filled with beautiful flowers, and the room was filled with the fragrance of flowers. Long before the arrival of winter, Naoki had already arranged the facilities in the glass greenhouse. There was a bookshelf on the left side of the wall, which was filled with various books. Under the bookshelf was a lazy sofa for rest, and a wooden coffee table. Further inside, in the center of the area surrounded by flower stands, there was an iron tea table. Bud Crown sat next to the tea table. Naoki brought him a cup of black tea and some small desserts to restore his strength and energy and let him rest here. Bud Crown turned his head to look at the green vines and blooming flowers hanging next to him, and couldn't help but sigh. The wisdom of humans really amazes me. I didn't expect that even without my power, they can make flowers and plants bloom in this season. Naoki sat next to the tea table and chatted with Bud Crown. Yes, the world is constantly changing. Who in the past could have imagined that thousands of years later, humans and Pokemon would develop into the relationship they are now? Yes. The Bud Crown King took a sip of sweet black tea. Bathed in this warm environment, and the space filled with the fragrance of flowers, He felt that his body and mind could not help but relax. The Hakrons also followed Naoki to the flower room. They curled up on the sofa, revealing their white bellies, and seemed to like this warm place very much. Naoki looked at this scene, and calculated the time it would take for the world tree to grow in his mind. The Bud Crown King can shorten its growth period by 2,000 years at a time. But after that, the Bud Crown King needs to rest for a month. 1 month is 2,000 years, and 100,000 years will take 50 months. And there are 12 months in a year, which means that even with the help of the Bud Crown, the world tree still needs about 4 years to grow completely. 4 years. Naoki is very satisfied with this number. After all, according to the original time, he will never see the world tree grow up. After a while, the Bud Crown seemed to fall asleep. It is indeed easy to make people sleepy in this warm and comfortable environment. The 5 Haxorus also slept crookedly and looked messy. Naoki did not disturb them, and got up and left the glass house quietly. He returned to the house, and checked the daily necessities at home. He found that some seasonings and ingredients had been used up during his absence. So, taking this opportunity, Naoki called Motor Lizard and rode it to Jichin Town. Because of the temperature, the people in Jichin Town have changed into winter clothes to keep warm. Although it has not snowed yet, some people who are afraid of the cold have even tied scarves. After buying daily necessities from the store, Naoki went to the seed store in town. When the owner of the seed store, Arrow, saw him, he smiled and said, "Hi Naoki, I haven't seen you for a long time." Naoki smiled and said, "I went out to do some things recently, and just came back." "I see." Arrow suddenly realized, "Then let's take a look. What kind of seeds do you want to buy this time?" "Radish seeds, are there any here?" Naoki looked around and searched on the shelves. Now that he has the ice field and the ghost field, he doesn't have to worry about the food problem for the snow horse and the ghost horse. Just plant the ordinary radish seeds in it, and it will soon grow into the ice radish and black radish that the 2 horses love to eat. In addition, Naoki still remembers that the Bud Crown King said that he wanted to eat carrots. It just so happens that there are many ordinary fields in the ranch, where he can plant some for the Bud Crown King, and then make it into a dish to see if carrots have any magical effects. Hearing his needs, Arrow quickly replied, "Yes, yes." He left the counter, and came up to help pick up the goods. While picking up the goods, he expressed his gratitude to Naoki. "Thanks to you, my daughter Belle now dares to leave the room." Naoki was a little surprised. He recalled a little and soon remembered the girl who didn't dare to go out because she was afraid that things outside would hurt her. He remembered that the advice he gave at the time was to give Belle a harmless EV egg so that she could take care of Pokemon from a young age, so that she would not be afraid. "How is it now?" Naoki asked curiously. Arrow grinned and explained. Belle was very worried at first, but after Eevee hatched, the situation gradually improved. Before, Eevee accidentally ran outside, and Belle mustered up the courage to go out of the house to find Eevee. Speaking of which, Eevee is also a great contributor to Belle's ability to overcome paranoia. Very good. Naoki smiled. He could almost imagine the situation at that time. The girl who was hurt by Pokemon and suffered from paranoia, and was afraid of going out, and Pokemon was finally cured by Pokemon. What a perfect ending. After paying for the seeds, Naoki said goodbye to Arrow with the Motor Lizard, and went to the cabin built by Carrie at the edge of the forest. When he arrived there, Carrie was drawing the design of the house in the cabin. Hearing the movement behind her, Carrie turned around and said in surprise, "What a rare guest." Naoki, Carrie smiled and stood up and asked, "What do you want to buy this time?" Naoki said concisely, "Stables, I want to build 2 spacious stables." Hearing this, Klee was very surprised. "You captured a horse Pokemon? What kind of horse is it? Muddy horse or Blaze horse?" Naoki smiled mysteriously, "Neither." Seeing this, Klee couldn't help but frown. "Could it be Slowpoke? Oh, I almost forgot. Slowpoke has now been changed to Slowpoke by the Alliance." Naoki said speechlessly, "Slowpoke can't be ridden at all, okay. As for what kind of horse it is, you will know when you get to the ranch." "Okay." Seeing his mysterious look, Klee didn't ask any more questions. She turned around and took out the design of the stable and asked, "Come and see, what kind of stable do you want to build?" Naoki went forward to check. There were 2 designs in total. The first one showed a connected stable with a large space inside, which could accommodate several horse Pokemon. The second one was a separate small house similar to a toilet, suitable for a horse to live in. Carrie introduced. "The first one is for people who run horse farms. You know, there are usually many horse Pokemon raised there." Hearing this, Naoki immediately rejected the first design in his mind. Forget the first one. Because the relationship between the blizzard horse and the spirit horse is not close, and one likes to be quiet and the other is irritable, they are not suitable to live together. Then the second one. Kelly continued, this kind of stable has a larger internal space, and it will be covered with a thick layer of hay, which is very suitable for a horse to live in. Naoki was also very satisfied, so he nodded and said, then the second one, I want two. Two? A total of 2 horses? Kelly was surprised. Naoki nodded. Okay. Kelly was just a little surprised. She didn't ask more. In that case, then I will go to your ranch this afternoon to take a look. Okay. The two agreed to meet in the afternoon, and then Naoki rode the motorcycle lizard back to the ranch. Chapter 268. After returning to the ranch, the Bud Crown King and Haxorus had not woken up yet. Taking advantage of this time, Naoki turned over the fields at home and planted the radish seeds he bought. Seeing that the ice radishes and black radishes in the ice and snow fields and the ghost fields were almost eaten by the snow blizzard horses and the ghost horses, he went up and planted some radishes in them. This time, the power of the Bud Crown King to accelerate growth was not needed, and they could just grow slowly here. After everything was done, the time came to 12 noon. My sister Ai Guancher has prepared a hot lunch. It was cold outside, but the room was warm. The fire in the fireplace was burning brightly. As soon as he came in, Naoki sighed comfortably. He put on cotton slippers and looked at the room. My brother Ai Guancher and Babu Tubo, who had slept all morning, had woken up and were standing in the living room a little embarrassedly. Why are you standing there? Come and eat. Naoki pretended not to see and greeted them casually. A group of Pokemon cheered and ran to their own dining table. While eating, Naoki looked at Babudu, and the cute pink Babudu appeared in his mind. He couldn't help asking, Babudu, do you want to change your fur? Bamo? What? Hearing this, Babudu was shocked. This reminded him of a midnight movie that he and Glacian and Frosty stayed at home to watch when Naoki went out not long ago. The protagonists of that movie were several Pikachus. They originally lived happily together in the forest, but suddenly one day, an evil demon came into the forest. The demon was a Pokemon that had been killed by someone. Before it died, the bad guy stripped off all its fur. So its resentment turned into a demon, wandering on the earth. When it saw a Pokemon with beautiful fur, it would catch it and ask it if it had seen its fur. Regardless of whether the other party had seen it or not, the demon would eventually cruelly strip off the fur of the victim Pokemon, bloody and very scary, and those Pikachus didn't escape the devil's clutches, and all lost their fur. Throughout this day, Babu Tubo still breaks out in a cold sweat when thinking about that movie. And now, Naoki is asking it the same question? Could it be that Naoki has also become a devil? Babu Tubo, Naoki noticed Babu Tubo's shocked expression and asked in confusion, what's that expression on your face? So next, Naoki heard from a group of Pokemon that an evil demon that only appears at midnight specializes in skinning furry Pokemon. Too abominable. After hearing this, Naoki slammed the table and stood up. Bubble and Motor Lizard huddled together and nodded. Bammo. Right. No, I have to call and report it. This is not a movie. This is clearly a Pokemon cult. Naoki made such a decision immediately, and prepared to stay up late to arrest people on the spot, to see how big the scale of the movie was. Bubble and the others were very scared, and even Dragonite shuddered when he thought of that scene. Motor Lizard, who had never seen the movie, was confused, while Golden had a speechless expression on his face. Ah, gah. Seeing that the Pokemon were all scared, Naoki said again, don't be afraid, it's just a movie. When I say change your fur, I don't mean to take off your fur, but to change its color. Hearing this, Babu Tubo was a little bit unbelieving. Bammo? Naoki asked, do you want to try it? Seeing Naoki's expectant eyes, Babu Tubo thought about it, and then he felt a little curious. It nodded and decided to give it a try. Very good. It happened that lunch was almost finished at this time, and Naoki took out the dyed fruit and placed it in front of Babu Tubo. Looking at this fragrant fruit that looked like a tree fruit, Babu Tubo opened his mouth and took a bite. When it ate the whole dyed fruit into its stomach, the color of its body began to change. From the orange color at the beginning, it turned into a cute pink. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Pokemons all made a sound of surprise, some envious and some fond. Babu Tubo looked down at himself like this, and at first, he felt a little uncomfortable. But soon, he was overwhelmed by everyone's bright eyes and envious eyes, and stood on the sofa dizzy and a little shy. Ma. Frosty Milk Fairy's eyes were bright. In this family, he was the one who liked pink things the most, The pink and tender Babu Tupo looked like delicious fresh cream. It also wants to become this color. Frosty Milky Fairy immediately turned to look at Naoki. Naoki recalled the color of the heterochromatic Frosty Milky Fairy, which seemed to be coal-like black. This color is really incompatible with a Pokemon like Frosty Milky Fairy. But, if you eat that kind of fruit, your body will turn black, Naoki said truthfully. Frosty Milky Fairy was immediately disappointed. So forget it, Naoki comforted. Your current color is very beautiful, a light pink like cream. Frosty Milk Fairy was comforted. It was very happy, and didn't want to change into other colors. Dragonite on the side looked at the pink Babu Tudger, and couldn't help but think of the pink Haxorus on Dragonite Island. It seems that Naoki likes this color very much. If it also turns into this color, will Naoki not be attracted by other Dragonites? Thinking of this, Dragonite immediately came to Naoki and looked at him eagerly. Awoo! The number of words to translate melon seed crisps has been used up, but looking at Dragonite's appearance, Naoki guessed its meaning at once. You want to change your color too? Dragonite nodded repeatedly and said happily, Awoo! Naoki's mind was filled with the image of a fat green creature, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Thinking carefully, he began to teach the Pokemon about heterochromatic Pokemon. Heterochromatic Pokemon are the most special among all Pokemon species. The probability of their birth is very small. Perhaps only one heterochromatic Pokemon can be born among thousands or tens of thousands of Pokemon. Like its name, the body color of the heterochromatic Pokemon is very different from other Pokemon in the group. So far, you should have seen a heterochromatic Pokemon, the pink Haxorus that comes to the ranch every day. Hearing this, the Pokemon immediately remembered the 5 Haxorus that came to play all day, one of which was pink, unlike the other Haxorus. Naoki continued, the body colors of heterochromatic Pokemon of different races will also be different. For example, the heterochromatic Babu is pink, while the heterochromatic Frostmilk is black. Ouch! Dragonite asked quickly, what about it? What color is its different color? Naoki picked up a piece of green vegetable, pointed at the color on it, and said, green. Ouch! So ugly. Dragonite made a disgusted cry and immediately lost interest in changing colors. Apatow is dark green, Psyduck is blue, Motor Lizard is grayish-white, and Gurdon is black. Naoki's eyes swept over the group of Pokemon in front of him, introducing the flashing colors of the Pokemon in the ranch one by one. At the end, he asked, do you understand? All the Pokemon nodded in unison. Naoki smiled and continued, the fruit is grown on the fruit trees in the orchard. Maybe there will be more fruits like this in the future. If you want to experience it, you can eat them. One can make you change into a different color. If you eat another one, you can change back to your original appearance, so don't worry about never changing back. In the afternoon, Carrie drove her car to help Naoki build a stable. As soon as she arrived at the ranch, she saw a pink Pomfret wearing a handsome cape flying around in the ranch. Clary was confused. Why did Pomfret turn pink? It ate a fruit called the Dying Fruit, which can change the color of Pokemon. Naoki explained with a smile. I see. At this time, Pomfret heard someone calling its name and flew over happily. The moment she saw the pink Pomfret, Clary's eyes lit up. She felt her girlish heart touched, and couldn't help but reach out to Babu Tuduk. But soon, she realized what she was doing, stopped her behavior, and apologized to Naoki. Sorry, I just haven't seen Babu Tuduk like this before. Naoki grinned, hugged Babu Tuduk in his arms, and pinched its little paw pads. Babu Tuduk made a coquettish sound, Bammo. Cute, right? Naoki asked. Yeah. Klee swallowed her saliva, very cute. Bubble Digger made a cry, and poor Klee's attack was reduced. Naoki felt that this cute appearance might provide some significant benefits in Pokemon battles. I believe that anyone who sees Babu Digger at first glance will think it is a cute, soft and harmless Pokemon. However, in fact, Babu Digger can swing his hammer with sparks and lightning to smash his opponent away. The little blacksmith has already started to help make Babu Digger's hammer, and I believe it will be completed in no time. The feathers of the steel crow are very conductive. When the time comes, Babu Tudger will be able to evolve into a complete form and become a real Thor. Naoki let go of Babu Tudger. Go play. Babu Tudger flew away. Carrie's eyes followed the cute Babu Tudger, and it took her a long time to remember the business. She looked around and asked, have you chosen the location of the stable? Naoki nodded, took her to the side of the house, pointed to the empty space, and said, let's build it here. Build it next to the house, so it will be convenient to go out in the future. But now, he has too many Pokemon mounts, and Naoki doesn't know which one to choose every time he goes out. Okay. Claire didn't say much. She walked forward to measure the distance, and then asked the strange force to take the tools and wood from the car, and started to build it with clanging. The construction of the stable is relatively small, and it can be completed in about a few hours. Naoki looked around and didn't find any trace of the spirit horse and the snow horse. Taking advantage of this time, he strolled around the ranch and finally found 2 horses in the orchard. They were wandering by the river, drinking the clear water in the river. At this time, the figure of the Bud Crown King suddenly appeared beside the 2 horses, accompanying them to drink water. Seeing that the Bud Crown King woke up, Naoki said, "I didn't call you because you were sleeping. I prepared food for you separately." The Bud Crown King smiled. Crown. Naoki, Oops, he couldn't understand the Bud Crown King again. It's not a big deal to always eat melon seeds. It would be great if Bud Crown could sense telepathy. Unfortunately, it doesn't. Naoki took a deep breath, and at this moment, he suddenly thought of Bud Crown's attributes. As we all know, Bud Crown is a Pokemon with both grass and psychic attributes. And even some ordinary psychic Pokemon can have the ability of telepathy. So the question is, can Bud Crown learn telepathy? Thinking of this, Naoki immediately looked at Bud Crown. Seeing the little believer looking at him, the Bud Crown King showed a puzzled expression on his face. Naoki, Bud Crown King, have you heard of the ability of telepathy? Telepathy? Bud Crown King looked confused, and shook his head, indicating that he had never heard of it. It means that you don't need to talk directly, nor do you need to control other humans to act as a megaphone, and you can communicate directly with the human you want to communicate with. Recalling the Pokemon that can use telepathy in the anime, Naoki guessed its principle. The general meaning is to use superpowers to transmit what you want to say to the other person's brain, and then use superpowers to perceive the other person's thoughts, so that you can communicate without speaking. Superpowers are a very magical ability. If anyone is the best at using this ability, it must be Mutuo. In the anime, it has used superpowers to go deep into the human brain to explore their memories and implant false memories in humans. Not only that, it can also erase some of the human memories. Hearing this, the Bud Crown King fell into deep thought. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but then closed it again. Heart-to-heart communication? The Bud Crown King had never tried this method before, nor had he heard of communicating with humans in this way. In the past, when he needed to communicate with humans, he would mostly use the human body to convey his meaning. But now, the King of the Flower Crown closed his eyes, felt carefully, and gradually explored and searched according to the way the little believer said. He controlled his superpowers, included his thoughts in them, and then transmitted them to the little believer's mind. The next second, the voice of the King of the Flower Crown sounded in Naoki's heart. "Is that so?" Naoki's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly. "That's right." As expected of a wise Pokemon, Bud Crest learned it right away. "I know. So that's how it is. It's really amazing. I never thought that I could communicate with humans in this way before. Now I understand," Bud Crest said through telepathy. Seeing that Bud Crest had learned telepathy, Naoki couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His mouth, which was swollen with inflammation, could finally rest. Then, Naoki started talking about business. "I just invited people from the town to come to the ranch to help build a stable for the spirit horse and the snow horse to live. You can see if it's suitable later." "Yes." The Bud Crown King nodded slightly, turned around and looked at his 2 beloved horses lovingly, and said slowly, "My beloved horses have always lived on the cold snowfield. In comparison, this place is more livable. I can feel that the beloved horses like your ranch very much." Hearing this, Naoki looked at Lingyu Horse and Blizzard Horse. At this stage, Blizzard Horse and he have a better relationship. Because Blizzard Horse likes the ice radish he grows very much, Blizzard Horse does not care about his riding. And Lingiuma. Naoki looked up and saw Lingiuma looking at him with a gloomy gaze. The man and the horse looked at each other for a while. Naoki smiled friendly, and then said, "I almost forgot that the grass cake is being baked at home. I go get it. You can wait for me in the glass flower house first." The Bud Crown King nodded kindly. Naoki turned back to the room, took the baked grass cake out of the oven, looked down, and the information about this cake emerged from his mind. Grass cake, a cake made with ripe summer grass, flour, moo milk, and cream milk fairies cream. Cooking effect, 1,000 changes. After being eaten by a grass attribute Pokemon, the crops it takes care of with grass attribute energy have a very small chance of producing slight mutations. Evaluation, perfectly blends the flavors of different ingredients into one, and is quite popular with grass attribute Pokemon. The grass attribute Pokemon that eats it may surprise you with gratitude. Naoki brought the cake, black tea, and tea sets to the glass flower room, but he never expected that Lai Bei-cha and Busihu in the room would follow him after seeing his actions. When he opened the door, the Bud Crown King was already sitting in front of the iron tea table. Naoki put the grass cake on the table, and was about to make 2 cups of black tea when he saw Lai Bei-cha and Busihu flying to the iron tea table. Naoki couldn't help but ask curiously, "Do you want to drink too?" Busihu shook his head, and the little man in the pot showed a happy smile on his face. He liked this place very much, and the tea brewed by Naoki made him feel the taste of happiness. Therefore, he also wanted to share his carefully brewed black tea with Bud Crown King and Naoki to taste. I saw the Busihu circling around the teacup on the tea table. Then, a stream of clear and fragrant purple tea was poured into the cup. When the cup was full, the Busihu stopped and happily circled among the flowers, inviting in a cheerful tone, "Busi." Seeing this, the Bud Crown King was slightly startled, and then understood what it meant. He explained to Naoki, "This child is inviting us to taste its black tea." Naoki was also very surprised, because he knew very well what it meant for Busihu to share black tea. Every black tea lover knows that the black tea of the Busihu has a unique taste and tea fragrance. The taste and fragrance are very unique, and it is an extremely rare treasure. Under normal circumstances, the Busihu will not share its tea with others. If you force someone to drink it, the Busihu will angrily spray its tea-like body into the other person's mouth. Once humans drink this kind of tea with bad emotions, they will be attacked by cold. But now, the Busihu is mainly inviting them to taste it. This means that this Busihu has begun to trust him and the Bud Crown King. Chapter 269. In the flower room as warm as spring. Under the expectant gaze of the Busihu, Naoki and the Bud Crown King picked up the teacup in front of them and began to taste it with bated breath. The purple liquid in the cup swayed gently, and the tea inside was so clear and bright, like a pool of purple spring water. Naoki lowered his head and sniffed first, and immediately smelled a unique tea fragrance that made him feel relaxed and happy. He raised the cup to his lips and took a sip, and the next second, he was shocked by the deliciousness of the tea. Just like traveling back to those gourmet TV shows he had watched before, after drinking this cup of tea, one can really feel as if he is in a dreamland. Naoki's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help thinking about the possibility of using the Buse pot as a pot that is good at brewing tree juice. Although the Buse pot cannot directly turn tea leaves into tea like a pot, its power can make the quality and taste of tea even better. Thinking of this, Naoki looked up, wondering what the Bud Crown King thought of this tea. At this time, the Bud Crown King was sitting in the flowers, sipping from the cup elegantly. He closed his eyes and moved slowly, as if he was savoring the taste of tea. After a long time, the Bud Crown King opened his eyes and looked at the waiting Buse pot with a gentle gaze. "Your tea is the best in the world." The Buse pot's eyes lit up, and then he looked at Naoki. Naoki also smiled and nodded. "I have never tasted such delicious tea." Hearing this, the Buse pot's little man immediately turned around excitedly, and Lai Bei-cha, feeling its emotions, also swayed behind it. Naoki and the Bud Crown King smiled as they watched the scene. Then, Naoki pushed the cut grass cake in front of the Bud Crown King. "Try it?" The Bud Crown King looked down, and saw a piece of dessert in front of him that exuded a strong grass fragrance and sweetness. Naoki showed him how to use a knife and fork. The Bud Crown King understood, and used a silver knife to cut a small piece of grass cake with an elegant gesture, then picked it up with a fork, and put it into his mouth to taste it carefully. As soon as the cake entered his mouth, the Bud Crown King felt a strong grass aroma, and the sweetness of the cream and caramel wiped out the original bitterness of the grass, tasting it with a very unique taste. In addition, there are strands of grass attribute energy in it, and the Bud Crown King thinks that no grass attribute Pokemon can refuse this snack. He really likes it, even more than the orange carrots that his followers offered him a long time ago. "This is the most delicious snack I have ever eaten," the Bud Crown King praised. Seeing this, Naoki immediately laughed. "That's good." But the Bud Crown King seemed to have thought of something, and he asked, "You said before that the grass cake will allow the eater to change the crops when cultivating them. So do I also have this ability?" Naoki thought about it carefully and replied, "In theory, that's right." He took another look at the effect of the grass cake and saw that there was no restriction on the legendary Pokemon, so he nodded and confirmed, "That's right." But Crown's eyes lit up slightly, and he was a little curious. "Does it work on these flowers too?" Naoki nodded again, "Yes." Hearing this, Bud Crown said, "I want to try it." Naoki was slightly stunned. "Won't this consume too much of your physical strength?" The Bud Crown shook his head. My power comes from faith. I can feel that my faith is endless on this land. Now I have my beloved horse by my side. That's why I can recover in a month. The energy required to make flowers bloom is completely different from that required to take care of the world tree. Now I can make the whole pasture green and full of flowers with just a thought. Naoki understood. The Bud Crown meant that taking care of the world tree would consume 90% of his power, while making flowers bloom and crops mature in a small area would only consume 0.5% of his energy. Then give it a try? Naoki was also a little curious. The Bud Crown King nodded gently. He floated from the iron tea table to the air, facing the flowers that had not yet fully bloomed, and gently waved his right hand. The next second, a magical scene happened. In the huge flower room, whether it was the flowers planted in the pots or hanging on the flower racks, they all bloomed beautiful flowers at the same time. Seeing this, the Bud Crown King put down his hand and turned around to ask, "Is this all right? I have to take a look." After saying that, Naoki searched among the flower stands. His eyes swept over the blooming flowers. Rose, no. Peony, no. Pansy, no. After walking around, Naoki finally found a mutated flower. It was a rose with a color as bright and soft as moonlight. Moondew Rose, a rose that evolved under the nourishment of grass energy. It was originally an ordinary red rose, but now it has the power of the moon. After being made into food, it can give food. Moonstone. Seeing Naoki stop, Pokemon such as Budcrest, Butterfree, and Butterfree living in the flower house all flew over. Budcrest looked at the rose and immediately determined that it was the flower that had changed. "Is it this one?" Budcrest asked. Naoki nodded. It has changed from an ordinary red rose to a moon rose. After making it into a dish, it can also give the dish a magical effect. Rose pastry, flower cake, rose jam. Naoki's mind immediately popped up some dishes that can be made with roses. As for the moonstone, it should have the same effect as the moonstone that allows certain Pokemon to evolve, right? It's a pity that there are no Pokemon in the ranch that can use it. It's really magical. But Crown looked at his hand. He never thought that he could have such power. At this time, Claire's voice came from outside. "Naoki, are you in the greenhouse? The stable is built, bring your 2 horses to see it." "It seems that the stable is built," Naoki said. "My beloved horse's residence. I will go with you," the Bud Crown said. Naoki nodded, turned around and walked out with the Bud Crown. Not far away, 2 monsters were moving construction tools and remaining wood onto the car, while Klee was checking the stable for any gaps. Seeing Naoki coming out, she looked up and said, "It's ready, come and take a look." However, the next second, Klee saw the Pokemon floating next to Naoki. That was... Several memories flashed through Klee's mind. Naoki Ranch planted a huge watermelon and invited the people in the town to taste it. He took everyone to visit a statue called the King of Plenty. During the autumn Thanksgiving season, Mayor Thomas made a huge statue of the King of Plenty and placed it in the town celebration square. And her home is filled with many handmade wood carvings, which she carved one by one and then sold to the people in the town. That familiar big head, that long king's cloak, that majestic eyes, and that slender and elegant posture. That Pokemon. It's Budcrest. It was as if a thunderclap exploded in her mind. Klee opened her eyes wide and looked at Budcrest in disbelief. "Oh my God!" she cried out in surprise. She had heard the legend of the King of Plenty from Naoki a long time ago, and now, this legendary Pokemon has come to Naoki's ranch. Did Naoki capture him? "Klee?" Looking at Klee in a daze, Naoki walked up and called for help. Klee suddenly woke up, and then she found that Budcrest was also looking at her, and even gave her a kind smile. Leaf Crown King?" Claire could not help but ask. Leaf Crown King nodded slightly, and said telepathically, "Yes, I am the Leaf Crown King." "Oh my God!" Claire was even more shocked. She looked at Naoki uncertainly. "Is it the Leaf Crown King who is talking to me?" Naoki, "Yes, calm down, Claire. Don't be so surprised." Claire realized that she was a little too shocked. She quickly responded and calmed herself down. Naoki explained, "From now on, the Leaf Crown King will always live in my ranch." Sure enough, Naoki captured him, right? Naoki actually captured a legendary Pokemon. Claire was shocked, but then she remembered Naoki's previous trip. "You went out some time ago to find Bud Crown?" Naoki nodded, "Yes." At this time, under the call of Bud Crown, Spirit Horse and Snow Horse ran over from 2 different directions. Claire looked at the 2 horse Pokemon she had never seen before, and after a moment of hesitation, she asked, "Are these the two horse Pokemon you brought back?" The Psyche and the Snowbron came over and stood beside the Budcrest, casting their eyes on the only strange human being present. Naoki looked at the scene and replied, "Yes, they are the two of Budcrest's favorite horses, and they came to the ranch with Budcrest." Budcrest's favorite horses. Klee was stunned. Naoki walked forward calmly, checking the two luxurious single stables in front of him, and explained to Klee, "The one on the left is Psyche, and the one on the right is Snowbron. They are Pokemon that have been with Budcrest for a long time. In the Galar legend, Budcrest once rode them, and galloped across the land of Galar, the legendary king's favorite horse." Claire was a little dazed. No wonder she had never seen these two horses before. It turned out that they were the royal horses of the Bud Crown King. After the initial shock, Claire gradually calmed down. She glanced at the snorting Blizzard horse and the Spirit horse, and then introduced the two stables to Naoki. "This is the largest stable, just right for Blizzard horse and Spirit horse to live in. The wooden wall below can protect them from wind and rain, and soft hay can be laid inside at the back for them to use as beds." Naoki nodded. "Hey, there happened to be a haystack in the pasture, which he and Golden had cut together in the previous autumn." Clary continued, "This is the trough and water trough in front. Just put food and water in it. If Pokemon wants to eat, he can just stick his head out and eat. It's very convenient." "Okay, I get it. Let's do it this way for now." Naoki was very satisfied with the two stables. I believe that Lindyuma and Blizzardma would not dislike it either. After all, they both lived in the cold and dilapidated Crown Temple before. In comparison, the stable is very warm and comfortable. The ranch is so big that they can run around and eat carrots during the day, and then go back to the stable, and sleep on the soft and warm haystacks when it gets dark. "Well, if there is nothing else, we will leave first. Elif Cherry Orchard ordered a wine rack from my store yesterday, and I have to deliver it to him," Carrie said. "Okay." Naoki nodded, and watched Carrie leave the ranch. It was getting dark. Naoki pushed the cart again, and together with Golden, he came to the haystack, and used a pitchfork to fork a cart of hay, and spread it in the stable. Then, he drew water, and poured the clean water into the trough. Finally, he put a pile of tree fruits, and the few remaining ice radishes and black radishes in the trough. In this way, the stables for the Spirit horse and the Snowstorm horse were completely built. "Want to try it in? Pick a room you like." Naoki held a pitchfork, stood with Golden and the Bud Crown King, and looked at the two horses next to them. Hearing this, Lingyu horse and Snowstorm horse looked at each other silently, then stepped forward and each chose a stable to enter. Seeing this, Naoki was a little surprised. He originally thought that the two horses would have a quarrel due to their different tempers, but in the end, they lived in their own stables in a tacit understanding. On second thought, these two horses have known each other for thousands of years, and their tempers should have been adjusted long ago. In the dusk, Lingyu horse and Snowstorm horse in the stable stood in front of the trough, lowering their heads to nibble on the tree fruits and radishes inside. The Bud Crown looked at this scene with a gentle look, and said to Naoki, "They like the place you prepared for them very much." "That's good." Naoki smiled slightly, looked at the sunset in the sky, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, the pony and the Snowbringer were settled. Next, he can finally stay at home and enjoy life. It's November now, and it should snow in a few weeks. The ranch will be covered with snow, and he will take a group of Pokemon to build snowmen and have snowball fights in the ranch. As for now, he should go back to prepare dinner. Naoki returned to the glass flower house, and picked the Moondew Rose, preparing to try to make flower cakes for the Pokemon to taste. But before he entered the house, a purple vortex suddenly appeared in the lake in the pasture. The door of time and space slowly opened, and the Bud Crown King immediately noticed something was wrong. His expression suddenly became majestic, and he shouted majestically, "Who is here?" Naoki already knew who it was. He shook his head at the Bud Crown King and said, "It's okay, it's just a Pokemon living in another space." But Crest gradually relaxed. Naoki recalled that Giratina, whose temperament was reversed, had asked him to plant some flowers in the reversed world. Now that Bud Crest has arrived at the ranch, the question is, can the seeds planted in the reversed world grow quickly with Bud Crest's power? We need to try it, Naoki thought. But the normal Giratina is still too dangerous, and its temperament is violent and difficult to negotiate with. If you want to negotiate with it, you have to reverse its temperament first. There was some unused water of the reversed world left in the refrigerator at home. Naoki first put some of the tribute into the mirror-like lake surface, and made up his mind to take the reverse dishes to the destroyed world tomorrow to take a look. By the way, see if Giratina's territory can be turned into his own vegetable garden and back garden. Anyway, the lake of the ranch is connected to that place, so it is convenient to go there. Chapter 270. The process of making flower cakes is not complicated, but there is only one moon rose, and there are so many Pokemon in the ranch that there is not enough to share. In order to let every Pokemon have a piece, Naoki went to the glass greenhouse and picked a full pot of flowers. He almost plucked all the edible flowers in the greenhouse. This made Butterfree and several 3Bs, who were watching on the side, almost shed tears of sadness, staring at the petals he picked. Naoki, The bud crown next to him looked at the scene with a smile on his face. He raised his hand gently, and saw colorful flowers blooming again on the bare rhizomes. Butterfree and 3B were immediately attracted by this scene, and looked at Bud Crown with admiration. Whee! Great! Buzz! Faced with the words of 3B and Butterfree, Bud Crown remained motionless. He sat elegantly in front of the iron tea table. Under the admiring eyes of several Pokemon, he calmly picked up a cup of black tea and put it to his lips and took a sip. This gesture immediately made Butterfree and Rebecca admire this powerful Pokemon that can make flowers bloom even more. They flew to the side of the bud crest and made happy noises around him. Seeing this, Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. It's great to have the bud crest here. He nodded to the bud crest and then carried the flowers back to the kitchen. AI huh? The younger sister AI Guancher looked at the flowers in the basket curiously and asked Naoki if he needed help. Naoki shook his head and said, I do it. The main thing is that this is my first time making this kind of dessert. I don't know if the method is correct. I have to try it out first. If you want to make flower cakes, you need to make rose jam first. But roses need to be fermented in a container for a month before they can become jam. This means that there is no way to make flower cakes today. After thinking for a while, Naoki decided to start with rose jam. He took the petals of these flowers, washed them, and put them aside, waited until the water dried, then added white sugar, and rubbed the white sugar and rose petals together until they became sticky. Then, put them in a transparent glass bottle, poured a layer of honey on it to seal it, and finally sealed the entire glass bottle and waited for the petals inside to ferment. Naoki made 3 bottles of rose jam in a row. When he looked down, the information about these rose jams emerged from his mind. Unfinished rose jam. The jam made from the petals of the newly bloomed roses has 30 days left to ferment. Sure enough, just as I remembered, the fermentation time is 30 days. Naoki murmured. He placed the jams in a cool and dark place in the corner of the kitchen and let them ferment naturally. Then, Naoki took out the frozen water of the reversed world from the refrigerator. He thawed the ice cubes, put them in a pot and boiled them, poured in a teapot, and began to brew tea. There are 3 types of dishes in the reversal series, namely heart, body, and skill. And if you want to calm down the irritable Giratina, you need to use the heart. After brewing 3 cups of black tea in a row, Naoki finally got what he wanted. Reversal black tea heart, black tea made with river water from the reversal world and tea leaves. Cooking effect, reversal of the universe. After eating, the hearts of humans and Pokemon will be reversed, such as kind people become evil, evil people become kind, timid people become brave, and selfish people become generous. Comment, drink with caution. The next step is to wait until tomorrow and mix it with the tribute and give it to Giratina to drink. Naoki made the next plan in his mind. First, he needs to reverse Giratina's personality and then take Butcrest and Golderton into the destroyed world. After that, he will look for land suitable for farming, plant seeds there, and use Butcrest's power to make them grow. If the seeds can grow, it means that things can be grown in that world. And the commission that Giratina had given him before could be completed. For farmers, turning a destroyed world into a new world full of flowers and green grass is a very fulfilling thing. The next morning, after finishing his daily work on the ranch, Naoki told the Bud Crown of his plan. Yesterday, the Pokemon lived in another world, a shadow world full of floating islands, no life, and full of destruction. I accidentally entered there before and met a Pokemon named Giratina. It loves flowers and asked me to plant some flowers in that world. But that world is a little strange. It is on the back of the world we live in. There are shadows everywhere. There is no sun and no earth. So we have to go there first to see if seeds can grow. Hearing this, Bud Crown nodded slightly and agreed happily. I understand. I am happy to help it. Although the aura he felt yesterday was fierce and powerful, there are no bad Pokemon that like flowers. Seeing that Budcrest agreed, Naoki said happily, "Then I leave it to you." Out of caution, Naoki did not enter the reverse world immediately. He still remembers that Giratina bombarded him for more than 10 minutes. Therefore, Naoki first came to the lake and the ranch with a tribute mixed with reverse black tea. Perhaps it was because Giratina was watching him in another world. When Naoki arrived here, a purple vortex-shaped entrance automatically appeared on the lake. Naoki threw the tribute into the vortex, and then waited on the shore for a while. After a while, a voice suddenly came from the vortex. "My friends, you can come in." The reversal was successful. Naoki stood up, nodded to the Bud Crown and Gulden, then rode Gulden, followed by the Bud Crown, and jumped into the purple vortex in front of him. In the destroyed space full of floating islands, a huge Pokemon with golden pupils, a wholly pure white body, and blue stripes all over it was slowly floating in the void. "Nice to meet you." The reverse Giratina showed a smirk on his face. Naoki, He was still a little uncomfortable with such a friendly Giratina. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I think I have found a way to plant flowers here as you asked me to do before." "Oh, really?" Giratina's tone revealed a hint of surprise. "Do I need to do anything?" Naoki shook his head, thinking that as long as he didn't attack them, he could leave the rest to them. After getting Giratina's permission, Naoki rode on Gulton and brought Budcrest to a smaller fragmented island. Giratina followed behind, its huge body floating on the small island, with a calm expression, and a hint of curiosity in its eyes, watching Naoki's actions below. "What are you going to do? Dig the soil like you do outside?" Giratina asked. "That's called farming." As Naoki explained, he observed the soil below. The soil on this sky island was reddish-brown and a bit hard, and it was not suitable for farming. He dug it twice with a hoe, and found that the soil he dug out was lumpy, and could not be used for planting. After a little thought, Naoki decided to use the power of Pokemon. He asked Gulton to go to the ranch to pick up the mole. "Ah gah." Gulton happily did it. It flew back to the ranch at the fastest speed, and soon, it returned here with the mole. Squeak. After seeing Giratina in front of him, Diglett was frightened by its terrible aura, and quickly hid behind Gulden and trembled. "Ah gah." Gulden pushed it out speechlessly. Naoki explained, "Don't worry, it's okay. I asked you to come here this time because I want you to turn over the land here." Hearing this, Diglett looked at Giratina timidly. Squeak. Seeing that Giratina really had no intention of attacking it, Diglett's heart was slightly relieved. Under the watchful eyes of the big guys, it went into the Sky Island and began to turn the land as usual. As the mole moved, the soil on the Sky Island immediately became soft at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Now we can start planting," Naoki said in his heart. This trip was just to verify whether it was possible to plant here, so he didn't bring too many seeds, only a few leftover fruit cores. However, just when he wanted to bury the fruit seeds in the soil, Giratina behind him suddenly changed his aura. Naoki turned his head, and saw that Giratina's eyes had turned blood red again, and the stripes on his body had returned to their original black and red colors. Oops, the time for the reversal tea has expired. Naoki's heart skipped a beat, and he was a little worried that Giratina would be angry. However, although the Giratina in front of him exuded a fierce and violent aura, it did not speak, nor did it yell angrily. When Naoki looked at it, it pretended that nothing had happened, and stuttered and said something that it would never say on a normal day. "My friend, why are you looking at me like this? Hurry up and plant the crops." Naoki, ? Is Giratina pretending that the food is not expired? Naoki couldn't help but feel confused. What is this guy doing? Giratina naturally knows what the human in front of him did to it. Although its temperament has changed, it is still itself and has all the memories of that time. When it was reversed for the first time, when it spoke out its true thoughts, even it was shocked. So after the duration of the effect ended, Giratina became angry and entered the angry state. Giratina was not stupid. It knew that this human came here to fulfill the request it made at that time. That is, to plant some flowers on those floating islands. And this time, Giratina was eager to know whether flowers could bloom in this place. So after the duration of that state ended, in order not to scare this human and his weak Pokemon, it pretended that the cooking time had not ended. However, Giratina didn't know that its recovery had been exposed, and didn't know that its body color and appearance would change when its temperament changed. Seeing Giratina pretending to be in the reverse time with a stern face, Naoki didn't know what to say for a moment. It was rare that the original Giratina didn't yell angrily, so Naoki simply pretended not to see anything. He gave Gulden and Bud Crown a look, then turned around and buried the tree fruit core in the soft soil. Then, Naoki stepped aside and left the rest to Bud Crown. The buds on Bud Crown's head bloomed with a blue light, and the next second, the fruit seeds buried in the soil grew rapidly. With a flash of light, a tall fruit tree appeared in front of Naoki and a group of Pokemon. Without sunlight or water, relying only on the power of Bud Crown, the fruit tree grew lush green leaves, and the branches were full of plump and heavy peach fruits. Success, Naoki was delighted. The fruit tree has grown successfully, which means that this world can grow things. Giratina's eyes were attracted by this vibrant fruit tree, staring at the scene with his scarlet eyes. Its domain, this world full of death and destruction, can actually produce fruit. Giratina felt very complicated for a while. Since the birth of the world, it was expelled to this ruined world because of its violent temperament. It was angry, irritable, and resentful. It was spinning upside down in the world without people, looking up through the waterways at Arceus, who created them, active in the sun. Until thousands of years later, everything returned to peace. Arceus and Dialga left the world and disappeared into the void. After experiencing the initial emotions, Giratina also regarded this place as his own domain, but from time to time, he would quietly look through the water at the sun, grass, and flowers in another world. Now, its world has grown the same trees full of life. Giratina was in a complicated mood. It turned its head and looked at the human and his Pokemon quietly, wondering what it was thinking. Naoki did not notice Giratina's expression. At this moment, he was focusing all his attention on the fruit tree in front of him. To be precise, it was the fruits on the tree. Because he found that these fruits were very different from the peach fruits he was familiar with. Peach fruit, a highly poisonous fruit that will poison you after eating it, but it is very popular among certain Pokemon and has a great appeal to poison Pokemon. Not only that, even this fruit tree is a little different. Peach fruit tree, eternal and ordinary peach fruit tree, affected by antimatter, can always maintain this appearance, will not wither, will not grow, will not die of old age. Wow! Looking at this scene, Naoki couldn't help but exclaimed. Now, he finally knew what the sentence "all the rules in the reverse world are different from the real world" meant. Chapter 271. If you eat the peach fruit, you will enter a poisonous state. Is this effect reversed? Naoki picked a pink, plump and juicy peach fruit. If you get close, you can smell the sweet peach smell coming from the peach fruit. However, it is regrettable that this tree fruit is poisonous. If it is a poison attribute Pokemon, it should like it very much. Unfortunately, there are no poison attribute Pokemon in the ranch now. Seeing that the purpose of this trip has been achieved, Naoki prepared to return to the ranch first and go to the town to buy a batch of flower seeds and saplings to plant. Therefore, he turned around and said goodbye to Giratina. Now it seems that you can grow things in your area, but I didn't bring too many seeds this time, so I have to go back to the ranch first. Giratina stared at him quietly, and after a moment, the irritable dragon of destruction nodded and let out a roar whose meaning was incomprehensible. A dark purple light flashed, and the door to the real world opened. Naoki rode on Gulton and left this place with Diglett and Bud Crown. The first thing he did when he returned to the ranch was to ride Gulton to Shichin Town and buy a batch of grass seeds, flower seeds, and fruit seedlings at the Arrow seed store. Seeing that Naoki bought so many things at once, Arrow was very surprised. It's not suitable to plant these things in the fields at this season, right? It will snow in a few days, and these seedlings will be frozen to death. Naoki smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, I know. I plan to plant these seedlings in other warm places. They will definitely not be frozen to death. Other warm places? Arrow then remembered that some farms would build greenhouses where they could grow things all year round. Okay. Arrow smiled, and then he thought of his new crop and asked, the store just got a batch of tea seedlings, which are very suitable for growing in greenhouses. Tea seedlings? Naoki was a little surprised. Arrow nodded. That's right. When the tea seedlings grow out, you can pick the tea leaves and brew them into fragrant green tea. Naoki thought about it carefully and felt that it was a good idea to plant them in the destroyed world. So he said, okay, then give me 20 plants to try planting. Okay. Arrow grinned, and after all the tea seedlings were moved over, he asked again, by the way, the store has imported a batch of local apple trees from Kitakami Township. The apples in Kitakami Township are famous for being big and round. Do you want to plant a few too? Planting them in the pasture may attract Pokemon such as fruit gnats. Apple trees? Naoki saw that he had already bought so many things, so he bought another batch of apple trees. The store would provide delivery service for all the things he bought, so Naoki was not worried that he and Gillerton would not be able to get them. But before leaving, he couldn't help but ask about Kitakami Township. Are the apples in Kitakami Township famous? Before he traveled through time, The news about Kitakami Township had not been announced, and Naoki knew nothing about it. Hearing this, Arrow nodded with a smile. Yes, the apples there are very famous in all Apadia. The people in Kitakami Township work from sunrise to sunset, and make a living by growing rice. It is a very simple rural town. Is that so? Naoki has become interested in Kitakami Township. Perhaps after finishing his work at the ranch, he can take a few Pokemon there to visit, and have an agricultural exchange. After buying things, Naoki rode Gulton back to the ranch. Soon, Arrow also sent someone to deliver all the seeds he bought from the store. Naoki stood by the lake, and with a flash of purple light, the entrance to the reverse world was automatically opened by Giratina. Naoki first threw the seeds and saplings in one by one, and then jumped in with Diglett and Bud Crown. Giratina had been waiting here long ago. It looked at Naoki, neither yelling and raging like before, nor staring at him with a dangerous look. This legendary Pluto dragon just quietly looked at Naoki, and the things he brought in from outside. To be precise, it was looking to see if there was anything in those things that could change its temperament. Without that thing, it didn't know how to talk to this human. However, Giratina looked for a long time, but didn't see the target. It couldn't help but wonder why this human didn't use that ability on it. Seeing that Naoki really didn't bring that kind of thing in, Giratina pondered for 2 seconds. The food it had just eaten should still be effective, right? So, Giratina decided to continue pretending that the food was not expired. It showed a scary smile on its face, which made its already hideous face even more hideous. Naoki noticed this scene, and a question mark appeared above his head. Giratina, with these things, this place can be made the same as the outside, right? Yes. Naoki nodded. He looked up at the floating islands in the void, and said, It's just that the land in this world is scattered and can't be combined to form a complete land, so I have to plant islands one by one. Then I leave it to you. Giratina felt that he was getting more and more adept at it. At the end, he added modestly, Thank you, human, I will remember everything you did for me. Naoki, Would Giratina still think that the effect of the cooking was not over? Oh my god, this is too embarrassing. If he exposed it in person, Giratina would probably get angry and give him a claw. After thinking for a moment, Naoki finally decided to pretend that he didn't see anything. He rode Gulton to the Sky Island where the peach fruit trees had just been planted, and then buried a layer of grass seeds on the land that the mole had turned over. Then, the Bud Crown King activated his ability. The next second, the broken Sky Island was covered with a touch of green, turning into a vibrant scene. The first Sky Island was completed. Naoki named it the initial Sky Island. He looked around, and then his eyes stopped at another large Sky Island located higher up with a waterfall on the island. Go there. He rode on Gulton. Ah gah. Gulton jumped lightly and landed on the empty island with Naoki. Naoki first observed the terrain here, and then said to the mole, I leave this to you too. Squeak. The mole shouted happily, and then continued to invest in the construction of the island. For this island, Naoki planned to build it into an apple-empty island, with apple trees growing all over the island, and the trees full of big red apples. If Giratina feels hungry, he can come to this island and eat a red apple. The waterfall on the island rushes down the river, forming a clear pool on the island. The water ripples, and the reflection of the real world is reflected on the water surface. Naoki looked at the water surface, and thought that Giratina must be peeking at the real world through this place. What does it see? The sun, flowers, and trees in the real world. When seeing these things, what is Giratina thinking in his heart? Naoki looked at Giratina, but saw that Giratina looked at Diglett plowing the land with an innocent look on his face. Naoki couldn't help but smile. From a certain perspective, the cognition and experience of Giratina, a legendary Pokemon living alone, should be similar to that of a human child, right? So, it would be curious about Diglett's tillage of the land. Soon, this empty island was almost cultivated by Diglett. Naoki and Gulton moved apple saplings together, planted them scattered on the island, and sprinkled grass seeds and flower seeds on the land. Finally, the Bud Crown King activated his ability. With their cooperation, in the blink of an eye, the Sky Island was completely renewed. From the previous dilapidated and barren, it became green and full of vitality. The ground of the entire Sky Island was covered with green grass, and small yellow flowers bloomed in the grass. The thriving apple trees together formed a lush apple orchard, and the trees were full of big and round red apples. Naoki looked down, and the information about these apples emerged from his mind. Sweet apple, delicious sweet apple, affected by the power of Budcrest, erased its bad characteristics. Eating it can make people feel happy. Apple tree, eternal and ordinary apple tree, affected by antimatter, it can always maintain this appearance, will not wither, will not grow, will not die of old age. Sure enough, the apple tree in the reverse world will also remain in an eternal state. Naoki murmured. He walked forward, picked a few red apples, handed one to Bud Crest, threw one to Giratina, and then personally fed the apples to Gildan and Diglett. The thrown apple was not affected by gravity, and it gradually floated in front of Giratina. Giratina looked at the red apple, then opened his mouth, poked his head out, and swallowed it in one gulp. The next second, he felt a burst of sweet and delicious juice bursting in his mouth. Giratina's eyes lit up, and his voice was full of joy and happiness. Delicious. As long as you like it. Naoki smiled slightly. At this moment, the mole who had finished eating the apple not far away seemed to have discovered something, and suddenly made a puzzled cry. Squeak. What's wrong? Naoki looked at the mole, and followed its line of sight. Then, under the dark and humid waterfall, he saw a huge black mushroom. This is... Naoki was slightly stunned. The next second, the information about this mushroom emerged from his mind. Destruction mushroom. Special ingredient, mushrooms grown from dark and humid corners, full of destructive power and antimatter, can be used to make dishes. If it is brought to the real world. What is it? Looking at this dark mushroom, Naoki suddenly thought that it looked like the Doom mushroom in Plants vs. Zombies. Oh no, it won't explode, will it? Bud Crown and Gul'dan were also attracted by the mushroom. At a glance, Bud Crown saw through the essence of the mushroom. I feel that the mushroom contains the same power as this place. Let's make mushroom soup later. Naoki went forward to pick it, and put it away. Based on his previous experience, this thing might be able to make some powerful dishes. Several Pokemon had no objection. Giratina didn't care about these things, and now Naoki was helping it transform its domain, so even if Naoki wanted an island, it would give it away without a second thought. Giratina treated Naoki as a younger brother, and made a decision in his heart that from now on, this human would be taken care of by it. After the second island was built, Naoki looked at the exhausted Diglett and prepared to take a rest. The amount of work to build the reverse world was too huge, and they were not in a hurry, so they just took their time, as there was still a long time to go. When Naoki told Giratina about this idea, Giratina readily agreed, and opened the entrance to the real world for them. See you later? Naoki and Giratina waved goodbye, and returned to the ranch with the destruction mushroom. However, Naoki had not taken 2 steps, when he suddenly felt the destruction mushroom in his hand getting hot. A bad feeling rose up, and Naoki's heart jumped, and he quickly threw the destruction mushroom out. The next second, the destruction mushroom flew into the air and... boom! There was a violent explosion. Gul'dan was startled, thinking that there was danger approaching, and stood in front of Naoki alertly. Fuck! Naoki was stunned. What was going on? After the explosion, the destruction mushroom in the air was completely annihilated and disappeared, leaving no trace. The Bud Crown King on the side used his spiritual power to sense the situation nearby, and then thought about it and said, I feel that 2 completely opposite forces collided, and the 2 cancelled each other out, and then the breath of the mushroom disappeared. Hearing this, Naoki was slightly stunned. He then remembered the description of the destruction mushroom, a mushroom full of destructive power and antimatter. Could it be that the positive and negative matter in the reverse world and the real world collided, resulting in annihilation? This is too strange, right? Then how can he use the destruction mushroom to cook? The moment this question came up, Naoki had the answer in his mind. That is to cook directly in the reverse world, without bringing the mushroom to the real world. But is it really okay to eat this kind of mushroom? While thinking, Naoki walked towards home. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Dragonite had already delivered the goods and returned to the ranch, sitting under the tree and eating bofin. At this moment, Naoki suddenly found that the number of Dragonite in the ranch was a little bit wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4. For Dragonite? How come there is an extra Dragonite? Naoki was a little confused. Could it be that those Haxorus evolved into Dragonite? Seeing this, Naoki wanted to go over to see what was going on, but before he could get close, he saw his own Dragonite standing in front of the strange Dragonite, stretching out its claws, and loudly accusing it. Awoo, awoo, awoo. Who told you to come here? This is not the place for you. Go back to Dragonite Island. The innocent, and still somewhat immature Dragonite did not turn around. It still stared at the pofin boxes in the hands of the other 2 Dragonites working on the ranch, drooling madly. Awoo! It smells so good. I want to eat it too. Give me a piece. The 2 Dragonites saw this, and immediately turned around with the bofin box in disdain. Awoo! This is what they earned through hard work. They don't want to give it to other dragons. Awoo! Work. The Dragonite looked confused. The two working Dragonites nodded. Awoo. If you want to eat, go work yourself. Chapter 272. Dragonite 4 had long ago noticed the two Dragonites and 5 Hackrons that worked at sunrise and returned at sunset every morning. Every morning, they would open their eyes from sleep when the sun rose, and then fly away in the early morning sun. When the sun was about to set, Dragonite 4 could see them returning to Dragonite Island, and they would bring delicious and very tempting food. So, it finally couldn't resist the temptation and secretly followed them this morning. It originally thought that the delicious food was picked by the two Dragonites from the trees in the wild, but it didn't expect that they landed in a place where many Pokemon live. Not only that, even the Dragonite that was once the dumbest on the island was here. Dragonite 4 became curious about this place. It looked at the two Dragonites eating Pofin and asked innocently, Awoo? What is work? The two working Dragonites thought about it, and the one sitting on the land on the left replied, Awoo, awoo. Our job is to help humans, and humans will give us delicious Bofin. So this delicious food is called Bofin, Dragonite 4 thought. At this time, the Dragonite sitting on the ground on the right noticed Naoki coming over. It waved its paw in disdain, signaling this guy not to disturb them from eating anymore, and its saliva was about to fly to their Bofin. Awoo. Naoki is coming, go ask him if you have anything to say. Hearing this, Dragonite 4 turned around and saw a familiar figure walking towards this side. At a glance, it recognized the other person's identity. This human was the one who had visited Dragonite Island. At this time, Naoki also guessed the origin of this strange Dragonite. Obviously, it was a Dragonite from Dragonite Island. As for why it came, there was only one possibility. Thinking of this, Naoki's eyes were cast on the Bofin boxes held in the arms of the two working Dragonites. Another foodie Dragonite. Naoki muttered in his heart. He smiled at the new Dragonite, and then asked his own Dragonite, Have you told it all the precautions in the ranch? Seeing this, Dragonite sighed as if resigned to his fate, shook his head helplessly, and said, Awoo. Then I leave it to you. Naoki smiled, and touched the head of his Dragonite, then turned around and prepared to go back to the house, to make some food to relieve the fatigue of the mole. Dragonite was very happy to be touched on the head, and nodded its big head and happily agreed. Naoki didn't know what the Dragonites said to each other, but the next morning, he found that there was one more Dragonite working on the ranch. That morning, Dragonite stood on the grass like a boss, commanding the 3 Dragonites in front of him to put the bottles of fresh milk into their backpacks, and then arrange today's work and precautions for them. For example, who is responsible for which street, you can't steal the goods on the way, you can't fight with the customer's Pokemon, and you have to return to the ranch after delivering the milk and wine. When Dragonite finished the instructions, the 4 Dragonites flapped their little wings behind them, and flew into the sky, flying towards the direction of Zichin town. Naoki stood on the ground and looked at this scene, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. There are really more and more Dragonites in the ranch. Unfortunately, the ranch is in the development stage now, and there is not much work for them to do. This also leads to the Dragonites lying in the ranch all day after delivering the goods every morning. Naoki smiled and shook his head. Sometimes, he really hopes that the information age can come as soon as possible. By then, he will be able to equip these Dragonites with better equipment, fully play their strengths, and deliver the goods in the ranch to farther places. Watching the figures of the Dragonites disappear into the horizon, Naoki turned around and continued to devote himself to the new round of Sky Island development. As the entrance to the reverse world slowly opened, Naoki took Diglett and Bud Crown and rode on Golderton and jumped in. As soon as they arrived in this special space, Naoki saw a familiar figure appear in front of them. That was the master of this domain, Giratina. Giratina looked at them with his terrifying blood-red eyes. Just when Naoki thought it was going to yell like before, Giratina spoke calmly, What are you going to plant today? Naoki was slightly stunned, and then looked over in disbelief. Giratina pretended not to see his rude look, and as its favorability towards this human increased, its tolerance also continued to rise. In addition, it had bombarded the other person for a long time before, and just this point alone made Giratina feel full of apology. At the same time, it felt very fortunate. Fortunately, this human was special, and was not killed by it at that time. Otherwise, it would never have the chance to see beautiful flowers blooming in this place full of destructive atmosphere. After a short moment of daze, Naoki reacted and answered, I am going to plant some flowers today. Yesterday they built the initial island and Apple Island, and today it is time to try the Flower Island. However, before going to the new floating island to plant flowers, Naoki rode Gulton to Apple Island again. The exploding mushroom yesterday made him very concerned. Naoki tried to search for other mushrooms on this island full of apples and waterfalls. However, he didn't see any mushrooms, but he saw that some apples on the apple trees had been eaten clean. It was obvious that these must have been eaten by Giratina after he left yesterday. Naoki's mind flashed with the image of Giratina turning into a small body of more than 2 meters, landing on the grass of the apple island, picking apples with his mouth and eating them. What kind of mood would Giratina be in at that time? Naoki looked at Giratina with interest. Giratina felt a little awkward when he noticed Naoki's gaze, so he opened his eyes wide and glared at him. Naoki pretended not to see it, and did not find the mushroom of destruction he wanted, so he set off to a new sky island. In the end, they jointly selected a relatively flat sky island with no backflowing waterfalls, and no messy gravel, which looked relatively normal. The mole still helped to till the land, and Naoki sprinkled grass and flower seeds on it, and finally handed it over to the Bud Crown King for cultivation. With the emergence of a blue light, in the blink of an eye, the sky island in front of him changed drastically. The deep and barren land was covered with green grass, and various flowers bloomed on the grass. Roses, lilies, lily of the valley, sunflowers, and some unknown small flowers. Naoki looked at this sea of flowers, and felt very satisfied. However, at this moment, the Bud Crown King seemed to have discovered something. He looked at a special sunflower and said, "I feel an unusual breath." "What?" Naoki was slightly stunned, and then followed the Bud Crown King's line of sight, and saw a special sunflower emitting a faint glow in the dense sunflower field. The next second, the information of the sunflower emerged from his mind. Sunflower, a special crop, originally an ordinary sunflower, after being cultivated by the Bud Crown King, some magical changes occurred, and it can produce sunlight regularly, illuminate a certain area, and provide it with temperature and light. The dishes made with its fruit will have sunstone. This is... Naoki was stunned on the spot. At this moment, the sunflower disk suddenly became brighter at a speed visible to the naked eye. After reaching a certain degree, the light gradually separated from the disk below, gathered into a golden sun and rose above the sky island. Instantly, the surrounding environment became warm and bright. Giratina on the side was also slightly startled when he saw this scene. If it was not mistaken, that thing was the sun? Giratina was a little unsure, so he turned his eyes to Naoki. After a brief shock, Naoki quickly accepted it, and said to Giratina, "Okay, you can come here to bask in the sun in the future." Giratina was still confused. It looked at the sunflower in disbelief, and said in shock, "What is that? Humans can actually grow this kind of plant." Naoki: "Not everyone can grow this kind of sunflower." Giratina looked over. Naoki explained, "To be precise, it's called a sunflower, a special plant that was born from the combination of my ability and that of Bud Crown." Giratina seemed to understand, but then he exclaimed, "It's amazing." Naoki carefully checked the other flowers, and saw that there were no mutated plants except the sunflower, so he took a few Pokemon to the next sky island. This time, he planned to plant tea seedlings here, and turn this place into his own exclusive tea garden. At the same time, in Juatai City, Padilla News TV. A blonde lady in an OL uniform was sitting at her desk, checking letters sent from all over Padilla. Generally speaking, these letters would record strange things happening in various parts of Padilla. For example, a rare Pokemon appeared in a certain place, a Pokemon caused a disturbance in a certain town, a trainer saw a ghost in a certain place, and so on. When these things happened, Padilla News TV would send special reporters to investigate and interview, and then make them into programs to broadcast on TV to attract the audience's attention. Let me see if there is any big news worth discovering recently. Alice's heart was full of expectations. If they encounter interesting news, the ratings of their program will rise by several points. After opening the envelope, the first thing that caught my eye was a large number of Magnemites are causing chaos in the town, causing a large-scale power outage in the city. The purpose of their absorbing electricity is actually Magnemites? It's a very common event. Alice commented sharply. This kind of thing has happened many years ago. It's not surprising at all. Alice put the letter aside, and continued to open the second letter. A man falls in love with Gardevoir, puts a wedding dress on Gardevoir, and intends to hold a wedding in a church. What will be the ending of the forbidden love between humans and Pokemon? Alice said. At this time, a male colleague wearing glasses came over. Hey Alice, have you found any interesting news? Alice handed the envelope about the forbidden love in her hand to the man. Here, take a look for yourself. The man took it, and after seeing the information clearly, his eyes behind the lenses lit up. Wow, This is great news worth exploring. Then I leave this matter to you to investigate. Alice simply handed the task to the man, and continued to open the third letter. The traces of the rare Pokemon Dragonite were found in a small town in the countryside. Someone actually used a Pokemon like Dragonite as a deliverman. Huh? Seeing the content of the letter, Alice immediately became interested and continued to read down. I traveled to Jichin town not long ago. One morning, while having breakfast with Pokemon, I suddenly saw several Dragonites carrying backpacks flying into the town. The local townspeople said that those Dragonites were from a farm in the countryside, and a farmer was directing them to deliver goods to the townspeople. Farmer? Seeing this, Alice's first reaction was to disbelieve it. It was a bit unlikely that a farmer working in the countryside could capture a powerful and rare Pokemon like Dragonite. Although Dragonite is a Pokemon with a gentle temperament, it does not mean that they will choose weak humans as their companions. Not to mention that each Dragonite has a different personality, and there are some that value strength and pursue powerful power. A male colleague who was investigating the forbidden love between humans and Pokemon saw Alice's expression and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Did you find any big news?" Alice did not answer but asked, "Mark, do you think a farmer who runs a farm can capture a Pokemon like Dragonite?" Hearing this, Mark's first reaction was to shake his head. How is this possible? A farmer is not a trainer, and the two don't sound too compatible, right? If it's Lord Yessie, I'd be willing to believe it. Here. Alice handed over the newsletter in her hand. Take a look for yourself. Mark reached out to take it. He glanced at it, and then shook his head firmly. Absolutely impossible. It's fake. There is no such thing in this world. He originally thought there was only one Dragonite, but he didn't expect that there were actually several Dragonites. This is impossible. Too exaggerated. Mark shook his head and said, "This guy is trying to trick us into paying for intelligence." Alice thought so too. She didn't care much, so she put the letter aside and continued to check the news worth investigating. But she never thought that the next letter was still about the farmer and the delivery Dragonite. Hello, I'm a trainer who is traveling. Not long ago, I passed by a strange ranch. There are many Pokemon living in that ranch. The strange thing is that there is no human, only a group of Pokemon. There is also a tavern that only serves Pokemon. It is run by two butlers. What's even stranger is that there are several Dragonites living there. They go to the town to deliver milk every morning. It's weird, right? Oh, by the way, that ranch is near the town of Jichin. If you go to investigate, don't forget to send me the information fee. Alice, ? It's the same town of Jichin, the same ranch, and the same delivery Dragonite. This is a bit strange. Alice looked thoughtful. If that's the case, that place is worth her trip. Thinking of this, Alice, who is a man of action, immediately packed up her things. Mark, who was standing by, was a little confused. Where are you going? Alice had already brought the camera and luggage, and answered without looking back. Business trip. Chapter 273. Tea tree. A special crop. A tree that grows under the influence of the power of the Bud Crown King. The leaves grown from it can be used to make delicious green tea, which cannot be eaten directly. In the reverse world, Naoki looked at the empty island in front of him that was planted into a tea garden, and he couldn't help feeling very satisfied. In this way, if he wants to drink tea in the future, he can come here to pick tea leaves directly. Thank you for your hard work. After turning over the land on 3 empty islands in a row, Diglett was exhausted. Looking at the tired Diglett, Naoki touched its head, and then said to Giratina, "Let's stop here for today." Giratina nodded its huge head, then glanced at Naoki and several Pokemon, and opened the exit of the reversed world. Naoki stood in front of the exit, and waved goodbye to Giratina, then took Bud Crown, Gulton and Diglett back to the ranch to rest. When their figures disappeared at the end of the reverse world, the space crack slowly disappeared. Giratina floated in the void, scanning all directions with a pair of blood-red eyes. Until now, it still couldn't believe it. In just 2 days, its domain has undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only are there grass and flowers, but there is also the sunshine that is unique to that world. With a shock in his heart, Giratina slowly landed on the apple island. It turned its head, and saw the red apples hanging on the branches. Giratina came forward, opened its mouth, and pulled one off the branch. It took a light bite, and the full juice burst out of its mouth, accompanied by a rich, fruity fragrance. Giratina suddenly felt as if the whole person was given a new life. The scene of the vibrant life, and the growth of all things in the reverse world is still vivid in front of me. After eating the apple, Giratina flew to the island full of green tea trees. It looked down at the low green tea trees like bushes, and put its huge head forward to smell the leaves. Thinking of how Naoki valued these tea trees, it thought that this was something good to eat, so it took a bite out of curiosity. As a result, the next second, its face was twisted by the bitterness of the leaves, which made its already hideous face even more hideous. Giratina vomited several times, then spread its blood-red wings and flew back to the apple island. It ate several red sweet apples in a row before it felt better. Feeling the sweet apple juice in its mouth, Giratina couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. It looked at the sky island full of tea trees not far away, and without hesitation put everything on it into the blacklist. After doing all this, Giratina flew to the sky island full of flowers. It stood in the sea of flowers, looking up at the dazzling but not glaring, warm, but not scorching golden sun above its head. This was a feeling Giratina had never experienced since arriving in this ruined world. In a trance, it seemed that the scene of Arceus and Dialga being active in the sun a long time ago appeared in its mind. At that time, it often looked through the calm water to another world full of sunshine. Did Arceus at that time feel the same as now? Giratina stood in a daze in the sea of flowers, and gradually, a warm feeling enveloped its whole body. This made Giratina relax completely. At this moment, it didn't want to cause trouble to attract Arceus' attention. It just wanted to lie here quietly in the sun, and not go anywhere. Giratina thought so in his heart, and then his huge body slowly lay in the sea of flowers. Its huge head gently rested on its forelimbs, while smelling the fragrance of the flowers in front of it, while basking in the warm sun. At this moment, Giratina felt unprecedented satisfaction in his heart. It closed its eyes, and slowly fell asleep in the sunshine. Although it was a rest, Naoki didn't stay at home completely. Compared with the Pokemon that used their powers, he was not very tired. After returning to the ranch, Bud Crown went to the glass greenhouse, where he basked in the warm winter sun, while tasting the black tea served by the Buse pot. Diglett happily returned to his underground nest with a bunch of snacks given by Naoki. And Gurdon followed Naoki back home. Naoki took out a basket of fruit from the cupboard and said to Gulden, "Go play for a while. I'm going to make today's Poffin for Dragonite and the others." "Aw, gah." Seeing that Naoki couldn't play with it anymore, Gulden hung his head and looked a little depressed. But soon, it was attracted by the cries of Frostmilk and Glacian outside, and ran out to see what they were doing. Looking at this scene, Naoki smiled silently, and then concentrated on making the batter for Poffin. When the Dragonites finished delivering goods and returned to the ranch, 2 trays of freshly baked Poffin were just out of the oven. Naoki put on heat-insulating gloves and carried the baking tray to the living room. The first 2 Dragonites were already very familiar with this process. Although they had experienced it many times, they were still very excited at this time every day. The 2 Dragonites watched Naoki put the freshly baked Poffin into their Poffin boxes without blinking. Gudong! The new Dragonite number 4 couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Its eyes were fixed on the Poffin in Naoki's hand. This was the smell. It smelled so good. The saliva of Dragonite number 4 was gushing down. Dragonite looked at this scene with disdain. Compared with it, the Dragonites on the island were so ignorant. "Here, this is yours. You've worked hard today." Naoki smiled and handed 2 boxes of Poffin to the 2 working Dragonites. "Aww!" They cried happily, reached out to take the Poffin box, hugged it, and ran out of the room to enjoy the Poffin in the ranch. Dragonite number 4 looked at the remaining Poffins eagerly. Under its pitiful gaze, Naoki took out a new Poffin box from the cupboard, put some Poffins in it, and handed it over. "This is yours. Welcome to the ranch, Dragonite." Hearing this, Dragonite number 4's eyes lit up. Holding the Poffin box full of Poffins in its arms, it felt happy about its decision for the first time. Fortunately, it secretly followed this morning. Dragonite number 4 happily said goodbye to Naoki and left the house with the Poffin box. Looking at its back, Naoki and Dragonite walked out of the room and stood under the eaves, looking at the 3 Dragonites sitting under the tree in the distance eating Poffin. They leaned against the big tree, took Poffin out of the box with their claws, put it in their mouths, and chewed happily. Looking at this scene, Naoki breathed a sigh of relief, and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. There are really more and more Dragonites in the ranch. He felt like he could even change the ranch's name to Dragonite Ranch. The days passed by as planned, and in the blink of an eye, it was November 6th, 198 in the Alliance calendar. That morning, the ranch welcomed a new guest. Looking at the blonde lady who returned to the ranch with 4 Dragonites, Naoki was a little confused. He asked uncertainly, "You mean, you are a reporter from Padilla News TV, and you want to come and make a show for me and Dragonite?" Until this moment, Alice still hadn't recovered from the shock. She looked at the 4 dragonites wandering under the tree, her face full of shock. As early as yesterday evening, she arrived at the town of Jichin in the west of the Padilla region. Because she didn't know the exact location of the destination ranch, she stayed in the town for a night, ready to wait until the next morning to observe whether there would be dragonites coming to the town to deliver milk every morning, as the letter said. Alice originally thought that it was just a hateful guy who was defrauding them of intelligence fees, but she didn't expect that the next morning, she really saw dragonites carrying a backpack and hovering above the town. What shocked her even more was that there were more than 1 dragonite. There were 4 dragonites. What kind of family could afford 4 dragonites? So, in order to find out the truth, Alice quickly took her camera and followed those dragonites to the ranch. But she found that there were not only those 4 dragonites, but also many rare Pokemon that she had never seen before. Although she didn't know them, she could feel that they were extraordinary just by looking at those Pokemon. Is it a Pokemon from other regions? At this moment, Alice looked at the young man in front of her and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Who is this man? He must be a powerful trainer to be able to capture so many Pokemon that look powerful. King? Or champion? But what Alice doesn't understand is that why would a powerful trainer with a bright future come to such a remote countryside to be a farmer? Seeing the reporter in front of him staring blankly, Naoki couldn't help but have a question mark pop up above his head. Alice came back to her senses and nodded. Yes, I'm from Zhutai City, where the headquarters of Padilla News TV is located. This time, I came to Jichin Town to investigate the truth of the mysterious urban legend Dragonite delivering milk. Naoki, what the hell is an urban legend? It turns out that in a place he didn't know, letting Dragonite deliver milk to customers has become a mysterious urban legend? Naoki was madly complaining in his heart. Alice was full of anticipation at the moment. Will this man named Naoki agree to her? Although the recording of the program has not started yet, she has already thought of the name of this program in her mind. It is called Man and Dragon. Why did the rare Pokemon Dragonite appear in the mysterious town? What is the intention of the Dragonite hovering over the town every morning? What is the relationship between the mysterious man and Dragonite? Please watch the evening news The Secret of Padilla, Man and Dragon. Naoki was still thinking. Actually, he was not opposed to being made into a program. Besides, he was going to set up Dragon Express in the future. Instead of promoting it hard, it would be better to prepare in advance, make Dragon Express famous, and use this program to advertise the ranch. Thinking of this, Naoki's brows relaxed immediately. He smiled and replied, "Of course." Hearing this answer, Alice's eyes lit up. "Thank you very much. If this program can be broadcast, their program ratings will definitely increase by several percentage points. Compared to those boring Pokemon-related events, this kind of thing is naturally hot. After all, just letting a group of Dragonite deliver goods can attract a large number of people's attention." However, before the program starts recording, Alice still has some things she wants to know. So Naoki invited the guests to the living room, and his sister Ai Guancher brought a cup of tea to the guests. Alice took a sip, cleared her throat, and chatted. When did Mr. Naoki start running this ranch? Naoki thought for a moment and replied, January this year. Alice was surprised and asked uncertainly, January? Does this mean that you started running this ranch this year? Yes. Naoki nodded slightly. I have been in other areas before, and just returned to the Padilla area not long ago. So the Padilla region is your hometown? Yes. Naoki replied, This ranch was left by my grandfather. Since he passed away, the ranch has been abandoned. I have been traveling for many years, and wanted to find a place to stop and rest, so I returned to this place and reoperated this ranch. It turned out to be a trainer from another region. No wonder she had never heard of such a person in the Padilla Alliance before, Alice thought. After traveling around and becoming a powerful trainer, did he gradually feel that city life was boring, so he gave up his bright future and returned to the countryside to live a slow-paced farming life? Alice had a preliminary impression of the man in front of her. All along, whether it was a boy or a girl, everyone was working hard to become the most powerful Pokemon trainer in the world, and some people did not give up their dreams even when they were gray-haired. Thinking of this, Alice couldn't help but sigh. It's very rare for a young and powerful trainer like Mr. Naoki to make such a choice. Naoki, when did he become a trainer again? Alice was a little confused. Huh? Isn't it? Naoki, no, as you can see, I'm just a rancher. You're kidding. Alice shook her head and said, Where can there be a rancher who can subdue 4 Dragonites and make them willingly deliver goods for him? At this point, Alice suddenly said, Oh, I understand. You must mean that you are just a rancher now. Naoki, Naoki simply gave up explaining. At first, He was still a little uncomfortable, but now that he has experienced more, he can face this situation calmly. Alice, then let's talk about how to shoot. Finally, it was the part she was best at. Alice introduced her shooting plan to Naoki with bright eyes. First, we have to show the powerful strength of Dragonite from multiple angles, and then use this to show how incredible it is to let such a powerful Pokemon deliver milk to customers. When the audience feels the strong contrast, it can lead to the man standing behind Dragonite, that is, Mr. Naoki. As for the name of this program, I have already thought of it in advance. Naoki was a little curious. Oh, what is it called? Man and Dragon. Chapter 274. Man and Dragon. It's similar to the Old Man and the Sea. Naoki had no objection. He said to Alice, "You decide? Dragonite, and I will cooperate with you." "That's great." Alice smiled. She continued to introduce the following filming work to Naoki. "Actually, you don't need to do anything special. Just do it as usual. As a qualified reporter and photographer, I will find a good angle for the shooting myself." "No problem," Naoki said. After that, Naoki continued to work on the ranch as usual. Alice followed not far away, looking for a suitable angle. The Pokemon in the ranch didn't pay much attention to this visiting guest. At this time, Bud Crown was resting in the glass greenhouse with Light Beicha and Busihu, and didn't come out. Lingiuma and Snowstorm ate the pile of carrot fruit that Naoki poured into their troughs. The weather was cold, and the salt stones rarely came to the ground. Frostmilk, Motor Lizard and other Pokemon stayed in front of the fireplace, and played with the toys that Naoki bought for them. At this time, the Pokemon outside were only Babudu, who greeted the hens, the goat who nurtured the World Tree, and the Dragonites and Hacken. Alice had seen the 4 Dragonites. After all, she followed them to find the location of the ranch. She observed the ecology of the 4 Dragonites with great interest, and at the same time raised the camera in her hand to take a picture of the friendly scene of the Dragonites. After taking some photos, Alice started looking for Naoki in the ranch. You don't know until you look for him. You'd be shocked. At this moment, Naoki is standing in front of a lake, and around him are 5 slender Haxorus. One of the Haxorus is pink, which is an extremely rare heterochromatic Haxorus. Alice opened her eyes wide, looking at this scene in disbelief, and exclaimed, "Oh my god! 5 Haxorus, plus the 4 adult Dragonites before. Doesn't that mean that there are a total of 9 Dragonites in this ranch now?" Hiss! This terrifying number made Alice gasp. Mr. Naoki. Is he a trainer who specializes in Dragon attribute Pokemon? At the same time, he raises Dragonite, plus the Red Dragon Pokemon. Even their Dragon King, Yusaku, probably doesn't have so many Dragon attribute Pokemon, right? And, if she remembered correctly, Yusaku seemed to be the young master of the Dragon Trainer family in the Padia region. But now, the number of Dragon Pokemon around Naoki has far exceeded that of the young master of the Dragon Trainer family. Who of these 2 is the real Dragon King? Alice looked at Naoki, who was getting along well with the 5 Haxorus, in shock. Judging from the reactions and behaviors of the Haxorus, they seemed to like Naoki very much. This is really shocking. After a day of shooting, Alice was still a little dazed, and her face showed a silly expression like Xianglin saw. And Naoki was filling the box with Pofin for the Dragonites. When the Pofin box was filled, the Dragonites hung it around their necks, waved goodbye to Naoki, and flew towards the sunset with the 5 Haxorus. Seeing this scene, Alice was a little confused. Where are the Dragonites going? Naoki looked at the direction they disappeared and replied with a smile. Of course they went back to where they live. Alice was confused. What do you mean? Literally, I have told you before. I have never subdued them. They ran here on their own. Naoki replied. How is this possible? Alice looked unconvinced. How could this happen in this world? Naoki spread his hands helplessly. But that's the way it is. I'm also very surprised. What about this Dragonite? Alice turned her eyes to the only Dragonite left in the ranch. It? Naoki smiled and said, It's the only one who is my Dragonite, and it's my companion who lives with me. Hearing this, Dragonite felt very happy, and it knew that it was different from those guys. Therefore, Dragonite nodded repeatedly in agreement with Naoki's words. Awoo. That's right. Alice was slightly startled, then shook her head and said, Although you said you didn't capture them, I can see that they also chose you. Naoki smiled but didn't answer. What kind of charm does this man have that can attract so many Dragonites and Haxorus? Alice couldn't help but feel a little confused. Her intuition told her that if Naoki threw poke balls at them to capture them, then those Dragonites and Haxorus would definitely not refuse. Maybe they are still looking forward to Naoki throwing poke balls at them deep in their hearts. This is really enviable. It's getting late. Let's stop here for today's filming. Alice has already understood the general situation of the urban legend of Dragonite delivery in her heart. She looked at the sunset in the sky and continued, "Wait until tomorrow morning. I will come to the ranch to film the work of the Dragonites, and then we can end it. I will go back to the TV station to edit it, and then it can be broadcast. I believe this episode will cause a big sensation. It is really exciting. I hope this episode can bring me more guests." Naoki smiled. Hearing this, Alice was also very excited. Maybe it will attract some powerful trainers. "Naoki, I am looking forward to it. If the goods in the ranch can be favored by these trainers, I believe everyone will be very happy." In the 198th year of the League calendar, November 10th, winter. That evening, a program called Men and Dragons was officially broadcast on the most famous news TV station in Padia. At the beginning of the program, a group of Dragonites carrying backpacks hovered over a small country town. As soon as these Dragonites appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of a large group of trainers in front of the TV. "It's Dragonite. This is a very rare Pokemon. How did they appear in this place?" After a brief shock, the audience immediately had questions in their hearts. Then, the picture on the screen began to change. After arriving in the town, the clever Dragonites immediately flew in different directions and landed in the town. The camera slowly pulled in, and a Dragonite with a red bag just landed where the photographer was. The Dragonite stretched out its chubby claws and knocked on the door of the house in front of it. Then, the door opened, and a kind and gentle old lady came out. Dragonite took out 2 bottles of fresh milk from its bag and handed them to the other party, then turned around and flew away with a smile. In the camera, Dragonite's figure gradually faded away. And this scene just now also completely aroused the curiosity of a group of viewers. Am I seeing it wrong? Is that Dragonite delivering milk to that old lady? This is incredible. It's like someone specially trained it. This Dragonite is delivering milk. What about the other Dragonites? Are they also acting as delivery men? Oh my god, isn't that like the gulls that people use to deliver mail? This is too extravagant. Who on earth can tame so many Dragonites and let them deliver goods? At this moment, all the audience had a question in their minds. At this time, the picture on the screen gradually changed from a town to a pasture in the countryside. A young man was standing under the eaves with a mysterious red Pokemon, looking at the sky. Soon, several figures appeared in the clear sky. It was Dragonite. The group of delivery Dragonites are back. Is this the man who raises these Dragonites? "Hello, everyone, I'm Alice." Alice appeared on the screen, smiling and welcoming. I believe some viewers have heard of the urban legend of delivery Dragonite during their travels. Alice came here today to investigate the truth of this urban legend for everyone. The truth is, as you can see, this legend is real, and the place I came to today is the birthplace of the legend, the town of Shichin. And these Dragonites that deliver goods are all Pokemon raised by Mr. Naoki in the ranch. Not only 4 Dragonites, there are also 5 Haxorus in this ranch, which means that there will be a total of 9 Dragonites here in the future. This is really a shocking number. Alice was also very surprised. As soon as these words came out, the audience sitting in front of the TV all showed shocked expressions on their faces. 9. Dragonite? How is it possible? Did they hear it right? As we all know, Dragonite is a very rare Pokemon. Some people may never meet one in their lifetime. They often live in the deep sea far away from the human world. Many trainers have set out to the sea to explore the traces of this Pokemon, but all returned empty-handed. And now, the ranch in the countryside actually raised 9 Dragonite at the same time. Who is that man? At the same time, in the ancestral home of the Dragon Master family. A gray-haired old man was pulled in front of the TV by the younger generation of the family. He looked at the young man who asked Dragonite to deliver the goods, and his face showed a shocked expression. Who is that guy? How come he is better at taming dragon attribute Pokemon than their Dragon Master family? Even if their entire family is added together, there are not so many Dragonites. No, that's not right. The old man quickly came to his senses, picked up his cane and knocked hard on the floor, shouting, "It's just nonsense. How could this kid let a Pokemon like Dragonite do that? Dragon attribute Pokemon are so noble and powerful, they are born to be active on the battlefield. Every member of the Dragon Master family is proud to tame Dragon attribute Pokemon, and they are also proud to breed powerful Dragon attribute Pokemon. And now, someone is so wasteful." Speaking of Mr. Naoki and Dragonite, there was a very touching thing between them. It is precisely because of this incident that the Dragonites chose Mr. Naoki to stay in the ranch to help him work. As she spoke, Alice slowly told the audience the story of how Naoki helped Dragonite become stronger, and how Dragonite grew from a weak Dragonite to a powerful Dragonite. At the end of the story, the transformed Dragonite did not leave after becoming stronger as agreed. On the contrary, as one person and one dragon lived together, they gradually got used to each other's existence, and since then, Dragonite has stayed in the ranch. I have to say, Mr. Naoki is really a very charming person, Alice said with emotion. Other Dragonites were also attracted by his charm, and came to the ranch. Well, the above is the full content of the mysterious urban legend Dragonite delivery. Thank you very much for watching. Alice smiled at the camera, and then the picture on the screen changed. In the camera, the young man named Naoki gently distributed Pofin to the Dragonites, and the faces of each Dragonite standing in front of him were full of expectation and joy. The word N gradually appeared on the screen of humans and Pokemon living in harmony. This means that today's program has ended. At the same time, in a mansion in Shaoxia Town, a girl about 6 years old, with a ponytail and a cheerful and energetic personality, looked at the screen on TV with bright eyes. There are so many Pokemon. The human who can capture so many Pokemon must be a very powerful trainer. I've decided. Nemo suddenly shouted, I'm going to go to that place and challenge that Dragonite. Hearing this, the old housekeeper showed a helpless expression on his face. Ms. Nemo, you are only 6 years old this year, and you are not old enough to become a trainer. Nemo, but I have learned how to fight Pokemon, and I now have 10 Pokemon. After that, Nemo ran out of the house impatiently. The old housekeeper followed helplessly. Wait for me, Miss Nemo. This child's personality is really self-willed. At the other end of the sofa, a woman in her 30s shook her head helplessly. I don't know whose personality she inherited. The man who was reading the newspaper on the other side looked doting. If Nemo wants to go, let her go. In another 4 years, she will become a trainer and embark on her own path. Why not let her experience it in advance now? At the Little Spoon Lighthouse, the left-behind children Papa and Godfather Mastiff were lying on the sofa, leaning against each other, and watching the TV in front of them. On the other side, there was a phone call from the depths of the Padilla pit. The faces of Dr. Futu and Dr. Olin appeared on the screen. They looked at Papa and asked, Have you had dinner? Papa buried his head in Godfather Mastiff's fur, not looking at his parents, and answered in a muffled voice, I have eaten. I prepared a sandwich. That's good. Dr. Olin praised, Papa is really amazing. He has learned to make sandwiches. In this way, your father and I can rest assured. Papa, Sure enough, they are the research-obsessed parents he is familiar with. The young Papa sighed in his heart, with a sad face. Other people of his age have their parents by their side, but he can only live with his Mastiff godfather. He eats, dresses, and sleeps by himself. Compared with other people of the same age, he is just like an adult. But he doesn't want to be such an adult. When Dr. Olin and Dr. Futu saw Papa like this, they looked at each other and felt helpless. Pepper, listen. Our research has entered a critical stage. We can't stop now. But we promise you that we will come back to you and take you to the amusement park after the research is finished. Dr. Olin promised. At this time, Dr. Futu noticed the program on TV. Looking at Naoki and Golden on the screen, he showed a surprised expression on his face. Dr. Olin also saw that scene. She was also a little surprised, but when she thought about Naoki's character, she didn't find it strange. Instead, he smiled and suggested to his son, If you feel like you have nothing to do, you can go to the town of Jichin and help Naoki at the ranch. I heard that he has recently captured some rare Pokemon. If you go over, I believe, he will be happy to introduce you to the Pokemon on the ranch. Hearing this, Papa couldn't help but think of Naoki's figure and the lively and warm atmosphere on the ranch, and he couldn't help but feel a little moved. Seeing this, Dr. Olin smiled and said, Then it's settled, we will contact Naoki. Papa didn't respond, which was considered as tacit agreement. And Dr. Olin and Dr. Futu also hung up the communication and prepared to contact Naoki, who was far away in Jichin town. In Yangwang City, after a whole day of gym challenges, Chishu returned home and collapsed on the sofa. The small Magnemite hair accessories on her head hung weakly, just like their owner. Chishu turned on the TV and closed his eyes to listen to the sound of the TV. I have to say, Mr. Naoki is really a very charming person. I believe that these Pokemon living in the ranch must have felt his chillness and charm, so they stayed in the ranch. Hearing this, Chishu opened her eyes, and saw a man who was giving Pofin to several Dragonites with a gentle face. Huh? Chishu yawned tiredly, looking at the man's expression and behavior on the screen. She could tell at a glance that the other party was also a person who loved Pokemon very much. Huh? A trainer who raised 9 Dragonites? Seeing the content of the program clearly, Chishu couldn't help but look surprised. As a gym owner, she knew very well what this meant. Chishu immediately became interested. This guy is not an ordinary person. He actually raised a precious Pokemon like Dragonite to deliver goods to customers. It's really interesting. Chapter 275. After dark, after checking the facilities in the ranch, Naoki stayed at home with Pokemon such as Golden, turned on the TV, and casually tuned to Padilla News TV. As expected, the program Men and Dragons filmed by Alice was playing on it. Naoki watched TV with great interest. It was the first time in his life that he had such an experience, which was quite novel for him. Looking at himself on the screen, Naoki couldn't help but think, is he also on TV? I hope this documentary can spread the name of the ranch. Naoki murmured in his heart. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Although the ranch is not well known now, Naoki believes that one day the name of Dragonite will spread throughout the entire Padilla region. The next morning, life returned to normal. After returning from the Galar region, there was nothing else for Naoki to deal with outside. He simply stayed at home, working and playing with Pokemon. When he wakes up in the morning, Naoki will milk his goat first, then bottle the freshest goat milk, and give it to the mailman Dragonite to deliver the goat milk to the guests in the town. After milking, the housekeeper's sister also prepared breakfast, and then Naoki will eat with everyone in the ranch. After breakfast, the housekeeper brother and sister began to clean up the room that was messed up by Babu Tudger and Motor Lizard, while Naoki went out to work on the ranch. Pour drinking water and grass balls into the trough of the goat, fill the stable with tree fruits and carrots, and collect the mooing fresh milk in the big milk can. Collect honey from the beehive of the 3 bees, go to the underground cave to collect rock salt from the saltstone fort, and go to the chicken house to pick up the eggs laid by the hens last night. After taking care of the Pokemon in the ranch, Naoki went back to the kitchen to make grass dumplings for his mount goat, and check the progress of the wine and rose jam in the wine cellar. When all the work is done, it is time for lunch. Naoki will have a meal with the Pokemon, then go to the glass flower house for a short rest, and have a cup of afternoon tea with the Bud Crown King. At 3 or 4 o'clock, he will go to the reverse world to continue developing the Sky Island and transform it into the back garden of the ranch. The Pokemon in the ranch also have their own things to do. Playing, frolicking, running. The weather is pretty good today. Naoki basks in the sun, while listening to the sounds of the Pokemon playing outside. He feels that life is perfect like this. Wow! At this time, the voice of the little blacksmith suddenly came from outside. Naoki opened his eyes, and walked out of the door. He saw the petite little blacksmith holding a hammer in one hand, and looking around not far away, as if he was looking for something. Seeing Naoki, the little blacksmith's eyes lit up, and he ran over quickly, raising the hammer in his hand with full energy. Wow! Naoki's eyes lit up, and he quickly reached out to take the hammer handed over by the little blacksmith. Finished? The little blacksmith nodded repeatedly. Wow! That's right. This hammer is the ultimate hammer that he has made with all his efforts. Naoki lowered his head, and carefully looked at the heavy hammer in his hand. The hammer body was shining with silver metallic luster, which was obviously different from the one in the little blacksmith's hand. The hammer held by the little blacksmith was small and exquisite, just like the little blacksmith's personality. The hammer handed to Naoki was a little bigger, with a square body, and a fascinating silver luster. Obviously, this hammer was made by the little blacksmith for Babu Tubo. It's amazing! Naoki couldn't help but admire it. Even though he had heard about the rumors of Pokemon like the little blacksmith, Naoki couldn't help but say it was amazing when he really saw their ability to make hammers. No auxiliary tools are needed, nor high-temperature smelting is required. Only a pair of petite hands, and the steel attribute energy in the body can make such an excellent hammer. The little blacksmith looked over expectantly. Naoki noticed its appearance and praised with a smile. I like this hammer very much. Thank you for making it, little blacksmith. Wow! Hearing this, the little blacksmith's eyes suddenly became bright, and he looked very happy. Today, the little blacksmith is no longer as weak and listless as he was during the forest fire. After rebuilding his own hammer, his spirit and energy were restored. Perhaps, this is what the little blacksmith really looks like. Naoki was sincerely happy that the little blacksmith could come out of the shadow. He reached out and touched the little blacksmith's head, then turned his head to look at the roof of the chicken coop and said to it, Let's go, and give it to Babu Tubo together. Woo wow! The little blacksmith nodded excitedly, then followed Naoki with the hammer in his hand. They came to the bottom of the chicken coop, and Naoki called out, and Babu Tubo, who was lying on the roof basking in the sun, immediately flew down. Bammo? Naoki handed it the hammer and said expectantly, "Try it." Babutubo reached out to take it, and it held the handle of the hammer, and was surprised to find that the hammer fit its body shape unexpectedly. But after being surprised, Babutubo was very confused again, and it looked at Naoki puzzledly. "Bammo? Is this a gift for it? But how to use it?" Seeing this scene, Naoki remembered that Babutubo didn't know Thor, so naturally he didn't know the purpose of his gift of the hammer. He coughed lightly, sat down on the ground, and prepared to tell them the story of Thor. Seeing this, the two Pokemon in front of him also sat down in a row. Naoki slowly said, "A long time ago, there was a Pokemon named Thor, the god of thunder. It wore a red cape symbolizing hope, held Thor's hammer in its hand, and punished evil and promoted good all over the world, helping weak Pokemon. It can transfer the lightning in its body to the hammer, wrap the hammer with electricity, and attack the opponent, and use this method to punish many bad guys. The humans and Pokemon that it helps call it a superhero. Over time, the figure wearing a red cape and flying in the sky with Thor's hammer in hand has become everyone's hope." Bammo. Wow. After hearing this story, Babutubo and Little Blacksmith couldn't help but look longing. Little Blacksmith suddenly had an idea, and it suddenly thought of when the forest was on fire. Babutubo was also like Thor in the story, flying in the sky with a red cape, looking for Pokemon that needed help. The Little Blacksmith looked at the Babudu beside him in admiration. Wow! Seeing the Little Blacksmith's reaction, Naoki also thought of the scene at that time, and nodded with a smile at Babudu's slightly shy expression. Yes, Babudu is also a superhero. Hearing this, Babudu's eyes lit up. It recalled the Pokemon named Thor in the story, and then imitated it, holding the hammer in its hand tightly, and then tried hard to mobilize the electrical energy in its body. The next second, a sizzling electric current surged out of Babutubo's body and rushed to the hammer under Babutubo's control. In the flash of lightning, the hammer in its hand also burst out with a strong lightning. Babutubo looked at this scene in disbelief and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Bammo? Chapter 276. Bammo, Bammo. I am Babutubo, the god of thunder, for the glory of the ranch. 5 minutes later, Babutubo flew over the ranch with the hammer, like a child who got a new toy. Naoki and the Little Blacksmith stood below and watched this scene. After the initial surprise, Babutubo quickly fell in love with the hammer. In order to play the superhero named Thor that Naoki just talked about, Babutubo went back to the room and changed into his red cape. Now it looks like that. Naoki's mind flashed with the scene of Babutubo electrifying the hammer just now, and he thought to himself, from the performance of the hammer just after electrification, the electrical conductivity of the steel armor crow feathers is very good, which can perfectly adapt to Babutubo's electrical energy. Electric energy enhances the power of the hammer. At present, it seems that Babutubo has learned the attack method of swinging the electrified hammer to hit people without any instruction. What is this? Is it a self-created move, Thor's hammer? I wonder if the battle rules of the Paideia League will allow Babutu to fight with a hammer. But it should be allowed, right? Naoki guessed. After all, Pokemon like Giant Forge will also participate in the battle with a hammer. In addition, there is even a Pokemon like Family Mouse and Dragon Baluto that brings their families to fight. In a sense, this hammer can be regarded as Babutu's exclusive weapon. From today on, Babutu will no longer be an ordinary Babutu, but a special individual in the Babutu tribe, the second Pokemon, Thunder God Babutu. Naoki had a vague feeling that what he was doing now was not in vain, but was creating a new legend. It was really exciting to see how far Babutubo, who had eaten the lightning bun, could go in the future. At this time, his sister Ai Guancher came out of the house and shouted to Naoki, "Ai." Naoki realized that his sister Ai Guancher wanted to find him for something, so he said to Babutubo and the Little Blacksmith, "You play here." By the way, Babutubo, the Little Blacksmith family is very good at using weapons such as hammers. If you don't understand anything, you can ask it for advice. Hearing this, Babutubo's eyes lit up, and he looked at the Little Blacksmith beside him and asked expectantly, "Bammo?" The Little Blacksmith felt a little embarrassed when his idol looked at him with such eyes, but he nodded. Wow. Naoki was right. Every Little Blacksmith was very good at using hammers, and these methods seemed to exist in their minds naturally. Seeing this, Babutubo immediately asked the Little Blacksmith to teach him. The Little Blacksmith was also very happy that he could help. Since being rescued, he has been living here for free. Now he can finally play to his strengths. The Little Blacksmith immediately agreed. The two Pokemon holding hammers held hands, and ran to the open space nearby to practice the skills of using hammers. Naoki turned around and returned to the living room with his sister AI Guancher. As soon as he entered the door, he heard the sound of the video phone. Huh? Who would call at this time? Naoki was a little surprised. He stepped forward to answer the call. The next second, the heroic face of Dr. Olin appeared on the screen. Long time no see, Naoki. Dr. Olin greeted him with a smile. After a brief moment of shock, Naoki quickly came to his senses. Long time no see, Doctor. Golden is outside in the sun. I go call him now. However, Dr. Olin shook his head helplessly. No, I'm not calling Golden this time. I have something to trouble you personally. Naoki was slightly stunned, then said, You tell me. It's about Papa. Speaking of his son, Dr. Olin showed a trace of guilt on his face. The research in Area Zero is at a critical stage. Futu, and I can't leave here for a long time. Papa has been living alone for these years. We owe him a lot. When I communicated with him yesterday, I saw that the child was alone in a dark room. Compared with his peers, he was too lonely and too mature. Futu and I have always hoped that Papa could go out more and experience some interesting things, but he has always been depressed and has no interest. When I mentioned your ranch yesterday, Papa showed a little interest, so I want to ask you to take care of Papa for a few days and take him to experience things outside. As a thank you. At this point, Dr. Olin paused for a moment, then smiled and said, You didn't capture the paradoxical Pokemon you wanted last time. Recently, the Paradoxical Pokemon Research Institute has made new achievements. If a paradoxical Pokemon that integrates into this era appears in the future, Futu and I will try our best to get you the opportunity to take care of it. Naoki, He showed a helpless expression on his face. There is no problem on my side, but you know, Doctor, this is probably only a temporary solution. Dr. Olin sighed. I know that we have not fulfilled our responsibilities as parents, but there is nothing we can do. Hearing this, Naoki couldn't help but sigh. That's all. If Papa is destined to have such a tragic fate in the future, then now, let him create some memorable childhood moments for Papa. He said no more, but silently agreed to Dr. Olin's request. Thank you very much. Dr. Olin said gratefully. In a week, the Institute will be on vacation. At that time, Futu and I will return to the Padilla area to pick up Papa from your place. Okay. Naoki nodded. After hanging up the phone, Naoki stood there thinking for a while, then went upstairs and prepared the vacant guest bedroom. There will be guests coming to the ranch in the next 2 days. Naoki made the bed and said to the AI Guancher brother and sister behind him, He is the son of 2 doctors, named Papa. AI the sister AI Guancher nodded happily. They will definitely take good care of the guests. Naoki smiled. He had seen Papa before. Papa was not a naughty child, on the contrary. Papa was very sensible and well-behaved. According to the doctor, if Piper takes the parrot flying taxi from Shaoxia Town now, he is expected to arrive at the ranch tomorrow afternoon. Taking advantage of this time, Naoki cleaned the room on the 2nd floor carefully, and then waited for Piper's arrival with a group of Pokemon. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day, Naoki was pouring fruit wine in the wine cellar, and suddenly there was a commotion in the ranch. Naoki thought it was Piper who arrived, so he stopped what he was doing and prepared to go out to greet him. But when he walked outside, he found that the person who came was not Piper, but a black, low-key yet luxurious luxury car. Naoki? ? The car stopped in front of the ranch. In Naoki's confused eyes, 2 people got out of the car one after another. They were an old man with gray hair, wearing a black suit with a white shirt inside, dressed as a butler, and a short little girl with a ponytail and bright eyes. As soon as the little girl got out of the car, her eyes locked on Naoki, who was not far away. Then, she took out a red and white pokeball from her pocket, and said with full energy, Let's fight. Naoki? ? The old housekeeper beside the little girl said helplessly, Ms. Nemo, you are too anxious. Nay. Nemo? Naoki was a little surprised. This little girl is Nemo? No, that's not right. How could Nemo appear here? At this time, the old housekeeper stepped forward and said to Naoki politely, Excuse me, Mr. Rancher, this is Miss Nemo. We are from Shaoxia Town. Miss Nemo saw you and those Dragonites on TV, so she ran over non-stop to have a Pokemon battle with you. Hearing this, Naoki instantly understood what had happened. He looked at the little girl and thought that she was indeed Nemo, whose characteristic was doing what I want, but... Naoki opened his mouth and was about to explain that he was not a trainer, when a pink figure suddenly flew over the ranch. The pink figure was wearing a majestic red cape and holding a hammer in his hand. It fell from the sky, and the wind blew its cape. That Pokemon was. Nemo's attention was instantly attracted. The old housekeeper at the side was so surprised that his mouth opened wide. A flying Babutupo? Is he blind? And it is a Babutupo of a different color. The Babutupo did not notice the two guests behind him at all. It excitedly stopped in front of Naoki. Bammo! It has learned how to use this hammer. After saying that, the Babutupo could not wait to show it to Naoki. A burst of blue lightning suddenly burst out from its body, and the lightning covered its entire body, dyeing its eyes light blue. A terrifying electric energy rushed into the hammer in Babutubo's hand. Babutubo swung the hammer with all his strength and flew it high into the sky. The hammer's rotation speed became faster and faster, and finally it burst out with terrible lightning and sparks. After flying to a certain height, accompanied by a vigorous bammo, Babutubo's pink figure fell from the sky and used the lightning hammer to explode and bombard the earth. For a moment, powerful electric light splashed everywhere, and the originally flat ground was even smashed into a big pit. Naoki opened his eyes wide, staring at the scene in disbelief. What kind of move is this? How can it be so powerful? Everything in front of him has exceeded his original expectations. The old butler opposite also showed a shocked expression on his face. He was stunned and didn't say a word of what he wanted to say. He just stared at the unusual Babu groundhog. That move. What kind of move is that? How come he has never seen it before? What kind of Pokemon is this? Is this pink and tender Pokemon in front of him, full of girlishness, really the familiar Babu Pokemon? Nemo, who was standing by, looked at Babu Pokemon not far away with excitement. She clenched her fists excitedly, and a strong light burst out of her eyes. Awesome! Bammo? Babu Pokemon then noticed that there were guests visiting, and it turned around and looked at the old housekeeper and Nemo behind it. And Nemo had already pressed the button of the red and white ball. Accompanied by a flash of white light, a small, furry Pokemon appeared in front of Babu Pokemon. Nemo's desire to fight was getting hot. Mr. Rancher, please have a Pokemon battle with me. Hearing this, Naoki subconsciously looked down at the young Pokemon. Bubble Pokemon also looked down at the Pokemon that was much smaller than itself. Nemo's little Pokemon also looked up at Babu Pokemon, and when it saw that Babu Pokemon actually flew up, it couldn't help but show a stunned expression on its furry face. Bammo? Bubble Pokemon was a little unsure, and it looked back at Naoki. Naoki looked at Nemo. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Nemo was stunned. Naoki continued. If the difference in strength is too big, if you force the Pokemon to fight, it will not only have no effect, but will also put the Pokemon in danger. This is not what a qualified trainer should do. Although Nemo loves Pokemon battles, she doesn't want to see this situation. She looked at the bubble in front of her, then looked at the Pokeball in her hand, and finally put the bubble back. The old butler finally came to his senses. He looked at the other Pokemon attracted by the noise not far away, and realized that this was not an ordinary ranch. The man in front of him was not an ordinary person either. He was probably a powerful trainer who lived in seclusion. His long career as a butler allowed him to remain calm in the face of such a situation. Seeing that Miss Nemo had given up her plan to fight, the old butler first said to her, Miss Nemo can wait until she grows up before fighting with this trainer. Hearing this, Nemo's eyes suddenly lit up, and she seemed less disappointed. Seeing this, the old housekeeper smiled slightly, then stepped forward and asked politely, Mr. Rancher, can we visit your ranch? We have never seen so many Dragonites. Miss Nemo and I can pay the corresponding ticket fees. Naoki was slightly stunned, and then he understood the purpose of the old housekeeper bringing Nemo here. He wanted to teach Nemo about Pokemon such as Dragonite through personal practice, and provide her with the best educational environment. As expected of a rich lady from a wealthy family, it was not a big deal anyway. Naoki shook his head and said, No need to pay for the ticket. If you want to visit, then follow me. The old housekeeper said politely, Thank you very much. After that, Naoki prepared to take Nemo and the old housekeeper to visit the ranch. And just at this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind them. Excuse me. Naoki turned around and saw that Papa had come to the ranch at some point. He was standing not far away and raised his right hand to everyone. Wow, seeing this scene, Naoki raised his eyebrows. How is it such a coincidence? Nemo came over, and Papa also came over. Now all that is missing is Peony, and Juzy's 3 companions will be together. Chapter 277. Mr. Naoki. Piper held the strap of his backpack with his hands, looking at Naoki not far away with some restraint. Naoki smiled at him and said, Welcome, Piper, don't worry, Dr. Olin has already told me that you can stay here for the next few days. Hearing this, Piper felt relieved. The experience of living alone since childhood made him understand a lot early on. As for visiting someone else's ranch, Piper was a little worried that he would cause trouble for Mr. Naoki. Piper walked to Naoki with a backpack on his back. The old housekeeper and Nemo beside him also noticed this taciturn boy. Dr. Olin. Nemo keenly captured the key information from the conversation between the two. As a trainer reserve, no one in the entire Padilla region does not know the name of Dr. Olin. Dr. Pokemon, who is at the forefront of the times, developed the technology of crystallization, allowing Pokemon to crystallize in battle. Are you Dr. Olin's son? Nemo asked in surprise. After hearing this, Papa looked at the girl who was younger than him and nodded silently. Wow! Nemo said excitedly, Dr. Olin and Dr. Fudu are the most powerful doctors in the Padilla region. By the way, as their son, do you know how to fight Pokemon? Would you like to have a Pokemon battle with me? Papa, As expected of Nemo who loves Pokemon battles. Seeing that Papa didn't know what to say, Naoki said at the right time, Okay, Nemo, Papa just arrived at the ranch. He must be very tired from the long journey. He needs to rest. As Naoki said this, a strange thought arose in his heart. How to say it? It's a bit like taking care of children for relatives and friends. Okay then. Nemo looked a little regretful. The old housekeeper on the side looked helpless. Miss Nemo, you should also rest for a while. Nemo immediately shook her head and said, I'm not tired. Mr. Rancher, where are the Dragonites? Can I take a look at them? Of course. Naoki nodded. The Dragonites are basking in the sun under the tree over there. As he spoke, he led the way. The group crossed the fields, and then came to an open grassland. At this time, many Pokemon had gathered here. In addition to 4 Dragonites and 5 Haxorubs, there were also Glacian and Motorbike running on the grass. Not far away, Gulton was also lazily lying on a piece of grass, enjoying this beautiful afternoon. Looking further away, on a grassy field surrounded by a wooden fence, you can see 3 goats on the ground. On the other side of the fence, 2 strong and elegant horses, one black and one white, are galloping around the grassy field. On one of the horses, there is a mysterious Pokemon with a huge head. As soon as she arrived here, Nemo was instantly attracted by these Pokemon. Hakron, Dragonite, Motor Lizard, Glacian, Orinu, goat on the ground. And many Pokemon I have never seen before. Wow, is this heaven? Nemo immediately ran towards the group of Pokemon excitedly. The old housekeeper tried to stop her, Miss Nemo, but failed. The white-haired old man sighed helplessly. Miss Nemo is always so energetic. Naoki looked at this scene with a smile. I saw it. Then, Naoki looked at Papa beside him, and said to him, The ranch has undergone great changes during this period of time, and many new Pokemon have joined the ranch. Do you want to go and take a look? Papa was interested, but he didn't rush forward like Nemo. Instead, he bowed politely and thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Naoki. Let's go! Naoki caught up with Nemo with Papa. Nemo was standing in front of Gulden excitedly, observing this huge, muscular, and wild Pokemon. Gulden, who was resting with his eyes closed, noticed the movement around him. He opened his eyes a little, and after seeing the human in front of him clearly, he closed his eyes again. Who did it think it was? It turned out to be this human. Gulden still remembered the other person's name. It seemed to be Nemo. As for why it remembered, it was because in the next few years, this human who liked Pokemon battles often came to the ranch. Either to challenge the grass trials of the Mount Goats, or to challenge the lightning trials of Babu Tubo, and even challenged it. Mr. Rancher, what kind of Pokemon is this? Nemo asked. It? Naoki introduced with a smile. It's Gulden. Nemo, Gulden? Naoki nodded. This is the name given to it by Dr. Olin. It is a Pokemon discovered by Dr. Olin. Awesome. Nemo excitedly. It must be very powerful, right? Naoki. Yes, Gulden is a very powerful Pokemon. It has been protecting this ranch. Thanks to it, the ranch has been able to develop to what it is today. Such a powerful Pokemon. I really want to fight it. Nemo's eyes were full of hope, but she also knew that she was not a trainer yet. So, Nemo made a decision in her heart that when she became a trainer in the future, she must come here to challenge this Pokemon and the Babuthud. After watching Gorilla, Nemo ran to the Dragonites again. Naoki followed with Piper. He looked at the Dragonites and said to Piper and Nemo, These Dragonites are currently working as delivery men in the ranch. They rush to the ranch every morning to help me deliver the goods to the customers who ordered them. The Dragonites greeted Naoki happily. So cute. Nemo's eyes were instantly attracted by the cute appearance of the Dragonites. The old housekeeper beside him looked at the young man beside him in shock. Dragonites are so rare Pokemon, and this person not only raised so many of them, but also used them to deliver goods. This is too extravagant to be able to do such a thing. This boy is definitely not an ordinary person. At this time, the Bud Crown King rode the spirit horse and passed by not far away. When he got closer, he deliberately slowed down his speed, nodded to Naoki from a distance, and said hello. Another Pokemon that he had never seen before. Nemo felt that she was about to be dazzled, and she asked hurriedly, "Mr. Rancher, what kind of Pokemon is that? He can even ride a horse." "That's the Bud Crown," Naoki introduced. "The Pokemon he rides is called the Spirit Horse, and it is his official horse." "Official?" Nemo didn't react, but the old butler beside him heard it. He actually used the word royal. This is a word that only the king can use. He was slightly stunned, then looked at the Pokemon with extraordinary bearing and majestic posture, and repeated uncertainly, "Royal?" Naoki nodded. "Yes, that's exactly what it means. His name is Bud Crown, and he is the legendary King Pokemon." "King Pokemon?" Nemo and Piper were also attracted by this word. Naoki nodded slightly, and then slowly told them the legend of Bud Crown. A long time ago, the Bud Crown once rode his beloved horse and galloped across the land. His power was great. Legend has it that when he waved his left hand, crops would ripen instantly, and when he waved his right hand, flowers would bloom. In ancient times, he used this ability to bring abundance to people and make the entire region prosperous. "Awesome!" Nemo exclaimed. And Piper seemed to realize something and asked in disbelief, Legendary Pokemon?" Legendary Pokemon are powerful Pokemon that rarely appear in the world and only exist in legends among humans. There are also many legendary Pokemon in the Padilla region, such as the 4 Seal Disaster Pokemon in the past Kingdom era. But that was too far away from now, and it is still unknown whether the 4 legendary disaster Pokemon really exist. And now, Mr. Naoki actually captured a legendary Pokemon? Naoki heard what Papa meant and nodded. "That's right." Papa was a little confused, but, "I don't think I've heard of this legend in the Padilla region?" Naoki smiled slightly. "That's because everything I just said came from the ancient legend of the Galar region, and I met the Bud Crown in the Galar region." Galar region? No wonder, Papa suddenly realized. This is incredible. He knew it. The old housekeeper who followed Nemo to the ranch was also extremely shocked. His guess was right. This man is really not an ordinary person. I didn't expect that such a powerful trainer would be hidden in such a place. The old housekeeper had a vague feeling that the name of this man and the ranch he ran would be known throughout the Padilla region in the near future. At 5 o'clock in the evening, with a shocked mood, the old housekeeper took Nemo, who was satisfied, on the return journey. Nemo sat happily by the window and looked out. Although she didn't fight Dragonite this time, she saw so many powerful Pokemon. However, she did not intend to give up. Looking at the ranch gradually going away in the rearview mirror, Nemo made up her mind that in the near future, she must come back here to fight with Dragonite, Babbitt, and the Pokemon named Gul'dan. The old housekeeper looked at the young lady full of fighting spirit and encouraged her. "Miss Nemo, one day, you will also become a powerful trainer." "Yes, I will work hard." In the ranch, Naoki stood at the door and watched the car that Nemo was riding and gradually go away. I didn't expect Nemo to suddenly come to the ranch. This time, Nemo met Gul'dan and Piper. If Shuzi's plot happens normally, I wonder what will happen then. Naoki imagined it, and thought it was quite interesting. "Okay, we should go back to bed." Naoki retracted his gaze, and took Piper back home. It was getting dark, and all the Pokemon went back to the house. Piper stood in the living room, looking at the Pokemon in the room, and suddenly looked more reserved. Seeing this scene, Naoki smiled helplessly, and said, "Don't be so nervous. Dr. Olin and I are friends. Just treat this place as your own home." "Thank you." Piper thanked silently. Naoki smiled and continued, "The butler has prepared a room for you. It's on the 2nd floor. I don't know if you are used to it." As he said that, he called his brother butler and asked him to take Piper upstairs to take a look. The brother butler nodded calmly and agreed, "Aye." Naoki said again, "Go ahead, I prepared dinner." There was a fireplace burning in the room, and the room was warm. Feeling the warm atmosphere and Naoki's care, Piper's eyes were sore, and he suddenly had the urge to cry. He lowered his head quickly, held back his tears, said sorry to Naoki, and followed his brother Ai Guancher to the 2nd floor. Seeing this scene, Naoki smiled and shook his head. He turned on the TV, listened to the news broadcast, and started to cook dinner for the Pokemon. The cold wind was howling outside the window, and the Pokemon gathered on the soft carpet and sofa, roasting the fire, and comfortably exposing their soft bellies. The weather news host's voice came from the TV. Padia is expected to see snowfall early this morning. Citizens are requested to prepare in advance to prevent the impact of the cold wave. Huh? Is it going to snow? Naoki was a little surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, he found that it was time. It's good to snow. When the snow falls all over the ground, he can take the Pokemon to build snowmen and have snowball fights in the ranch. Naoki hummed a little song and began to look forward to the snow. At the same time, on the other side of the planet, there was an island located on the blue sea. Mew and Baby Bear were holding a bunch of green onions, standing in front of an onion duck, waving goodbye to it. Not long ago, they came to this island and met this onion duck who needed help in the forest. After hearing about the deeds of the Hero Expedition team, Onion Duck immediately sought help from them. Onion Duck said that not long ago, a Pokemon that liked to eat plants came to the forest, and it ate all the roots and green onions growing on the land. Onion Duck couldn't find green onions to arm itself, which made it feel insecure, so it asked the Hero Expedition team to help it drive away the Pokemon that liked to eat green onions. Dream and Baby Bear took on this commission. When they arrived at the destination, they found that it was a frightened deer that had been hungry for a long time. It migrated from another forest. Because humans cut down trees in that forest, there was a lack of food. It couldn't eat enough, so it could only come here to eat green onions. In order to help the onion duck complete the commission, Dream and Baby Bear gave it their own collection of tree fruits to help it fill its stomach. After eating, the frightened deer also promised that it would not eat the onion duck's weapons again. The matter was resolved satisfactorily, and Onion Duck gave a bunch of green onions to Mew and Baby Bear. After Onion Duck left, Baby Bear looked down at the green onions in his hand. One. Strange taste. Mew tilted his head. Meow? Do you want to eat them? Baby Bear sighed. One. Not tasty. It thought of Onion Duck holding these green onions as weapons, and thought that these green onions would also be a very useful prop for some Pokemon, right? It's decided. The Baby Bear suddenly had an idea. It wants to send the roots of these plants back to the ranch and give them to Naoki to see if there are any Pokemon on the ranch that need it. Speaking of Naoki, the Baby Bear's mind appeared that tall figure, with a gloomy expression. Unconsciously, it has been away from there for a long time. The Baby Bear missed Naoki a little, missed the ranch, and missed the delicious snacks made by Naoki. Meow, who was standing by, looked at the depressed Baby Bear and couldn't help but tilt his head. Meow. What's wrong? The Baby Bear answered truthfully, I miss you. I miss Naoki. Mew doesn't know what it means to miss someone, and it has never missed someone so much. Seeing the Baby Bear's appearance, it thought carefully, and then suggested cheerfully, Meow. Then let's go back to the ranch. Chapter 278. On November 14th, 198th year of the Alliance calendar, the Padilla region welcomed the first heavy snowfall of the year. The snow fell for a day and a night, and when it stopped, the whole world was shrouded in a grand snow scene. As soon as the snow stopped, the Pokemon who were curious about the snow asked Naoki to help them tie scarves to keep them warm. As the door was opened, a large group of Pokemon of all kinds swarmed out of the door. Suddenly, the originally flat snow was covered with all kinds of plum blossom footprints. Babudog, who was running in the middle, was too excited and accidentally tripped by a stone hidden in the snow. He fell on the snow with a plop, leaving a Babudog mark on it. The surrounding Pokemon stopped running and gathered around to check the situation. Babudog got up from the ground with snow all over his face, showing a silly smile on his face. Bammo. Naoki and Piper followed behind, and seeing the scene, they smiled helplessly. Slowed down. Bammo. Babutubo responded happily, and then quickly climbed up from the snow. Seeing this, the other Pokemon also smiled and ran on the snow, laughing and making noises, like a group of children seeing snow for the first time. Papa's Mastiff Godfather stood by Papa, looking at the lively scene over there with some envy. Naoki noticed this scene and said, Mastiff Godfather can also go and play. Woo woof. Mastiff Godfather looked up. Piper reached out and touched the head of the Mastiff Godfather, and said to him, You go and play with everyone. I'm here, it's okay. Woo woof. The Mastiff Godfather became happy. Seeing this, Naoki called Frosty Milk Fairy, and asked her to bring the Mastiff Godfather to play. The lively and cheerful Frosty Milk Fairy happily agreed, and brought the Mastiff Godfather to everyone. Looking at the back of the Mastiff Godfather, Naoki thought of Piper's situation and asked, "Has Piper always lived alone?" Papa answered honestly, "Not alone, Godfather Mastiff has been with me all the time. It is a gift from my father and mother. Godfather Mastiff has been by my side since I was born." Hearing this, Naoki nodded, thinking that it was no wonder that Papa was running around in the Padilla region in order to find a way to treat Godfather Mastiff in the game. Children like Papa must be very sentimental. "Have you always lived in Shousher Town?" Naoki asked. Papa said truthfully, "Not often. Before, my father and mother would take me to the Zero Area Research Institute, and I would occasionally live there for a while." "I see." Naoki thought for a moment, and suddenly remembered something. "Come to think of it, you will be 10 years old next year, right?" Piper looked at him in surprise. "How did you know?" "Have you forgotten? The last time the doctor brought you here, he told me," Naoki said with a smile. Piper thought about it carefully, and finally remembered. "Naoki, what are your plans for next year? Are you going to travel around as a trainer, or go to Padilla Academy to study?" I'm not very good at Pokemon battles." Pepper hesitated and said, "I don't know what I'm going to do in the future." Naoki, Pepper, who is not good at battles, can bring out 6 Pokemon above level 60 to fight against players in the game. What if he is good at it? However, Naoki still remembers that Pepper's dream is not to become a powerful trainer, but to become a chef who can make Pokemon full of vitality. "What is this called? A chef who is not a trainer is not a good chef?" Naoki complained in his heart, but said to Papa, "Since you don't know what to do, go to Padilla Academy and take a look. Maybe you can find the answer there." "Yeah." Papa nodded seriously. At this time, the Pokemon on the snow had already started to build snowmen under the leadership of Golden. However, Golden's skills were not very good, and the snowmen he built had big heads and small bodies. Seeing this, Naoki walked forward with Papa speechlessly. To do this, the snowballs on top can't be too big. As he said that, the image of Bud Crown suddenly appeared in Naoki's mind. "Naoki, He changed his words and said, "It can also be bigger, and you can make snowmen of specific Pokemon by comparing their appearance." "Ah, gah." Golden understood immediately. Then, it used its big claws to dig snow on the ground. Other Pokemon followed suit, and soon, a group of strange-looking snowmen appeared on the snow. Naoki, Forget it, they are just Pokemon, you can't ask for too much. Naoki turned around and looked around. When he saw the Ibuta siblings, he suddenly remembered the bush maze he had seen in the manor. At that time, he remembered that a group of Pokemon were playing hide-and-seek in it. So the question was, could he create a small ice maze here for Pokemon to play in? Thinking of this, Naoki immediately found Glacian, who was standing quietly by the side, with a smile on his face, watching everyone play in the snow. Compared to other Pokemon, this snow is not strange to Glacian. It used to live in Frost Mountain, where there is the same snow everywhere. Seeing Naoki walking towards him, Glacian turned his head and said, "Biu? Do you have time? I want you to make something for me." Naoki asked with a smile, and then told him his idea. After listening, Glacian fell into deep thought, and then his eyes lit up. He nodded gently and responded, "Biu." "Very good, let's try it," Naoki asked. Glacian nodded. So 1 man and 1 Eevee came to an open grassland. Naoki stood behind Glacian and gave it an order. First, use the freezing beam to create an ice wall. Bui! Glacian opened his mouth and spit out a beam of cold air from his mouth. The rich ice attribute energy swept across the snow, and an ice blue wall immediately appeared wherever it passed. "Very good, that's it." Seeing that the method was feasible, Naoki was delighted and continued, "Let's do it again, connect the ice walls." Biu? This was very easy for Glacian. It followed Naoki's instructions, and used the freezing beam to create ice walls one after another on the snow. The 4 outermost ice walls together formed a huge square area. There were countless small ice walls of different lengths inside the area, which together formed a huge ice maze park. The maze has 2 exits, and the roads are connected in all directions, but there is only one real road leading to the exit. When the maze was completed, the other Pokemon were attracted by this scene, and looked at the building rising from the ground in shock. Naoki was also looking up at this scene. The ice wall was taller than him, and a Glacian could do this. It seems that the cream smoothie eaten that summer was not in vain. Thank you for your hard work. Naoki touched Glacian's head, and then called other Pokemon to introduce them to the rules of hide-and-seek. Hide-and-seek is played between 2 parties, one of which is responsible for hiding, and the other party needs to find the hiding Pokemon. If all the hiding Pokemon are found, then the finder wins, and the first Pokemon found will be the finder for the next round of the game. Do you understand? The Pokemon seemed to understand, but soon, the smart Babutubo's eyes lit up. Bammo! It understood. Babutubo flew up and said to the Pokemon, Bammo! In the first round, it will be the searcher. Naoki, unfortunately, you cannot use the ability to fly or use moves during the game. Hearing this, Babutubo immediately showed a surprised expression. In this case, how can it find other Pokemon? With your eyes, Naoki said. Babutubo thought for a while, and then suddenly realized it. It understood. Seeing that the other Pokemon had no objection, Naoki said, Then, we can start. You go hide in the maze. After Babutubo counts to 50, he will come to look for you. Be careful not to be discovered. Hearing this, Frostmilk, Motor Lizard and other Pokemon immediately ran into the ice maze in a hurry, and looked for places to hide. Even Golden was attracted by this game, and ran into the ice maze in a panic. Babutubo closed his eyes, and began to count according to Naoki's method. Bammo! 1. Bammo! 2. Bammo! 35. Bammo! 36. Babutubo's counting sound was so loud that the Pokemon in the maze could hear it. Seeing that the time was about to come, the Pokemon in the maze felt a strong sense of urgency. In the maze, Frostmilk looked around in panic, looking for something to hide. Then, it noticed the white snow on the ground, and its eyes suddenly lit up. Then it dove into the snow and hid its body, not noticing the series of clear small footprints behind it. In a blind spot in a maze. Motor Lizard looked at the wall in front of it nervously, and then ran to the corner and curled up facing the wall, trying to merge itself with the wall, thinking that this way Babutudger would not see it. Bammo! 50! When the time came, Babutubo excitedly stepped into the maze. Babutubo is a very smart Pokemon, and it quickly noticed the footprints on the snow. Bammo! I found you! Babutubo said deliberately. It locked onto one of the footprints, and then moved forward along the direction of the footprints, and finally found that the footprints extended to a dead end and stopped. And on the snow in front, there was an unknown bulge. Bammo! Babutubo stepped forward cautiously, and then slapped the bulging snowball with his palm. The next second, a frightened scream came from under the snow. Ma! It seems that Frosty is the first Pokemon found by Babutubo. Outside the maze, listening to Frosty's voice, Naoki couldn't help stretching. Let the Pokemon play here by themselves, and he turned around and prepared to go to the glass greenhouse to check the honey brewing of the 3 bees. Does Piper want to go with us? Naoki asked. Piper shook his head. No, Mr. Naoki, I want to stay here with Godfather Mastiff. Okay. Naoki nodded. If you feel cold, go back to the living room. The fireplace is still burning, and your body will warm up soon. I know. Piper thanked. Naoki smiled, and turned to the glass greenhouse. The Bud Crown King was not here. Naoki guessed that he should have gone to the surrounding area of the ranch to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment. He didn't care much, and after greeting Butterfree, he came to the beehive of the 3 bees. The amount of honey stored in the beehive was not much, and the spirits of the 3 bees were not very good. Naoki guessed that they should be like some Pokemon that need to hibernate. Once this season comes, they will reduce their activity as much as possible. For Pokemon like the 3 bees, this is a very normal thing. Seeing this, Naoki turned back to the house, and took out the honey prepared in advance to help the 3 bees survive the winter from the cupboard, and put it in the beehive as a reserve food for them. After doing all this, the Bud Crown came back. His figure appeared directly in the glass greenhouse. Seeing Naoki, the Bud Crown asked with a dignified look, I feel a breath of death from that mountain. There is no life there. What is going on? Naoki immediately realized what the Bud Crown was talking about. He thought for a moment and replied, Before you came here, there was a fire on the back mountain. The fire burned all the plants on the mountain, and many Pokemon lost their lives there. The Pokemon living in the orchard are the ones who survived the fire. I took them in and promised to help them plant grass, flowers, and trees on the hills behind when next spring comes. I see. But Crown murmured. Hearing that many Pokemon had lost their lives, the loving Pokemon King felt a pang of heartache. He sighed. If only I could have come here earlier, my power could have moved them to a safe place. Alas. Naoki also sighed. What we can do now is to help the surviving Pokemon rebuild their homes. But Crown closed his eyes, and mourned for the Pokemon who had passed away. After a moment, his eyes reopened. In that case, I will come to help as well. Yes. Naoki nodded, thinking about buying saplings and grass seeds. The Pokemon that survived the fire are not only those in the ranch, but also some of them have been rescued by the Padilla Alliance and live in the rescue station in the town. At that time, the Padilla Alliance will definitely send people to participate in the activities of rebuilding the back mountain, so as to help the forest recover as much as possible. Chapter 279. If Bud Crown performs a miracle to make the trees on the back mountain grow instantly, then his existence will definitely be discovered by the Padilla Alliance. At this moment, Naoki thought a lot in his mind. For example, will someone covet the existence of Bud Crown? How will the Padilla Alliance treat this Pokemon of great significance? Will they build towers and shrines for them like the Johto Alliance did for Ho-Oh and Lugia? Or will they trap him like President Roz of the Galar Alliance did to Wuji Taina, and use him as an energy bank for the entire region? Naoki is not worried about the latter. The current strength of the Bud Crown has recovered to its peak, and with the company of Linjiuma and Zubeoma, ordinary people would probably be directly blasted into slag by Xingzhou and Shuelan. As for whether the chief champion of Padia will be like President Roz of Galar, Naoki thinks that Iese's character will not do such a thing. He had met Iese's several times. She was a very intelligent and charismatic champion. With Iese's personality, she would probably want to bring him into the Padilla Alliance to work for her rather than subjugate the Bud Crown King. Then, there was only one possibility left. The Padilla Alliance would try to spread the deeds of the Bud Crown King to the people of the Padilla region, build shrines and other facilities, and let all the Padilla people believe in this King of Plenty. In this way, it would not annoy the Bud Crown King, but also improve his favorability towards the Padilla region, thus making the Padilla region more prosperous. However, the only bad thing is that a group of inexperienced trainers may come to Shichin town. Naoki made a decision after struggling for a while. Since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well let it go. With the help of the Bud Crown, the Mount Goat doesn't have to spend a lot of energy to cultivate the World Tree like before. It's just right to pull all the visiting trainers into the green grass trial to give the Mount Goat some exercise. Then, Naoki remembered the incident of Babu Tubo hitting people with a hammer. Well, in addition to the grass trial, perhaps we can add a lightning trial to increase Babuto's experience points, hone its combat skills, and make it a stronger Pokemon. And Dragonite, at present, Dragonite's basic training seems to have reached a bottleneck. If you want to make further progress, you need a lot of practical experience. And where does practical experience come from? It is undoubtedly from combat. Thinking of Dragonite's previous appearance of calling the wind and rain, Naoki once again thought of the name of a trial, the Storm Trial. In this way, the ranch can create a complete industrial chain. Trainers and travelers attracted by the legendary Pokemon Bud Crown will participate in the 3 trials to make the ranch famous and attract more people. When the ranch becomes more and more famous, the Rotom phone should have been released. At that time, the world will officially enter the information age. Live broadcasting industry, online shopping and other novelties will surely spring up like mushrooms after rain. At that time, he could formally establish the Dragonite Express Company and invite all the Dragonites on Dragonite Island. Then, each Dragonite would be equipped with a Rotom phone with navigation, positioning, and communication functions, and entrusted to deliver the ranch's goods to various places in the Padilla region. The first step to realize this plan is to wait for the arrival of those trainers and travelers. These people can not only increase the faith of the Bud Crown, but also help Pokemon such as Dragonite and Babuto to move their bodies and exercise their abilities. It just happens that we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone and maximize the benefits. It's perfect. Perhaps the smile on Naoki's face is too evil, which attracts the eyes of the Regal King next to him. "What are you thinking about?" the Regal King asked. "Thinking about what I will do next year," Naoki answered with bright eyes. "Next year?" The Regal King didn't have much concept of the passage of time. "Next year will be here soon." Afraid that the Regal King didn't understand, Naoki added, "For us humans, there are 365 days in a year, and we will experience 4 seasons, spring, summer, autumn and winter. Like now, snow means the year is coming to an end. When the ice and snow on the ground melt, everything revives, and flowers and grass grow again on the grass. It means spring has arrived, and a new cycle has begun." Hearing this, the Bud Crown King suddenly realized, so that's it. It snows all year round in the Crown Snowfield. It's the same scene at any time. I'm afraid it's been many years since I last saw spring. At that time, he rode his beloved horse across the land of Galar, and saw countless beautiful scenery. The blooming spring, the hot summer, the refreshing autumn, and the snowy winter. The Bud Crown King couldn't help but fall into memories. It was indeed as he remembered. The last time he saw spring was a long time ago, so long that he couldn't remember how long it had been. I can see it every year in the future, Naoki said with a smile. If nothing unexpected happens, they will live together for many more years. For Naoki, being able to know so many Pokemon, live with them, and watch them eat the food he cooked, this life is worth it. I'm looking forward to it. A smile appeared on the face of the Bud Crown. He was looking forward to the spring that would come soon, and also to the spring that he would spend with Naoki. Well, I still have to go find Dragonite and Babutu to talk to them about something. The Bud Crown nodded slightly and watched Naoki leave. As soon as he left the glass house, Naoki wanted to talk to Babutu and Dragonite about the lightning trial and the storm trial. But seeing a group of Pokemon having fun in the ice maze, Naoki simply stopped and prepared to talk to them after they were tired. As for now, Naoki was going to go back to the house to heat up a few cups of juice and milk for the Pokemon, so that they could drink it directly to warm up their bodies when they came back to rest after playing tired. Naoki turned around and walked towards the house. He walked under the eaves and was about to open the door, but suddenly heard a familiar call from behind. Is it me? Naoki was slightly stunned, then turned around in disbelief, busy with the familiar little bear Pokemon behind him, thinking that he was hallucinating. Baby bear? Naoki asked uncertainly. Emi? The baby bear nodded repeatedly, then threw the green bundle in his arms to the ground and ran towards Naoki. When the distance was close, the baby bear jumped up suddenly, and the furry little body fell into Naoki's arms. Naoki subconsciously reached out to catch it. The baby bear raised his head, and a light flashed in his black and bright eyes. Emi. Meow. At this time, another Pokemon figure fell from the sky. Naoki looked at it, and recognized it at a glance as the dream-named hero. Naoki was very surprised by the sudden return of the baby bear. Why did you come back suddenly? What? Naoki didn't understand, but he was still very happy. It was rare to see the baby bear. He quickly took it back to the living room. Let's go back to the house first. Hero, come with us. I get you some delicious food. Meow. Hearing this, Dream cried happily, and then followed Naoki into the living room. Naoki put the baby bear on the sofa, and went to the refrigerator to get some desserts and drinks. When he returned to the living room with the food, the baby bear was sitting on the sofa, curiously looking at the surrounding environment. Is it? Naoki saw what the baby bear meant. It should be saying that this place is different from before. He smiled and explained. The previous house was too small. After you set off on your journey, I asked the craftsman in the town to help build a new one. Is it? Baby bear suddenly understood. Naoki put the full plate of pofin and small cakes on the table, and also gave baby bear a can of honey, which he loved the most. Seeing the honey, baby bear's eyes lit up immediately. He picked up the honey, and began to dip his paws into the golden honey, and then licked it in his mouth. And Dreamy picked up a piece of pofin with her two little hands, and put it to her mouth, and ate it happily. Meow. Taking this opportunity, Naoki specially took a few pieces of translation melon seed crisps and ate them, and then sat on the sofa and chatted with the two Pokemon. Why did you come back so suddenly? I was startled by you. Naoki asked. Baby bear. Independent Maine. We came back because we wanted to see Naoki. Want to see him? After hearing this answer, Naoki was stunned for a moment, and then felt happy from the bottom of his heart. It seems that baby bear still cares about him. Next, Naoki did not speak, and patiently watched baby bear and Dream eat. After they finished eating, baby bear began to observe the surrounding environment. At this time, it saw the photo hanging on the right wall with its sharp eyes. Independent Maine. That's what we asked the seagull to send back. Naoki took a look and nodded. Yes, the Pokemon you asked are very reliable. They always deliver the things to the ranch on time. Baby bear said happily. Independent Maine, everyone is a good Pokemon. Naoki smiled slightly and asked, did you encounter any interesting things on this trip? Meow kept eating pofin, and his little cheeks were stuffed. The baby bear was full, so he answered, a lot. A lot. He excitedly told Naoki about the things he encountered during his travels, including Zapdos, Lugia, Mewtwo, Ninetales, and the lonely giant Dragonite. The baby bear said that they met Zapdos in an abandoned human power plant. The poor Zapdos was injured, so he and Mew gave it some healing fruits and became friends with Zapdos. When leaving, he found that the Zapdos feathers that fell on the ground glowed, so he picked it up and sent it back to the ranch. Naoki, So the lightning bird feather that he made into a lightning bun was not pulled out from the lightning bird by Bear Baby using his super luck and definitely escape abilities? Didn't the lightning bird attack you? Naoki couldn't help asking. What? Of course not. Bear Baby shook his head, with some confusion on his face. Naoki, I heard that the lightning bird has a very violent personality. Bear Baby recalled carefully and said slowly, What? This Zapdos is a good Zapdos. It is a very good Pokemon, but later, the hero and I met another Zapdos with a bad temper. The second Zapdos? Naoki immediately remembered the movie Lugia's Birth. If he remembered correctly, this plot also happened in this world, and the storm buns that Dragonite ate were what Baby Bear got from this experience. Talking about this memory, both Dream and Baby Bear seemed a little embarrassed. Yimo. The lightning bird was guarding a shiny gem. The hero and I thought no one wanted it, so we wanted to pick it up and send it back to the ranch. As a result, the bad-tempered lightning bird chased us for a long, long way. In the end, we didn't catch up. Baby Bear still remembers that the lightning bird was almost pissed off by them. But they didn't know that the gem was so important. Thinking of this, Dream and Baby Bear looked at each other a little embarrassedly. Naoki, Just as he was about to say something else, Mew, who had filled her stomach, looked around, as if she was looking for something. Seeing that she didn't find anything, Mew turned her eyes to Naoki and asked, Meow? Where's Mewtwo? Mewtwo? Naoki immediately realized that Mew seemed to want to know about Mewtwo, and he replied, Mewtwo came once before, and the group of Pokemon rested in the ranch for a night, and then left, saying that they were going to find a place for them to live. Meow? What a pity. Mew looked regretful, and wanted to see Mewtwo again. Don't worry. Naoki comforted him. Mewtwo is still in this world. As long as you don't stop traveling, you will meet them again one day. Hearing this, Mew and Baby Bear blinked, and then immediately became full of fighting spirit. Meow. That's right. Me. Yes. Seeing that they wanted to know the follow-up of the Pokemon that came to the ranch, Naoki told them about the giant Dragonite settling on Dragonite Island, and Ninetales visiting the ranch. Hearing that everything had a happy ending, Dream and Baby Bear were very happy. Baby Bear still feels like he is dreaming about this trip. He looked at Naoki and said to him, Is it? The hero and I formed the Hero Expedition team and helped many Pokemon. I like this feeling. Naoki smiled and listened to the stories of the two Pokemon during their journey. He couldn't help but sigh. It's great. That is the friendship and bond between Pokemon without humans, just like a fairy tale. At this time, the door opened, and the elder brother AI Guancher came in with a bunch of green onions. It asked in confusion, AI? Whose thing is this? It fell at the door. Seeing this scene, the baby bear immediately remembered that he had not given a gift to Naoki. It quickly stood up, and took the bundle of green onions from the elder brother AI Guancher, and gave it to Naoki. May. For you, Naoki. Naoki was a little surprised. He looked down, and the information of these green onions emerged from his mind. Green onions, special stem-shaped plants, extremely rare and delicious, can be used for cooking, have always been used as weapons by Onion Duck, and the large rhizome at the bottom can also be carried as props by some Pokemon. Chapter 280. Baby Bear, Me. This is a gift from the Farfetch'd that the hero and I helped. It's its favorite onion. Farfetch'd Pokemon really likes onions, and Naoki nodded in understanding. Farfetch'd Pokemon, the yellow-billed duck Pokemon, according to the illustrated book, only live in places where stem-like plants grow. Naoki looked down at the bundle of onions in his arms. The so-called stem-like plants are actually these onions. For some reason, the onions in this world are so big, bigger than the onions he ate in his previous life, and can be used as swords. Thinking of this, Naoki pulled out a green onion and swung it twice like a sword. The green onion stalk passed through, and a sound of breaking through the air was heard in the air. The bear baby beside him nodded repeatedly as he watched this scene. Me. That's right. This is how the onion duck swings the green onion. Naoki imagined the onion duck fighting with a huge green onion on its back, and found it inexplicably interesting. However, since this kind of green onion growing in the wild is very rare, the number of onion ducks has been decreasing in recent years. Because the onion duck is a very special Pokemon, it cannot survive without onions, so when facing an opponent who wants to snatch onions, it will fight desperately with the opponent. In some places, in order to protect the declining number of onion ducks, there are even people who specialize in growing onions to attract onion ducks to settle and build nests nearby. Onion duck? He really wants to raise a few of this rare Pokemon, but onion ducks only live in places where stem-like plants grow. Naoki suddenly had an idea. If I plant this kind of green onion in the ranch, will it attract wild Farfetch'd to settle here? But There seems to be no far-fetched Pokemon in the Padia region. Naoki suddenly felt very regretful. He put the bundle of green onions aside, and turned around to see his brother, Ai Guancher, looking at Baby Bear and Mew curiously. Naoki then remembered that when Ai Guancher came to the ranch, Baby Bear had already left for a trip, and they didn't know each other yet. Thinking of this, Naoki began to introduce the current situation of the ranch to Baby Bear and Dream. After you left, many new companions joined the ranch. Independent Maine? Baby Bear also noticed his brother, Ai Guancher, and blinked his eyes and greeted him happily. Independent Maine. Hello. Brother Ai Guancher was stunned, as if he didn't expect this Baby Bear to be so friendly. He responded stupidly. Ai. Hello, you. Naoki smiled slightly. This is Brother Ai Guancher. He and his sister are the housekeepers of our family. They have been helping us with housework. They are very powerful Pokemon. Even if I'm not at the ranch, they can keep everything here in order. Hearing Naoki's straightforward praise, the elder brother Ai Guancher felt a little embarrassed. After all, these were their duties. After hearing these words, the Baby Bear immediately showed admiration in his eyes. So awesome. Just like a human. This made the elder brother Ai Guancher even more embarrassed. Besides my brother, there are many other new companions, but they are now playing hide-and-seek in the maze outside. I will introduce them to you later. Naoki paused and asked, You must be tired after running around for so long. Do you want to take a nap? Baby Bear and Dream were indeed a little tired. After making the decision to return to the ranch that day, they rushed back from the distant Johto area without stopping. They crossed the sea and climbed over the mountains, and finally returned to this place after going through untold hardships. Both Baby Bear and Dream had consumed a lot of energy, and they had just filled their stomachs, and were in this warm environment, so all the fatigue from the journey suddenly came out. So tired, meow. I want to sleep. Seeing this, Naoki smiled and said, Then go to sleep for a while. He sent the two little guys back to his room, and let them rest on their beds. The Baby Bear lay on the soft bed, smelling the scent of Naoki on it. The room was very warm, which made the Baby Bear feel unprecedented peace of mind. It looked at Naoki with sleepy half-open eyes, and said in a daze, It's so nice to meet Naoki. Naoki didn't quite hear, What? When he looked over, the Baby Bear had closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Dream beside him also murmured meaninglessly, Meow. Meow. Dream, Then, it also fell asleep. Looking at the cute sleeping faces of Dream and Baby Bear, Naoki's heart softened, and he immediately adjusted the temperature for them, then walked out of the room quietly and closed the door. At this time, Dragonite, who had been playing for the whole morning, also returned to the living room. Seeing them, Naoki finally remembered what he was doing. He first poured a cup of hot juice milk for a group of Pokemon in Piper to warm them up, and then looked at Babutubo and Dragonite. Want to become stronger? Naoki asked. Oh! Bamo? The two Pokemon turned their heads and looked at him instantly. The effect of the translation melon seed crisps had disappeared, and Naoki could no longer understand what they were saying. But looking at Dragonite's excited eyes and Babutubo's expectant expression, he could understand what the two Pokemon meant even without translation. I have a plan. Then, Naoki told the two Pokemon about the lightning trial and the storm trial in detail. Just like the Mount Goats, fight with visiting trainers, and gain experience by fighting their Pokemon to make you stronger. Awoo! Bamo! Both Dragonite and Babutubo had seen the grass trial of the Mount Goats. They knew how powerful the Mount Goats were, and when they thought that they could be like the three Mount Goats, the two Pokemon happily agreed. Very good. Naoki nodded with satisfaction. He knew that Dragonite and Babuto would not refuse. But the specific content of the trial, as well as the tactics and move combinations of Dragonite and Babuto, will have to wait until later. Although he is not a professional trainer, his experience in the game can also provide some tactical guidance for the two Pokemon. At this time, other Pokemon in the living room also heard the conversation between Naoki and Dragonite. Frostmilk stood up expectantly. Mama? Will it have any special trials? This makes Naoki a little embarrassed. After all, Frosty is not a Pokemon used for battles. If a trial is held for it, a trial for spraying cream, or a trial for luck, neither of them is good, right? After thinking for a moment, Naoki replied, I haven't thought about it yet. Give me some time to think about it. Frosty is looking forward to it, Ma. When the time comes, it will use its most powerful finger swing to defeat the opponent. That being said, Naoki felt that Frosty Milk Fairy was just here to join in the fun, not really wanting to fight. Forget it. Since Frosty Milk Fairy is interested, let it experience it. Then, Naoki saw the motor lizard, who was also looking forward to it. Naoki, Thinking about it carefully, motor lizard doesn't seem to have anything outstanding now. Although it ate the birthday cake that can increase the race value, this is only the first year, and the specific performance is not clear yet. Seeing the expectant look of motor lizard, Naoki thought for a moment and said, I think of a way. Gaw. Motor lizard was very happy. As for Gulton, Naoki looked at Gulton lying lazily beside him. This legendary winged king did not want to fight like other Pokemon. But it was okay this way. After all, with the strength Gulton showed now, it was like a fantasy for ordinary people to defeat it. When Mew and Baby Bear woke up, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The two Pokemon opened their eyes from the bed, and in a trance, they thought they were still in the tree hole outside. They didn't react until they saw the surroundings clearly. Oh, it turns out that they have returned to the ranch. What? The baby bear immediately looked around and began to look for Naoki. It jumped off the bed and ran out of the bedroom with Mew. Seeing that Naoki was still not in the living room, it continued to run outside. As expected, they saw Naoki in the ranch. Naoki is leading a group of Pokemon to clear the snow on the ground. It is not noticeable now, but after a while, the snow will be frozen into ice due to the low temperature, and the road will become very slippery and easy to fall. So they have to clear a path to the Pokemon house, chicken house, orchard, glass house, tavern, stable and underground cave in advance. Piper is also helping here. He secretly observes Naoki, and finds that Mr. Naoki seems to be able to understand Pokemon talking. As expected of Mr. Naoki, he's really amazing, Piper thought. At this moment, he saw Mew floating out from a distance, and couldn't help but show a surprised look in his eyes. Mr. Naoki, what is that Pokemon? Naoki looked back and replied with a smile. They are Mew and Baby Bear. Piper had seen Baby Bear in the Pokemon Encyclopedia, but had never seen Mew. Looking at the strange pink figure, he couldn't help but mutter, Mew? Yes. Naoki nodded and said, it is said that Mew is an extinct Pokemon. It has existed in this world for a long time. Some scholars believe that Mew is the ancestor of Pokemon. Hearing this, Papa asked in disbelief, Ancestor? Naoki explained, because Mew's genes contain information about all Pokemon in this world, it can use all moves. Wow. So awesome. Papa was very shocked that there is such a Pokemon in this world. But this may not be true, after all, those are just rumors. Naoki smiled and said, this Mew is not my Pokemon, it is a friend of Baby Bear. As he spoke, Mew and Baby Bear had already arrived in front of him. What? Baby Bear looked up with his bright black eyes. Naoki touched its head and said to it, I'm sweeping the snow, I left sandwiches for you in the living room. You can go there to eat if you are hungry. What? The baby bear nodded happily. At this time, Dream, who was looking around, seemed to have discovered something. He tilted his head and looked in one direction with his innocent blue eyes. Meow? What's wrong? Naoki was slightly stunned. And Dream had turned around and flew over there. Naoki and the baby bear looked in the direction it flew, and saw a sapling with green leaves growing on the land covered with snow. That is, the World Tree. Meow seemed to be very curious about the World Tree, and kept circling around it, making strange and surprised noises. Meow! What? The baby bear looked at the scene in confusion. Naoki was also slightly stunned. This Meow named Dasha seemed to like the World Tree very much. Naoki's heart moved, and he thought of Meow and the World Tree in the movie The Brave Lucario of the Wave. Maybe there was some connection between Meow and the World Tree that he didn't know. Meow! At this time, Minghuan cried out in joy again. Naoki ran forward with the baby bear, and Minghuan looked at them, and said happily, Meow. The baby bear opened his eyes in disbelief. What? Naoki didn't understand at all, and quickly asked Golden to get him some translation melon seed crisps as quickly as possible. Ah, gah! Golden did it helplessly. Soon, the translation melon seed crisps were delivered, and Naoki ate a piece, and heard Minghuan say to the baby bear, Meow. The tree has a lot of life energy, I like it here. However, the baby bear didn't feel it. It looked at the sapling in confusion and murmured, me. What kind of tree is this? Minghuan shook his head, Meow. I don't know either. But it could feel that the tree had a lot of life energy, which was good for them and suitable for living. Seeing that Minghuan didn't know what kind of tree this was, the baby bear turned his eyes to Naoki. Independent Maine? Does Naoki know what kind of tree this is? Meow also looked over, expectantly waiting for his answer. Naoki could only answer, This is the World Tree. Meow? World Tree. Meow had never heard of this name. As expected, not all meows are related to the World Tree. It seems that the reason why this meow is attracted to the World Tree is that it may feel the life energy contained in the tree like the Bud Crown King, Naoki thought. Yes, the World Tree. Naoki continued, it will take a long time for it to grow up. It will grow very big, bigger than the whole ranch. You can live on it when the time comes. Hearing this, Menghuan and Baby Bear's eyes suddenly lit up. Menghuan thought that when the time comes, it must use the secret power to build a secret base for the hero expedition team here. Baby Bear said happily, Ime. This way, we can invite Zapdos to come as a guest. Menghuan, meow. Yes. Naoki raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Zapdos? Baby Bear nodded, Imimi. It's the Zapdos we met at the power plant. Zapdos told us that when it lived in the power plant, humans often disturbed it and attacked it with Pokemon. This made it miserable. It said that it would be great if there was a place where it would not be disturbed. Hearing this, Naoki's heart moved slightly. Of course you can invite it to be your guest. The baby bears were very happy that Naoki was willing to let their friends come to the ranch. Naoki smiled and said, however, we have to wait for the World Tree to grow up, which will take about 4 years. By then, the house will be bigger. If you make any good friends during your journey, you can invite them to live in the World Tree. Like Zapdos, Farfetch'd and other Pokemon. The World Tree is very big, with a wide area inside, which can accommodate many Pokemon. If we can gather Pokemon to live in the World Tree, like collecting Pokemon books, enriching the ecology inside, just thinking about it is exciting. Hearing this, the eyes of Bear Baby and Dream suddenly brightened. Emi! Naoki is so nice! Naoki continued to smile. Ajiasher. Gulton on the side was speechless. It could hear the beads of Naoki's abacus. Chapter 281. World Tree Zapdos. Pepper, who was standing by, was getting more and more confused. What is World Tree? What is Zapdos? Is it Pokemon? No, that's not right. Pepper opened his mouth and showed a surprised expression on his face. Sure enough, Mr. Naoki can understand the calls of Pokemon. He couldn't help but ask, Mr. Naoki, can you talk to Pokemon? Naoki slapped his head and remembered that Pepper was still by his side. He took out a piece of translation melon seed crisp and handed it to Papa, saying, this is a dish I made with my secret power. After eating it, you can understand Pokemon's speech, but the effect only lasts for a while. Papa was a little surprised when he heard this. He reached out to take it and looked at the snack he had never seen before in disbelief. Naoki said nonsense seriously. This is the power of food. A good chef can develop the hidden effects of ingredients. I heard that somewhere in this world, there are ingredients that can restore the health of Pokemon who are seriously ill and cannot be cured. Papa opened his mouth in surprise. It was amazing. Naoki smiled and said, try it, maybe after eating it, you can understand what the Mastiff Godfather said. Papa looked at the Mastiff Godfather beside him, and after hearing what Naoki said, a beam of light appeared in the slightly turbid eyes of the Mastiff Godfather. Woo woof. Papa picked up the melon seed crisp in his hand and put it in his mouth. Soon, a sweet fragrance that made people unable to stop filled his mouth. Papa's eyes lit up. It was delicious. It was not until he swallowed the whole melon seed crisp that the Mastiff Godfather beside him asked again, woo woof. Paper? Hearing this familiar yet strange voice, Paper's eyes widened and he said in shock, Mastiff Godfather, are you talking? Mastiff Godfather nodded happily. Woo woof. It's me, Paper. You can really understand what Pokemon say. Paper stood there blankly. At this moment, no words could describe his feelings. Naoki stood aside and watched this scene with a smile. He glanced at the Mastiff Godfather and said, Mastiff Godfather, do you have anything to say to Piper? You can take this opportunity to tell him. Piper was slightly startled, then came back to his senses and looked down at the Mastiff Godfather in front of him. And the Mastiff Godfather was also looking at him lovingly. This child was watched grow up by him. When he was still called O, Piper was born. At that time, Dr. Olin and Dr. Fudu brought him to Piper and told him that Piper would live with him in the future. So, from that day on, O Jiam Mastiff stayed with Piper and watched him grow up. From the lively and cheerful little boy at the beginning, he grew into a taciturn and very lonely boy. And it also evolved from O Jiam Mastiff to Mastiff Godfather. Thinking of this, Mastiff Godfather couldn't help but feel very sad. Piper was a very pitiful child. His father and mother were always busy with work, which led to Piper living alone since he was a child. Sometimes, he even spent the new year alone. Looking at Papa, Godfather Mastiff slowly said, "Woo woof. I will always be with Papa." Godfather Mastiff. Papa's eyes were sore, and then he said seriously, "Thank you." Naoki and Gulden and other Pokemon stood aside and watched this scene silently. Papa and Godfather Mastiff really have a good relationship. No wonder Papa ran all over the Padilla region to cure Godfather Mastiff later. Naoki thought in his heart. At this time, Papa stood up, wiped his sore eyes, and said to Naoki, "Thank you too, Mr. Naoki." "Okay." Naoki took a deep breath and smiled. "Now that we are at the ranch, let's forget about the unhappy things and enjoy the pastoral life in winter. It's hard to enjoy this in the big city." "Yeah." Papa nodded and took the Mastiff Godfather to play in the snow. Naoki began to introduce the companions who joined the ranch after Dream and Baby Bear left. After running outside, Baby Bear became completely different. Maybe it was because of what he had seen and the Pokemon he had met, that the bear cub had become lively and cheerful. He could quickly become friends with any Pokemon. Is this a talent? After dinner, the sky outside darkened. In this cold, snowy night, Naoki led everyone to gather in front of the fireplace to warm themselves. The orange-red firelight illuminated the faces of a group of Pokemon, and the room was warm. Gullerton lay on the carpet, resting his head on his arms, and closed his eyes to rest peacefully. Motorcycle Lizard stretched his body comfortably, shaking his tail happily. Baboo Groundhog and Frosty Milk Fairy ran around Naoki, chasing and playing. Dream and Baby Bear kept eating the honey pudding and honey tea that Naoki prepared for them. Papa was also here to tidy up the fur of the Mastiff Godfather. Naoki looked at Baby Bear, who was eating honey pudding, and said to it with a smile, "You have changed a lot now." Baby Bear looked up, a little puzzled. "Ime? What do you mean?" Naoki recalled the scene when they first met with emotion. "At that time, you deliberately disguised yourself as a poor little bear who was lost and appeared in the ranch, trying to steal honey when I was not paying attention." 1. Hearing this, the Baby Bear was very embarrassed. Naoki laughed and then revealed to the Baby Bear, "Actually, before I met you, I heard about you from other ranchers nearby. They told me to be careful of a baby bear." The nearby ranchers probably refer to the ranches that it has visited. Thinking of this, the Baby Bear was very surprised. 1. So Naoki knew I would come to the ranch to steal honey. Naoki nodded and said truthfully, "That's right." "EMO?" Then, the Baby Bear showed a puzzled look in his eyes again. "EMO? Why didn't you drive me away at that time? Why did you keep me? If it were any other human, I'm afraid they would drive this thief away at the first sight of it." The Baby Bear wanted to know the answer to this question very much. It put down the honey pudding in its hand and looked up at Naoki. Naoki thought carefully and answered, "This is probably because we are destined to be together, right? God destined me to meet you." Just like the sentence that players can see in the Pokemon information in the game, the Baby Bear crossed the distant time and space and met him by fate. The Baby Bear didn't understand, but these words sounded very powerful. It smiled and said happily, "Independent Maine. I am also very happy to meet Naoki." Naoki smiled slightly, and then asked, "Will you continue your journey next?" Hearing this, Baby Bear and Fantasy looked at each other. Fantasy nodded gently, "Meow. That's right." Baby Bear also said, 1. The journey of the Hero Expedition team has not ended yet. But just after he finished speaking, Baby Bear's tone became low again. 1. In this case, I have to leave Naoki again. Go with peace of mind. Naoki reached out and touched Baby Bear's little head. Baby Bear raised his head and looked at him blankly. Naoki smiled at it. "Since you want to do it, then do it. I will always be waiting for you at the ranch. If you are tired, you can go home anytime and anywhere. I will prepare a sumptuous dinner for you." "Is it?" Hearing this, the Baby Bear's face was moved, and there was a light in his eyes, which was the light of tears of emotion. The Baby Bear wiped his tears and said firmly, "Is it? I will always remember Naoki. No matter where it goes in the future, it will remember Naoki and miss him." Naoki smiled slightly, yawned, and felt a little sleepy. "Okay, it's getting late. It's time to rest." 1. November 25th, 198th year of the Alliance calendar. On this day, Dr. Olin returned from the Padilla pit and came to the ranch to pick up Piper. "Thank you for troubling you during this period of time." Dr. Olin expressed his gratitude to Naoki. Naoki smiled and shook his head. "It's no trouble. Piper is very sensible, and he has helped me do a lot of work." Dr. Olin smiled, and then she said goodbye to Papa and Naoki. "We are going back now. We will visit you next time when we have time." Naoki nodded and looked at Papa. Goodbye, Papa. If you have nothing to do, you can come to the ranch to play. Papa and Godfather Mastiff had a great time these days. They nodded and waved to Naoki. Goodbye, Mr. Naoki. Naoki stood in the ranch and watched them go away. He turned back to the living room until he could no longer see them. Today is November 25th, and the Chinese New Year is coming next month. It is quite touching to say that he has been in the Pokemon world for almost a year. The weather forecast says that there will be continuous snowfall in the next half month in Jichin Town, and even the roads may be buried by snow. Just in case, Naoki thinks he should stock up on New Year's goods in advance. He will not go out at that time, and will stay at home with the Pokemon all day, warming himself in front of the fireplace and reading books. Naoki checked the inventory at home. There are not many steaks left, and the flour and seasonings are almost used up. There are still a lot of eggs. We can produce them on the ranch, so we don't have to go to town to buy them. It's a pity that the greenhouse has not been built yet, otherwise we can eat fresh vegetables grown by ourselves. But it doesn't matter, it will be the same if we build it next year. In addition to these supplies, we also need to purchase a batch of tree fruits, one for making baofan, and the other for Gulton as snacks. After thinking for a while, Naoki took out a pen and paper and wrote down all the things he wanted to buy. That afternoon, he rode Gulton and took 3 goats to the town of Jichin. In winter, Jichin Town has completely changed its appearance. The roofs of the houses in the town are covered with a layer of white snow, and the pedestrians and Pokemon on the streets are also wearing thick winter clothes and scarves. Even though the temperature is cold, the Jichin market is still bustling. Naoki bought what he needed according to the list, and then hung the big and small bags on the goats, letting them help carry the goods. When the 3 goats were fully loaded, they ended the shopping trip and returned to the ranch. Naoki called Motolizard, Babu and other Pokemon to help carry the goods home, and he himself rushed back with a few bags. When all this was done, it was 4 o'clock in the evening. Naoki looked at the calendar, and suddenly remembered that the fruit wine he had put in the wine cellar should be brewed. So he went to the wine cellar and found the oak barrel for brewing fruit wine. As soon as he opened the cork, a strong smell of wine mixed with fruity aroma floated out. Smelling this smell, Naoki's eyes lit up, and he quickly took a glass with his beer glass. This is a fruit wine brewed from peach fruit. Under the dim light, the liquid in this glass of fruit wine is as clear as a spring, and the wine is light pink, just like the color of peach fruit. Naoki looked down, and the information about this glass of fruit wine immediately emerged from his mind. Peach fruit wine, be fruit wine brewed from peach fruit, perfectly blending the fragrance of the fruit with the mellow aroma of the wine, tastes sweet, and may be sought after by some Pokemon. Cooking effect, poison resistance, has the effect of detoxification. After drinking it, it can remove the poisoned and highly poisoned status of Pokemon, and increase some poison resistance for Pokemon's body. The effect cannot be stacked. Poison resistance. When Pokemon falls into the poison state, it can reduce the damage caused by poisoning, and there is a slight chance that it can be immune to the poison state. Evaluation. Although the wine is good, don't drink too much. Seeing the effect of this glass of fruit wine, Naoki couldn't help but look surprised. Poison resistance? This effect is very exaggerated. Special attack against poison attribute Pokemon. However, after seeing the following, slightly and slightly likely, Naoki no longer thinks it is exaggerated. But overall it is not bad. At least after drinking this glass of fruit wine, some damage caused by poisoning can be permanently reduced. This is good, the drinks in the tavern can finally be updated. Then, Naoki opened the next oak barrel. Last time he brewed fruit wine, he used 3 kinds of tree fruits, namely peach fruit, cherry fruit and pomelo fruit. Now that peach wine has the effect of detoxification, what about the other 2? Thinking of this, Naoki quickly took a glass of Sakura wine and checked it out. Sakura wine, be wine brewed with Sakura fruit, with a spicy taste, maybe fire attribute Pokemon will like it. Cooking effect, paralysis resistance, after drinking it, it can remove the paralysis state of Pokemon, and provide Pokemon with some paralysis resistance, reducing the chance of it falling into paralysis state. The effect cannot be stacked. Comment, good wine is good, but don't drink too much. Sure enough, it can also permanently increase paralysis resistance. Naoki decided to go back and give a glass of wine to all the Pokemon in the ranch. Although the resistance increases not much, sometimes it may really be just a little resistance. Next, there is the last kind of pomelo wine. Naoki opened the cork of the oak barrel, poured a glass of fruit wine, and looked down. Pomelo wine, be the fruit wine brewed with pomelo fruit, has a sour and sweet taste. and may be sought after by some Pokemon. Cooking effect, physical strength recovery. After drinking it, it will restore physical strength for the drinker. Evaluation, although fine wine is good, don't drink too much. Naoki, why is the Wii fruit so bad? No, it can't be said to be bad, it can only be considered to be average. Looking at the 3 oak barrels in front of him, Naoki fell into deep thought. The peach fruit that cures poisoning can provide poison resistance for Pokemon, and the cherry fruit that removes paralysis can bring paralysis resistance to Pokemon. Then the question is, if it is replaced with the sand scale fruit that increases speed and the lily fruit that increases attack, what effect will these fruit wines have? Chapter 282. That night, Naoki moved the 3 oak barrels of fruit wine to the Pokemon Tavern. As the business hours approached, Pokemon from the town came to the tavern one after another. Naoki was wiping the wine glasses on the side, while his sister Ai Guancher warmly entertained the guests. Ai, welcome. When the 2 monsters saw Naoki coming here today, they couldn't help but show a surprised expression on their faces. Naoki glanced at them and asked, today's tavern has new things. Do you want to try it? And I could? The monsters stared at each other. Naoki introduced the 3 barrels of fruit wine that had just arrived to them. These are made from tree fruits. The one on the left is peach fruit wine. It tastes sweet and can cure poisoning. The one in the middle is made from cherry fruit. It tastes spicy. If you drink a glass in winter, your body will warm up quickly. It also has the effect of curing paralysis. If you are hit by the paralysis powder of grass attribute Pokemon and the electromagnetic waves of electric attribute Pokemon, you can recover immediately if you drink a glass. And the barrel on the right is made of wine made from pomelo fruit. It tastes sweet and sour. If you drink a glass of it when you are tired, your physical strength will be restored quickly. And I could. Hearing these effects, the monsters were surprised. They looked left and right, and were a little unsure about what to drink today. Seeing this, Naoki asked, did you go out to work today? And I could. The monsters shook their heads. It snowed heavily recently, and Carrie took a vacation and stayed at home to rest, not going out to work. Is that so? Naoki turned around and took out 2 wine glasses. Then I recommend you try some cherry wine. It's the best drink in this weather. And the 2 monsters happily agreed. The distance between the ranch and the town is not very close. They have to walk for a long time every day. The muscles on their bodies have long been frozen hard by the cold wind and snow. Naoki poured 2 glasses of cherry wine for them, and the 2 monsters took out a coin from under their golden belts and put it on the table. Without a doubt, this was their wine bill for today. After paying, the monsters took the cherry wine to the table and slowly tasted it. Naoki observed them. After drinking the first sip of the wine, the faces of the 2 monsters immediately turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, they began to pant violently. And I could. Spicy, very spicy. However, at this moment, one of the monsters suddenly felt that his body was quickly getting warm. The spicy feeling in the mouth was not as obvious as before, but there was a feeling that made people feel unsatisfied. Kylie was shocked, and I could. My body is getting hot. Naoki looked at this scene with a smile, and said to his sister Ai Guancher beside him, it seems that they have become accustomed to cherry wine. Ai. Naoki then picked up the coin that Kylie gave him. At first, he thought it was a small denomination alliance coin, but when he looked carefully, he found that it was not an alliance coin at all, but an ancient gold coin. The gold coin has a strange and gorgeous pattern printed on it, and it looks very precious. If it is a gold coin, it is worth a lot of money. Naoki was very surprised. Where did the 2 monsters get it? Thinking about it, Naoki asked. Hearing this question, one of the monsters felt warm all over and answered happily, and I could. We found it in the corner of the warehouse. Warehouse? Kelly's warehouse. Naoki immediately thought of the big house behind Kelly's workshop. The monsters nodded, and I could. That's right, Naoki was speechless. Could this be passed down to her by Carrie's ancestors? Hearing this, the 2 monsters also understood what Naoki meant. They shook their heads quickly, and I could. No, it didn't exist before. We just saw it in the warehouse yesterday. Carrie gave it to us, and asked us to come to the tavern to buy some wine. Is that so? Naoki nodded thoughtfully. This is a bit strange. It didn't exist before, but it appeared yesterday. Suddenly, the name of a Pokemon emerged in Naoki's mind. Kai Ling. It is a Pokemon born from the passion that seeps into the coin. They always wander around with a gold coin on their backs, hiding in various places in the Padia region, but as long as they sense someone approaching, this Pokemon will immediately run away. For this reason, it seems that no trainer in the Padia region has successfully captured it. Could this coin be a Sower's coin? Naoki had never seen a Pokemon like Sower, so he was not sure for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he placed the coin in a conspicuous position on the wine rack. If it was really a Sower's coin, then the Sower would definitely chase after it to retrieve the coin. At this time, another Pokemon guest visited the tavern. Naoki stopped thinking and began to help his sister, Ai Guancher, entertain these Pokemon guests. After he got busy, he forgot about the coin. Gradually, it got late at night. The guests left the tavern one after another, and Naoki closed the tavern and returned home with Gillerton and his sister Ai Guancher, who had been waiting for him. After they washed up, they turned off the lights in the room and went to bed. When all the lights in the ranch were turned off and everything returned to silence, a little man who had been hiding in the dark and was only 10 centimeters tall came out from the corner. It first carefully observed the surroundings and saw that there was no danger. Then it came to the wooden house and looked up at the huge wooden door in front of it. It leaned down and came into the dark house through the crack of the door. At a glance, it saw the golden coin placed high on the wine rack. Ding! The Pokemon cried out in joy, then climbed onto the table with great effort, and jumped onto the wine rack with a strong leap. It picked up the coin again, then looked left and right, and finally disappeared into the darkness with the coin on its back. The next morning, Naoki, who was having breakfast, suddenly remembered the coin he got from the monster yesterday. So after breakfast, he immediately rushed to the tavern. He opened the door and looked at the empty wine rack. It's gone! The coin is gone! Naoki opened his eyes wide. He clearly remembered that he put the coin there when he closed the door last night, and now, it must be the money-seeking spirit who lost the coin that took it away. At this time, the dreamy bear cubs who followed him here suddenly noticed a series of small footprints on the snow. They hurriedly called Naoki. What? Naoki turned around and noticed a series of small footprints extending from outside the ranch to here. According to the footprints, the owner of the footprints entered the tavern, but there were no footprints leaving. This means that the scavenger has stayed in the tavern since entering it. Sure enough, Pokemon likes to lurk in the corners of warehouses or prop stores, whether in treasure box form or walking form, and blend in with people or Pokemon. The walking form of the treasure is fine, but the treasure in the treasure box form is often mistaken for an antique, and is taken away or sold to antique shops. Mew and Bear are still studying the footprints. Naoki has figured out who the owner of the footprints is. Obviously, it is a walking form of the treasure. Speaking of the treasure, this is a very special Pokemon in terms of ecology and evolution. They were born in the Kingdom period about 1,500 years ago, born from the passion of ancient explorers and treasure hunters to infiltrate treasure chests and gold coins. And its evolution method is also very unique. That is, you need to collect 999 ancient gold coins of the Kingdom of Padia to evolve into the rich man. 999 ancient gold coins. This evolution condition is too harsh. Ordinary people can't do it at all. Even some rich people want to collect all these ancient gold coins. It will take a lot of effort. Naoki is curious and wants to see this special Pokemon, the money spirit. He walked into the tavern. His eyes swept every inch of the tavern, but he didn't find the figure of the money spirit. Seeing this, Naoki began to seek help from Dream. Master, can you use your superpowers to help me explore the room? I always feel that there is a strange breath hiding here. Hearing this, the helpful Dream readily agreed. Meow! It flew to the tavern, closed its eyes, and then released a superpower thought wave from its body. Then, layers of transparent ripples were rippling in the air. Dream's superpowers covered the entire tavern, and everything here was invisible under its detection. After a moment, Meow opened his eyes, turned around, and flew to the cabinet under the bar. Meow? Is it there? Naoki hurried forward and carefully opened the cabinet door under the gaze of Meow and Baby Bear. Then, they saw a small figure in the cabinet. The Pokemon was holding the gold coins tightly in his arms, half of his body hiding in the dark. Wow! It's really a money seeker. Naoki's eyes lit up instantly. Meow and Baby Bear also looked at this Pokemon they had never seen before with a curious look on their faces. However, this money-seeking spirit showed a panicked expression. It was startled, and quickly threw away the gold coins in its hand, turned around and started to run away. Naoki, Now he finally knew how the players got the gold coins in the game. Seeing the money-seeking spirit running away, Baby Bear and Dream were also startled. They looked at the money-seeking spirit in confusion, and Baby Bear tried to call it, Emi. However, it was useless. Naoki. It's useless. The characteristic of the money-seeking spirit is to run away. As long as it doesn't want to be caught, it can definitely run away. Meow? Meow didn't quite understand why this Pokemon would run away. And Naoki had already chased out the door and shouted to the outside, Sorkailing, don't be afraid, we have no ill intentions. I won't take your gold coins, I leave them here. You can come and get them anytime, and we welcome you to stay in the tavern. If you don't want to, we won't bother you anymore. Naoki didn't know if Sorkailing heard him. After he put the coins back in place, he took Gulton and started to work on today's snow shoveling. Dream and Baby Bear started playing in the pasture. They planned to rest in the pasture for a while, before going out to travel. Naoki said that the Chinese New Year was coming soon. For humans, the Chinese New Year is a day for family reunion. No matter where the other party is, they will rush home to reunite with their family. Baby Bear likes this kind of festival very much, so it and Dream decided to wait until after the Chinese New Year to continue the expedition team's journey. While Naoki and Gulton were working, Dream and Baby Bear came to the glass greenhouse to explore. Here, they saw a Pokemon with a big head and kind eyes. Yesterday, the Bud Crown was not at the ranch. He rode the spirit horse to the back mountain to pray for the deceased Pokemon, hoping that their souls could rest in peace. Therefore, Baby Bear and Dream have not seen the Bud Crown. After seeing the two little guys, the Bud Crown was a little surprised at first, and then smiled at them. I am the Bud Crown, a friend of Naoki, and I am very happy to meet you. What? The bear baby blinked, and tilted his head, to look at the Pokemon in front of him curiously. Meow felt a hint of the World Tree's aura from the Pokemon in front of him. It understood instantly. Meow, you cultivated the World Tree. Hearing this, the Bud Crown was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this little Pokemon could feel it. The Bud Crown nodded slightly. Yes, I did it. The World Tree is the source of life. I am honored to be able to participate in it, and help it grow. The baby bear was very surprised. Independent Maine. So awesome. Mew's eyes widened slightly, and then a happy smile appeared on her face. Meow. We will help together. But Crown smiled slightly. Just as Mew could feel his ability, he could also feel the ancient and vigorous breath and energy of the Pokemon in front of him. This Pokemon named Mew is obviously not as weak as its petite and cute appearance. On the contrary, it is an ancient Pokemon that has existed in this world for a long time. Thinking of this, the Bud Crown King raised his hand to call for the Busi pot and Lai Bei tea, and invited the bear baby and Menghuan in front of him to a tea party. Would you like to have a cup of tea? Menghuan and the bear baby blinked, and then happily agreed. Meow. Meow. In the afternoon, Naoki took time to go to the tavern. He opened the cabinet door under the bar, and saw that the ancient gold coin he had placed inside had disappeared. Obviously, the money-seeking spirit came back here, and carried the gold coin away. I wonder if it heard what I said before. After a little thought, Naoki asked the hero to help him investigate. Menghuan once again released his superpowers. After a moment, it opened its eyes again, and locked its gaze on a more hidden corner. Naoki asked in a low voice, Is it still there? Menghuan nodded. Meow. Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was still there. This at least meant that Suakaling heard what he said before. Chapter 283. In the 198th year of the Alliance calendar, at the end of December, the Padilla region welcomed a snowfall that lasted for nearly half a month. The snow on the road was thick, and the road to the ranch was blocked. Even Zach's truck could not drive in. In desperation, Zach could only give himself a few days of annual leave, preparing to continue harvesting when the snow was less severe. Early in the morning, Naoki took his tools, and went out with Gulton and Motor Lizard to shovel snow. He stood in the snow, looking in the direction of Zichin town, and said in his heart, as expected. As he expected, the road was covered by snow, and the truck could not pass. Fortunately, I prepared the New Year's goods for the winter in advance. There is no need to go to the town in the heavy snow at this time. Naoki thought. In this kind of weather, people stay at home and rarely go out. Even the trainers and travelers, who usually run around the world, are gone. The road to the town was blocked by snow, and no one came. The ranch seemed to be isolated from the world, like a paradise. Looking around, all you can see is a vast expanse of white. Being in it, it seems as if one's soul has been purified. Naoki was happy to be at leisure. He stood in the snow and closed his eyes, enjoying this isolated and peaceful atmosphere. However, the next second, a sound of horse hooves ran past him. Naoki opened his eyes, and saw the snow horse running wildly in the snow. Naoki, The The quiet atmosphere was instantly broken, and Naoki was forced to withdraw from the mood of enjoying tranquility. Not only the snowstorm horses running around the ranch, but also the whole ranch became lively as the snow stopped. Smoke rose from the snow-covered roof, and it was the little sister AI Guancher preparing breakfast for everyone. Babu Tutpa flew out of the living room and flew to the chicken coop to take care of the hens. ICD took Olani and Frostmilk to play a small game of drawing with footprints on the snow. The working Dragonite and Hakron also came to the ranch. Led by Dragonite, they carried backpacks, fresh goat milk and cow milk, and set off to Jichin town to deliver goods to the guests. Naoki couldn't help but sigh. Although the ranch was cut off from the outside world, he didn't feel lonely here at all. Gillerton and Motorcycle Lizard stood on Naoki's left and right, looking at the lively scene and shouting happily. Ah, gaw! Gaw! Naoki noticed that Motorcycle Lizard's scarf was about to fall apart, so he stepped forward to help it tie it up again. Gillerton, who was standing by, also stepped forward and held his head high when he saw this scene. Okay, I tie it for you too. Naoki sighed helplessly, really, like a little kid. Ga. Gillerton made a coquettish cry. He looked like a passionate golden retriever. Naoki pushed its head aside, and continued to shovel snow today, and check the other facilities in the ranch. As early as last month, when the temperature dropped, he turned on the air conditioner in the chicken house and the Pokemon house. During this period, both the hens and the big milkcan stayed in the air-conditioned room all day and all night without going out. Arriving at the Pokemon house, Naoki saw the milk cans inside and smiled at them. Good morning, everyone. A new day is about to begin. Moo. The milk cans were lying on the soft hay bed and responded happily. Very good. Naoki picked up a comb to help them comb their fur, and then filled the trough and water trough with fruit and grass, and then said goodbye to the milk cans and turned to leave. Then, they came to the chicken house again. Babu Tuba was talking to the hens here. He stood in front of a group of hens with his hands on his hips, smiling, and kept calling, Bamo, Bamo Bamo. Seeing Naoki coming, Babu Tuba turned around and flew to his side. Bamo. Naoki asked curiously, Can they understand what you say? Babu Tuba nodded repeatedly. Bamo. These chicks are all his good friends. Huh? Can Pokemon communicate with ordinary animals? Naoki was surprised. After traveling to this world for such a long time, Naoki gradually learned some information. As far as he knew, there were many ordinary animals in this world. It was just a little different from what he thought at first. There were no large carnivores like tigers, elephants, lions, and sharks. There were only ordinary edible animals like chickens, ducks, geese, cows, pigs, fish, and shrimps. As for how people in this world distinguish ordinary animals from Pokemon, it was probably through whether ordinary animals would use moves to distinguish them, although some people also treat some parts of Pokemon as food. For example, the tail of Slowpoke will fall off regularly, the meat of the light cod will fall off, the claws of the hairy crab will fall off, etc. However, Naoki has never eaten these things in such a long time. It's not that he is a saint, he just thinks that the emotions and IQ of Pokemon are not much different from those of humans, and some people usually treat them as companions and family members. Under this premise, if you eat them again, you will feel an indescribable feeling. After a moment of contemplation, Naoki said goodbye to Babu Tubo and left the chicken coop. His sister AI Guancher had already prepared breakfast. Naoki took Gulton and Motor Lizard to wash their paws, and then had breakfast with everyone. After breakfast, it snowed outside again. Naoki had nothing to do, so he simply moved a rocking chair to the fireplace, sat there to keep warm, and read a book. The Pokemon did not go out again. They had nothing to do, so they accompanied Naoki to lie in front of the fireplace and warm themselves by the fire. It was snowing outside the window, and the fireplace was burning in the room, and even the air was warm. Naoki turned his head and looked at the group of Pokemon around him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. This feeling is really great. The new year will be here in a few days. Huh, time flies so fast. Naoki murmured in his heart. Unknowingly, this first year is about to pass. The first new year in the Pokemon world is of great significance to Naoki. He tried hard to think about what he wanted to do for the Pokemon to leave for future memories. However, after thinking for a long time, he still had no idea. The only thing he could do was to prepare a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner for the Pokemon around him. It just so happens that there are still a lot of ingredients at home. In this case, let me cook all the dishes I have made this year. In the afternoon, the figure of the Bud Crown appeared in front of Naoki. He said to Naoki with a little excitement, My power has been restored, and I can start the second cultivation. Hearing this, Naoki's eyes lit up, and he didn't care that it was still snowing outside, and hurried to the world tree with the bud crown. Seeing that they seemed to be going to do something to the world tree, Mew and Baby Bear also followed curiously. Gulton, Motor Lizard, Babu, Frostmilk, Orinu, Glacian, Mount Goat, Ayakashi and his sister. A group of Pokemon surrounded the world tree. Naoki and Budcrest walked forward. Budcrest looked around and smiled. Then, a strong momentum burst out from his body. The energy full of vitality swept around and turned into a hemispherical energy shield, covering the world tree. The next second, the snow on the ground melted away, and small green grasses rose from the ground in this vibrant energy storm. The world tree also changed with it. Its trunk became thicker, its body became taller, and more green leaves grew on its originally bare branches. Naoki's eyes were fixed on the world tree in front of him. Under his gaze, the growth age of this world tree began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. World tree seedling. A seedling that has absorbed a lot of grass power. Because of the Mount Goat, it has undergone a mutation during its growth process. The majestic vitality is brewing in it, and it finally breaks out of the ground. It will take another 97,995 years to grow. 97,980 years. 97,500 years. 96,980 years. 96,001 years. 95,995 years. Finally, the number was fixed at 95995. The world tree in front of him had grown into a tree about 1.8 meters tall as an adult. The branches of the world tree were covered with lush green leaves, and strands of green energy flowed slowly on them. Just by looking at it, one could feel that this tree was extraordinary. The Pokemon on the side also noticed the scene. Meow and Baby Bear opened their eyes in disbelief. Ime! The leaves glowed. Meow! But Crown King is so awesome. But Crown smiled, looked up at the tree in front of him with satisfaction, and then exclaimed, "It's incredible! In just over 4,000 years, this world tree has grown into this shape. What will it look like in 100,000 years? It's really exciting." Naoki recalled the world tree in the movie version and used it as a reference, and answered, "It will probably be hundreds or thousands of meters high, right?" But just after he finished speaking, Naoki suddenly realized something. If the world tree in front of him can also grow this tall, then the ranch will probably be swallowed up by it, right? This is not good news. Naoki couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Hundreds of meters, thousands of meters. The Bud Crown King compared the scene he saw when he used the prediction of the future. He was about to say something when he saw Naoki frowning and struggling. "What are you worried about?" the Bud Crown King asked puzzledly. Naoki glanced at him and told him the truth of his troubles. "I think if this tree grows that big, the ranch will be finished. This is his home, he doesn't want this place to disappear." Hearing this, the Bud Crown King immediately thought of the future scene he saw through time. "You don't have to worry," the Bud Crown King said. "I have foreseen the future of this tree. After a long time, it will leave the earth, fly to the sky, and finally float in the sky." "What?" Naoki was a little unresponsive. "The world tree flew into the sky. How did it do that?" he asked in surprise. The Bud Crown shook her head slightly. "I have no way of knowing. Predicting the future can only allow me to see the end, but not the process. Just like when he saw the infinite hyena descending into the Galar region." "Okay." Naoki still didn't quite come back to his senses. "How did such a big tree fly into the sky? Isn't this too unscientific? Will it not be affected by gravity? Or has someone installed an anti-gravity system on it?" While thinking, Naoki noticed the tired look on the Bud Crown's face. "Forget it, there will always be a way out. Since that is the future, we will definitely find a way later." Naoki said to the Bud Crown, "You have worked hard, go and rest. I will prepare grass dumplings and grass cakes for you now." Bud Crown nodded slightly, and then, his figure disappeared from the spot and returned to the glass greenhouse. Naoki also returned to the living room with a group of Pokemon. He let a few Pokemon play by themselves, and he went to the kitchen to prepare snacks and afternoon tea for the Bud Crown to restore energy. On the way to deliver the snacks to the glass house, Naoki saw 3 goats surrounding the world tree, lying on the grass that was created by the Bud Crown King, chewing something in their mouths. "What are you eating?" Naoki couldn't help asking. "Mia." Hearing Naoki's question, one of the goats opened its mouth, and inside it lay a green leaf. Naoki's eyes widened immediately. "Oh my god!" The goat started chewing the world tree, Just when he thought that the Mount Goats were attracted by the World Tree and were actively eating leaves, 3 leaves suddenly fell from the lush green bushes. The 3 leaves were shining with green light, and they swirled and fell in front of the 3 Mount Goats. Me? The Mount Goats' eyes lit up, and they lowered their heads to eat the leaves. Naoki? Question mark. What's going on? Naoki stared at this scene blankly. Could it be that the World Tree has its own consciousness? Or is it the will of nature? Or is it the will of the world? It chose the goat as its mount? Naoki fell into deep thought, and soon he remembered the tree of the beginning of the world in the movie. It is equipped with a defense system inside, and once it senses the invasion of outsiders, it will let the 3 guardian pillars come forward to block the invaders. No way. Naoki walked forward in disbelief, and walked in front of the World Tree. At this time, the World Tree seemed to have sensed something. Then, another leaf slowly fell from the tree. Seeing this scene, an incredible idea immediately emerged in Naoki's mind. He and his Mount Goat had watered and fertilized this World Tree before, so the World Tree also regarded him as one of its own. Thinking of this, Naoki subconsciously reached out and caught the leaf. He looked down, and the next second, the information of the leaf emerged from his mind. Unripe World Tree Leaf. Mythical item, a leaf containing the power of nature, is a dream treasure for grass attribute Pokemon, and is an extremely rare existence. The specific effect is unknown. Chapter 284. This is incredible. A mythical item. It is the same level as Dialga and Palkia's Diamond Orb and White Jade Orb. Looking at the leaf in his hand that was glowing green, Naoki was shocked. What does this mean? It means that this World Tree is feeding them back. The 3 goats chewed the leaves in their mouths. They looked at the snow not far away, and then looked at the clearly defined circular area beside the tree. The area was full of life, with fresh and soft grass growing everywhere, as if spring had arrived. The eyes of the Mount Goats lit up slightly, and then they laid down around the World Tree. Naoki's attention was attracted by the actions of the Mount Goats. Obviously, the 3 Mount Goats were the first Pokemon to receive the World Tree's feedback. He thought of Regice, Regirock, and Regischilu in the world's origin tree. Will the Mount Goats grow to their level in the future? There is no way to answer this question for the time being. Naoki stood there and looked at the World Tree in front of him for a while, then turned around, and came to the glass greenhouse with the snacks and the leaf prepared for the Bud Crown King. He put the snacks on the iron tea table, and took out the World Tree leaf. Bud Crown King, can you see the difference in this leaf? Naoki asked. Bud Crown King looked down, and couldn't help showing a surprised expression on his face. Such a strong natural force. Where did you get it from? As soon as the words fell, the Bud Crown King reacted, and he suddenly said, No, I am very familiar with this breath, it is the World Tree. Naoki nodded. Yes, just on the way I came here, the World Tree dropped this leaf for me, and also used the leaf to feed the Mount Goats. Hearing this, the Bud Crown King suddenly remembered 2 words in his mind. Repaying the parents? Yes. Naoki nodded and confirmed this. No wonder. The Bud Crown King murmured. Naoki's heart moved. Did you find anything too? The Bud Crown King nodded slightly and said slowly, When my power makes it grow, a breath of nature will enter my body. At first, I thought it was an illusion, but after a period of time, the energy in my body will become stronger. Now it seems that this is the reason. Naoki was a little surprised. Isn't it an illusion? The Bud Crown King nodded, of course. So that's it. Naoki couldn't help but mutter. He thought of the Mount Goat that nurtured the World Tree before. Could it be that from that time on, the World Tree began to feed the Mount Goat? So scary. Who would have thought that he had captured the Mount Goats from the Big Pot Lake just to let them come over to be milk goats? Naoki didn't dare to imagine how the Mount Goats would grow in the future. He was shocked, looking at the Bud Crown King in front of him, and couldn't help muttering, What will this World Tree become in the future? The Bud Crown wanted to know in his heart. Therefore, in front of Naoki, he once again used the energy in his body to predict the future. In an instant, the Bud Crown's eyes crossed countless time, and saw the scene thousands of years later. The World Tree rose from the ground and rose to the sky. The earth was covered with green, and the fields were full of vitality. The branches were full of heavy fruits, and the Pokemon were running freely on the earth. This land has finally become a truly fertile land. After a while, the Bud Crown slowly opened her eyes, and told Naoki about the future. I saw that the World Tree will become the foundation of the world, and its power will cover this planet. At that time, more Pokemon will be born on the earth, and nature will produce more fruits. Does that mean that the World Tree has raised the level of life in this world? Naoki imagined the picture. According to the current progress, it will take another 4 years for the World Tree to mature. 4 years. Fortunately, he was able to witness it all. However, as a time traveler, Naoki knew that there was more than one world in the universe. Outside this world, there are other worlds, other universes, and other parallel time and space. And Arceus himself existed outside these worlds, silently observing the development of humans and Pokemon. Then the question is, will all that they have done by then attract the attention of Arceus himself? Naoki pondered for a moment, and came to a conclusion that he didn't know either. After all, the thoughts of the Creator God are not something that a mere human like him can peek into. Compared to this illusory thing, Naoki now wants to know what effect the dishes made with this World Tree leaf will have. Thinking of this, Naoki said goodbye to the Bud Crown King, turned around and ran back home quickly, and came to the kitchen. Dishes made with leaves. Tea eggs, similar to the World Tree leaf scrambled eggs with tunescenences, or leaf cakes like grass cakes. After a little thought, Naoki made a decision. One leaf is too little to make tea eggs and scrambled eggs with World Tree leaves. In this case, he will make leaf cakes according to the method of grass cake. Thinking of this, Naoki turned around and called Frosty Milk Fairy, and took it to the cake workshop. Use a blender to beat the World Tree leaves into a paste, then add eggs, milk and other ingredients, put them into a mold to shape, and finally put them in the oven to bake. When it is almost baked, take the prepared cake out of the oven, then spread it with butter, and cut it into small pieces. In this way, a leaf cake is made. Naoki can't wait to look down and check the information of this leaf cake. Leaf cake, incomplete version, S-negative, a cake made by mixing the leaves of the World Tree with eggs, moo milk and other materials. If you listen carefully, you can feel the breath of nature. Cooking effect, breath of nature. 1. Permanently increase the power of grass attribute moves by 20%. The effect is limited to grass attribute Pokemon and cannot be stacked. 2. After being eaten by grass attribute Pokemon, they can respond to the rhythm of nature. When using grass energy to cultivate crops, the growth time of crops can be slightly shortened. This is only effective for grass attribute Pokemon, and the effect cannot be stacked. Additional effect, Lord of the World Tree, you have been recognized by the World Tree. As the Mount Goat that raised the World Tree, you can enter all areas inside the World Tree in the future. This effect is only effective for Naoki. Evaluation. Listen to the breath of nature. Maybe when the World Tree grows up, the dishes made with leaves will have better effects. Naoki was confused. Wait, what does this extra effect mean? Is it only effective for him? Naoki analyzed calmly and thought for a while. He bought the 3 miracle seeds from the town himself and wanted to leave them for his Mount Goat to carry, but he never thought that they would be planted in the soil and cultivated with grass energy. Then, the 3 miracle seeds took root and sprouted in the soil. Thinking of this, Naoki suddenly realized something. He had always thought that for the World Tree, the Mount Goat was just a Pokemon that nurtured it, but he ignored the prerequisites. And judging from the effect of this leaf cake, is there a possibility that the World Tree regards the Mount Goat as its mother? And the behavior of the Mount Goat nurturing the World Tree with grass energy every day, isn't it feeding its child? So, could it be that the World Tree is influenced by the Mount Goat and regards me as its master? Or as its grandfather? The more Naoki thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed. If that was the case, wouldn't he and his goats be just like young people feeding off their parents? Too outrageous. Naoki shook his head quickly, throwing this weird guess out of his head. After all, the World Tree represents the will of nature, so it shouldn't be that outrageous. Of course, all this was just Naoki's guess, and the World Tree's own intentions were unknown. Ignoring the additional effects, Naoki began to carefully examine the 2 specific effects above. The first is to increase the power of grass-type Pokemon moves. Increase by 20%. It's about the same as the value increased by the Pokemon carrying items. Naoki thought to himself. This is only the effect when the World Tree leaf is not mature. If the World Tree is fully grown, the increased power of the move should be greater. The second is to shorten the growth time of crops, which is also a rigid demand for the current ranch. Whether it is the vegetables and fruits grown on weekdays, the radishes eaten by the Ghost Horse and Snow Horse, or the World Tree, Pokemon need to have this ability. Even in Naoki's opinion, the second one is more important than the first one. Because the pasture can't always rely on the power of Bud Crown in the future, after having the ability to shorten the growth period of crops, it can be done by the Mount Goat, Orinu and other grass attribute Pokemon. Just like the ability of Shaman to make flowers bloom. And after Bud Crown eats the leaf cake, the growth time of the World Tree may be further shortened. When the World Tree grows up, the extent of shortening the growth period of crops may increase from a small extent to a large extent. Naoki thought. Overall, the effect of this leaf cake far exceeded his imagination. Naoki ate one piece first, then put the remaining 5 pieces on a plate, and went to the ranch to feed them to the 3 mount goats, Arinho and Bud Crown. After eating, the Pokemon did not react much, and there was no exaggerated glowing effect. They were still the same as usual, playing when they should play, and sleeping when they should sleep. Only Bud Crown noticed something strange. After he ate the leaf cake, he immediately felt the changes in his body. "Is that also the magical food you made?" Bud Crown asked curiously. Naoki grinned. "Yes, it is a leaf cake, which can increase the power of the moves used by grass attribute Pokemon and shorten the growth time of crops when they are cultivated. There is such a dish in the world." Bud Crown murmured with emotion, and then smiled. "Thanks to you, my strength has grown again." When he left Galar, he came here with the idea of changing his life and mood, and by the way, he would see if his little believer needed any help, and he would do his best. But now it seems that the little believer not only did not seek too much help from him, but also made afternoon tea and snacks for him in various ways to enhance his strength. "You have done so much for me, but I have never done anything for you. This really makes me feel ashamed." The Bud Crown King said so. Naoki smiled and shook his head, saying, "No, you have done a lot for me." Shared the Spirit Horse and Snow Horse with him, helped him cultivate the World Tree, and worked with him to open up the reverse world of Giratina. But the Crown of the Flower felt that these were nothing to him. Seeing this, Naoki comforted him. "Okay, there is no need to care about these things now, and you have helped me a lot." Helping each other without caring about gains and losses. This is what friends do. The Bud Crown King was slightly startled, and then a relieved smile appeared on his face. "Yes, you and I are friends. I understand, Naoki, I will no longer feel confused." Seeing this, Naoki smiled slightly. The Bud Crown King is so nice. The Bud Crown King also showed a gentle smile on his face. His little believer is so nice. At this moment, the Bud Crown King's favorability towards Naoki rose wildly, and it stopped only when it reached the max. Time soon came to the last day of the year. In the evening, Naoki started to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner in the kitchen with his sister Ai Guancher. The favorite food of the goats was grass dumplings and grass cakes. The favorite food of Gurdon and Motor Lizard was fried steak. The favorite food of Dragonite was bofin and sandwiches. The favorite food of Ice Eevee was cream smoothie. The favorite food of Baby Bear was honey pudding and honey lemonade. The favorite food of Babu Tubo was rice. The favorite food of Saltstone Tower was pickled salted fish and fried soil. Naoki prepared a lot of everything and finished it after dark. The Pokemon Tavern was closed on this day. Naoki and Golden pushed the food cart together, and shared the food with the Pokemon in the ranch one by one. "Happy New Year," he said to the Pokemon in the ranch. Although the Mount Goats didn't know what festival it was today, they were infected by the emotions, and so many steaming delicacies. They also felt happy, and happy from the bottom of their hearts, and they crowded in front of the trough to enjoy the food. The big milk tanks knew that it was the new year, and they showed happy expressions on their faces. One of the big milk cans mooed at Naoki. Naoki was a little surprised, and then ate a piece of translation melon sea crisp. Then, he heard the big milk cans expressing their joy. The big milk cans said that they liked this place very much, and they were also happy to meet Naoki, who took good care of them, and they wanted to live here with Naoki forever. Hearing these words, it was impossible not to be moved. Naoki took a deep breath, touched the big milk cans in front of him one by one, and said to them, "Please take care of me next year." Moo. In the underground cave, Naoki piled up dried salted fish on the ground. These were all pickled with salt by him, and they were the favorite food of the Saltstones. The salted fish and salted bacon piled up into a small hill. The Saltstones were very happy to see this scene. They crowded forward and pushed Naoki with their heads, pushing him onto themselves. Rail. Slow down. Naoki sat on the Saltstone helplessly, and touched its head one by one. The electric-bellied frog living here was very envious. Hearing the noise here, Diglett was also attracted. Seeing this scene, Naoki walked out from the encirclement of the Saltstone forts, and took out the food prepared for them from the cart pushed by Gulton. "Diglett, Electric Frog, this is for you. I also wish you a happy new year." Electric Frog and Diglett didn't expect that they also had it, and their small eyes immediately burst into joy. "Eat it." Naoki smiled slightly, and then said to the Pokemon, "I still have to deliver food to other Pokemon. See you later." After leaving the underground cave, Naoki came to the orchard. When the little blacksmith and the chinchilla saw Naoki and Gulton, they were very happy and ran out of their nests. Gulton used his big paws to give them food, And Naoki touched the big furry tail of the chinchilla and said to them, "Winter will soon be over, and I will be able to help you rebuild your home soon. Don't worry, the back mountain will definitely be restored to its original state." Hearing this, a group of Pokemon immediately opened their eyes wide and looked longing. Naoki smiled slightly, then left the orchard and came to the area where the Pokemon lived. He shared the fruit with the silly Pokemon, then turned back home with Gulton. The snowy night was quiet, and the ranch was shrouded in a warm atmosphere. Looking at the lighted house, at the end of the snow, Naoki felt an unprecedented peace and tranquility in his heart. Because he knew that there was a group of cute Pokemon waiting for their return to enjoy the New Year's Eve dinner together. Chapter 285. Happy New Year! Cheers! Naoki clinked the sap with the Pokemon, then raised his head and drank it down. It was snowing outside again, the fire in the fireplace was burning brightly, and the dining table was filled with steaming food. Bubble, who was dressed as Santa Claus by Naoki, happily held the bowl and ate the sap mixed with rice. Motor Lizard, wearing a scarf, happily held the sandwich, then opened his mouth wide and bit into the sandwich. After eating several pieces of Bothan's Cream Milk Fairy before the meal, it was not very hungry at this time. It was lying on the sofa with a lazy look on its face, touching its bulging belly with its little hands. Boy! Ice Edie lowered its head and sniffed the creamy smoothie in front of it, which was full of milky fragrance. Then it happily buried its face in the Edie bowl and licked the delicious smoothie on it with its pink little tongue. Dragonite grabbed a string of fried sea bass with its dragon claws, and opened its mouth to bite it without caring about the oil on its claws. After being fried in oil, the skin of the sea bass has already become golden and crispy, while the fish meat inside is still tender and juicy. A bite will make people experience a distinct and excellent taste. Feeling the delicious food bursting in his mouth, Dragonite's eyes suddenly lit up. "Awooh! It's delicious." Arinho sat quietly on the side. It seemed to like this lively atmosphere, and there was always a happy smile on its face. Two small Pokemon, Dream and Bear Baby, sat directly on the table. In front of them, there was a honey-cooked meal specially prepared by Naoki for them. There were honey pudding, honey bread, honey grilled fish, honey milk, honey biscuits, honey grilled meat, and fruit mixed with honey. Baby Bear and Dream were surrounded by the honey feast, enjoying the feeling of being surrounded by happiness. Compared with other Pokemon who were feasting, the butler brother and sister ate more elegantly. But from their expressions, the brother and sister also liked this lively atmosphere. In fact, before coming to the ranch, the butler brother and sister had worried about their future. At that time, they didn't know what kind of family they were going to, and how their new owners would treat them. With this uneasy mood, the brother and sister have been trying hard to learn various etiquette and do housework with their parents. They didn't feel at ease until they came to the ranch and saw Naoki. The two Pokemon were very happy that they could meet a master like Naoki, and they were willing to take care of everything for him. What made the brother and sister even happier was the atmosphere in the ranch. Everyone was together, getting along happily, and no one would be bullied because of their strength or weakness. Thinking of this, the elder brother Ai Guancher couldn't help but cast his eyes on their master. Naoki drank a cup of hot juice and felt warm all over. He was watching his Pokemon eating in all kinds of ways, and suddenly he noticed a gaze directed at him. He turned around and saw his brother Ai Guancher looking at him. "What's wrong?" Naoki asked. The brother Ai Guancher lowered his head and replied calmly, "Ai." The sister Ai Guancher who was standing by saw this, and exposed her brother without hesitation. "Ai." Naoki saw that his sister Ai Guancher seemed to have something to say to him, so he stuffed a piece of translation melon seed crisp into his mouth. Then, he heard his sister Ai Guancher say, "Ai, brother is embarrassed." Brother Ai Guancher hurriedly dissuaded him. "Ai, don't say it." But it was too late. Sister Ai Guancher took several steps back, away from her brother, and then said to Naoki, "Ai." Brother actually likes Naoki very much, but he is embarrassed to say it. "Ai." Brother Ai Guancher lowered his head, and gave up struggling. Although he had a vague feeling in his heart, Naoki was still very moved when he heard Ai Guancher say it in person. "Is that so?" He looked at his brother Ai Guancher, and said to him with a smile, "I like you guys too. Please take care of me in the new year." The brother Ai Guancher was stunned for a moment. He looked at Naoki, then nodded heavily and said, "Ai. Eat," Naoki said. The sister Ai Guancher returned to her brother with a smile. The brother Ai Guancher looked at his sister, and sighed helplessly like a little adult. Looking at the little actions of the two Ai Guancher, Naoki smiled. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that Gulton beside him was also in a daze. Naoki couldn't help but turn his head and look. What's wrong? Aren't you hungry? The feathers on Gulton's head drooped down, and there was a little light in its golden eyes. The eyes looked so gentle, not as fierce and domineering as the Winged King recorded in the Book of Vermilion. Naoki tilted his head and looked at Gulton, patiently waiting for its answer. Aga. Gulton said bluntly and enthusiastically, Agahis. I like Naoki too. I know. Naoki patted its head. Gulton thought about it, and felt that he was different from other Pokemon, and added, Agassi. I like Naoki the most. Hearing this, Dragonite stopped eating the grilled sea base, and immediately came up to express his feelings. Awoo! I am the Pokemon who likes Naoki the most. Bubble Doodle was also attracted. Bammo. Me too. Frostmilk, who had eaten and started to lie on the sofa, jumped up after hearing this and said energetically, Mama. Naoki's favorite Pokemon is me. He even built a cream factory for me. Dragonite argued, Awoo. It's me. Naoki spent a lot of effort to train me, and help me become the most powerful Dragonite. Hearing this, Babutubo also joined the discussion. Bammo. Naoki also gave me a cape and a hammer. A group of Pokemon argued about who was Naoki's favorite Pokemon. However, after crying for a long time, they couldn't come to a conclusion, and finally all turned their eyes to Naoki. Although Motor Lizard didn't join the debate, he still cast an expectant look over here. Naoki, I always feel that this is not a good question. You? He said. The Pokemon opened their eyes wide, all waiting for the answer. Even Bud Crown slightly side-eyed. Naoki, you are all my favorite Pokemon. The Pokemon's eyes sparkled. Bammo. Awoo. Geo. Eat quickly. Naoki began to change the subject. After dinner, I will read you the letters sent to us by people in the town. The Pokemon were immediately attracted, and continued to eat dinner. Seeing this scene, Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, he suddenly remembered that there was a coin-carrying man hiding in the tavern. Thinking of this, Naoki got up, took some pofin and tree fruits, came to the tavern, opened the door, put the plate of food in the dark, and then turned and left. After an unknown amount of time, a small Pokemon came out cautiously from the darkness. It came to the fragrant pofin, looked down at the food, and then looked up at the direction where the human left, wondering what it was thinking. After dinner, the Pokemon played in the living room, while the elder brother Ai Guancher cleaned up the table and the hygiene. Naoki and his younger sister Ai Guancher cleaned the dishes together. When all the work was done, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Naoki wiped his hands, then went to the bedroom and took out a dozen letters sent by Ivan. These were sent by the townspeople and farmers from nearby farms in the past 2 days. He opened 2 letters in the morning, and found that they were all New Year's greetings. After thinking about it, he decided to keep them until the evening to read with the Pokemon. With these letters, Naoki sat in front of the fireplace and waved to the living room. Suddenly, the Pokemon that were playing and frolicking all over the place ran over and gathered around him. The flames in the fireplace flickered gently, stretching the shadows of the Pokemon and Naoki very long. After making sure that everyone was present, Naoki opened the first letter. I'm going to start reading. Ah, gah. Golden nodded happily in response. Naoki smiled slightly, stroking the Babutubo lying on his lap, while reading the contents of the letter. Hey Naoki, Happy New Year. You have been at this ranch for a year without knowing it. If your grandfather saw that you have run the ranch so prosperously, he must be very happy, right? This year has come to an end, and we must continue to work hard next year. Finally, please say hello to Motor Lizard, Mayor Thomas, for me. Naoki raised the letter in his hand, and said to Motor Lizard, Did you hear it? Mayor Thomas is wishing you a Happy New Year. GAO. Motor Lizard nodded his big head happily. Naoki said, Tomorrow we will go together to give Mayor Thomas a New Year's gift. Motor Lizard readily agreed. Then, Naoki read the second letter. Happy New Year, Naoki. This is Klee's Forest Workshop. Thank you for your hard work this year. Please give me more advice next year. If you need anything, please feel free to come here to order furniture, Klee. It's just right. After winter is over, I plan to build a greenhouse in the ranch. Then, no matter what season it is, we can eat the freshest vegetables. Naoki shared his future plans with the Pokemon with anticipation. The Pokemon listened carefully. Although they didn't understand, they were happy to see Naoki happy. Then let me take a look. This is the letter Mr. Elif sent us. Do you remember Mr. Elif? He opened a cherry orchard next door. Gulton and Motor Lizard remembered, but Abutuan and Glacian were a little confused. In the spring, Mr. Leaf will hold a cherry blossom wine party. At that time, many people and Pokemon will attend to taste fine wine and share delicious food. Naoki explained, "You didn't come when it was held last time. I will take you to experience it after a while." AI. The younger sister AI Butler readily agreed. Naoki smiled slightly, and he read the letters one by one slowly. The Pokemon listened very seriously at first, but later, they all began to feel drowsy. A full stomach, a soft carpet, and a warm fireplace, it is indeed easy to make people sleepy in this environment. Seeing this, Naoki stopped, put the letter in his hand aside, then touched the Babutubo beside him, and said to the Pokemon, "If you are sleepy, go to sleep. I'm a little sleepy too. I go to bed after taking a bath later." The sleepy Pokemon agreed in a daze, and then returned to their sleeping places obediently. "Good night, everyone," Naoki said softly. Frostmilk returned to its nest in the cupboard, Dragonite turned into a red light, and returned to its Pokeball. The Butler brother and sister went upstairs, Motor Lizard stretched on the ground, and then laid down on the spot with his head on his arm. Naoki looked at this scene, and then sent Crest to the glass flower room. "See you tomorrow, Crest." But Crown nodded slightly. "See you tomorrow, Naoki." Naoki smiled slightly. His heart is clear and comfortable as the cloudless sky. After saying goodbye to Bud Crown, he turned around and rushed back. On the way, Naoki suddenly remembered that there was a Pokemon that he had overlooked. He slapped his head, ran back to the house, took out a few boxes of Pofin, and came to the central lake of the ranch. The area inside the reverse world is as large as the real world. As the master of the reverse world, Giratina will not stay in a certain area for too long. Just like the photographer Ho, who travels around the world, Giratina also wanders around in the reverse world. But this situation only lasted until recently. After the Sky Islands in the reverse world were changed by him, Giratina did not go anywhere and stayed in this area all day. When Naoki and Bud Crown went to develop the Sky Islands later, Giratina was either lying on the Flower Island to bask in the sun, or on the Apple Island to bite the apples on the trees. It can be seen that this Pluto dragon likes the transformed Sky Islands very much. So Naoki guessed that Giratina was still here at this time. As he expected, not long after he arrived at the lake, a purple vortex appeared on the lake. Naoki jumped in holding Balfin. Before, when he helped Giratina develop the Sky Island, he increased its favorability. Now Giratina is no longer the bad dragon that would bombard him for hours. In the reverse world, it has completely changed after their transformation. In the area corresponding to the ranch, all the Sky Islands were covered with greenery, and the fragrance of flowers and fruits wafted through the sky and earth. Giratina was lazily lying in the flowers, basking in the sun. The originally good flower field had been squeezed out by Giratina's huge body, and all the flowers below were crushed to death by it. Naoki, Giratina glanced at him, and the irritable old dragon, who had started his retirement life early, asked, "What are you doing here?" Naoki floated to the Sky Island full of flowers. The sunflowers provided sunshine and warmth here, making it full of dragon language and flower fragrance. Naoki came to Giratina, sat cross-legged in the crushed flowers in front of it, and then opened the treasure box in front of it. "I give you some snacks to relieve your boredom," Naoki said. "Today is the human new year. I wanted to come and see you, so I came." Giratina has no concept of time, and never cares about human festivals. So it said irritably, "I don't need the food that the Pokemon in the real world eat." After saying that, Giratina regretted it. It couldn't help thinking that it would be nice if it could drink a cup of tea that would change its personality at this time. However, Naoki didn't care much about what Giratina said. He still knew this irritable old dragon who said one thing and meant another. Naoki smiled slightly and stood up to leave. "Happy New Year, Giratina, and please take care of me in the coming year." After saying that, he did not stay for long, but stood up and left the reverse world, and returned to the ranch through the whirlpool in the lake. Giratina looked at the treasures in front of him, and his heart was a little complicated. Humans. Humans again. Humans are really complicated creatures. Giratina closed his eyes, and some humans he had seen emerged in his mind. That strong desire, that determination to conquer, that emotion of destruction. And now, it saw someone who was completely opposite to it. He was so pure and sincere that even it could not help but be moved. Giratina was silent for a while, then put its huge head in front of the Pofin boxes, opened its mouth, and swallowed some Pofin into its stomach. After leaving the reverse world, Naoki went straight back to the living room. He took a simple shower, and lay down on the bed. Gillerton slept beside the bed, and Babutubo slept on his quilt. The air conditioner in the room was turned on very well, so there was no need to worry about being cold. After his hair was dry, Naoki turned off the light and laid down. At this time, everyone in the ranch should be asleep, right? No matter how strong the wind and snow are outside, the cute Pokemons will not be affected. They hide in their warm nests and fall asleep peacefully in the snowy night. Thinking of these contents, Naoki's heart can't help but soften. Galton! Naoki suddenly shouted. Galton immediately responded, "Ah?" Naoki grinned. "It's okay, I just want to call you." Galton, Bamo? Babutuba was not asleep either. Hearing Naoki's voice, he rubbed his sleepy eyes. Seeing this, Naoki took it into his arms and said to Galton, "Good night, Galton." Galton laid down again, closed his eyes with a peaceful look, and replied with his head on his arm, "Ah, Galton." Chapter 286. In the 199th year of the Alliance calendar, spring has just arrived in Padilla, and the temperature has not yet completely warmed up. As the snow melted, green buds sprouted on the land of Padilla. The breeze blowing through the mountains and forests, and the gurgling water in the valleys also announced to the world the beginning of the New Year cycle. The pasture that had been covered by heavy snow for half a winter finally saw the light of day again, the grass began to sprout, and the vines in the garden slowly climbed up along the flower rack. The big electric petrels that went to the far south to spend the winter also returned here, flapping their wings and slowly landing on the roof, while using their mouths to tidy up their slightly messy feathers, while watching the pasture that had become lively. Those were the Pokemon that had already filled their stomachs, chasing and playing with each other. The early morning sun shone into the house through the French windows. Naoki ate his breakfast leisurely, while watching today's Padilla morning news. On the TV screen, a huge and distinctive academy was located in the center of the bustling city. Many boys and girls in school uniforms and carrying Pokemon had gathered in front of the academy's gate. And right in front of them, a person dressed as the principal was giving a speech. "Welcome back to Padilla Academy. From today on, the famous treasure hunt of Padilla Academy will continue. Go! Children, go to various places in Padilla to find your own treasures." It seems that this treasure hunt is still a tradition of Padilla Academy. Looking at this scene, Naoki complained in his heart. Last year, several treasure hunters came to his ranch. I wonder if the same situation will happen this year. Naoki really hopes that a trainer will come. Not only him, Dragonite and Babuto also want to use those trainers to conduct actual combat training, turn them into experience packs, and thus become more powerful Pokemon. There is no rush for this. If we follow the progress, those students will just leave school now, Naoki thought. In addition, the academic style of Padilla Academy is free. Since some students like to go out for adventure, there will also be some who like to stay in school to take classes and cultivate Pokemon. It will probably take half a month for someone to come over. Thinking of this, Naoki finished the last mouthful of porridge in the bowl, then stood up and cleaned the table. Today, he has more important things to do. During this period of time, the goats have eaten a lot of leaves of the World Tree. In addition, they have been receiving the nourishment of the World Tree. Naoki was very curious whether this would have any effect on the goat milk produced by the goats. He put away the clean dishes, then took the milking machine, and asked Golden to help carry the milking bucket to the side of the World Tree. Early in the morning, the goats began their daily routine of milking the tree. They formed a triangle and surrounded the World Tree in the middle, with a layer of light green energy on their bodies. These green grass energies turned into green light particles that emerged from the goats and then poured into the trunk of the World Tree. The leaves on the top of the World Tree also emitted dots of green light. Seeing Naoki coming with tools, the goat stopped and said happily, "Mia, how do you feel today?" Naoki touched the head of the goat, then placed the milk bucket under one of them, squatted down and started to milk it. The other two goats were lined up behind, and the goat being milked looked happy. "Mia, is that so?" Naoki said, looking down at the goat milk in the bucket that exuded a strong milky aroma. The next second, the information about this bucket of goat milk emerged from his mind. Mount Goat's milk, super perfect fresh goat's milk blessed by the power of nature, the quality exceeds the upper limit of perfection, and the nutrition contained in it is dozens of times that of ordinary goat's milk. It is extremely beneficial to the body after consumption. It is said that no matter how much damage a Pokemon suffers, as long as it drinks it, it can recover immediately. It can also be used to make top-grade cheese, top-grade butter, and other foods for consumption. Sure enough. Looking at this information, Naoki murmured in his heart, "Sure enough, the leaves and breath of the World Tree will have an impact on the goat's milk." Previously, the goat milk of the Mount Goat had been strengthened once by the fruit juice milk that improves the quality and nutrition of fresh milk, reaching the top quality. And now, after they eat the leaves of the world tree, the quality of the goat milk has been upgraded again. No matter how serious the injury is, it can be recovered immediately. This effect is comparable to vitality fragments and vitality blocks. What makes Naoki feel even more terrified is that this is obviously not the limit of the Mount Goat and its goat milk. When the Mount Goat grows up in the future, what kind of effect will the goat milk have at that time? Naoki dare not even think about it. I'm afraid the effect will be as good as the holy ash that can bring back the dead. Holy ash is a mythical item born from the Phoenix King. It can restore all the physical strength of a Pokemon that is on the verge of death. It is said that the Phoenix King once used the holy ash to revive 3 Pokemon that were burned to death in the Bell Tower. And those 3 Pokemon later became the 3 sacred beasts, namely Entei, Raikou, and Suicune, who is known as the incarnation of the North Wind. Thinking of this, Naoki's first thought was not how shocking this effect was, but that it was not possible. He has to raise the price. I have to ask Zack to retest the quality of the goat milk and then reprice it. Naoki thought. This happens from time to time in ranches and farms. Pokemon's physique cannot be generalized. Take the big milk can for example. Some big milk cans are born thin and weak, and the milk they produce is thin and of poor quality. In this case, these Moo Moo milk will be sold very cheaply. And some big milk cans are strong, and the quality of the grass they eat is high, so the quality of the milk they produce will also be very perfect. This kind of milk can often be sold at a high price. Zack and other receivers, who are responsible for going to the ranch to collect goods, will not always purchase fresh milk at the same price. The actual price of milk will fluctuate according to the specific quality of the milk. After thinking for a moment, Naoki milked the other 2 Mount Goats. Speaking of which, these 3 Mount Goats are the great contributors to their ranch. Naoki Ranch is slowly being milked by these 3. Naoki was very emotional. Seeing that the Mount Goats were still looking at him, waiting for his next instruction, Naoki couldn't help but smile. Okay, it's alright, today's work is done. Before he finished speaking, Naoki suddenly remembered that there was one more thing. He needed the help of the goats. He asked Gulton to put the goat milk away, and then took the goats to the ranch warehouse. The warehouse was already full of saplings and grass seeds he had ordered from the town. Today, Naoki was ready to officially start the reconstruction plan for the back mountain. Do you remember the Pokemon we rescued from the back mountain before? Naoki asked. The goats thought about it carefully, and then nodded repeatedly. Mia. Those Pokemon who escaped from the forest fire. The Mount Goats still remember it vividly. That forest fire that devoured everything, and many Pokemon lost their lives in the fire. The once prosperous back mountain became a dead place in the fire, and the Pokemon who survived were full of sadness and fear. Seeing that the Mount Goats still remembered, Naoki reached out and touched their heads, and then continued, Today, I plan to help them rebuild their homes and plant all these grass seeds and saplings. Hearing this, the goats immediately said, Mia. They also want to help. Good kids. His goats are also kind-hearted Pokemon. Naoki smiled and whispered, Then I leave it to you. Next, it's up to you to transport these goods to the back mountain. Me? No problem. The goats were full of fighting spirit. Seeing this, Naoki began to hang grass seeds and saplings on the backs of the goats. Soon, the 3 goats were loaded with items. Carrying the hopes of the rescued Pokemon, they followed Naoki and Gulton to the orchard. There, the Pokemon who had heard the news in advance were already waiting. Chinchilla, Blacksmith, Painter, Electric Frog, Family Mouse, Electric Petrel, Lily Root Doll, Shuttlecock Grass, Yo-Yo Candy Ball Mushroom. Except for the ancient moon bird that flew away in advance and the speaker cricket that joined the band, all the Pokemon that survived the fire last time were already here. They spent the winter safely in the pasture, and their fur, which was originally burnt bare and charred, has now completely renewed. Seeing Naoki and Gulton coming over, these cute Pokemon immediately became excited. Their eyes followed Naoki closely, full of expectation. Seeing this scene, Naoki was also very emotional. He slowly exhaled and said loudly, It's finally time. Are you looking forward to it? Squeak. The chinchilla jumped up excitedly on the grass. Naoki smiled, and he didn't say much, just said, In that case, let's go. Woo! Gumma! The Pokemons cheered, and they immediately turned into little tails and followed Naoki, ready to rebuild their home with Naoki. Before leaving, Naoki habitually counted the number of these Pokemon. 1, 2, 3. 13, huh? Why is there one missing? Seeing this, Naoki stopped in confusion. Seeing his action, the chinchillas showed puzzled expressions on their faces. Naoki said, "One is missing. Is there anyone else who hasn't come?" Hearing this, the group of Pokemon looked left and right, and the chinchilla clapped its paws, finally remembering who didn't come. Squeak! It's the lazy otter who likes to sleep in. As the chinchilla said, he turned around and ran deeper into the orchard. Naoki asked the goats to wait here for a while, and he followed the group of Pokemon to the deeper part of the orchard. Soon, he saw the lazy otter that had turned a different color because of eating the dyed fruit on a newly grown grass in the middle of the fruit tree. At this time, the lazy otter was still sleeping there. Naoki, it is indeed a lazy otter. The full-fledged chinchilla quickly ran to the lazy otter and shook it with its little paws. The lazy otter was awakened, its eyes half open, and it looked sleepy. The full-fledged chinchilla shouted to the lazy otter, "Squeak!" Lazy otter looked at the Tibetan chinchilla with a look of confusion. Then, yawned lazily. Naoki, The Wong family always does this when asking for leave. The Tibetan chinchilla sighed helplessly. Naoki, forget it. Since it wants to sleep here, let it sleep here. Anyway, the ranch doesn't need a mouth for it. The Tibetan chinchilla was looking forward to rebuilding his home, so he didn't care about lazy otter and immediately ran back behind Naoki. On the way, the chinchilla began to imagine his future life. When the big trees in the forest grow up, he will find the tallest and largest tree, dig a spacious tree hole in it, and then hide all the fruits he found in it, hiding it full. After returning to the Pokemon, Naoki was surprised to see that Babu, Dragonite, Frostmilk, Motor Lizard, Glacian, Orinu, Butterfree and other Pokemon in the ranch had all rushed here. Behind a group of Pokemon, Bud Crown was floating in the air with its feet off the ground in an elegant posture. Seeing Naoki looking over, Bud Crown said gently, "I have made an agreement with you before. When the back mountain is rebuilt, I will go to help." Naoki smiled and nodded. "Thank you very much. It's getting late. Let's go." Naoki took the tools and led a group of Pokemon to the back mountain. At the same time, in the Pokemon Rescue Center in Jichin Town, the Padilla Alliance was also planning to go to the back mountain to carry out an ecological restoration plan. The previous forest fire caused a great sensation, and the Padilla Alliance attached great importance to this matter. In order to resume work as soon as possible, they transferred forest rangers and people who are good at planting trees from all over Padilla. Even the chief champion Yessie came here, one to carry out the work of the Alliance, and the other to visit the surviving Pokemon. Not far away, Miss Joy looked at the chief champion, who was comforting the Pokemon with admiration, and said to Miss June Shaw beside her, "I always feel that the chief champion is unexpectedly approachable." Miss June Shaw looked at Yessie over there. She had heard from the staff of the Alliance that the chief champion was very busy on weekdays. Sometimes she was so tired from work that she didn't even notice that the crystal bud was tangled in her hair, and she went to work in the Pokemon Alliance with the crystal bud tangled in her hair. And now, Yessie took out special time to come and check the follow-up of the fire. Miss June Shaw nodded gently. She agreed with what Joey said. Their chief champion was a very reliable person. At this time, a voice came from Miss Junch's intercom. She exchanged a few words with the other side, then looked up and said to everyone, "Okay, the Forest Ranger team is ready, we should set off." UCI also heard this. She straightened up, put her hands behind her back, and prepared to go and take a look. The Alliance staff beside was shocked when they saw this, and quickly tensed up and saluted. "Chief! Chief!" UCI comforted. "I will go and take a look too, you don't have to be nervous, just pretend I don't exist." Alliance staff, "Yes. Yes." UCI smiled slightly. "Then let's go!" Chapter 287. Winter has passed and spring has come. After the forest fire, the back mountain covered with snow has completely changed its appearance. The dead branches and leaves devoured by the flames have become nutrients for the earth and re-entered the natural cycle. This has also made this desolate place show signs of recovery. On the dirt road leading to the back mountain, Naoki led a group of Pokemon forward while observing the surrounding situation. 3 goats carrying bags of saplings and grass seeds followed behind them. After several months, everyone returned to this place. At first, the Pokemon living in the forest were still jumping and playing, looking forward to rebuilding their homes. But as they got closer, after seeing the dilapidated and desolate scene around them, the Tibetan chinchillas were reminded of the past. Late that night, the fire enveloped the entire back mountain. In the red flames, countless Pokemon were running desperately. Some Pokemon succeeded, while others failed. Everyone, the Pokemon that originally lived with them in this place were ruthlessly devoured by the fire. Thinking of this, the chinchillas and the others couldn't help but hang their heads in sadness. Seeing this scene, Frostmilk, who knew what these Pokemon had experienced, took the initiative to stand up and cheer them up. Ma. The chinchillas and other Pokemon looked up. Then Babu-Tubo also flew in front of Frostmilk and said with fighting spirit, Bammo. They will help together. Awoo! Gaw! Once these words came out, the other Pokemon in the ranch also responded. They took the initiative to step forward, stood behind Babu and Frostmilk, and said to these poor Pokemon, we will work together to restore this place to its original state. Wow! The little blacksmith stared at this scene in a daze, his eyes gradually moistened, and then tears of emotion flowed out, and he sincerely expressed his gratitude to the group of Pokemon who tried hard to help them. Wow! Squeak! Gumo! Pokemon such as Chinchilla, Family Mouse, and Electric Frog also began to thank him. Naoki, who was walking in front, looked back at this scene and couldn't help but smile. Just like the group of wild Pokemon that he had seen in the movie Zalud and Coco working together to protect the forest from the bad guys. Even if everyone would have conflicts and disputes on weekdays, when the real crisis comes, they will work together regardless of race and attributes to protect their homeland. The revived Chinchilla and other Pokemon followed, and after walking forward for more than 10 minutes, Naoki and his group officially entered the back mountain. Okay, let's start from here. Naoki stretched out his hand and signaled the Pokemon to stop. Then, he walked to the side of the goat, and together with the Golden Motor Lizard, he took the grass seeds and saplings off them and put them on the land. Looking at the many Pokemon in front of him, Naoki thought for a moment, then took out bags of grass seeds and arranged work for them one by one. Naoki, Bubble, Dragonite, Dashya, Butterfree, and Lightning, the task of sowing grass seeds is now handed over to you. Bubble. After the order was issued, Bubble immediately stepped forward to take a bag of grass seeds from Naoki, and the other Pokemon also stepped forward to take a bag, and then waited for Naoki's next instructions. Naoki cast his eyes on the AI Guancher brother and sister. Use your telekinesis to explore this area, and then divide it into small pieces, and each Pokemon is responsible for one piece. Hearing this, the brother and sister immediately understood what Naoki meant. They walked forward and began to arrange the plots of land for Babu-Tubo as instructed. Naoki looked at the painter again. Painter, you can use your paint to draw marks on the ground to help everyone distinguish. The painter immediately nodded and agreed with a shout. Then, Naoki looked at the remaining Pokemon. I will plant these saplings with Motor Lizard. Diglett, you and Gulton will form a team. You use the dig hole move to dig the hole, and then Gulton will plant the saplings. Can you do it? Squeak. The mole immediately straightened up with honor. Very good, then let's get to work. Accompanied by Naoki's order, the group of Pokemon scattered in all directions. Butterfield and Dragonite held the grass seeds, opened a small bag while flying at a low altitude, and evenly spread the grass seeds on the land below. Naoki looked at this scene and nodded with satisfaction. When everything is done, you can ask the Bud Crown to make these grass and seedlings grow quickly. Then, he should start helping too. When Naoki thought of this, he was about to take a shovel to dig a hole and plant a tree, when he saw the remaining Pokemon looking at him expectantly. Naoki, Frostmilk, Ma? What kind of work do they have to do? Naoki thought about it carefully, and then he came up with a good idea. There's still cheerleading work. As he said that, Naoki glanced at the Pokemon in front of him who had nothing to do. Frostmilk, Orinu, Ikimoku, Glacian, Little Blacksmith, Lilyroot, Yo-Yo, Squidward, and Mushroom, you guys will form a cheerleading team to cheer for everyone. Wow! The little blacksmith thought this was too easy, and he wanted to do some hard work. Seeing this, Naoki said seriously, in fact, cheerleading is still very important. Your shouting and cheering can provide motivation for everyone who works hard and relieve their fatigue. Hearing this, Frostmilk Fairy immediately opened her eyes wide and excitedly expressed that she was willing to join the cheerleading team. Ma. Lilyroot Doll and Arinho also nodded. Only Ice Eevee sighed helplessly. It couldn't shout to cheer for everyone. It really made Eevee embarrassed, but thinking that everyone was working hard, they couldn't sit idle. So, Glacian put these things behind his mind. It followed the social terrorists Frostmilks and Orinu, wandering around the busy Pokemon. When they came to the area where Dragonite was working, Frostmilks immediately raised her head and shouted loudly, Mama. Orinu also whispered, NYU. Only Glacian whispered, Boy. Mama? Frostmilks looked at Glacian and shook her head to it, indicating that the voice was a little soft and Dragonite would not hear it, and then demonstrated to it, Mama. Bye? Glacian was shocked. The sound was too loud. Frost and Arinho looked at it expectantly. Glacian opened his mouth and could only say, bye. Mama. That's it. Frost nodded and said to it, Mama. That's it. Shout it out. Glacian blushed and shouted loudly, as if he had given up on himself. Bye. Mama. Frost was satisfied. After shouting, Glacier suddenly felt that doing this kind of thing didn't seem so difficult. After the demonstration, the cheerleaders led by Frostmelt continued to cheer for the next Pokemon. I just seemed to hear the cry of Glacian. Naoki, who was planting the saplings with Motor Lizard, raised his head and looked in one direction with some surprise. Motor Lizard also looked over there and nodded. Gah! It heard it too. I can guarantee that this is the loudest cry of Glacian I have ever heard, Naoki said. Glacian made such a big decision to shout and scream. It seems that it really wants to do something for these surviving Pokemon. Motor Lizard nodded in agreement. KO! Naoki planted the sapling, then moved Motor Lizard a few meters away and started planting the next sapling. I wonder when the Padilla Alliance will start to come over to rebuild the ecology of the back mountain. Naoki was thoughtful. The back mountain is very large, and their power is limited. They can't take care of it all, so the rest can only be left to the Padilla Alliance. Although the time will be staggered, it doesn't matter. At worst, they could come back after the Padilla Alliance finished planting trees and help the trees grow quickly. Time passed by minute, and Dragonite and the others were very efficient. In less than 2 hours, they had sown all the grass seeds that Naoki had bought. Naoki's saplings were almost planted, just enough to form a small forest. In addition to these ordinary saplings, Naoki took out another package. When he opened the package, it was filled with tree fruit seeds. After the reconstruction, the back mountain cannot be without food, so Naoki planned to plant these fruit seeds in various places in the forest for the chinchillas to eat. Just as Naoki was about to start planting fruit trees, the Motor Lizard beside him suddenly turned his head and looked in one direction. Naoki turned his head and saw several figures coming there at some point. Some of them were wearing blue work clothes, holding shovels, and followed by Pokemon such as Sandshrew and Giant Ant. When Naoki looked over, the mole rats were digging holes in the ground. Then, the people in blue work clothes planted the saplings they brought in the pit. Not far from these people, there were a few more people following. The person on the left was wearing a white uniform, a nurse's cap, and had long pink hair. The person in the middle was wearing a heroic police uniform. A cat dog followed her and looked around, as if observing the situation nearby. The person on the right put his hands behind his back, with an elegant posture and a gentle expression, chatting with the people around him. Seeing this scene, Naoki was stunned. That is, Miss Joy, Miss June Shaw, why is Yessie here too? At the same time, Miss Joy on the other side also noticed Naoki in the distance, and she was surprised. Huh? Is that Mr. Naoki from Naoki Ranch over there? Hearing this, Miss June Shaw and Yessie immediately turned their heads to look. From a distance, Yessie saw the figure that she had met several times before. It was the trainer who had champion-level strength but stayed in the countryside to run a ranch, a rare talent. Yessie's heart moved, a friendly smile appeared on her face, and then she walked over there. Seeing this, Joey and June Shaw also followed. The three of them came in front of Naoki, and Yessie smiled slightly and greeted him. We meet again. Naoki, long time no see, Chief, are you here to plant trees today too? Yes. Yessie nodded. Then, she saw the tools in Naoki's hand, and the saplings that had just been planted behind him. Naoki noticed her gaze and explained with a smile. I also took in some surviving Pokemon before. I promised them that I would help them rebuild their homes in the spring, so I came here today to plant some trees. I see. Yessie had a new impression of this young man in his heart. He was not only a rare talent, but also a kind-hearted person. Miss Joy on the side put her hands together, praying, and said these words directly with emotion. Mr. Naoki is really a kind-hearted person. Miss June Shaw smiled at the side. She had known about this a long time ago. Opening a tavern that specializes in Pokemon, not for profit, but also actively helping Pokemon customers in need. Ordinary people can't do such a thing. Naoki, Seeing the three people in front of him, he didn't know what to say for a while. According to the plan, he originally planned to let the Bud Crown King activate his ability to grow the grass seeds and saplings planted. But now, Yessie has arrived, which means that when the Bud Crown King performs miracles, they will definitely see it. Anyway, this news can't be hidden, it will spread sooner or later. Naoki thought, it's just right, I can use this opportunity to give the Bud Crown King a wave of faith. He opened his mouth and was about to speak when he saw Miss Joy on the side suddenly discovered something and exclaimed, "That Pokemon!" June Shaw and Yessie followed her gaze, and then saw a very special Pokemon among the group of Pokemon. It has a huge head, a faint blue halo emanating from its body, and is floating in the air with its feet off the ground. Seeing this Pokemon, Yessie was slightly startled, a little surprised, thinking that it was another Pokemon she didn't recognize. The Pokemon seemed to have noticed her gaze, and then slightly side-glanced, and the eyes of the person and the Pokemon met in midair. The next second, Yessie saw a gentle smile on the Pokemon's face. Before she could react, she heard Miss Joy beside her shouting, "Oh my god, that Pokemon! Could it be the King of Plenty?" Seeing someone recognize him, the Bud Crown King cast his eyes on this human. He could feel that this human was also providing faith for him. After Miss Joy's reminder, Miss June Shaw, who had been a police officer in Jichin Town, immediately remembered it. That was the legend of the King of Plenty that came from Naoki Ranch. It is said that this Pokemon can bless the crops and flowers of the human homes that believe in him to be abundant. Many people in the town have bought statues of the King of Plenty and placed them in their homes. After that, the town of Jichin really had a good year with good weather and good harvests. For this reason, Mayor Thomas also specially built a huge statue of the King of Buds and placed it in the town celebration square. And now, the King of Plenty actually appeared here. Miss June Shaw was very surprised. Yessie noticed the expressions of Joey and June Shaw, and his face was very confused. Did she miss something? Thinking of this, Yessie asked, "The King of Harvest?" Miss Joy was already excited. "Yes, it is the god of agriculture who can make crops harvest and flowers bloom. Many people in Jichin Town have statues of him in their homes. I also bought one from the store and placed it in the Pokemon Center." Hearing this, Yessie showed an interested expression. The god of agriculture? It sounds interesting, and judging from his appearance, did Naoki conquer him? Naoki was not surprised to see the Bud Crown King recognized. He said at the right time, "Yes, he is the Bud Crown King. To be honest, I came to the back mountain today just to ask him to help restore this place to its original state." Restore it to its original state? Yesii was stunned. Naoki nodded. Yes, the Bud Crown King has the ability to make plants grow instantly. With him here, it only takes a moment for the back mountain to return to its original state. Hearing this, Yesii showed an expression of disbelief on his face. To be honest, she didn't quite believe it. After all, she had never seen it before. Joey and June Shaw were also shocked. They had seen Pokemon with great power that could break rocks, and Pokemon that destroyed everything in the forest with sandstorms, but they had never seen a Pokemon that could turn flowers, plants, and trees from seeds into trees in an instant. Let all the flowers, plants, and trees on the back mountain grow. This great power. Although the King of Harvest can bless the crops to grow smoothly, but the back mountain is so big, can the King of Harvest really do it? Chapter 288. The answer is yes. Naoki looked at Yessie and said to her helplessly, "To be honest, we originally planned to restore this area to its original state today. Since the Alliance has also chosen today, let's just do it together." Together. No need to explain, Yessie also understood the meaning. She looked at the young man in front of her and saw his determined look. Yessie thought for a moment and quickly responded, "That's really exciting." In order to restore the Pokemon ecology of this place as soon as possible, the Padilla Alliance sent many staff members to plant trees here. Most of these people are forest rangers. No one knows how to plant trees better than them. In addition, with the help of a large number of Pokemon, this ecological restoration work was finally completed ahead of schedule before dark. The captain of the forest rangers came with his Pokemon to report the work to Yesii. After listening, Yesii nodded, and then cast his eyes on Naoki and the mysterious Pokemon named Bud Crown beside him. "Next, I leave it to you." She entrusted it as the leader of the Padilla Alliance. Naoki cast his eyes on the Bud Crown. "I leave it to you, Bud Crown." Bud Crown nodded slightly. "Leave it to me." As soon as the voice fell, his figure slowly floated forward. At this moment, the forest rangers who had been tired for a day returned here one after another. They were planning what to eat for dinner, when they saw a Pokemon with a big head and glowing all over its body floating in the air. "What is that Pokemon? It's flying. What is it going to do?" Miss Joy and Miss Junsa on the other side were also looking up at the sky. Miss Joy was a little worried. Can the Bud Crown really do it? Miss Junsa didn't say anything, but her eyes were filled with expectation. Gradually, the Bud Crown rose above the forest. Time had unknowingly come to evening, and with the beautiful sunset in the sky, The Bud Crown looked down at the land, and the humans, and Pokemon on it with a gentle gaze. He could feel that his existence was spreading in this strange land, and a wisp of warm energy came from afar and poured into his body. That was the energy generated by the humans, who knew his name. In addition, he also felt an emotion called expectation. That was the expectation of the Pokemon rescued by Naoki, expecting their homes to be rebuilt. Then, I will do as you wish, the Bud Crown King said softly. The next second, he waved his right hand. A strong and vital energy surged out from his body, and then sank into the ground below. In an instant, a blue light appeared on the entire land. The light quickly spread to the distance until it enveloped the entire barren back mountain. At this moment, the energy of the Bud Crown King reached its peak, and the entire back mountain burst into a strong light. The people and Pokemon in the light looked around in disbelief, looking at the surrounding scene. At some point, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. Flowers, flowers are blooming. His voice was like opening a valve. The next second, a rich green light appeared on the ground. The grass broke out of the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a green ocean that spread towards the distance, and in the blink of an eye it covered the entire mountain. The saplings planted by people were also changing rapidly. From a tender seedling, it grew into a towering tree with a thick trunk and luxuriant branches and leaves. These trees together formed a lush and vibrant forest. Some trees had large and plump fruits hanging on their branches. The people who witnessed this miracle were speechless. Someone murmured, "Oh my God, what kind of power is this?" The trees grew up in an instant. Was it that Pokemon who did it? What Pokemon is that? It's so powerful. Until someone's excited voice came out. Miracle! This is a miracle! Hearing this voice, Yessie woke up instantly. Even as the top champion of Padilla, she was shocked at this moment. Such a Pokemon actually exists in the world. It really lives up to the title of the King of Plenty. Miss Joy and Miss Junsa were also moved. Joy, this great power, the Bud Crown is so powerful. Miss Junsa did not speak. She had a hunch in her heart that one day in the future, the name of the King of Plenty would spread throughout the Padilla region, and everyone would have a statue of him in their home. Not only humans, but also the Pokemon who witnessed all this were also very shocked at this time. They stared at the scene in a daze. Their homeland is back. Looking at this familiar place and unfamiliar scene, some Pokemon couldn't help but shed tears. Their homeland is finally back. It was unknown how long it took before the light that enveloped the entire back mountain slowly turned into starlight and dispersed. Under the light, there was a completely new forest. The tree trunks were thick, the dark green treetops were crisscrossed, and the setting sun shone through the gaps in the forest, casting mottled light and shadows on the grass. Unknown small white flowers bloomed in the fertile green grass, and the scene was full of vitality. Looking around, the whole mountain forest was lush and green, and it was completely impossible to tell that it had experienced such a tragic disaster before. The Bud Crown King slowly floated back to Naoki's side and nodded to him gently. "Thank you for your hard work." After saying that, Naoki turned his eyes to the Tibetan squirrels, who were so excited that they cried, "Okay, the things I promised you are finally completed, and then enjoy your new life." Squeak! The chinchilla came back to his senses, wiped his tears with his little paws, and then threw himself into Naoki's arms in front of everyone. The rest of the Pokemon rescued by Naoki also gathered together, each expressing their gratitude to Naoki in their own way. Seeing this, Naoki smiled slightly and wiped their heads one by one. "I feel your kindness, but there is someone who deserves your gratitude more than me." Hearing this, the group of Pokemon turned back to look at the Bud Crown King, then quickly ran to his side and expressed their gratitude to him. The Bud Crown looked at the children lovingly. Naoki stood up and took a deep breath with emotion. This matter was finally completed. At this time, Yesii came forward, her eyes cast on the Bud Crown and the group of Pokemon rescued by Naoki, and murmured, "I never thought that there would be such Pokemon in this world." Naoki nodded gently, "Yes." Yesii was still a little shocked and didn't come back to her senses. At this time, she suddenly remembered that Miss Joy had told her before that the Bud Crown was the god of agriculture and could bless the crops of humans who believed in him. Thinking of this, Yesii's heart moved slightly. She said if everyone in the Padilla region believed in this Pokemon, would the land under their feet become more fertile? Chapter 289. In the lush forest. The ranger sent by the Padilla Alliance stared at the Pokemon with a huge head and the young man beside him in amazement. What happened today was far beyond their cognition. What kind of Pokemon can make the seeds just planted in the soil grow into a complete forest in an instant? "Hey, what happened? How did the forest grow in an instant? At this time, a hurried sound of footsteps came from behind the crowd. Some rangers who were late because they were rushing to plant trees in other places ran over with shocked faces, looking at their companions in disbelief. It was that Pokemon that helped us. Someone raised his hand tremblingly and pointed at the bud crown not far away. These late rangers looked up and saw a Pokemon with a huge head and a gentle smile on its face on the grass. They had never seen that Pokemon before. But judging from his feet off the ground, the light emerging from his body, and his elegant posture, he is obviously not an ordinary Pokemon. Thinking of this, the forest rangers couldn't wait to know the name of the Pokemon. There is a power in this world that can make plants grow in an instant. What kind of Pokemon is that Pokemon? As the voice fell, people subconsciously cast their eyes on the young man next to the Pokemon. It seems that he is the trainer of the Pokemon. Since he is a trainer, he must know the situation of the Pokemon. Naoki immediately felt the gazes on him. He smiled slightly and slowly said, "He is Bud Crown, the king Pokemon who once ruled an entire region." Bud Crown? King Pokemon. People murmured in disbelief. Hearing Naoki's words, Bud Crown showed a gentle smile on his face. His little believers are trying hard to spread his name again. However, the king of Galar has become a thing of the past, and now he is just an ordinary farmer Pokemon. "Okay, Chief, we have finished our work here, we will go back first," Naoki said to Yessie in front of him. Yessie finally came back to her senses. Her eyes flashed with a strange look, and she said, "This time the Padilla Alliance has troubled you again. As the chief, I want to express my gratitude to you and the Bud Crown on behalf of the Padilla Alliance." Naoki smiled calmly. Whether it is humans or Pokemon, they are all part of this world. Helping them is also helping humans themselves. You don't need to thank me. After all, the back mountain is also a natural treasure house for ranchers like them. Just like wild fruits and vegetables in spring and summer, mountain mushrooms and pine cones in autumn. Thanks to the poisonous mushrooms growing in the back mountain, he was able to see the legendary Pokemon Giratina. However, Yesai shook his head. In any case, you helped the Padilla Alliance solve the problem of restoring the ecology of this area. If it is at a normal speed, I am afraid it will take a year for this mountain to recover. Not only that, during this period, a lot of manpower and material resources will be needed to restore the natural ecology here. Now, thanks to you, the Padilla Alliance can save this expense to do more meaningful things. Hearing this, Naoki did not continue to refuse. However, the next second, Yesai threw an olive branch to him again. The Padilla Alliance welcomes excellent talent trainers like you to join. If you are willing, I will submit an application to the Alliance and invite you to join the Alliance directly. Naoki, Here it comes again. Naoki knew what Yesai meant. Working for the Padilla Union was a bit like being a civil servant in his previous life, a stable job. In this way, when he retires in the future, he can receive a generous pension from the Padilla Union every month. For some professional trainers, this is a very rare opportunity. After all, even the youngest trainers will grow old one day. But he really doesn't need it. Seeing this, Yesai couldn't help but sigh with regret. Naoki smiled slightly, and he didn't say much, but turned to say goodbye to Miss Joy and Miss Jusha, and then left here with the Pokemon in the ranch. Yesai watched their figures go away until they disappeared in the dense forest, and then she turned around and said, "Okay, thank you for your hard work today." The group of forest rangers suddenly woke up from their dreams. It was dark, and today's work was over. So, they began to pack up their tools and rush down the mountain, preparing to tell their friends and family what they saw after returning. The mysterious Pokemon, Bud Crown, instantly restored the entire back mountain to its original state. This is incredible. At this point, the matter of the back mountain was perfectly resolved. Looking at the sunset in the sky, Junsha and Joey couldn't help but relax. "Bud Crown is really amazing," Joey said with emotion. Junsha nodded. She was originally skeptical about the authenticity of this matter, but now, when she witnessed the King of Plenty performing miracles with her own eyes, the doubt in her heart immediately disappeared. "I never thought that Naoki could capture such a Pokemon," Miss Junsha murmured. Yesai also heard the conversation between the two. She did not interrupt, but silently thought about how they should thank Naoki. After thinking for a long time, Yesai could not come up with an answer. After a moment of silence, she said in her heart, "Forget it, let Sheilin take charge of this matter in the future. She is better at this than me." In the forest near the ranch, Naoki said goodbye to the Tibetan chinchilla with Pokemon such as Gulton. "Okay, from today on, this is your new home." Naoki chuckled and said, "Pick a place you like to live. If you are hungry, You can walk around in the forest. I planted a lot of fruit trees in this place. Now they are full of big and plump fruits. You can pick them and eat them at will. Squeak. The stuffed squirrel answered excitedly. It couldn't wait to look around, trying to find the tallest and largest tree to build a nest. The other Pokemon were also very happy at this time. Seeing this, Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had not lived together for a long time, he knew the tempers and personalities of these little guys very well. Naoki's eyes swept over the Pokemon and reminded them one by one, hide the chinchillas. It is best not to hide the fruits in a tree hole, because if something goes wrong, you will be hungry. Family of rats, I wish your children can grow up healthily, become a strong white rat, find their other half as soon as possible, and evolve into a pair of rats. Electric petrel, I saw other electric petrels flying towards the big pot lake. If you want to find a companion, you can go there to take a look, but be careful. Little blacksmith. Thank you very much for the hammer you made for Babutubo. Although you got lost with the other giant blacksmiths, I think you have made new friends now, so you won't feel lonely anymore, right? Get along well with them. The group of Pokemon listened carefully to these farewell words. At this time, they finally came back to their senses from the joy of rebuilding their home, and realized that the time to say goodbye to Naoki was coming. All the Pokemon showed expressions of reluctance and sadness on their faces. Dian Haiyan still remembered that when it was injured and unable to fly, it was Naoki who worked hard every day to treat it and prepare food for it. Tu Biaoko also lowered his head sadly. He also remembered how they were rescued and taken in by Naoki. If it weren't for Naoki, they would have no way to survive the cold winter before. Wow! The little blacksmith looked up at Naoki with tears in his eyes, holding the hammer. Seeing this scene, Naoki couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. He comforted, "It's okay. It's not like we will never see each other again. This place is very close to the ranch. If you miss us, you can go to the ranch to play at any time. Oh, by the way, from today on, we will become neighbors. If I come to the back mountain to pick mushrooms in the future, I will ask you to help me find mushrooms." Hearing this, the stuffed squirrel wiped away tears, then nodded his little head seriously, and made a cry. "No problem, it will definitely lead Naoki to find all the mushrooms in the mountain." The other Pokemon also nodded. Seeing this, Naoki smiled slightly, and waved to the Pokemon, "Well, see you later." "Woo!" The Pokemon responded loudly. Naoki nodded slightly, then turned around and took Golden and the others down the mountain and returned to the ranch. When they returned to the ranch, it was already 6:30 in the evening. This time was past the time for Zack to come to collect the goods. But there was no one and no Pokemon in the ranch at that time, so Zack must have made a wasted trip today. Looking at the barrels of goat milk placed under the eaves, Naoki thought for a moment and moved them to the cellar for storage, preparing to hand them over to Zack for inspection tomorrow and then reprice them. For this super goat milk that was as effective as full medicine, Naoki also thought about whether he should not sell it and keep it for himself. But he changed his mind and thought that the goats on his mounts would produce goat milk every day, and they could not drink all the goat milk. Instead of storing more and more in the cellar, it is better to sell them to people in need. Maybe it will help some Pokemon in need and save some seriously injured Pokemon. Just like the champion of the Unova region, ADK. When ADK was protecting the Pokemon League, his partner Pokemon, Volcanoth, was seriously injured in the battle due to excessive force. He became very weak, and even the Pokemon Center could not treat him. In the end, he had to die of illness. This also caused ADK to lose interest in fighting later. At that time, if ADK gave Vulcan Moth a bottle of super goat milk, maybe a miracle would happen and Vulcan Moth would not die. If this goat milk is sold, it can help many trainers and Pokemon like ADK and Vulcan Moth. And for Naoki, he also made money. So why not? Thinking of this, Naoki couldn't help but feel comfortable. After being busy all day in the back mountain today, both he and the Pokemon were very tired. Therefore, after a simple dinner, Naoki and the Pokemon fell asleep one after another. At the same time, a celebration party was being held in the back mountain. Pokemon such as the chinchilla, the blacksmith, the electric frog, the family mouse, and the painter gathered together. The bright moonlight shone through the gaps between the leaves into the forest. These Pokemon sat under the moonlight, each holding a fresh fruit in their hands. The chinchilla said happily, "Squeak! I'm going to eat." However, when it finished speaking, it found that the other Pokemon did not respond, but just stared at the fruit there, wondering what they were thinking. The stuffed squirrel scratched his head. "Squeak? Why aren't you eating?" The electric frog blinked its yellow eyes and replied, "Gumu. Naoki has done so much for us, I want to give him a gift to thank him, but I don't know what to give. The little blacksmith nodded. Woo wow. I also want to give Naoki a gift to thank him, but I don't know what to give. The forest has just been rebuilt, and they have nothing. Thinking of this, the other Pokemon also sighed in depression. Seeing this scene, the chinchilla blinked his eyes, looked at the fruit in his hand, and then thought of the fruit he had hidden in the tree hole. As early as an hour ago, he successfully dug a tree hole in a tall and thick tree, and hid the fruit he had worked hard to find in it. Squeak! Got it. Thinking of this, the chinchilla had a flash of inspiration, and a big light bulb lit up above his head. Squeak! I know what to give. Gummo? What to give? The other Pokemon looked over. The chinchilla stood up, and held up the fruit in his hand. The ordinary peach fruit looked so beautiful under the moonlight. Squeak! It's the fruit! Fruit? Hearing this answer, the other Pokemon looked confused. Fruit. Naoki's ranch also has a lot of it. Will he like it? The chinchilla nodded his head. Squeak! Of course, as long as we give those big round fruits that we have collected to Naoki, he will be happy. For the chinchilla, these fruits are its most precious treasures. Now, it wants to give these treasures to Naoki to thank him. Woo! The little blacksmith was stunned. Big round fruits? Yes. The little blacksmith's eyes lit up. They can give the biggest and best fruits they find to Naoki. So, the next morning, when Naoki opened the door, he saw the chinchilla sitting on the ground with a large leaf bag on its back. Seeing Naoki coming out, the chinchilla's eyes lit up, and its little claws loosened, and the large leaf automatically spread out, and the pile of fruits inside immediately rolled under the eaves. Squeak! The chinchilla was startled and quickly caught the rolling fruits with its big tail. Naoki also squatted down to help. He was very surprised by the chinchilla's arrival. Why are you here so early? The Tibetan squirrel's eyes were black and bright. Squeak! It picked up a fruit and pushed it in front of Naoki. Naoki then realized the purpose of the Tibetan squirrel. Give it to me? Squeak! That's right. The Tibetan squirrel nodded repeatedly, and then added, Squeak! It was sent by everyone in the forest. Looking at the Tibetan squirrel imitating the little blacksmith swinging the hammer, Naoki roughly understood what it meant. This is what you and the little blacksmith prepared together. Squeak! The Tibetan chinchilla nodded its little head and looked at Naoki expectantly, hoping that he would like it. This is the only thing they have now. Seeing the Tibetan chinchilla's expectant eyes, Naoki smiled slightly, and then nodded gently. Thank you, I like it very much. Hearing this, the Tibetan chinchilla's eyes instantly became bright. It turned around and ran away, swinging its big tail, and stopped when it ran to the grass, turned around and waved its little paws to Naoki. Squeak! It wants to go back and tell everyone that Naoki likes their gifts very much. Wait! Naoki wanted to stop it and give it some Pokemon to eat, but the full-fledged chinchilla ran away very fast and disappeared in a flash. Really? Naoki was very helpless. Are these gifts from the little guys? Naoki looked down at these berries, and when he saw the information of these berries, he suddenly showed a shocked expression on his face. Friendship berries. Special ingredients. Berries that contain the gratitude of Pokemon, and are proof of friendship. When using it to make dishes, the level of the dishes will be increased by an additional level, which is invalid for dishes that have reached the upper limit of the level. Chapter 290. Friendship fruit? Looking at the ordinary-looking fruit in front of him, Naoki felt a little confused. He stood there blankly until his sister Ai Guancher found something strange, and went out to check. Naoki suddenly woke up. A fruit that can improve the level of cooking. It's incredible. He guaranteed that this thing is definitely not something that can be produced normally. Is it because of the gratitude of the chinchillas to him? These emotions are integrated into the fruit, causing these ordinary fruits to undergo some magical changes. This is really... Naoki didn't know what to say for a moment. He never thought of asking for anything in return when helping those Pokemon. Now, this is really a pleasant surprise. If these fruits are used well, the ranch and some Pokemon in the ranch will definitely be greatly improved. For example, he made a leaf cake with the leaves of the world tree last winter. Naoki remembered that the level of the leaf cake was S-. If a tree fruit is added, does it mean that the level of the leaf cake will be upgraded to S level? As we all know, when the cooking level of the same dish is upgraded, its effect will be more significant. This means that after eating the enhanced leaf cake, the speed at which the Bud Crown King and the Mount Goat cultivate the world tree will become faster. Thinking of this, Naoki's heart beat fast, and he returned to the living room with these friendship tree fruits. The younger sister Ai Guancher noticed the pile of tree fruits that Naoki was holding, and couldn't help wondering, Ai huh? Naoki, it was the chinchilla who came. These fruits are gifts from it, and the Pokemon in the forest. The chinchilla's appearance just now appeared in his mind, and Naoki could almost imagine how the Pokemon in the forest searched for fruits everywhere last night. He just discovered that these fruits are bigger and fuller than ordinary fruits. Obviously, they were carefully selected by the chinchilla and sent as gifts. Naoki thanked the cute Pokemon in his heart. After breakfast, he couldn't wait to ask the World Tree for a leaf, then took out a friendship fruit and started working in the cream workshop of the Frosty Milk Fairy. An hour later, with a ding sound, the steaming leaf cake was freshly baked. Naoki quickly put on heat-insulating gloves and took it out of the oven, then evenly spread the cream on it, and finally put the cut fruit pieces on it for decoration. After everything was done, Naoki looked down to check the specific information of this leaf cake. Leaf cake, incomplete version, as a cake made by mixing the leaves of the World Tree with eggs, moo milk and other ingredients. If you listen carefully, you can feel the breath of nature. Cooking effect, breath of nature. 1. Permanently increase the power of grass attribute moves by 25%. The effect is limited to grass attribute Pokemon and cannot be stacked. 2. After eating, grass attribute Pokemon can respond to the rhythm of nature. When using grass energy to cultivate crops, the growth time of crops can be shortened to a moderate extent. It is only effective for grass attribute Pokemon, and the effect cannot be stacked. Additional effect, Lord of the World Tree, you have been recognized by the World Tree. As the existence of the goat that raised the World Tree, you can enter all areas inside the World Tree in the future. This effect is only effective for Naoki. Evaluation. Listen to the breath of nature. Perhaps, when the World Tree grows up, the dishes made with leaves will have better effects. Sure enough, the level has been raised from S- to S level. Naoki was surprised. The power of grass attribute moves has also been increased by an additional 5%, a total of 25%, a quarter, which is higher than the power increased by carrying the item Miracle Seed. I wonder if the effects of leaf cakes and Miracle Seeds can be stacked. If they can, the strength of the Mount Goat will be further improved. If they are allowed to open up a green grass field, ordinary Pokemon may not be able to withstand the holy sword of grass from the Mount Goat. Naoki couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. It was so terrifying, but compared to this improvement, what he was more concerned about was whether the ability to cultivate crops had been improved. From a small increase to a medium increase, it really has improved. Naoki heaved a sigh of relief. In this way, the growth rate of the World Tree will become faster, and it may not take 4 years to grow into a towering tree. It is indeed a pleasant surprise. Naoki's mouth was almost gritting to his ears. He took the grass cake to the ranch and divided it into 5 pieces to feed the 3 goats, Harinho and Bud Crown. In the glass greenhouse, Naoki watched Bud Crown eating dessert in the flowers, while thinking about what other dishes can use the friendship tree fruit. Fruit platter for refining moves? Will adding friendship fruit further increase the chance of Pokemon learning rare moves? Lucky pudding? Further improve luck? Or translate melon seeds? Maybe it will increase the number of words in translation. However, what Naoki regrets most is that storm buns and lightning buns cannot be made now. Otherwise, if friendship fruit is added to them, maybe more powerful dishes can be made. No, these fruits should be used to make wine. Naoki remembered the fruit wine he brewed before that could increase poison resistance and paralysis resistance. 1 friendship fruit for 1 barrel of fruit wine, and then let every Pokemon in the ranch drink a cup, giving them permanent poison resistance and paralysis resistance. It's perfect. Naoki was happy about his genius idea. Bud Crown picked up the leaf cake with an elegant posture, put it in front of him and tasted it slowly. Glancing at the happy look of the little believer, Bud Crown said, "Naoki, I feel that more people believe in me." Naoki was slightly stunned, then came back to his senses, and asked thoughtfully, "Don't you like this?" The Bud Crown King shook his head gently, and said slowly, "It's not that I don't like it, I just feel a little emotional. I was once the Forgotten King. Since then, I thought I would no longer be affected by the actions of humans, but now, when I see the admiration and gratitude in the eyes of those humans and Pokemon, I still feel happy. This is normal." Naoki said, "Actually, I think that for us humans, Budcrest is a Pokemon that is completely different from other legendary Pokemon." "Oh, why do you say that?" Budcrest looked over with a little curiosity, and then, as if he had heard something, he asked, "Other legendary Pokemon? Do humans also classify Pokemon?" Naoki nodded. "Yes, like Songseong and Zangrat, they are also legendary Pokemon." He explained, "Pokemon that have legends, have existed in this world for a long time, and are extremely powerful can often be called legendary." But Crest roughly understood. Naoki continued the topic just now. As for why I say Budcrest is a Pokemon that is completely different from other legendary Pokemon, it is because you are very close to humans. Budcrest looked over. Naoki, other legendary Pokemon rarely appear in front of humans. They are powerful and arrogant. Perhaps it is for this reason that they disdain to communicate with humans. Hearing this, Budcrest suddenly realized, I understand what you mean. I once ruled the Galar region and lived with the humans who regarded me as their king. I responded to their prayers and made the land fertile. Yes, that's it. Naoki nodded. Giratina is also a legendary Pokemon. It has been living in the reverse world, where it maintains the balance between the reverse world and the real world. It sounds like you know a lot about legendary Pokemon. But Crown thought of the first day, you have also heard of my legend. So you carved a statue for me and built a shrine? It turns out that since then, his little believers have firmly believed in his existence. The heart of the Budcrest was deeply moved. Naoki was silent. Could he say that he was trying to catch the Phantom and the Snowbron? This could not be said to the Budcrest, and Naoki changed the subject in time. Do you want to hear about other legendary Pokemon? He asked. The morning sun was still warm, and the Budcrest sipped the tea poured by the pot of the beast gracefully, and then nodded gently. Okay. Seeing this, Naoki began to chat with the Budcrest. This world was actually created by a Pokemon called Arceus, who is called a god. At the first sentence, the face of the Bud Crown showed a look of astonishment. The world we live in was created? Naoki, legend has it that Arceus, the god of creation, created the world. There is such a thing. Bud Crown murmured in disbelief. Then we are not also created by him? No. Afraid that the Bud Crown would think of something messy, Naoki quickly explained. Whether it is humans or Pokemon, they are slowly born from this world, not created by anything. I see. Budcrest suddenly realized, God created the world. What kind of power does it take to do such a thing? If possible, I really want to meet him. See what the god who created this world looks like. Naoki. Maybe like an alpaca? Alpaca? Budcrest was slightly stunned. He had never heard of this name. Is it a Pokemon? Naoki realized that there is no such creature as alpaca in this world. He explained, it is like the pony and the snow horse, with 4 legs, white, and looks very sacred. When he said this, Naoki suddenly remembered a picture he had seen before. In that picture, Arceus replaced Snowstorm Horse and Spirit Horse, and was ridden by the King of the Flower Crown. Naoki looked at the King of the Flower Crown. The King of the Flower Crown should not have such a rebellious mind, right? And the King of the Flower Crown was thinking, the god who created the world looks like his beloved horse. This is too scary. He will never be able to look directly at his 2 beloved horses in the future. But at this moment, the King of the Flower Crown suddenly noticed that his little believer described it in such detail, as if he had seen the god of creation with his own eyes. Tiara couldn't help asking, have you ever seen the god of creation? Naoki, The legend of him is spread in the Sinnoh region, which is the birthplace of the god of creation culture. Naoki explained. Tiara understood. I see. In addition to the god of creation, there are many Pokemon in this world that are called gods by humans, such as Groudon, the god of earth, Kyogre, the god of the sea, Dialga, the god of time, and Palkia, the god of space. Naoki told them one by one. After listening to it, the Bud Crown felt that his worldview was completely renewed. I never thought that this world is so vast. There are so many things I don't know. Yes. Naoki nodded. If he was not a time traveler, and did not have a god's perspective, he would probably have the same feeling as the Bud Crown when he first heard these contents. As for why he traveled through time, maybe it was just to meet this group of Pokemon. Thinking of this, Naoki said goodbye to the Bud Crown, and the first thing he saw when he opened the glass greenhouse was the Motor Lizard and Gulton guarding the grass in front of the door. These 2 Pokemon are surprisingly consistent in some things sometimes. Maybe he came to this world just to meet Motor Lizard and Gulton. Naoki smiled, reached out, and touched Motor Lizard and Gulton's heads, and said to them, okay, go home, I'm going to start developing new delicious dishes. Gale. Agahi. Motor Lizard and Gulton made happy calls, and followed Naoki towards home. Naoki returned to the living room, and went straight to the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator, and checked the ingredients inside, preparing to see if there were any other dishes that could be enhanced with the friendship tree fruit. The matter in the back mountain has been resolved, and he will start to busy himself with his own affairs next. Spring is here, and the farmland in the ranch should also start to be recultivated. Although the livestock industry on the ranch has higher returns, the land still needs to be planted for the fruits and vegetables that have magical effects that have mutated from ordinary crops. Besides, he and the Pokemon in the ranch can also eat it by themselves. Thinking of this, Naoki already had an object to be strengthened with the friendship fruit in his mind. That is the A-level food grass cake. After the grass attribute Pokemon eats this cake, and then uses the grass attribute energy to cultivate crops, there will be a very small probability that the crops will mutate. For example, the previous pumpkins of different sizes and glowing pineapples. After strengthening with the friendship fruit, the level of the grass cake should be able to reach the A+ level, so the probability of causing the crops to mutate should be higher. Thinking of this, Naoki couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It's a pity that the friendship tree fruit can't be continuously strengthened, otherwise he could directly strengthen the grass cake to S level. Compared with a level, the effect of each S level dish will be a qualitative leap. At this time, Naoki suddenly thought of the black truffle he found in the back mountain last year. That thing itself has no gain, but it can greatly improve the effect of the dish. If the friendship tree fruit and black truffle are used together to make grass cake, will the two enhancements be superimposed? I wonder if any black truffles grew when Bud Crown made the plants in the back mountain grow instantly. I can go to the back mountain and ask the chinchillas living there. Maybe they can provide some help, Naoki thought. If the chinchillas can't help, he will have to consider raising a few eating pigs and peepan pigs in the ranch. This Pokemon has a very keen sense of smell, which is perfect for finding truffles in the mountains. Chapter 291. On a sunny spring afternoon, the room was filled with the sweet aroma of cream. Naoki took the baked cake out of the oven, cut it in half with a knife, put the tree fruit pulp in it, and finally spread dark chocolate and cream on it. In this way, a brand new grass cake was made. Grass cake, a cake made with mature summer grass, flour, moo fresh milk, special tree fruit and cream. Cooking effect, thousands of changes. After being eaten by grass attribute Pokemon, the crops grown with grass attribute energy have a small chance of producing slight mutations. Evaluation, perfectly blends the flavors of different ingredients into one, and is quite popular with grass attribute Pokemon. The grass attribute Pokemon that eats it may surprise you with gratitude. Sure enough, the level of the grass cake has increased from A level to A+, and the probability of mutation has also changed from extremely small to a small probability. This should be considered a big improvement, right? Naoki muttered in deep thought. After all, this thing didn't indicate the specific probability of mutation, but it didn't matter. He would plant more fields later, and there would always be mutant crops. Thinking of this, Naoki still divided the grass cake into 5 portions according to the previous method and gave them to Arinho, the goats, and the Bud Crown King respectively. In the glass greenhouse, the Bud Crown King looked at the dessert with the aroma of grass in front of him, and couldn't help showing a helpless expression on his face. His little believer is really. If he keeps eating like this, he will become the Fat Bud King. But looking at the expectant eyes of the little believer in front of him, the Bud Crown King finally sighed helplessly, picked up the fork, and slowly tasted the grass cake in front of him. Then you eat slowly, I won't bother you. After saying that, Naoki was about to turn around and leave, but at this moment, he suddenly remembered something and turned back and said, by the way, the flowers in the flower field are blooming. I built a flower stand and tea table there when you were not here. If you go now, you can bask in the sun. This season, with the temperature rising slowly, the 3 bees and Butterfree have returned to live outside. Not long ago, Naoki moved the beehive of the 3 bees outside to facilitate them to go out and collect nectar. Flower field? Bud Crown nodded slightly, indicating that he would go over to take a look. Seeing this, Naoki grinned, turned around and left here, and found the motorcycle lizard basking in the sun in the grass nearby. Will you accompany me to the town? Gale. The motorcycle lizard immediately stood up, shook off the pollen on his body, and then ran to Naoki and bent down to make it easier for him to ride on it. Soon after they left, the figure of the Bud Crown King flashed, and then appeared above the flower field in the pasture, overlooking everything below. The flower field was square, with a separate circular area in the middle. There was indeed a flower stand there, as Naoki said. The green flower vines climbed up along the flower stand, forming a natural small garden. The warm sunshine poured into it, surrounded by the blooming flower fields. The hard-working 3 bees happily collected nectar on it, and Butterfree also stayed on the flower stand, closing its eyes and enjoying the sunshine. Looking at this beautiful and pleasant scene, a smile appeared on the face of the Bud Crown King. He slowly landed in the garden, sat on a wooden park chair, and looked at the green countryside in the distance. Suddenly, the Bud Crown King seemed to have thought of something. He raised his hand lightly, and the figures of the Busihu and Lai Bei Cha also appeared in the garden. The Bud Crown King looked at them and whispered, "You guys come to this garden to bask in the sun too." Zichin Town, Yellow Seed Shop. Naoki was selecting the seeds he needed under the guidance of Arrow, while Motor Lizard squatted beside the shelf, boredly looking at the clock on the wall. "You have been here for a year without realizing it. Time flies so fast." Arrow sighed and asked, "How is it, compared with your previous travel life in other places? Are you used to the life in the countryside?" Naoki smiled. "To be honest, I thought I couldn't do these farming work. I almost broke my waist on the first day of plowing the land. If Motor Lizard and Gulton were not with me at the time, I really don't know what to do." "Ha ha!" Arrow laughed. "It's always like this the first time, but it's much better after you get used to it." "Yeah." Naoki nodded gently. As he spoke, he had already selected the seeds he needed. Among them were garlic, potatoes, strawberries, radishes, cucumbers, cabbages, and turnips. Garlic can be used to make garlic sauce, and when you grill meat later, spread some on it, the taste will be better. Potatoes, also known as potatoes, can be used to make mashed potatoes, French fries, and other foods. Cucumbers can be made into pickles, which are sour and crispy and refreshing. When you have no appetite, you can use them to eat with rice. Arrow packed the seeds and handed them to Naoki. "A total of 4,200 Alliance coins. Please keep them." Naoki took the seeds, paid the money, and then said goodbye to Arrow and rode the motorcycle lizard back to the ranch. He stood next to the farmland and shouted to the mole hole. After a while, the mole poked its head out of the hole. Naoki handed a piece of baofan and said with a smile, "These farmlands are in your hands." The mole opened his mouth and swallowed baofan in one gulp, then answered with high spirits, "Squeak. Leave it to it." Then, the mole turned into a whirlwind top and quickly shuttled through the farmland. The soil instantly became softer wherever it passed. Taking this opportunity, Naoki began to follow the mole and spread seeds. However, when the mole was plowing halfway, something unexpected happened. It suddenly stopped, and then a strong white light burst out from its body. "Gaw!" The Motor Lizard was attracted by this scene. Hearing its cry, Naoki turned his head and saw that the appearance of the mole was changing rapidly. It changed from one head to 3 heads. Except for the height, the 3 heads were exactly the same. That is, evolved into 3 moles? Naoki was a little surprised. After a moment, the light disappeared, and the 3 moles looked back, with excitement in their little eyes. "Squeak!" Naoki quickly reacted and said to it with a smile, "Congratulations, 3 moles." "Squeak, squeak!" The 3 Diglets cried and continued to work. After the evolution, it plowed the land faster, and the 3 heads pushed back and forth in the land. In the blink of an eye, the 3 Diglets had already plowed a large field. The power of Pokemon is really exaggerated. However, what surprised Naoki even more was the sudden evolution of Diglett. But he thought, maybe this kind of ordinary evolution is the normal thing in this world, and the situation of evolution in crisis like an anime is rare. He had a preconceived idea. It was good to be ordinary. Naoki smiled and continued to follow the 3 hamsters to spread the seeds. Thanks to the sudden evolution of the hamsters, his work efficiency today was greatly improved. It took only more than 2 hours to plant all the fields. In the evening, the sun set, and the sky was full of colorful clouds. Naoki stood beside the farmland and gave the 3 hamsters a thumbs up. "Great!" "Squeak!" The 3 hamsters responded excitedly. "Naoki, next, let's take a good rest. I will bring you your favorite sandwich later." The mole agreed happily, and then burrowed into the ground and returned to his nest. 5 p.m. Zack drove the truck to the ranch on time. Naoki quickly brought out the goat's milk and proposed to Zack the idea of retesting the quality of the goat's milk. "Retest? Of course." Zack smiled heartily, and then, as if he had thought of something, he said in shock, "Could it be that the quality of the goat's milk has improved recently?" Naoki smiled and nodded. "I think so." This is too exaggerated." Zack opened his eyes wide. He wanted to ask Naoki how he bred his mount goat, but then he thought that this method of breeding Pokemon must be a secret that a rancher must not be told to others. Therefore, Zack put away the idea of asking and began to test the quality of goat milk. It would have been fine if he hadn't tested it. Once he tested it, he was so shocked that his jaw opened wide, and it seemed that a light bulb could be stuffed into his mouth. Looking at the nutritional content displayed on the instrument, Zack's eyes instantly became Kintaro's. This is too exaggerated, right? I have been in this industry for so many years, and I have never seen such high-quality fresh milk." He still remembered that drinking a mouthful of goat milk produced by Naoki Ranch could restore physical strength. If he drank a mouthful now, what kind of benefits it would bring to the body, Zack didn't dare to imagine it at all. I'm afraid there is no way to price it. Zack shook his head and said, because I have never encountered this kind of goat milk. Naoki, not really. Zack has not recovered from the shock. At this moment, he thought a lot. The audience of the fresh milk sold on the market is not only humans, but also Pokemon. Everyone in this world knows that the milk produced by cow Pokemon like Milky-Kin is very nutritious. Humans can grow healthily after drinking it, and injured Pokemon can even recover their physical strength after drinking it. After thinking for a long time, Zack said, I can't reprice it now. I have to test the specific effect of this bottle of goat milk more deeply. Naoki, okay. In the end, Zack only took 2 bottles of goat milk from the ranch, saying that he would go back to do some tests before he could give a price. Watching Zack's figure go away, Naoki sighed helplessly, then turned back to the house. It was getting late, and it was time to start preparing dinner for everyone. Naoki prepared a rich dinner today. Fried steak, sandwiches, stew, mushrooms and vegetables, tree juice. During dinner, the baby bear suddenly looked at Naoki reluctantly. Issue. Naoki noticed his gaze and realized that the baby bear seemed to have something to say to him, so he ate 2 pieces of translation melon seeds and asked, What's wrong? The baby bear told Naoki that he wanted to continue his journey. Issue. Naoki, I have discussed with the hero. We are going to continue our journey to help those Pokemon in need. Naoki was startled for a moment, then came to his senses. Is that so? Then are you ready to leave when? Baby bear replied, 1. Tomorrow morning. Although he was looking forward to the next trip, Baby Bear was still reluctant to leave Naoki and the ranch again. Naoki saw what Baby Bear was thinking, and he comforted him. Go with peace of mind. 1. Baby Bear looked over. Naoki smiled and said, There is nothing to worry about at the ranch. The 3 moles will help me farm, the housekeeper will help me with housework, and there are also very capable Gulton and Motor Lizard. Don't worry, travel outside and do what you want to do. If you feel tired or want to take a break, you can come back to the ranch at any time. I will make you honey pudding and honey tree fruit tea. Hearing this, the baby bear was very moved. Me. Naoki is the best. Dream on the side was also moved. Meow. Naoki looked at Dream named Dacia again and said to it, And you, Dacia, you are always welcome to come to the ranch. After the world tree is planted, you can also regard it as your home and live here. Meow. Hearing this, Minghuan was touched but also a little embarrassed. Because it had used the secret power to build a temporary secret base somewhere in the ranch a few days ago, and hid all its favorite toys inside. But there is one thing, Naoki said again. Minghuan and Baby Bear looked over at the same time. Naoki, when traveling outside, you must pay attention to your own safety, don't do anything too dangerous, and don't appear in front of too many humans to attract their attention. Like the Kanto region they traveled to before. Naoki still feels a little scared when he thinks back to it. If the existence of Mew is discovered by Team Rocket and Sakaki, Naoki dare not imagine what kind of situation it will face. Although this Mew named Dacia is very powerful, Baby Bear also has the ability to escape. But you have to know that even Pokemon such as Suicune, Lugia, Dialga, and Palkia have fallen into the hands of humans. Hearing this, Mew and Baby Bear nodded their heads to show that they remembered. That's good. Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Mew can transform into any Pokemon it will compare it to other legendary Pokemon. If it doesn't want to be discovered, others really can't find out that it is Mew. The next morning, under the watchful eyes of Naoki and the Pokemon in the ranch, Mew and Baby Bear left the ranch and embarked on their journey again. They flew over mountains, rivers, lakes and seas, and finally came to a city with a port. There are many ships parked in front of the port. Meow transformed into an electric petrel and landed on one of the ships with Baby Bear. They looked at the blue sea in front of them, with a longing for a new journey. Baby Bear said to Meow happily, Meow. Naoki said, We can invite the good friends we made on the road to live back at the ranch. Meow. Meow was also very happy. In the past, it had met many Pokemon on the journey, but they all separated after a short period of getting along. From then on, they lived in different places, and could hardly meet again. If there is a place where we can invite everyone to live, then from now on, we can meet whenever we want. Baby Bear thought of the lightning bird that lives in the power plant and likes a quiet life, but is often disturbed by humans. What? Then let's go back and see the lightning bird first. We can invite it to live with us on the world tree. Dream happily agreed. Meow, of course. After a pause, it added, meow. There are other friends, Flatty Duck, Pidgeot, Crab. Meow set out the names of the friends. He wanted to see one by one. Then, he thought of Mutuo, and his face suddenly looked very disappointed. Meow. It's a pity that Mutuo can't be found. It would be better if Mutuo and Meow Pikachu were there. Seeing this, the baby bear tilted his head and looked at Meow. He blinked, then stretched out his little bear paw to pat Meow's shoulder, and said comfortingly, "Eemi." Naoki said, "As long as we don't stop traveling, we will see them again one day." Hearing this, Dream's eyes suddenly lit up. Meow. Let's go! The Hero Expedition team set out. At this time, a melodious whistle sounded from the ship below them. Attention, passengers, the brave Asagi is about to set sail. The next stop is the Johto region, Asagi City. Chapter 292. Meow and Baby Bear left, and life on the ranch returned to its former peace. Only this morning, Ice Eevee suddenly came over in a panic, looking terrified. Booey! Seeing this scene, Naoki was a little surprised. What could scare the aloof Ice Eevee like this? He ate a piece of translation melon sea crisp and said, "Don't worry, talk slowly." Ice Eevee calmed down temporarily, swallowed his saliva, and told what happened last night with a terrified face. Bui bui, bui bui. There's a ghost in the cave. I was sleeping on an ice rock last night, and at midnight, I suddenly heard a terrible, evil laugh coming from the wall. Thinking back to this incident, Glacian still feels very scared, and the upper part of its face is shrouded in a gloomy fear. Bui bui. The walls of the cave are obviously made of stone. There is no way there can be people and Pokemon in there. It must be a ghost. That kind of laughter was sharp and piercing, sometimes weak and sometimes strong, and it didn't sound like the sound that humans and Pokemon could make. Ghost? Naoki was very surprised. How could there be a ghost in the ranch? He had lived here for more than a year. Not to mention ghosts, he had never seen any other ghost Pokemon except for the Scavenger and the Scavenger. Is Glacian talking about ghosts or ghost-attributed Pokemon? Seeing that Naoki seemed a little unconvinced, Glacian hurriedly assured, "Bui. It's true. The ghost is still laughing." "What? Is there such a thing?" Naoki immediately stopped his work and brought Golden and several other Pokemon in the ranch to the back of the old house, in front of the ice cave that Glacian used as his home. As soon as he approached, Naoki heard a shrill and sharp laughter coming from the wall. He really heard the laughter of a ghost, and his sister Ai Guancher hid behind his brother in fear. Ai? There is really a ghost laughing. Glacian shivered. Bui? I didn't lie to you, did I? His brother Ai Guancher sighed helplessly. Naoki didn't feel too scared. He felt that the sound was not something that a normal ghost Pokemon could make. After a little thought, he walked into the ice cellar, followed the sound and put his ear against the wall to carefully identify the direction of the laughter. Galton stood aside and waited for a while. It doesn't look like a ghost, Naoki said, and then went back outside to search for the source of the sound. Soon, he determined the location where the laughter came from. Naoki pointed there and said to Galton, "It's here, use your fist to attack this place." Galton did as he was told. It clenched its fists and bombarded the mountain wall in front of it. With a loud bang, a hole was suddenly smashed in the mountain wall in front of it. Naoki went forward to dig out the broken stones, and then looked inside. Contrary to his expectations, the mountain wall was not solid, but had a small space. There were a bunch of messy things in the space, including plush toys, plastic dolls of Pidgeot, and toy racing cars. And the laughter came from the furry bear doll. Seeing this scene, Naoki was a little confused. What's going on? Who made this place? He reached his hand in, and the distance was just enough for him to take out the plush bear doll that made the laugh. After unzipping the back, Naoki found the sound-generating part inside. It seemed that the battery was low, so the laughter was so weak, like a ghost whimpering. It's not a ghost, it's the sound of the toy. Naoki showed the toy to Ice Eevee and his sister Ai Guancher. When he took the battery off the back of the toy, the laughter stopped immediately. Seeing the cute bear doll, Ice Eevee was stunned for a moment, then reacted instantly, and his face turned red. It just made a fool of itself again. What a shame for Eevee, Glacian responded weakly. Bae. I know. Sister Abuter also breathed a sigh of relief, but then it noticed a problem. Eh? Who put these toys here? Galton thought about it carefully and guessed. Ah! Is it Mew? I saw it come here and use its superpowers against the wall. It remembered that among the Pokemon in the ranch, only Mew liked these toys, and liked to put the toys in its own nest the most. Anyway, it's not the baby bear, because the baby bear gave all the treasures it picked up to Naoki, and didn't keep any for itself. After hearing what Gillerton said, Naoki instantly thought of a move in his mind. That is the secret power. This is a very special move. It can not only be used to attack, but also to build a secret base in the grass, trees, and caves. For Pokemon, this secret base is equivalent to a nest. So, this place is a nest made by Mew using the secret power? It also hid all its toys here. It can be seen that Mew likes this place very much, but it may have forgotten to turn off the switch of the toys before leaving. The toys in the activated state are constantly consuming electricity, and when they are almost out of power, the laughter becomes like the cry of a ghost. That's why Ice Eevee thought this sound was a ghost. It's all a misunderstanding. After the truth came out, Naoki told Ice Eevee his guess, then put Mew's bear doll in, and blocked the hole made by Gulton with a stone. When Dream and Baby Bear come back, he will explain it to Dream. Okay, it's okay, let's go back. At the same time, in Zichin Town, the headquarters of Zichin Market, Zack brought the 2 bottles of goat milk from the Mount Goat here for comprehensive testing. The milk produced by Pokemon is very special, just like the fruit in nature, and even has the effect of restoring the physical strength of injured Pokemon. And when humans drink it for a long time, their bodies will become stronger. Many studies have shown that children who grow up drinking milk from a big can will be healthier and stronger than those who drink breast milk. In addition, a large milk tank can produce 20 liters of nutritious milk a day, so this mooing milk has become an important food in the human world, just like rice and flour. Compared with a large milk tank, although female Mount Goats can also produce milk, the amount of goat milk they produce is far less than that of the large milk tank, and the nutrition contained in the milk is not as rich as that of mooing milk. This also limits the sales of goat milk. Except for a small number of people who will buy it, the vast majority of others will choose the more delicious mooing milk. Zack has always believed this. However, until Naoki Ranch started selling goat milk, the nutrients contained in that high-quality goat milk far exceed those of ordinary moo cow milk, and even long-term drinking can help weak elderly people become full of energy. And now, after a year of precipitation, the quality of Naoki Ranch's goat milk seems to have become more perfect. Thinking of this, Zack handed one of the bottles of goat milk to the inspector at the headquarters of the Zichin Market. Because there are many ranches and farms nearby, the Zichin Market is equipped with very professional fresh milk testing equipment. The inspector took the bottle of milk, poured it into the instrument, and asked casually, "Which ranch is this milk collected from?" "No, it's not cow's milk," Zack explained. "It's goat milk from Naoki Ranch." "Huh? Is it the magical goat milk that is very famous in the town?" The inspector's attention was immediately attracted. Zack grinned and said, "Yes." "Then I have to test the nutritional content in it." The inspector was instantly interested. She had heard about the legend of goat milk before. It is said that Mrs. Dantes' husband, who was paralyzed in bed due to weakness, became more and more energetic after drinking the medicinal food made from goat milk. He could be seen jogging on the street every morning. The instrument started slowly, and the computer in the room quickly analyzed the ingredients and nutrients in the goat milk. As the test progressed, the data chart representing the quality of fresh milk on the computer screen began to grow rapidly. "It's at the top." The inspector was shocked. "It's full. This is super perfect quality goat milk." Hearing this, Zack also looked down. But the next second, he saw that the data chart that reached the top was burst. Seeing this scene, both of them showed shocked expressions. "It's bursting. This means that the nutrients contained in this bottle of goat milk are beyond their imagination. More than 800 nutrients that are beneficial to the human body. It's really amazing." The inspector's hands were clacking on the keyboard, and soon, she found something incredible. "There is a very special energy in goat milk." "What energy?" Zack asked quickly. "No, I don't know." The inspector shook his head and said, "But what I can guarantee is that it is not harmful to the human body." "Wait, such a rich active factor." The woman was shocked. She looked at the bottle of goat milk in disbelief and said to Zack, "If I'm not mistaken, this bottle of goat milk has a very terrifying healing ability." "Similar to moo milk?" Zack asked hurriedly. The inspector nodded. "But its effect is dozens or even hundreds of times that of moo milk. No, I want to test its healing ability in detail." The two looked at each other, and then they had the answer in their hearts. "Go to the Pokemon Center." 15 minutes later, the Pokemon Center in Zichin Town. Zack rushed here with the remaining bottle of goat milk. They were lucky. As soon as they entered the door, they saw a young trainer running in with a seriously injured and unconscious electric petrel that was almost dying. Miss Joy, please save this lightning petrel," said the young trainer. Miss Joy checked the lightning petrel's condition and immediately frowned. Such a serious injury. How did it happen? The trainer was ashamed and cried, "It's me. I shouldn't have run to such a dangerous place. In order to protect me, the lightning petrel was attacked by a powerful saltstone giant. Miss Joy, please save it." Hearing this, Zack hurried forward. "I have a way to treat this electric petrel." Seeing Zack, Miss Joy was stunned for a moment, a little confused. "Mr. Zack?" Zack rushed forward without saying a word and poured the bottle of goat milk into the mouth of the electric petrel. The next second, a magical scene happened. As the electric petrel drank the goat milk, its injuries immediately began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just as everyone was stunned, the electric petrel, which was originally seriously injured and dying, slowly opened its eyes and flapped its wings to fly up from the stretcher. That look didn't look like he was injured at all. Seeing this, the trainer was excited and hugged Dian Haiyan, crying and saying, "That's great. That's great, Dian Haiyan." Miss Joy stared blankly at the scene in front of her, and couldn't believe it and said, "What on earth is going on?" Based on her previous work experience, Dian Haiyan's injury could not be recovered in a short time, and it might even leave an incurable disease. And now, recovered all of a sudden, Zack and the inspector were shocked. What a terrifying healing ability. Miss Joy turned to look at Zack. She knew this uncle who drove a truck to deliver goods to the Zikin market in the town. "Mr. Zack, what was that just now?" Zack had not yet recovered from his shock. "That was life goat milk." "Life goat milk?" Miss Joy was slightly stunned. "Zack, it can instantly restore the physical strength of a dying Pokemon and heal all the injuries on its body. No name can be more appropriate than life goat milk." The inspector beside her also nodded in shock. "Yes, life goat milk. Goat milk that can bring new life to seriously injured Pokemon." The trainer calmed down a little at this time, and he immediately thanked Zack in front of him. "Thank you, uncle." Zack came back to his senses. He shook his head and said to the boy in front of him, "Don't thank me. If you want to thank me, go to Naoki Ranch and thank the owner there." Miss Joy was stunned. Naoki Ranch? How is it related to Mr. Naoki again? When the boy heard this name he had never heard of before, he also showed a puzzled expression on his face. Naoki Ranch. Zack hummed. Because the goat milk that Dian Haiyan just drank was produced by the goats that Naoki bred with secret methods. So that's it. Miss Joy thought of the 3 goats running happily on the green grass field. "Mr. Naoki?" The boy was stunned, then nodded seriously. "I remember." In order to verify the effect of goat milk, Zack said to Miss Joy, "Miss Joy, please do a physical examination for this electric petrel." "No problem." Miss Joy smiled. Then, she took the electric petrel to the examination room and returned to the hall in a short while. Facing the boy who was worried about whether the electric petrel had any injuries that had not been healed and Zack who was expecting, Miss Joy said softly, "Don't worry, the electric petrel's body has completely recovered, and even the old injuries it suffered in the previous battle have all been healed. The effect of life goat milk is very good." As expected of Mr. Naoki, the goat he bred is so amazing, Miss Joy admired him in her heart. Even the chief thinks highly of Mr. Naoki and personally invited him to join the Pokemon League. I just don't know why Mr. Naoki refused. However, a powerful person like Mr. Naoki, who can even conquer the King of Plenty, may not care about the salary of the Padia League at all. It's really amazing, Miss Joy thought. Hearing this, Zack said in his heart, as expected, he expressed his gratitude to Miss Joy, and then hurried away. After confirming the quality and effect of this goat milk, the next thing left is the pricing issue. But what makes them feel embarrassed is that they have never encountered this kind of goat milk before, and they don't know what the price is for a while. 10,000? 20,000? 30,000? 40,000? Or 50,000? Chapter 293. When Zack came to the ranch with the test report of goat milk, Naoki was trimming the fur of Glacian and Baboon. A lot of cockleburs grew in the grass in spring. When several long-haired Pokemon rolled in the grass, cockleburs would stick to their fur. Some cockleburs would stick to parts that they couldn't reach themselves, so they could only come back to Naoki to help them pick them. After picking the last cocklebur from the back of Baboon's head, Naoki patted its head. "Okay, go play." Bammo. Babu Tubo ran away happily. Naoki stood up and looked at Zack, asking, "What happened?" Zack was very excited. "Beyond my imagination. This goat milk contains a huge amount of nutrients that are beneficial to the body. In addition, it also contains an unknown energy that can quickly restore physical strength and heal injuries." Unknown energy? Naoki was slightly stunned, and then guessed in his heart. Could it be the natural energy that the Bud Crown King mentioned? Or is it the grass attribute energy from my goat? Besides, I went to the Pokemon Center again. Zack told Naoki in detail how the seriously injured and unconscious Electric Petrel recovered after drinking this milk. At the end, he excitedly added, "This is really amazing. Even the full recovery medicine developed by the Pokemon Center does not have this effect." Is that so? Compared to Zack, Naoki was much calmer. After all, he knew the effect of goat milk before. It was a rare item comparable to the holy ash of the Phoenix King. "Zack, after discussing with the Jichin market, we decided to offer this goat milk at a price of 30,000 Alliance coins per bottle. Do you think it's okay?" 30,000 per bottle? With the output of the Mount Goat, wouldn't he be able to earn millions of Alliance coins at a time? Naoki was slightly shocked, but then he thought about it. The holy ash in the game only sold for 50,000 Alliance coins, and that was with the blessing of the Phoenix King sign. This price is fine, just right. If it is sold too expensively, those who need it may not be able to afford it. After all, his original intention was just to save trainers and Pokemon like ADK and Volcano, so as to make the world less tragic. I just don't know if ADK's Volcano has died at this time. If it hasn't died, maybe he can still save it. Thinking of this, Naoki nodded and agreed to the price. Okay. Zack's eyes lit up. Then it's settled. I take the goods today first. This time, he brought enough money. After careful calculation and weighing, Zack paid Naoki for the goat milk and other rock salt, and then drove the truck away from the ranch with satisfaction. A little less than $1 million arrived in his account. Naoki looked at the pile of large denomination banknotes in front of him, and couldn't help but feel emotional. It was too much money. It was a pity that the ranch had officially entered the right track, and there was basically no need to use the money. Forget it, save it first. I can see if there are any villas for sale in the future, so that I can take Gulden and the others out for a vacation occasionally, Naoki thought. Then, he took out his travel backpack from home, put the money in it, and rode Gulden to the town of Jichin to deposit the money in the bank. After they returned to the ranch, the sky outside gradually darkened. As the temperature gradually became warmer, these Pokemon would not stay at home all the time, huddled in front of the fireplace to keep warm. They were still running and playing outside when it was dark. Naoki stood under the eaves and watched this scene helplessly. He turned back to the room, thinking about ADK and Vulcan Moth, and then contacted Yessie with a video phone. Maybe Yessie, as the top champion of the Padilla League, would know something about the champions of other regions. As the call was connected, Yessie's face appeared on the screen. "Oh, it's Naoki. What do you want to talk to me about? Have you considered coming to work in the Padilla Alliance?" Yessie asked with a smile. Naoki, Perhaps the speechless expression on his face was too obvious. Yessie couldn't help but smile. "Okay, let's not talk about this. What do you want to talk to me about this time?" Naoki nodded and asked, "By the way, Chief, do you know the champions of other regions?" "Champions from other regions?" Yessie was slightly surprised when she heard this question. Although she worked in the Alliance, she did not communicate frequently with other regions. In addition, each region was managed and maintained by the Pokemon Alliance of that region, and the Pokemon Alliances of other regions would not interfere at will. Therefore, her understanding of champions from other regions was only limited to their names. Thinking of this, Yessie nodded and said, "I know a little, but not much. For example, the champion of the Kalos region, Karuna, is also a very famous actress. There is also the champion of the Unova region, ADK, the Sinnoh region, Sirona, and the Galar region's Dante. I'm not sure about the others, because they are too far away from Padilla." Speaking of this, Yessie suddenly remembered something. "Oh, by the way, the strongest champion of the Galar region, Dante, applied to visit Padilla not long ago. I don't know why he hasn't come yet." "Dan? Come to Padilla?" Naoki was very surprised. Could he be lost? "Why are you asking all these questions?" Yessie asked. Naoki gave the excuse he had prepared in advance. "Because I heard from the trainers who passed by the ranch that the champions in other regions are very strong." Hearing this, Yessie immediately became interested. "Do you want to fight them?" Naoki: "No, I'm just a rancher. I don't have their kind of power." Yessie thought to himself, "I don't believe you. You are a trainer who can even subdue the legendary King of Plenty." At this time, Yessie suddenly remembered something and said, "If it's other champions, it's okay, but I'm afraid it's not okay for ADK." "Huh?" Naoki was stunned and asked, "What happened to Mr. ADK?" Yessie: "ADK's main Pokemon, Volcanoth, was injured because of excessive force in an accident, and the Pokemon Center can't heal it. Now ADK has no intention of fighting, and no longer handles the affairs of the Pokemon League. I heard that the affairs of the Pokemon League are now handled by the 4 Heavenly Kings." At this point, you see I couldn't help but sigh with regret. It's such a pity that such a talent disappeared. Is that so? Naoki nodded thoughtfully, but he was a little curious. Why did I know so much about the United Alliance? I seemed to see his thoughts, so he took the initiative to explain with a smile. Because of the establishment of the Academy, the Padilla Alliance and the United Alliance have established contact in recent years. Not long ago, they established the Blueberry Academy, a sister school of Orange Academy and Grape Academy, on the sea. Now every year the two schools send exchange students to study at each other's schools. Hearing this, Naoki was stunned. There is such a thing? How come he has never heard of it? At this time, other people's voices came from Yusei's side. Yusei responded, and then said to Naoki, "Okay, there are some things in the sales department that I need to deal with. Contact me later if you have time." Naoki had already obtained the information he needed, so he thanked Yusei. "Thank you very much for telling me this." Yusei smiled slightly. She was about to hang up the phone, but suddenly remembered something. "Oh, by the way, the Padilla Alliance already knows everything about the fact that the King of the Crown of Flowers used his great power to repair the ecology of the town of Zichin. In order to express our gratitude to you and to commemorate the deeds of the Bud Crown King, the Padilla Alliance has decided to build a shrine of plenty for him. The person in charge of this matter should arrive at your place soon, and she will be in charge of this matter at that time." Plenty. Shrine of plenty? Naoki was stunned. He looked at Yusei and hung up the phone, and he felt a little confused. At the same time, deep in the Padilla Giant Pit, in the Zero Zone Research Institute, the time machine is still in operation, and it has been continuously transmitting Pokemon from the distant ancient times and the future to the present. However, not all paradoxical Pokemon will be teleported here every moment. Only those paradoxical Pokemon that meet the conditions and requirements for teleportation will be teleported here. For example, only those paradoxical Pokemon that are in the same place as the time machine are curious about the movement of the time machine and respond to the call of the time machine. At this moment, inside the huge building where the time machine is stored, accompanied by a strong white light flashing, a Pokemon with long body hair, which looks like a huge dream demon, and flying leisurely in the air appeared in the time machine. Below, Dr. Olin and Dr. Forta looked at the Pokemon, and its name immediately came to mind. It was the paradoxical Pokemon named Flutterhair recorded in the Book of Vermilion. Be careful, Flutterhair has a very violent and belligerent temperament. Dr. Forta was the first to warn. Dr. Olin nodded calmly. Facing this situation, they already had sufficient experience. If the paradoxical Pokemon showed the intention to attack, then force it to be captured with the Pokeball, and then seal the Pokeball to trap the Pokemon inside. However, the Flutterhair didn't seem to be making any moves to attack. It just floated in the air, looking at the two people below with its calm blood-red eyes. Seeing this, Dr. Olin paused slightly while throwing the Pokeball. And the next second, the Flutterhair gradually disappeared into the shadows, and disappeared directly from the spot. Disappeared? Dr. Olin's heart tightened. Dr. Forta also took out the Pokeball, and prepared to deal with it in case the Flutterhair launched a sudden attack on them from the dark. However, they waited for a long time, but the flapping wing did not take any action. Seeing this, Dr. Fuda made a judgment instantly. It escaped. There is such a thing. Dr. Olin was a little surprised. After all, they had never encountered such a thing before. Fortunately, there were no researchers in the huge building where the time machine was stored, so even if the flapping wing ran away, it would not hurt others. And the flapping wing that left the research institute had only one place to go, that is, to the upper Padilla pit, and integrate into the ecology there. It's a pity that we have encountered such a calm ancient paradoxical Pokemon. Dr. Olin felt very sorry. Dr. Fuda comforted his wife. Well, don't worry. Our previous research shows that these paradoxical Pokemon summoned from ancient times and the future are adapting to this era and humans. As long as we keep waiting, we will be able to realize that dream sooner or later. Dr. Olin also came back to her senses at this moment, and she nodded. That's right. It seems that the time machine will not call Pokemon over today. The two looked at the time and saw that it was getting late, so they turned around and left. In the shadows that no one noticed, Fluttering Wings silently watched the two strange figures. After a moment, it dived into the shadows again and followed them. Dr. Olin and Dr. Forta returned to their research institute. Dr. Forta went to check on the situation of the paradoxical Pokemon that were gradually adapting to the modern era. Dr. Olin sat at the desk and wrote today's research notes. Futu and I went deeper today. There is a huge hole in the lower layer of the Zero Zone. And Tailbagos. The secret treasure of Zero is sleeping in the deepest part of the hole. Its body turned into a crystal protects it from external enemies. But it seems to need some time to wake up. I don't know if it is affected by tailbagos, but the Thai crystallization phenomenon that has never been seen on the ground is happening in the big hole. Thai crystal that includes all attributes. Putu and I decided to temporarily call this Thai crystal attribute Star Crystal. Dr. Olin paused, turned a page in his notebook, and continued writing. After discussion, Putu and I decided to call the area below the zero zone the Great Zero Hole. Judging from the strata, I speculate that this hole was formed about 2 million years ago. The remaining traces show that until the hole was formed, it was still filled with countless things. The depth of the collapse is about 1,000 meters, and there are traces of repeated collapses. The initial speculation is that the cause is probably crustal activity and erosion caused by rain and groundwater. Finally, after the largest collapse, the terrain inside the Great Hollow has remained stable until today. Dr. Olin stopped writing and began to think about the connection between the Pokemon named Tailbagos and all this. There is no doubt that Tailbagos is the source of Thai crystallization. However, according to her investigation, this Pokemon seemed to be a group Pokemon in ancient Padia, and they have always lived deep in the Earth's crust. Thinking of the horrible collapse traces found inside the Great Hollow of Zero, Dr. Olin couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that the crustal movement caused the extinction of all other Tailbagos, leaving only this one Tailbagos that fell into sleep? Dr. Olin, who was in deep thought, did not notice the Flutter Hare hiding in the shadows behind him. Flutter Hare turned around and looked around. There were a lot of materials in this laboratory, and various materials were piled together, which looked a bit messy. Next to the pile of materials, there stood a whiteboard. There were various photos on the whiteboard, most of which were photos of paradoxical Pokemon taken by Dr. Olin and Dr. Fortu. In addition, there were many photos of Gullerton and Millerton, including photos of Naoki and the Gullerton that had been integrated into the human world. Flutter Hare looked at these photos calmly, and his eyes slowly swept over them, and finally stopped on the photo of Naoki stroking Gullerton's head. Chapter 294. This Pokemon has successfully found that person. Fluttering his wings, he looked at the familiar Gulton in the photo, recalling the past. At that time, this land was occupied by a group of ferocious and terrifying Gulton. Even its territory was taken away by a powerful Gulton. It wanted to escape after failing in the battle for territory, but at that moment, a special Gulton came here. After a desperate fight with the Gulton that occupied its territory, this Gulton successfully defeated the other party. Just when Flutterfat thought that his territory would be changed again, the Gulton looked at him, then stood up and left silently. After this farewell, Flutterfat was confused. In his cognition, he didn't understand what happened, nor did he know why the Gulton did it. After watching the other party go away, Flutterfat occupied the territory again. However, not long after, another Pokemon with terrifying strength came here. After a desperate fight with the other party, its territory was occupied again, and it fled in embarrassment. After wandering outside for a while, one day, Flutter Hare met the special Gulton again. It saw it wandering around the land, struggling to survive, and saw it break into the territories of different Pokemon, fighting with them, and even falling into danger many times. From beginning to end, there was a ghost accompanying the Gulton. It was an unknown Pokemon with white hair on its head. However, Gulton seemed to be unaware of the other party's existence. One day, this special Gulton once again encountered a powerful Gulton. That Gulton was the overlord of this area. Gulton exhausted all his strength, but was still no match for the other party. It was knocked to the ground by the other party, and saw that the other party was about to end its life with a fist. At the critical moment, the ghost blocked in front of it. Seeing this scene, Zenifa was shocked. The ghost exhausted all his soul power, and was beaten to death. Gulton was able to escape and successfully turned defeat into victory. At this moment, the heart of Flutterfaw, which originally knew only survival and fighting, was touched, as if something had taken root in its heart. It was curious, and wanted to know what it was. So, it followed this special Gulton. From that day on, its life was no longer just about violent attacks, savage hunting, and fierce battles for territory with other Pokemon, but something else. Not long after, this Gulton discovered its existence. During the brief exchange, Zenifa heard from it that it seemed to be looking for someone who was very important to it. For this reason, it traveled almost every place on this land. In order to find out the reason for the change in his heart, Zenifa decided to help it find it. Finally, they came to a huge hole in the ground. Gulton sensed the dangerous atmosphere below, and then asked it to stay there, and it went down by itself. Zenitha agreed, but it waited for a long time. But Golden did not come back. It was worried, so it hurriedly flew into the big hole to look for it. But there was no Golden there, only a group of innocent, shining little turtle Pokemon. At that moment, Flutter felt something calling it. So it followed the vague call, and finally saw a white light. Flutter flew in and disappeared in the white light. When it opened its eyes again, it had arrived here, and saw two strange creatures with hair on their heads. It was exactly the same as the ghost that it had seen a long time ago that protected Golden, and it was obviously of the same species. According to Golden, this should be a Pokemon named Human, and it was also the important person that Golden was looking for. At this moment, looking at Golden's smiling face in the photo, a strange feeling emerged in Zenitha's heart again. Great. Zenitha thought to himself that he was happy for Golden from the bottom of his heart. Thinking of this, Zenitha's calm face was slightly absent-minded. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from behind it. The flapping wing suddenly woke up, and saw that the human had discovered it. It didn't stay for long, and directly dived into the shadows, and disappeared from the spot. Dr. Olin looked at the place in shock. Her face showed an expression of disbelief. Was the flapping wing looking at the photo just now? At this time, Fuda, who heard the movement, hurried over. What's wrong? Dr. Olin told him in detail about her discovery just now. Dr. Fuda thought for a moment, then raised his head, and looked at the surveillance camera in the corner of the room. 3 minutes later, the two doctors came to the monitoring room and checked what had just happened in the room. Through the screen, they clearly saw the flapping hair emerge from the shadows, and then be attracted by the photo on the whiteboard. Its eyes swept across the whiteboard and finally stopped at the photo of Gillerton and Naoki, looking at it for a long time. Seeing this scene, Dr. Fuda frowned. Dr. Olin was incredulous. Is it looking at Gulton number 1? What's going on? Could it be that this Flutter Hair and Gulton came from the same time? Do they know each other? If that's the case. Dr. Olin's eyes were filled with excitement. That would be a great discovery. Calm down. Seeing his wife so excited, Dr. Fuda couldn't help but say, it might just be attracted by the photo. After all, the paradoxical Pokemon summoned from the distant ancient times had never seen a photo. Just like some Pokemon who were frightened after seeing themselves in the mirror for the first time. I know. Dr. Olin nodded. She thought for a moment and prepared to make some small attempts. If this Flutter Hair really knew Naoki's Gulton, then they would have to invite Naoki to come here. But compared to this, they have more important things to do. There are still many mysteries hidden in the Great Zero Hollow deeper in the Zero area. Even Dr. Olin and Dr. Fudu, who first discovered the place, could not answer it. These days, they have been exploring the Great Hole more deeply. After a night's rest, at dawn, the two doctors repacked their equipment and prepared to take the elevator to the Great Hole of Zero again. However, just before they were about to leave, they suddenly received a report from the chef of the Institute's cafeteria. Oh no, doctor, the Institute is haunted. The pile of meat and fruit I put in the warehouse yesterday are all gone. Hearing this, Dr. Olin was slightly stunned. What happened? The chef shook his head. I don't know. The door of the warehouse was closed well, and it was impossible for anyone or Pokemon to go in and steal, and those were all raw meats that had not been cooked. Dr. Olin pondered for a moment, and then said, we will talk about this when we come back. Yes. After sending the chef away, the two doctors came to the elevator leading to the Great Zero Void. Hiding in the dark, Flutter first spied on the two humans' actions. It followed quietly, hiding in the shadows as they took the elevator to a deeper place. As the elevator door slowly opened, Dr. Olin and Dr. Forte began to investigate the large cave again. Flutterfur looked at this strange place, and couldn't help feeling familiar. If it remembered correctly, it was here that it saw the group of little turtle Pokemon. At that time, they lived in groups in this place, liked to lie on the shining gems, and stretched their heads to catch the dew dripping from the stalactites above the large cave. However, now, there was nothing here, not even a little turtle. This surprised Zenitha. While the two humans were investigating here, it quietly flew out and searched this strange place in the vast cave. Zenitha didn't understand what happened. It just flew into the white light, and when it came out again, everything outside had changed drastically. Even the air became different from before. The further it flew, the more panicked it became. Finally, it was completely lost in the depths of the Great Zero Void. It didn't breathe a sigh of relief until it saw the two humans again. It didn't dare to run around anymore, and silently followed the two humans, wanting to follow them out of here and back up. However, the two humans didn't leave. They continued to move forward, and after an unknown amount of time, they came to a cave full of crystals. Here Zanifa once again saw the little turtle, with a weak breath, transformed into a gem, and sleeping on the glowing stone. In the blink of an eye, a whole month has passed since the last time the world tree was ripened. Today, it is the day for the bud crown to cultivate the world tree again. This morning, Naoki and the Pokemon in the ranch gathered next to the world tree. After everyone arrived, the bud crown nodded slightly to Naoki and waved his arms. The next second, a strong grass attribute energy surged out of his body, and then all poured into the world tree in front of him. The world tree that received this power immediately responded, and each of its leaves was surrounded by green light. The leaves intertwined, moving without wind, and made a crisp rustling sound under the warm spring sun. Its trunk became thicker, its body became taller, and the leaves on the crown became more luxuriant. Naoki's eyes were fixed on the world tree in front of him. The information of this world tree appeared in his eyes, and the numbers on it were constantly changing. World tree seedling. A seedling that has absorbed a lot of grass power. Because of the goat on which it rides, it has undergone a mutation during its growth process. A great vitality is brewing in it, and it finally breaks out of the ground. It will take another 95,995 years to grow. 94,563 years. 94,336 years. Finally, it stopped at 93,995 years. Just when Naoki thought that this was the end, the number jumped again in the next second. From 93,995 years to 91,220 years. Critical hit. An additional 2,775 years of growth time was subtracted at once. Is this the effect of the leaf cake? After being strengthened with the friendship fruit, Naoki was shocked. As the effect of the shortened growth period of the leaf cake was triggered, the world tree in front of him that had stopped growing began to buzz again. The dense bushes suddenly spread out and turned into a huge green canopy. The shade formed in the sun covered Naoki and a group of Pokemon. In the blink of an eye, the world tree jumped from more than 2 meters to more than 3 meters. It looked like a thriving tree. Mama. Bammo. A group of Pokemon around looked up at the world tree and murmured in surprise. The bud crown was also shocked by this scene. Then, as if he had thought of something, he used telepathy to confirm with Naoki, "Is this the effect of the leaf cake?" Naoki nodded, "Yes." The bud crown king murmured, "It's so magical." At this time, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Is this the power of the King of Plenty? It's really as incredible as YCI said." Naoki turned his head and saw a girl with long green hair, brown overalls, and a khaki-collared shirt on her upper body looking up at the world tree with a look of surprise. Noticing Naoki's gaze, the well-dressed woman retracted her gaze, nodded at him, and greeted him. "Hello, the super talent favored by the chief. I am Xianli, and I am here to express my gratitude to you and the King of Plenty on behalf of the Padilla Alliance." Xianli? Isn't she the ground-based king of the Padilla region? Why is she here? Naoki was very surprised at first, but when he thought of how Aoki was exploited by YCI, he was no longer surprised. He nodded and responded politely. "Hello, I am Naoki, the rancher of Naoki Ranch. The chief told me everything. You are really amazing. I heard that you are incredibly strong," Xianli said with a smile. Naoki didn't know what to say for a moment, and could only say, No, it's not that exaggerated. He's just an ordinary rancher." "How can you say that?" Xianli raised her eyebrows and said, "You are so modest." "Well, although I really want to have a good chat with you, there are more important things to do now." As she said that, Xianli walked in front of the Pokemon with a huge head. Although she was surprised that there was a Pokemon with such a big head, she still said seriously, "Naoki, King of Plenty, on behalf of the Padilla Alliance, I solemnly express my gratitude to the two of you." Naoki didn't say anything, and the bud crown beside him said majestically, "No need to be polite." The Pokemon spoke. Xianli's pupil shrank slightly, and her face was a little shocked. "Is this the legendary telepathy? Is Bud Crown a Pokemon with superpower attributes?" Xianli had seen a lot of big things before, and she was not shocked when she heard the Pokemon speak. She continued, "In order to express gratitude to the two of you, the Padilla Alliance will build a temple of abundance for Bud Crown in the back mountain to commemorate your help this time." Naoki had heard about it from Yessie beforehand, so he didn't show too much surprise. He just thought it was very interesting. With the establishment of the Shrine of Plenty, perhaps in a few hundred years, the fact that Bud Crown made the flowers, plants and trees in the back mountain grow instantly will become a legend among others. At that time, It may attract a group of trainers from later generations to come and explore the legend. Just like the people in the Johto region built a bell tower to commemorate the Phoenix King. And Bud Crown will also become a being like the Phoenix King, and his legend will eventually spread across the vast land of Padia. Chapter 295. The Padilla Alliance acted extremely quickly. Xionli said that they were going to build a shrine for King Leguan, and a truck drove into the back mountain that morning. Out of curiosity, Naoki followed Xionli and ran over to watch. I saw several big men in blue work clothes open the car door, jumped out of the car, and hammered at the top of the mountain. Soon, a super luxurious shrine was built. The statue of King Leguan is located in the center of the shrine. The statue of King Leguan has a smile on his face, and his expression looks so kind and kind. Naoki was stunned. Is this so exaggerated? Xionli smiled slightly. Perhaps the two of them gradually became familiar with each other during the chat, and her tone of voice was not as formal as at the beginning. Yes, this is the speed of the Padilla Alliance. Every member of the Alliance is working hard. And this is just the beginning. Xionli's eyes flashed with expectation. Next, these uncles will build stairs leading down the mountain on the mountain road and build a large shrine. Huh? Naoki was stunned. Isn't this too much of a fuss? He originally thought that they would only build a small ancestral hall, like the one deep in the Tongue Tree Forest. Xionli smiled and said seriously, but compared with what the Bud Crown King did, these are just small things. The ecology of this mountain has been severely damaged. If you want to restore it, it will not only take a lot of manpower, but also cost a lot of money. The King of the Buds used his great power to repair everything here, saving a lot of expenses for the Padilla Alliance. Therefore, whether on the surface or in the depths of their hearts, they sincerely thanked the King of the Buds and Naoki. The chief told me that the King of the Buds had lost his faith and was forgotten by the world, wandering alone on the white snowfield. There is also such a legend circulating in the town of Jichin. At this point, Xionli paused and then asked softly, in this case, it should be possible to help the King of the Buds, right? Help him increase his faith and restore his strength. Naoki nodded. That's right. It's just that the power of the Bud Crown King has now returned to its peak. As for these beliefs, it's better to have them, which can speed up his energy recovery and help the world tree grow faster. It doesn't matter if they are gone. Hearing the definite answer from Naoki, Xionli nodded gently. That would be the best. The Bud Crown King would be very happy if he knew. Naoki said, it's a pity that Bud Crown stayed in the ranch and didn't come with us just now. Xionli sighed, then she remembered something and turned to ask, do you want the Padilla Alliance to tell the outside world that Bud Crown is with you? Naoki had considered this matter before. Therefore, he shook his head and refused. Forget it, just let it go. For example, a trainer heard the legend of Bud Crown and was interested in it, so he came to visit the shrine on the back mountain of Jichin town. Instead of running directly to the ranch to challenge the Bud Crown just because of its legendary Pokemon name. In that case, the Bud Crown, who changed from a king to a farmer, would be very troubled. Hearing this, Xionli nodded. Okay, because the previous forest fire attracted a lot of people's attention, they also sent a lot of supplies to the Pokemon who survived. So the Padilla Alliance plans to tell the people living in this place through TV news that there is a legendary Pokemon with a kind heart who can't bear to see such a tragic situation. So he used his great power to revitalize the back mountain and restore the forest to its original appearance. How do you feel? Naoki nodded and said yes. In this way, the deeds of the Bud Crown King will surely be passed down forever in the Padilla region, right? Now is no longer the ancient kingdom era, but the more enlightened alliance era, not to mention that there are newspapers, television and other media that can record the legend of the Bud Crown King. Even as the leader of the alliance, you see I can hardly erase the traces of the Bud Crown King's existence under such circumstances. In this way, no matter where the Bud Crown King goes, he will never fall into the same situation as before. Forgotten by the world, abandoned by his beloved horse, wandering alone on the crown snowfield. This is all he can do for the Bud Crown King, Naoki thought. At this time, the men built the shrine of the Bud Crown King. Naoki thought they would turn around and leave, but he never thought that they drove deeper into the forest. Seeing this scene, Naoki was slightly stunned. Where are they going? Xionli sighed. In order to commemorate the Pokemon who died in the fire, the Padilla Alliance is going to build a Pokemon cemetery in the depths of the forest, hoping that the Pokemon who lost their lives in the fire can rest in peace. It's still quite sad to say. Naoki also thought of the dead Pokemon they found when they were searching in the forest last year. At that time, he dug a pit for them, buried them, and took Babu to pray for the Pokemon. The Padilla Alliance should have thought of this too, right? The two followed and finally came to a clearing in the woods. In the clearing, the big men in work clothes were digging the soil and burying the tombstones, with the names of the dead Pokemon in the soil. Xianli looked at the scene and murmured, "I heard that Pokemon do not disappear after death. They will turn into ghosts and wander around this land, looking for the direction of home." Naoki was silent. He knew more about this matter than Xianli. All humans and Pokemon will turn into ghosts after death, and then return to the spirit world and re-participate in the cycle of the world. If there is a ghost who is too obsessed and unwilling to leave, then the gatekeeper of the spirit world, the night demon, will appear and take it into the spirit world and lead it to the underworld. I wonder if my soul, as an outsider, will be taken to the spirit world by the night demon after death. Naoki murmured in his heart. Seeing his thoughtful expression, Xianli comforted him. "Don't be too sad. Have you also experienced the death of a Pokemon?" Naoki said in his heart that he was not sad. Hearing Xianli's words, he shook his head. Birth, aging, illness and death are very normal things in this world. Xianli looked up at the turbid sky. "Have you heard of a Pokemon called Grave Dog?" Naoki was stunned. "Greyhound?" "Yes." Xianli smiled and nodded. Greyhound is the reincarnation of a deeply mourned Pokemon. People say that if a person who has experienced the death of a Pokemon remembers that Pokemon deeply in his heart, he will meet a Greyhound one day in the future. That is because the Pokemon who is missed feels the trainer's heart, so it reincarnates into a Greyhound and returns to his side. This is really... Naoki didn't know what words to use to describe this. At this point, Xianli smiled and said, "However, as long as you cultivate Pokemon to be healthy and strong, they will live for a very long time. I once saw a Butterfree that lived for almost 60 years. Its trainer would take it to exercise every day and eat various tree fruits to supplement the nutrients needed by the body, allowing Butterfree, which originally had a lifespan of only 30 or 40 years, to live for more than 20 years. Naoki had never imagined this path. Is it really possible? Are you kidding me? Xianli, of course, how can I be a joker? This is something that I, Xianli, have personally experienced. Naoki, It's decided. After returning to the ranch, he will let everyone train and make all kinds of nutrients for them, so that those Pokemon can live longer. Naoki made a decision in his heart. Looking at Xianli, who seemed to be younger than him, Naoki suddenly remembered something. If he remembered correctly, the four kings of the Padilla Alliance were very special. The Ground King Shinli, the Dragon King Yasaku, the Flying King Qingmu, and the youngest, the Steel King Poppy, who is only 9 years old. At this time, Poppy might have just been born. With curiosity, Naoki couldn't help asking, "By the way, who are the four kings of the Padilla Alliance?" He jumped to the topic too quickly, and Shinli didn't react for a while. It took a while for him to realize what Naoki was talking about. Shinli asked curiously, "Four kings? Did the chief invite you to the Padilla Alliance to serve as the four kings? If that's the case, it seems quite interesting." "Not really." Naoki shook his head. "The chief just invited me to work in the Alliance." "Is that so?" Xianli thought for a moment, and then replied, "There are only 3 of the 4 kings of Padilla now. I am good at ground attributes, Yusaku is good at dragon attributes, and Uncle Aoki, who was recruited by the chief to work part-time as a flying king. There is still a vacant position for the king. Since the previous king retired, no one has filled it, and it has continued until now." Naoki wondered, what if a trainer challenges the 4 heavenly kings? Xianli, temporarily pull one of the champion-level trainers to come over to work part-time. Naoki, As expected of the Padilla League, it is very common for one person to take on multiple positions here. For example, Aoki, whose main job is a staff member in the Pokemon sales department, ends up being not only a gym leader, but also a flying-type heavenly king. Not only Aoki, but Xianli also serves as an interviewer in the Pokemon League. Even ECI was not idle. Not only did she have to deal with the affairs of the Alliance, she also had to inspect the gyms in various places and look for talent suitable to join the Padilla Alliance. Busy, in comparison, life on the ranch was leisurely and comfortable. In the afternoon, Xianli hurriedly left the ranch after receiving a call. According to her, a trainer collected 8 gym badges and was going to challenge the 4 heavenly kings at the Alliance headquarters. As an interviewer, she had to get back to work as soon as possible. Naoki, He could only watch Xianli's figure go away. According to the current progress, The construction of the Shrine of Plenty will not be completed in 1 or 2 days. Because in addition to building the shrine, the workers also have to lay the stairs leading to the bottom of the mountain. According to Xionly, the Padilla Alliance and the mayor of Jiaqing Town, Thomas, have discussed it specifically. They seem to be preparing to build a complete shrine and set the day when the King of Buds performed miracles as the Festival of Plenty. At that time, the town will hold a festival at the shrine on this day every year to commemorate the great deeds of the King of Buds. As for the festival, Naoki only had a few memories of what he had seen in anime before. Like girls wearing festival costumes, kuchikamsake, and old men presiding over the festival. At that time, people would light up the entire mountain trail with torches, and then set out from the bottom of the mountain to the shrine to worship the gods enshrined in the shrine. Dusk was approaching, and the sunset filled the sky. The laughter of Pokemon could be heard from the pasture. They were chasing and playing on the grass, or picking flowers in the bushes. When Naoki returned to the ranch, he received a bunch of blooming yellow flowers from the motor lizard. Seeing this, Naoki immediately remembered that the motor lizard gave him flowers last spring, but Golden was jealous of it, and also picked a bunch of flowers for him. Naoki reached out and took the flowers from the motor lizard, ready to put it in the vase in the room, and then touched the motor lizard's head. "Good boy, I like these flowers very much." Gale. The motor lizard made a happy cry, and then wagged its tail happily. Naoki was curious about how Golden would react this time. He turned around and saw that Golden, who was sleeping under the eaves, had disappeared. Naoki was a little surprised. He turned around and saw that Golden had plunged into the lush flower field. After a long time, Golden came back. It held a bunch of colorful flowers in its hand. Sure enough, it has not changed. Golden is still the same Golden. Naoki reached out to take it, because if he only took the flowers from Motor Lizard and not Golden's flowers, Golden would be jealous and angry. "Okay, let's go play," Naoki said. However, Golden hadn't left yet. He had just seen Naoki touching the Motor Lizard's head, so he also moved his head closer. Naoki touched his head helplessly, and Golden was satisfied. "Ah, gah!" Naoki turned around and prepared to go back to the room to prepare dinner for everyone. Golden and the Motor Lizard followed him on the left and right. When taking ingredients from the refrigerator, Naoki remembered the information that Yesi had told him before. UCI said that ADK no longer dealt with the affairs of the Alliance. Now, he was probably wandering around in the Unova region. Therefore, it was very difficult to find ADK. Looking at the bottle of life goat milk in front of him, Naoki said in his heart that it was a pity. He couldn't leave everything in the ranch and go to the Unova region to find ADK. It was getting dark, and the Babu groundhogs who were playing outside returned home one after another. Looking at them, Naoki remembered what Xionly said today. Cultivate Pokemon healthy and strong, and let them live for a long time. Whether it is Babu groundhog, Motor Lizard, Frost Milk Fairy, or 3 bees and Butterfree, everyone can't be missing. Chapter 296. The next morning, Naoki started to organize the Pokemon in the ranch for morning jogging. Even the quiet Alani was forcibly pulled over by him, starting from the doorstep, passing the glass greenhouse and the orchard, and jogging around the edge of the ranch. Facing Naoki's sudden attack, a group of Pokemon were both confused and bewildered. Gulton, Motor Lizard, Babu Groundhog, Mount Goat, Dragonite, these Pokemon who are good at running, found running very easy. For Pokemon like Frostmilk, Glacian, Onix, Miltank, and Saltstone, who didn't exercise much all day, it was a bit of a pain. Miltank was so tired that he was out of breath and rolled at the end. They rolled their bodies into a ball and rolled quickly around the pasture, moving from the end of the team to the front. The Spirit Horse and Snow Horse in the stable ate carrots while watching the lively race. After a lap, Frostmilk collapsed on the grass with a very aggrieved look on her face. "Ma!" Naoki stood in front of the group of Pokemon, facing their doubts, and then he explained, "Everyone must be confused about why I asked you to start exercising today?" "Ah." Dragonite nodded his head. It was not opposed to exercise, but it was very surprised. "That's because I heard that the stronger and healthier a Pokemon is, the more powerful it is, the longer it will live in this world," Naoki explained. "The longer you live?" Hearing this, Dragonite and other Pokemon blinked their eyes and showed puzzled expressions on their faces. To be honest, they don't have much concept of lifespan. A group of Pokemon looked at Naoki in confusion. Seeing this, Naoki could only explain to them the specific meaning of lifespan. The so-called lifespan is the time we can spend in this world. Most creatures have a limited lifespan, But because of different species, there will be differences in length. At this point, Naoki wanted to explain the deeper meaning. But he changed his mind and thought that the Pokemon didn't need to know this, and even if they knew it, it would only add to their sadness. Therefore, he changed his words and said, "After we become stronger, we can live together forever." Hearing this, a group of Pokemon blinked their eyes, as if they understood. Although they didn't understand many parts, they understood the last sentence. As long as they become stronger, they can be with Naoki forever. Naoki's eyes swept over the Pokemon in front of him. Each Pokemon had a different expression on their face. Some looked dumb and didn't understand at first glance. Others had clear eyes and clearly understood the meaning of his words. For example, the AI Guancher brother and sister. Naoki nodded at them, and everything was said without words. At this time, the smarter Babutubo asked, "Bamo?" The translator at home, Guazasu, had been used up before, and Naoki had no way to directly understand the Pokemon's meaning now. Seeing this, Babutubo looked around, then quickly ran to the glass greenhouse and invited the Bud Crown King there. With the translation of Bud Crown King, Naoki finally understood what Babutubo meant. It asked, "How long will Naoki live?" Naoki was slightly startled, then smiled and replied, "Me? I will live to be 100 years old." Seeing that the Pokemon didn't understand, Naoki explained, "It means living to be over 100 years old." Babutubo insisted, "Bamo? What about after 100 years? Naoki thought about it carefully, and then said, "In human terms, it probably means death. Death means death, leaving this world." Hearing this, the group of Pokemon in front of him suddenly showed sad expressions on their faces. They knew what death meant. They had seen those Pokemon who lost their lives in the fire before. Death means that there is no way to open your eyes and speak again, and you will be buried in the soil forever. But don't worry. Naoki smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if I die, I will become a ghost and accompany you, and stay with you forever. Anyway, ghosts exist in this world. If the gatekeeper of the spirit world, the night demon, comes and wants to take him to the spirit world, I believe everyone will protect him. By then, the world tree should have grown up, and he can live happily on the world tree with the Pokemon." Tears flashed in Babutubo's eyes. "Bamo? Really?" Naoki nodded. "Of course it's true." When Dragonite heard this, he immediately hugged Naoki. "Now you can train well, right?" Naoki patted Dragonite's big paw and asked with a smile. "Awoo!" Dragonite nodded repeatedly. "Then you just keep running." Naoki took a deep breath and said with a smile. But the Pokemon in front of him did not move. They looked at each other, and then made a series of calls that Naoki couldn't understand. Golden stepped forward and held his hand, and the other Pokemon also came over. Surrounded by a group of Pokemon, Naoki was forced to join this physical exercise. The Bud Crown, who witnessed everything, also translated the Pokemon's words for him with a smile. They said, "We also want Naoki to live longer, so Naoki should exercise with us." Just as Naoki wanted to be with them forever, they also wanted Naoki to live a long life and be with him forever. Naoki, So, is he digging a hole for himself? Practicing is not only about training the body, but also about sufficient nutrition. Naoki used the life milk of his mount goat to make a variety of nutritious dishes for the Pokemon. The effect of life milk is comparable to the holy ash of the Phoenix King. Rounding it off, Babutubo and the others are also eating the holy ash as food. Under the nourishment of these supplements, it took only 1 week for all the Pokemon in the ranch to undergo a transformation. That afternoon, Naoki called everyone who was playing in the ranch over and checked their current status. Butterfree looked energetic, its appearance became more beautiful, and its huge white wings with black veins became stronger and shone brightly under the sunlight. Naoki observed it carefully, then wrote and drew in his notebook to record Butterfree's status. Butterfree, which has been eating life goat milk for a long time, seems to have undergone secondary development. Its wings are not as fragile as they look. Its strong wings can support it to create stronger storms. After recording, Naoki came to the motor lizard to check it again. GAO. The motorcycle lizard stretched its arms and legs very cooperatively. Well, the motorcycle lizard's physique has obviously become stronger, with a lot more muscles on its body, and it seems to have grown a little taller. If it were in the game, it would probably be a motorcycle lizard wearing a big dive badge. Naoki wrote down these changes in his notebook. Then, he came to Golden again. In comparison, the changes in Golden were not so obvious. Perhaps because its strength was already at the top level, the scarlet muscles all over the body would probably make the monsters next door envious. Dragonite. Naoki came to Dragonite again and poked its scales. Well, it feels harder to the touch, and its ability to withstand damage should be much stronger. It's just right. I can talk to Dragonite and Babu Tubo about the details of the Storm Trial and the Lightning Trial. According to the time, students from Padilla College should come here soon. Because Xionly told him before that the Padilla Alliance planned to broadcast the aftermath of the forest fire that shocked the entire region to the people living in this land today. By then, there will definitely be many trainers attracted by the Bud Crown, so he must be prepared in advance. At this time, the big milk tanks on the side could no longer hold back their restlessness. Naoki turned his head and looked. The big milk tanks also looked at him. They were full of energy and shouted, "Moo! Naoki! Go! Remember to be safe and don't hit other Pokemon. Moo!" The 3 milk tanks stretched out their strong arms, then turned into a ball and rolled excitedly on the grass field. Looking at this scene, Naoki wrote in his notebook, "After drinking the Life Goat milk, the milk tank's physical strength seems to overflow. They always looked full of energy and exercise by rolling. This situation is probably the same as the behavior of the lamb that ate a lot of grass balls before and consumed energy by dancing on the grass field. However, the way of the milk tanks is much more direct. Roll, roll, roll non-stop. If the milk tanks are given some more time, Naoki thinks it is possible for them to surpass Akane's milk tanks. He suddenly thought of Akane's milk tanks in the game, which was very difficult for players. So the question is, can he replicate it in the ranch? This depends on how proficient the milk tanks are in rolling in the future. While Naoki was making a training plan for the milk tanks in his mind, he checked the changes in other Pokemon. In the ranch now, excluding the traveling bear and Mew, there are a total of 30 Pokemon in the ranch. Among them, there are 3 goats, 3 Milkanthrons, 5 Saltstones, and 3 bees. The rest are Motorbike and Gulton, Frostmilks and Arinyu, Glacian and Babu, the Butler brother and sister, Butterfree, Dragonite, and Diglett. There is also Budcrest and his 2 beloved horses, as well as his royalty sets T and the Pot of Terror. In addition, there are several Dragonites and Haxorus that come from Dragonite Island to work but do not live in the ranch, and the coin-carrying villain Sokol, who hides in the tavern and never comes out. This number is quite exaggerated if you calculate it carefully. Most people really can't remember the moves and preferences of each Pokemon. Fortunately, Naoki prepared observation notes in advance a long time ago, which are specially used to record the moves, eating habits, and physical conditions of the Pokemon in the ranch. After recording all the information of Pokemon, it was already evening. Today was the weekend, and the Pokemon Tavern was closed, so after dinner, Naoki sat on the sofa with a group of Pokemon. Turn on the TV and tune to the Padilla News channel. After a few insignificant appetizers, the TV screen finally showed the scene of Zichin Town. The female reporter holding the microphone faced the camera, and the audience sitting in front of the TV introduced the situation of the forest fire. On January 22nd, 5 months have passed since the heartbreaking disaster. I believe that the audience in front of the TV are very curious about the follow-up of the Pokemon that survived the forest fire, so today I will take you to see the recovery situation here. On TV, the female reporter took out a red and white ball, released a large electric petrel from it, and then rode on the large electric petrel and began to fly towards the back mountain. As the large electric petrel flew, the back mountain that had experienced the forest fire finally appeared in front of all the audience. However, it was a little different from what they imagined. At this moment, looking at the vibrant, lush forest with tall and strong trees and dense grass in the camera, all the viewers watching the news showed surprised expressions on their faces. What's going on? Wasn't this place completely burned by the fire? Why is it like this now? How strange, trees shouldn't grow that fast, right? What is going on? Just when the audience was confused, the female reporter rode the big electric petrel and slowly landed at the foot of the mountain. Coincidentally, at this moment, a walking grass passed through the grass in the camera. Seeing this scene, the female reporter smiled and said, "It seems that the recovery here is good. I believe everyone is very curious. Such a terrible fire happened in this place, but now it seems as if nothing happened." That's right. The audience in front of the TV nodded. The female reporter did not keep the secret. She walked slowly up the newly built mountain road, explaining as she went forward. The reason why this happened is that on the day when the Padilla Alliance sent people to rebuild the forest, a legendary Pokemon with a kind heart came here. He could not bear to see such a tragic situation, so he used his great power to revitalize the back mountain and restore the forest to its original appearance. How is it possible? People were shocked. What kind of Pokemon could restore the entire forest to its original state? On the screen, the female reporter continued, "It's incredible. I heard that the legend of that Pokemon is also circulating in Jichin Town. Some people say that he is the king of abundance, who can bless farmland. Farmers who believe in him will have a good harvest. Others say that he is a king who existed in ancient times, and has a kind heart, and will help injured Pokemon." Very mysterious, right? I was also shocked when I first heard about this. But it is said that there were many witnesses when the Pokemon performed miracles, and even our chief champion was one of them. Speaking of this, I believe everyone is very curious about the Pokemon. At this time, the female reporter walked to the end of the mountain path, passed through the torii, and came to a brand new shrine. There is a Pokemon statue in the shrine. The Pokemon on the statue has a kind face, and a kind smile on his face. The female reporter looked at the shrine and whispered, "Well, this is the Pokemon that restored the forest to its original state. His name is Bud Crown King, and he is also the king of abundance in the legend of Jichin Town. Doesn't he look very friendly?" The camera on the screen slowly moved past the female reporter and came straight to the front of the shrine, taking a close-up photo of the statue inside. The statue of Bud Crown King was facing the center of the screen, with a smile on his face, as if he was smiling at the vast people of Padia. Chapter 297. At the same time, in the glass greenhouse, the king of the flower crown, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had sensed something. What on earth happened? How could there be so much power of faith? Feeling the warm energy that continued to flow into his body, the pupils of the king of the flower crown trembled. This sudden surge of faith made him feel a little unbelievable. With a slight movement of his mind, the king of the flower crown's body appeared in the pasture. He looked into the distance, trying to find the source of that power, but when he saw the surrounding situation clearly, he stood there in shock. Because those beliefs did not come from a specific person, but came from all directions of this land at the same time. They were the people living on this land. The Bud Crown King was moved and surprised at the same time. Because there were so many beliefs, even far more than those he had received in the Galar region. The power of these beliefs that surged like mountains and seas turned into a pure energy and poured into his body. In a short moment, the Bud Crown King felt that his power had become stronger than before, even surpassing his peak period. How could this be? The Bud Crown King couldn't help but murmur. In order to find out the truth, his figure disappeared from the original place, and appeared beside Naoki, telling him about the changes that had taken place in him. I feel that the number of people who believe in me is increasing, and under their influence, my power is skyrocketing. Compared to the shocked Bud Crown King, Naoki was much calmer. He smiled and asked the Bud Crown King to sit down, then made a cup of black tea for him and told him what was happening. Because you used your power to restore the forest in the back mountain, the Padilla Alliance is a king-like existence in this land. In order to thank you, they built a shrine for you in the back mountain. This matter was heard by some journalists, and they came to tell the people living in this land what you did before. Old antique. The king of the crown of flowers suddenly felt that he was a little behind the times. He asked puzzledly, "What is a journalist? Why can he tell so many people what I did in such a short time?" Naoki thought for a moment, and then introduced everything related to it to the Bud Crown King in detail. Journalist is a profession, similar to the messenger in ancient times. They will specifically look for some memorable or other important things to report, record them into programs, and then broadcast them on TV. TV is this. As he said, Naoki pointed to the TV that was playing the Pokemon animation. The so-called Pokemon animations are just some daily dramas about Pokemon and humans getting along with each other. For example, Warm Lava Worm's Home, The Naughty Panda Who Wants to Be a Hero, Snowy Summer Vacation, The Song of Jigglypuff, and so on. Babu, Groundhog, and Glacian are watching with great interest. Following the direction of Naoki's finger, the Bud Crown King looked there. Although he came to live in the ranch, he rarely came into contact with these unfamiliar things and never took the initiative to ask about them. Instead, he stayed in the glass greenhouse prepared by Naoki for him, admiring flowers and drinking tea. At this moment, since leaving the crown snowfield, the Bud Crown felt for the first time how much the world had changed. Naoki continued, "That's the TV. The TV programs played on it are cartoons shot by other humans and Pokemon. If they are played on TV, then every family with a TV can watch them." Hearing this, the Bud Crown roughly understood. "So, the reporter put what I did on TV, and then those humans watching TV saw it," he said. "Yes, that's it." Naoki nodded. As expected of the King of the Buds, he understood it right away. "I have never seen anything like this before." After a brief moment of shock, the King of the Buds said with emotion, I didn't expect that in just a few thousand years, humans have developed to such a level. I really admire them. Naoki smiled. The era when the King of the Buds was active was still in the ancient and backward kingdom era. At that time, there was no television, no internet, and no telephone. The speed of information transmission required a lot of time, which could be said to be extremely closed. Even if the Bud Crown used his power to make the flowers, plants, and trees bloom and grow, it would probably not be able to spread quickly. And the Bud Crown was obviously not the kind of person who would show off in front of others. Whether it was looking for Tsongxiang and Zangren, or mobilizing power to move the forest, it must have been done quietly behind the scenes. Even if there were people who witnessed it, I'm afraid there wouldn't be many people. In that era when communication with distant friends depended entirely on sending letters, it was difficult for these news to spread. Thinking of this, Naoki probably understood why the Gaylor royal family was able to erase the achievements of the Bud Crown so smoothly. But that situation will never happen again. Even without him, the Bud Crown will never fall into the same situation again. The paving plan was perfectly realized, and Naoki couldn't help but feel very happy. Pokemon like Bud Crown are really worthy of admiration. He hopes that Bud Crown will have a better life in the future, so he is willing to do these things for Bud Crown. It is not in vain that he is the great missionary of the Bud Crown Church. At this moment, Bud Crown has figured out everything. He knew in his heart that this little believer must be behind all this. The Bud Crown King was deeply moved and slowly said, "Thanks to those beliefs, my power has now reached a new level." Naoki nodded, and then said, "It should increase a lot in the future. After all, this news has just been broadcast, and it will definitely be on the headlines of major newspapers in the future. After word of mouth, more people will definitely know about the existence of the Bud Crown King. This is just one area of Padilla. If the deeds of the King of the Flower Crown are publicized to other areas, more people will know of his existence." Then Naoki dare not imagine what kind of power the King of the Flower Crown will have at that time. This is the power of believing in God. The more faith there is, the stronger his power will be. Moreover, the King of the Flower Crown is different from the traditional God of faith. He does not need others to truly believe in him. As long as someone knows his existence and name, he can gain power from it. 2 words, awesome. The internet is not that developed yet, and the story of Bud Crown can only be spread in the Padilla region. When the live broadcast industry rises and online chat forums become popular, the name of Bud Crown can be spread to the whole world. Naoki thought silently. Whether it is the Sinnoh region, the Hoenn region, the Unova region, or the more distant Kanto region and Johto region, the wind of Bud Crown will eventually blow there. Chapter 298. After hearing about the functions of the TV, the King of the Crown of Flowers began to have a strong interest in this square box that can make sound and play pictures. Seeing this, Naoki invited him to sit on the sofa and watch TV with everyone. The King of the Crown of Flowers readily agreed. Because the seats next to Naoki were occupied by Babu Tubo and Gulton, he could only sit on the single sofa on the other side. But this did not affect his watching TV. At this moment, a documentary called Warm Lava Worm House was playing on TV. The film tells the story of Anna, the granddaughter of an elderly couple, who returns from the big city to the countryside to visit her grandparents during the winter vacation. The elderly couple lives with a group of Pokemon. The Double Axe War Dragon chops wood with its teeth, the Snow Devourer acts as a refrigerator, the Electric Spider provides electricity, and the Alitos provide spider silk for the owner to knit sweaters. And the Lava Worm that lives in a special heating pipe provides heating for the house, and helps to make fire and cook. Anna likes the Lava Worm very much and wants to be good friends with the Lava Worm, so she keeps chasing the Lava Worm in the house. But the Lava Worm keeps running around in the heating pipe. Grandpa told Anna that when the Lava Worm is happy, it will make a bang 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 sound and spray smoke from its body. The Lava Worm felt Anna's desire to be friends with it, so on the day Anna left, it made a bang bang sound in the house, and used smoke spraying to bid farewell to her. The content of this documentary is short, but the atmosphere is very warm. Although the old couple are not trainers, they also live with Pokemon. In this era, this kind of family is not an exception. After thousands of years of development, humans and Pokemon can finally get along and live together. After watching the whole program, the Bud Crown couldn't help but sigh. TV is really magical. Naoki chuckled and nodded. Humans have never stopped moving forward. Maybe in the near future, humans can fly to other planets on spaceships. Bud Crown admired. That's something even I can't do. During the commercial break, Babu Tubo was still immersed in the documentary just now. It pulled Naoki's sleeve with its claws in anticipation. Naoki turned his head. What's wrong? Babu Tubo, Bammo! but Crown helped to translate. It said Lava Worm is really good Pokemon. Hearing this, Naoki was slightly stunned, and then asked in surprise, "Do you like Lava Worm?" Bammo! Babutubo nodded his little head. It also wants to build a lava worm pipeline at home, and make friends with the lava worms living inside. I see. Naoki thought about it carefully and felt that this was not impossible. But Pokemon like lava worm usually live in hot volcanic areas and are difficult to find in other places. But there is no way. For example, he can take some time to fly to the Hoenn region in a while, and go to the famous local volcano Chimney Mountain to look for lava worm. After a little thought, Naoki said, "I see if I can meet Pokemon like lava worm later. If I meet it, how about inviting it to live with us in our house? If there are lava worms, the natural gas in the house can also be replaced with lava worms. After all, lava worms have a high body temperature and can be placed under the pot to help cook. In addition, this Pokemon can also heat the house. The only problem is that if there are lava worms, the fireplace, ventilation ducts, and heating ducts in the house will have to be remodeled." Naoki made the next plan in his mind. After hearing Naoki's answer, Babutubo immediately shouted happily, "Bammo!" But then, it thought of another question, and it used its little claws to scratch his thighs, looking up at Naoki expectantly. "Bammo? Bammo Bammo. When will Naoki's granddaughter come to visit the ranch? When the time comes, I will become her good friend like the lava worm." Naoki. What? Naoki was stunned. Babutubo, do you know what you are asking? He doesn't even have anyone he likes now. How could a granddaughter appear out of thin air? And Babutubo has already started to imagine the future life. Bammo? Will Naoki's granddaughter live with us? Influenced by Babutubo, Frost Milk beside him also began to express his own opinion. Ma. She will definitely live with us. But Crown watched this scene with a smile, and at the same time conveyed the secrets of these Pokemon to Naoki through telepathy. Naoki was very upset when he heard it, and he took Babutubo into his arms and stopped their crazy thinking. "I don't have a granddaughter yet, so no one will suddenly come back from the big city to visit me, and even if there is, they probably won't live with us." Babutubo was so disappointed. Bammo. Why? According to Naoki's understanding of this world, children will move out of their homes and live with their wives after they get married. Just like Mayor Thomas's son. Naoki had heard Mayor Thomas say before that his son moved to Nyangwang City after getting married and worked there with his wife. He would only bring his wife and children back to his hometown to visit Mayor Thomas during holidays. Naoki organized his words in his mind, glanced at the curious Pokemon in front of him, and explained to them, because the children will eventually have their own lives, they will meet their Pokemon partners, just like you left your parents, met me, and then lived together. The Pokemon seemed to understand what he said. Only Golden lay calmly beside Naoki's legs, because there was a secret that only it knew. After Naoki said this, Babuto began to miss its parents. It was different from Glacian and the others. It did not leave its parents on its own initiative. It was brought here by a Pokemon named Shirtoroi. I wonder if they were worried about it after it left. Seeing Babuto suddenly become depressed, Naoki guessed what it was thinking. Let me think of a way. The Pokemon Lower Stone Bird mainly inhabits the mountainous areas in the southwest of Padia. They use the fluff on their chests and fallen feathers to make a bag, then fly to a low place, pick up stones, branches and other things, and put them in it, and throw them down from a high place to play. Thinking of this, Naoki returned to the room and took out the topographic map of the Padia area from the desk. He put the map on the table, and a group of Pokemon immediately surrounded him. Naoki found the location of the ranch on the map, and then found a nearby mountain where Lower Stone Bird inhabited, and connected it with the ranch with a line to form a straight line. In addition, the location where Pokemon like Lower Stone Bird pick up things will not be too far from their nests. So, probably this area. Naoki circled the wilderness in the south of Jachin town with a pen. But he didn't dare to guarantee it. After thinking for a moment, Naoki asked, Babutubo, do you still remember what the place where you lived before was like? Babutubo recalled carefully, and then replied, Bammo. It was in a forest with many trees, and there was a very big tree in the forest. Other than that, it didn't remember anything. Forest area? There are so many places that meet the requirements. Naoki was in a dilemma for a moment. At this time, it would be great if Mutuo was here. Mutuo's ability can check the memory of humans and Pokemon. Maybe it can find more information from the depths of Babutubo's memory. It's a pity that Mutuo left before. What about the Pokemon who came to the Pokemon Tavern to drink? During this period of time, more and more Pokemon guests have been attracted to the tavern. There are some wild Pokemon among them. Like the parrot, who migrated from other places and heard rumors about the tavern from other Pokemon, so he came to rest and then continued on his way. Thinking of this, Naoki decided to post a missing person notice in the tavern, asking these passing wild Pokemon to help and see if they could meet the Babutubo couple who lost their child during their journey. So, Naoki immediately told his sister Ai Guancher about this matter and asked her to tell everyone about this matter when she runs the tavern tomorrow. The sister Aisha agreed happily. With a gentle and kind heart, it looked at Babutubo and comforted him softly. Ai, don't worry, I will ask everyone to help, Bamo. Babutubo was very moved. Bamo. Thank you. The sister Aisha smiled softly. The next night, the Pokemon Tavern was open as usual. The sister Aisha took the opportunity to verbally convey the missing person notice to the Pokemon guests who visited the tavern, and asked them to come and tell them if they found anything. Naoki didn't go, but he still learned the follow-up from his sister Ai Guancher. All the Pokemon guests agreed and said they would pay attention to it later. In this way, the missing person notice of Babutubo's parents was posted. All they had to do next was to wait patiently for a response. But during the waiting time, an interesting thing happened. This morning, Naoki was weeding in the farmland, and Mrs. Dantes, who lived in the town and ordered a bottle of fresh goat milk from the ranch every day, came to see him. Seeing her, Naoki was a little surprised. Mrs. Dantes? What's the matter? At this moment, the kind old lady smiled. Naoki, has the quality of the goat milk sold to us become better recently? I see that the Zichin market is also selling a kind of live goat milk. I wonder if they bought it from you. That's right. Naoki nodded. Because Mrs. Dantes was his old customer, and she helped him a lot in the past, the bottle of goat milk sold to her was still the original price. Hearing this, Mrs. Dantes hesitated for a moment and asked, Does the ranch still have goat milk of ordinary quality? Naoki was slightly stunned. He sensed a strange breath from Mrs. Dantes' tone. He couldn't help asking what happened. Mrs. Dantes was very surprised and said, Since drinking the goat milk said by Dragonite that day, my old man has been jumping up and down all day long, and he seems to have endless strength. He also has nosebleeds many times a day. We went to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor said that it was caused by overnutrition. I thought we hadn't taken any supplements recently. Later, I realized that it was the goat milk. Naoki was stunned. Is there such a thing? On weekdays, he drank milk from a large milk can. At the beginning, he only tasted a mouthful of live goat milk, because the taste of goat milk is more picky, and the taste of moo cow milk is more popular. Mrs. Dantes nodded. So, I want to ask if there is any ordinary goat milk on the ranch. The effect of that goat milk is really exaggerated. There is no ordinary goat milk. Naoki shook his head, unless he tamed a few more lambs, and fed them food that improved the quality of goat milk. After a little thought, Naoki asked, How about trying the fresh milk produced by the big milk tank? The big milk tanks in his ranch had eaten food that improved the quality of milk before, so the quality of the mooing milk they produced was also very high. Hearing this, Mrs. Dantes nodded, then changed to cow's milk. Okay. Naoki smiled and replaced goat milk with cow milk. Mrs. Dantes couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She handed the paper bag in her hand to Naoki, with a kind smile on her face, and said to him, This is the baked cookies I made, try them. Thank you very much. Naoki didn't refuse. He politely reached out to take the cookies, then said goodbye to Mrs. Dantes, and watched her turn around and leave the ranch. Naoki thought it was just a special case, but he never thought that in the next few days, he received calls from customers who ordered milk. They all said that goat milk was too nutritious. Drinking it would not only cause nosebleeds, but also make them unable to sleep at night, and even increase their weight. They didn't want to become fat, so they replaced goat milk with large milk cans of cow milk. Naoki was speechless. After hanging up the phone, he took out a bottle of goat milk from the refrigerator. Looking at it, he couldn't help but wonder if it was really that exaggerated. With this thought in mind, Naoki raised his head and drank it. Then, he felt a surge of strength coming out from deep inside his body. The fatigue from working in the fields was swept away, and he became full of energy, as if he had endless energy. This feeling made him want to spin in circles, like a Pokemon evolution. The power was pouring out continuously. It's really exaggerated. Naoki was very surprised. The next second, 2 warm currents flowed out of his nasal cavity. Naoki touched his hand, and saw a lot of blood on it. Damn! He had a nosebleed. His brother Ai Guancher was shocked when he saw this scene, and quickly took a tissue to help Naoki stop the bleeding. Thank you. Naoki took it, and began to wipe the blood in a hurry. Ah! His brother Ai Guancher was very worried. After a long time, the nosebleed finally stopped. But Naoki felt full of strength and couldn't stay there. So under the worried eyes of his brother Ai Guancher, he rushed out of the room, picked up the axe, and started chopping firewood. Chapter 299. A few hours later, Naoki, who had chopped all the firewood, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Putting down the axe, Naoki turned back to the bedroom and took a shower. At this moment, he just felt relaxed and refreshed. It seems that the upgraded goat milk is really not something that ordinary people can bear. Its effect is really too exaggerated, but it must be admitted that it is indeed a very good tonic for humans. After calming down, Naoki thought about whether his behavior just now was too reckless. I drank a whole bottle of goat milk in one breath. If I only drink a small portion, just enough to meet the body's needs without overflowing, wouldn't that situation not happen? Afterwards, I can digest these nutrients through running and other exercises. Combining the two methods, drinking goat milk and exercising at the same time, in the long run, the body will become healthier and stronger, and then live 100 years. While thinking, a girl's voice suddenly came from outside. When Naoki walked out of the door, he saw a short-haired girl wearing a Grape Academy uniform and carrying a backpack standing outside the ranch. Seeing someone coming out, the girl's eyes lit up and she asked quickly, "Hello. I am a student of Grape Academy. I would like to ask which direction should I go to the Shrine of Plenty." Trainers going to the Shrine of Plenty? It seems that the publicity effect of that news is very successful. Now some people have been attracted by the Bud Crown. Naoki pointed in the direction of the back mountain. "Go along this road, and you can see the mountain road leading to the shrine at the end." The girl put her hands together and said gratefully, "Thank you very much." After that, she turned and ran over there. Naoki looked at the girl's back thoughtfully. Obviously, this girl is not the first, and will not be the last trainer to come here to explore the legend of Bud Crown. Then the lightning trial and storm trial that he had imagined before should also be officially put on the agenda. Thinking of this, Naoki immediately called Babutubo and Dragonite and asked, "Do you remember the lightning trial and storm trial that I told you about before?" "Bammo." "Awoo." The two Pokemon nodded repeatedly. They remembered what Naoki said. These trials can help them become stronger and more powerful Pokemon. Very good, then let's review the content of the trial first. As he said, Naoki looked at Dragonite. Dragonite blinked, looking expectant. "Awoo?" "The trial you are in charge of is called the Storm Trial." Naoki introduced. "As the name suggests, use your most powerful storm secret technique to create a storm to sweep the opponent. Pray for rain and add a storm. You can use other moves in between depending on the situation, such as Thunder, 100,000 volts, Dragon's Fury, and other attack moves. But it should be noted that our ultimate goal is not to defeat the opponent, but to gain experience from it. Treat the Pokemon you fight with as sparring partners, test the moves you have learned on them, and absorb actual combat experience to achieve the effect of special training. Do you understand?" "Ouch." Dragonite understood, and nodded excitedly. Since eating the bun last time, it feels like it has become much stronger, but it has never had a chance to fight. Now Naoki said that someone will come to challenge them soon. Does this mean that it can finally fight? Dragonite is happy and looking forward to it. It flapped its wings, and a strong wind blew around it immediately. Seeing this scene, Naoki was a little surprised. It seems that Dragonite and Storm Bun are more compatible than he thought. Then, it was Babutubu's turn. Naoki looked at Babutubu holding the hammer. Without waiting for him to speak, Babutubu swung the hammer in his hand. As the hammer turned quickly, strands of lightning also shot out from it. Bammo! It wanted to become stronger and become a powerful Pokemon, and then use this power to punish evil and promote good, like the Pokemon named Thor, and become a real superhero. Naoki, I don't need to say more. You have already mastered the skills of using the hammer. Bammo! Babutubo shouted happily. Very good, Naoki thought. Everything is ready, and all he needs to do next is to wait for the challengers to arrive at the ranch. February 6th, 199th year of the League calendar. That morning, Naoki received a letter from a leaf cherry orchard. The letter said that this year's cherry blossom wine party will be held soon, and Naoki should not forget to bring his Pokemon to participate. Cherry Blossom Cocktail Party. Naoki immediately remembered the experience at the Cherry Blossom Cocktail Party last year. It happened that the Aibutsu who came later had never been there, so he could take them to relax this time. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. That afternoon, Naoki received a call from the Zero Zone Research Institute. Looking at Dr. Olin on the other side of the screen, Naoki was slightly stunned and asked, "Doctor, what's the matter?" Dr. Olin looked a little excited. She nodded and said, "Naoki, the thing I told you last time can be realized." "What?" Naoki didn't react for a moment. Dr. Olin reminded, "When you helped me take care of Piper, we promised you that we would find you a paradoxical Pokemon that can get along with humans in the giant pit, and now, we have a new discovery." Hearing this, Naoki immediately reacted, "Which paradoxical Pokemon is it?" "The Pokemon that is adapted to this era, and can get along normally with humans." "Is it the calm Ironthorn, or the furry Groundwing, or is it an iron bag like Santa Claus?" Dr. Olin replied, "It is the paradoxical Pokemon named Flutterhair recorded in the Book of Vermilion. It is from the ancient times just like Gulton." Flutterhair? Naoki was stunned when he heard the name. He never thought it would be this paradoxical Pokemon. After all, according to the eyewitness report, the temperament of Pokemon like Flutterhair is very violent and warlike. "That's right." Dr. Olin nodded and carefully introduced this special flapping hair to Naoki. "Not long ago, we used the time machine to call it from ancient times to this world. At first, Futu and I thought it would attack us immediately, but surprisingly, it did not do so. Instead, it hid in the shadows and followed us secretly, as if observing. Not only that, it also stole a lot of food stored in the cafeteria warehouse. In addition, we have a major discovery." Naoki immediately became interested. "Oh, what is it?" Dr. Olin replied excitedly, "It seems to be very interested in the photo you and Gulton took at the Zero Area Research Institute. Futu and I have made a bold guess because of this. Could that flapping wing hair come from the same time as Gulton, and have they met each other before? So, I would like to invite you and Gulton to come to the Zero Area Research Institute, and let Gulton meet the flapping wing hair to verify our guess. If they do know each other, then you can bring it back to the ranch through Gulton, and let Gulton help to subdue it. Don't worry about the alliance. I will submit an application to Yessie on your behalf. You just need to come to the Institute." Chapter 300. "Calm down, Doctor." Naoki thought carefully, and then thought of another possibility. He looked up at Dr. Olin and said, "Is it possible that they are not friends, but enemies that have fought before?" Hearing this, Dr. Olin was slightly startled. After Naoki's reminder, she calmed down a little. Affected by the destructive and root energy of ancient times, most of these paradoxical Pokemon from ancient times are violent and warlike, and have a strong sense of territory. After she and Futu observed the summoned paradoxical Pokemon, they never got along well with each other. Apart from hunting, most of the time, they were fighting for territory or patrolling the territory. Thinking of this, Dr. Olin couldn't help but sigh slightly. "It is possible, but my intuition tells me that the Flutterwing is different," she said. "In any case, I hope you and Golden can come to the Zero Area Research Institute. I go talk to Golden first." Naoki thought. "Okay." Without hanging up the phone, Naoki turned around and went to the ranch to find Golden. Golden was basking in the sun, lying on the grass, with the warm sun shining on it, and Golden felt warm all over. The air was filled with the scent of grass, mixed with a hint of the sweet fragrance of Pofin. Naoki was baking today's delicious Pofin for Dragonite and Hakron at home. The fragrance of Pofin drifted out through the cracks in the window, accompanied by the leisurely and peaceful breeze, just blowing to where it was. This feeling made Golden feel at ease, and his body relaxed from the inside out. At this time, Golden heard a familiar sound of footsteps. Its eyes were half open and half closed, and it turned to look at Naoki, who came to its side. "Ah, Ga?" Naoki asked, "Do you have Pokemon friends in ancient times?" Hearing this, Golden was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and nodded his big head. "Ah, Ga." A Pokemon figure floating in the air appeared in its mind. It was a Flutterhair. It met that guy in that primitive and ancient era. At that time, it was running around, looking for Naoki and the ranch. That road was not safe. That primitive world was full of ferocious and warlike wild Pokemon, and there were even several powerful Gultons. Gulton's mind was full of Naoki, so it didn't recognize the Flutterhair at first. Later, they recognized Flutter, and took it with them on their journey to find Naoki. I don't know how much time has passed, and after going through so many hardships, it seems that something is guiding them. After fighting with a powerful wild Gulton, although Gulton was injured, they finally successfully reached their destination. At that time, Gulton still remembered that he sensed a very dangerous aura below, so he said goodbye to Flutter and let it stay there. Flutterfair agreed. Golden went down to the depths of the giant pit alone with injuries, and finally came to a large underground cave with many glowing minerals. There he met a group of shining turtle Pokemon. The group of Pokemon seemed very curious about him, so they gathered around him and asked who he was and why he came here. Golden answered distressfully, I am Motor Lizard, and I am looking for Naoki. The little turtles asked curiously, who is Naoki? Golden replied sadly, he is very important to me. I miss him very much, but I can't find him. Hearing this, the little turtles were infected by its emotions, and they all lowered their heads and became depressed. Then, a few little turtles looked at it and said that they might be able to help. Then, Golden saw a bright light shining on the bodies of these originally small turtle Pokemon. In the light, their appearance changed and became larger turtles. The big turtles activated their power, and the next second, Golden saw the whole world was shrouded in dazzling crystals. A terrifying crystal energy distorted time and space, and at that moment, Golden felt that something was calling him from the other side of time and space. Before he could react, the brilliant light submerged him. When Golden walked out of the light, he saw Dr. Olin and Dr. Futu with an excited look on their faces. They seemed to want to subdue him with a pokeball, but Golden was eager to see Naoki at the time, so he slapped the pokeball away with one claw. Then it rushed straight out of the research institute, flew out of Area 0, flew out of the Padilla pit, and flew towards its home in the direction it remembered. When it finally returned to the ranch, it was seriously injured and fainted. Then, it was Naoki and Motor Lizard. That is, its past self, who dragged it into the room and made it a fried steak. At first, Golden was still a little confused about what he had experienced, but when he saw his past self standing in front of him, he suddenly understood everything. At first, because of the experiences in ancient times, it was impossible for it to get along well with the motorcycle lizard. Especially when it saw the motorcycle lizard and Naoki being intimate, it always felt jealous and angry. The motorcycle lizard probably also felt its emotions at that time, so it was always cautious with it during that time. It was not until later that Golden slowly adapted to everything and reluctantly accepted the existence of the motorcycle lizard. Now thinking about it, this is also something it has experienced before. After getting the information he wanted, and Dr. Olin was still waiting, Naoki turned around and left. He was going to give Dr. Olin an answer. In front of the video phone, Naoki told Dr. Olin the information he had learned from Golden. I asked Golden if it had made friends before, and Golden replied that it did have friends. Hearing this answer, Dr. Olin showed a pleasant surprise on his face. Winged hair. Naoki thought for a moment, and then agreed to Dr. Olin's request. We will set off for the Padilla pit tomorrow. Since that Flutter Hair is Golden's friend, it means that the two Pokemon can get along well with each other, and won't fight each other like other paradoxical Pokemon. Does this mean that he can subdue that Flutter Hair? Dr. Olin's eyes lit up. In that case, Futu and I will wait for you and Golden to arrive in the research institute. As soon as the voice fell, the phone was hung up. Naoki found the AI Guancher brothers and sisters, and told them that he had to go out for a while. The brother and sister immediately said that they would take good care of the family, so he could go without worry. Naoki was very impressed with AI Guancher's management ability. So the next morning, he rode Golden to the Padilla crater. Golden was also looking forward to it. It had been a long time since they last saw each other, and he didn't know how the flapping wing was doing. It flew at its fastest speed, and it took only more than 2 hours to fly from the pasture to the top of the Padilla crater. Looking at the small world below, which was covered by a large area of misty clouds, Naoki couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The last time he came here, he witnessed those cruel and paradoxical Pokemon with his own eyes. The ecological habits that were completely different from modern Pokemon left a very deep impression on him. Thinking of this, Naoki suddenly lost the desire to visit. As the saying goes, the first time is new, the second time is familiar. This time he did not stop halfway, but rode the Gulton directly from top to bottom through the entire giant pit, and came to the Zero Zone Research Institute at the bottom. Dr. Olin was ready to receive us. She looked at Golden with a smile on her face, and said hello to it. Long time no see, Golden. Ah, gah. Naoki, who was standing next to Golden, nodded slightly to Dr. Olin. Dr. Olin also nodded in response, then turned around and led the way. Follow me. The flapping wing is hiding in the research institute in front. It seems to be very shy. Even Futu and I can't attract it out, so it depends on you and Golden next. Shy? Naoki was stunned, because this was obviously an adjective that should not appear on a paradoxical Pokemon. Dr. Olin heard what he meant, hummed, and nodded. This Flutter Hair is very special. It is the closest to modern Pokemon among all the paradoxical Pokemon I have seen. Speaking of this, Dr. Olin seemed to suddenly remember something, slapped his head and said, Ah, I almost forgot, there is also your Golden. Naoki looked down at Golden walking beside him. Dr. Olin murmured, "So, is there some unknown connection between the two? Is it that Flutterhair was influenced by Golden and changed his personality, or is it that Golden was influenced by Flutterhair and became quiet? Well, this is a question. As a doctor of Pokemon research, you must learn to make bold assumptions and carefully verify them." Dr. Olin looked at Golden and thought of Flutterhair, and suddenly an incredible idea emerged in his mind. She covered her mouth in surprise. Could it be that in ancient times, Golden and Flutterhair belonged to the same egg group? Hearing this, Naoki was suddenly confused. Egg group? Could it be? He also looked at Golden in shock and murmured, "Could it be that Golden and Flutterhair fell in love with each other? Just like the tropical dragon in the anime fell in love with Miss Joy's big chrysanthemum." Dr. Olin calmly analyzed. Although we have not yet found an example of paradox Pokemon combining to lay eggs, this possibility cannot be ruled out. At this time, Golden, who finally understood the meaning of the conversation between the two, shook his head. "Agas. That's not the case. It and the Flutterwing are just good friends." Naoki saw what Golden meant and asked, "Isn't that the case?" "Agas." Golden nodded his head with certainty. Seeing this, Dr. Olin couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that the Flutterwing fell in love with Golden, so it responded to the call of the time machine and followed its footsteps to come here? Gul'dan, Naoki, After noticing their expressions, Dr. Olin immediately reacted and apologized to Naoki. "Sorry, I can't think of any other reason besides this possibility." Naoki thought that Dr. Olin's imagination was too exaggerated, and he was worthy of being a capable person who could build a time machine. But as far as he knew, paradox Pokemon didn't seem to hatch eggs like ordinary Pokemon. And legendary Pokemon like Gul'dan are genderless Pokemon, just like Groudon Kyogre. But the question arises again, if this is true, then how did these paradoxical Pokemon reproduce in ancient times? If they don't reproduce, wouldn't they become extinct after hundreds or thousands of years? Or did a catastrophe happen in the Pokemon world when an asteroid hit the Earth, causing all the Pokemon living in ancient times, such as Gul'dan, Roaring Tail, and Roaring Moon, to become extinct like dinosaurs? Naoki couldn't figure it out. The answer to this question could only be found by going back to the distant ancient times through a time machine, and seeing it with his own eyes. At this time, the two came to the huge research institute standing next to the Taijing pillar. Dr. Olin swiped the card, and the entrance of the institute opened automatically. She took Naoki and Golden in and said to them, "The Flutterwing is inside this building, but it is very cautious and rarely appears in front of humans. We still rely on monitoring equipment to track its whereabouts." "Is that so?" Naoki nodded. "This situation is normal. Because for this era, the paradoxical Pokemon like Flutter are like the wild people living in ancient times. They have never been exposed to modern technology, and even if they want to hide, they can't escape the range of surveillance." Dr. Olin suggested, "Why don't you let Golden try to call it?" Hearing this, Naoki looked at Golden. "Try it?" Golden nodded his big head, then raised his feet, and began to walk slowly in the corridor inside the institute. As it moved forward, it looked around, trying to find the trace of the Flutterhair in this way. Naoki and Dr. Olin slowed down and followed behind Golden, while concentrating and holding their breath to observe the surrounding situation. The corridor was quiet. At this time, there was no one in this huge research institute. According to Naoki's guess, Dr. Olin was worried that the Flutterhair hidden here would suddenly attack, so he moved the assistants and researchers elsewhere in advance. Time passed by, but Golden had been gone for a long time, and the Flutterhair did not show up. Seeing this, Dr. Olin stopped and frowned, speculating, "Could it be because we are here?" Naoki thought about it carefully and said, "It is possible." Dr. Olin thought about it for a while, and came up with a good idea. "Let's go to the monitoring room, and let Golden leave a Pokemon here. Maybe then the Flutterhair will come out to see it." "Okay." Naoki touched Golden's head, and whispered to it, "It seems that your friend doesn't want to see us. In that case, we will leave first and wait for you outside. You talk to it first." "Gah." Golden nodded and agreed. So Naoki and Dr. Olin left the institute. On the way, they happened to meet Dr. Fudu, who came out of the ecological zone. After hearing the progress of the two, Dr. Fudu also showed an interested look and followed the two to the monitoring room to watch what was happening in the institute. On the monitor screen, Golden, transformed into a mount, was slowly moving through the corridor. After determining Golden's location, Naoki began to search for real-time images captured by other surveillance cameras. Suddenly, Dr. Fortu, who was standing next to him, suddenly said that Pokemon has appeared. Naoki looked down and saw Flutterfat quietly emerging from the shadow of the wall. Then, it came to the end of Golden's corridor and looked at it silently across the corridor. And Golden in the picture also sensed Flutterfat's breath at this moment, and it turned its head sharply. In an instant, the four eyes met. Chapter 301. In the empty and silent corridor, Zenifa silently looked at Golden across from him. Seeing Zenifa, Golden showed a happy expression on his face. Ah, gah! Looking at such a Golden, Zenifa couldn't help but think of the Golden, who was always covered with scars in the depths of his memory. In the past, they had traveled to many places together. In order to find that important person, he followed this Golden through the tall and dense ancient tree forest, jumped off the bottomless cliff, and passed through the deep and dark mysterious cave. At that time, it had the impression that Golden never smiled, and no matter what happened, it always had a sad look on its face. Golden had told it many things, such as that it came from a ranch and lived there with many Pokemon. Golden also said that it was very scared, afraid that it would never find Naoki again and never go home again. And now, looking at the happy expression and grinning mouth on Golden's face, Flutterfur couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile on his face. It was happy for Golden. Dream. You found him, Flutter said. August. Golden nodded his big head and said excitedly, August. Naoki is here too. Flutter already knew, because it had just seen the creature called human that was with Golden. At this point, Golden suddenly wanted to know how Flutter got here. Thinking about it, it asked, August? Flutter replied, Dream? I was waiting there, and when you didn't come back, I went downstairs and was brought to this place. Downstairs? Guillerton was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized that he should have been sent here by the little turtle Pokemon with their power just like it. Thinking of the past, Guillerton invited, Augusture? Would you like to go back to the ranch with us? At the same time, in the monitoring room, looking at the two ancient Pokemon living in harmony on the surveillance screen, Dr. Olin's face was full of interest. Sure enough, they know each other. Seeing this scene, Dr. Fudu on the side couldn't help but feel a little envious. Olin's research on ancient Pokemon has once again made new progress. However, his research on future Pokemon has reached a bottleneck. Compared with the primitive and ferocious ancient barbarian Pokemon, future Pokemon are calm and give people a very smart feeling, but their unpredictable behavior and thoughts do bring certain difficulties to research. Thinking of this, Dr. Fuda couldn't help but look at Naoki beside him. As a famous Pokemon doctor, he could see at a glance that Naoki was very good at getting along with Pokemon. No matter what kind of Pokemon, they can eventually become friends with him and listen to him obediently. So the question is, can he give some future Pokemon to Naoki so that they can establish a bond with each other? Just like Gultron. He once tried to make Piper and Miltron friends, but Piper didn't know why he was very resistant to both Gultron and Miltron. Dr. Fuda fell into deep thought. If Milatin is given to Naoki to take care of, will Milatin become the second Gulton? Thinking of this, Dr. Fuda couldn't help but invite, Naoki, are you interested in Pokemon like Milatin? Hearing this, Naoki was slightly stunned. What do you mean? He asked. Dr. Fudu explained, I want to give Milatin #1 to you to take care of. Just like Gulton, I want to see if you can also establish such a deep bond with Milatin. Naoki understood what Dr. Fuda meant instantly. The other party was going to give him a Milton. Naoki's eyes widened immediately. Can I? Of course. Dr. Fuda smiled and nodded. Dr. Olin, who was concentrating on observing Milton and Flutter, also heard the conversation between the two. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she smiled and said to her husband, You are secretly cheating. Dr. Fuda was very helpless. There is nothing we can do about this. As long as we give the ancient Pokemon enough time, teach them and tame them, and let them adapt to all this, they can integrate into this era. And the Pokemon of the future have already possessed a good IQ, so this method won't work for them at all. On one side are the wild Pokemon that have not yet developed intelligence, are violent, and only know how to fight for territory and hunt for food. On the other side are the future mechanical Pokemon whose origins are unknown, and whose bodies are made of metal, but have extraordinary wisdom and thinking. After that, Dr. Fuda looked at Naoki. So, I would like to ask you to contact Milton, try to get along with it, and see if you can make it establish a bond with you like Guillerton. Naoki gradually calmed down. To be honest, Golden's situation was very special. After all, he helped Golden heal his wounds, which helped him gain a lot of favorability. Before that, he had never come into contact with Milton, and he was afraid that the process would be very difficult. Out of caution, Naoki did not say that he would definitely complete the task, but said, I can try it first. Dr. Futa nodded with satisfaction. He glanced at the monitoring screen and said, "It seems that the two of them still have a lot of secrets to talk about. Then take this opportunity to take you to the ecological zone where Milton is." Therefore, Dr. Olin was responsible for staying here and continuing to observe Gultan and Flutter. Naoki followed Dr. Futu to the ecological park where Milton was. With the automatic opening of the gates, the two came to an ecological park full of cliffs and basins. This ecological park was very empty. As soon as he came in, Naoki began to search for Milton. Finally, he saw Milton in front of a towering cliff. The Milton was floating in the air, looking at the sky indifferently with his lifeless pupils, and no one knew what he was looking at. Dr. Forta looked at the scene and said softly, "That's Mladen, the legendary iron snake that turns the earth to ashes with lightning." Naoki murmured, "It looks very similar to the skeleton of Motor Lizard." Dr. Forta said seriously, "But Mladen is much more powerful and cold than Pokemon like Motor Lizard. It is much smarter than I thought. It has the observation and insight that can even see through personality, but its expression is too monotonous and too mechanical. Even I can't interpret its emotions and expression changes." Hearing Dr. Forta's words, coupled with seeing it with his own eyes, Naoki couldn't help but compare Mladen and Gulator in his heart. Sure enough, Gulator's emotions are clearer and easier to understand, and his appearance is more biological. Chapter 302. Militon! Dr. Futa shouted. Hearing the voice, the Mladen that was originally floating on the cliff suddenly turned its head and looked in this direction from a distance. There was no expression on its face, and its expression was as cold as a machine. It just floated there, just turned its head, but did not take any action. "It looks like it has a feeling of keeping strangers away," Naoki said. Dr. Futa smiled. "Militon is like this. Although it does not show its emotions like Gultan on weekdays, its emotional richness is no less than Gultan." "A bit like a cold cat?" Naoki murmured. "It's the kind that is cold and unapproachable on weekdays, but once you get close to it, it will occasionally come over and act coquettishly with you. And Millerton is the typical enthusiastic golden retriever." Dr. Futa thought he was talking about cat Pokemon such as Dong Shur and Charming Meow. At first, he didn't think so, but after Naoki said this, Dr. Futa suddenly felt that this description was so appropriate. Yes, that's it, but compared to cat Pokemon, Millerton is more mysterious, and the emotional changes are not obvious, so I can't interpret it. He nodded. This reminded Naoki of his own Glacian. It was just that Glacian had been with Frostmilk Babu and Dodger for a long time, and his temperament had gradually become more lively. "Let's go, I take you to get closer," Dr. Forta said. Hearing this, Naoki was still a little worried. Because this Milton was obviously not the one in the game, its temperament might not be as approachable as that Milton. But Dr. Forta had already walked a distance, so he could only catch up quickly. The two of them walked along the mountain path to the cliff. Millerton turned around and watched them getting closer and closer. This Millerton seemed to have adapted to the existence of humans. Its eyes first turned to Dr. Futu, and then its lifeless pupils turned and silently shifted its gaze to the strange human beside Dr. Futu. In an instant, Millerton's expression became dangerous. Because it felt another dangerous aura from that human that was completely different from itself, Millerton narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he was alert, he still floated in the same place without moving, staring at the strange human calmly and observing his movements. "It's looking at me, Doctor." Naoki also noticed Millerton's sight. "Dr. Futu, don't worry, because this is the first time it sees you, so it will be a little wary." After that, Futu looked up at Millerton in front of him and greeted him. "Hello, Millerton, are you used to living here? This is my friend Naoki, he is a very good trainer." Millerton did not respond. Seeing this, Naoki also cooperated with Dr. Futu to greet it. "Hello, Millerton, nice to meet you." It seemed that Millerton saw that the human in front of him was not a threat, and his vigilant expression gradually relaxed. Weak humans do not pose a threat to it, and will not compete with it for territory. After some observation, Millerton came to this conclusion in his mind, and he opened his mouth slightly. "Meow. Meow." Hearing this slightly soft and cute voice, Naoki opened his eyes wide instantly. Did he hear it right? Is this the cry of Mladen? So cute. Noticing Naoki's look, Dr. Futa beside him was very happy. "See? Compared with the ancient Gultitan, Mladen living in the future is actually more attractive, right?" Naoki, I'm sorry he can't answer this question. Whether it's Gultitan or Mladen, they both have their own cuteness. "What a pity." Dr. Forta sighed. "Olin has been arguing with me about this issue. I think the Pokemon of the future are more attractive, but she prefers the wild Pokemon of the ancient times. Sometimes she even drives me to sleep in the study because of this kind of thing." Naoki was stunned. Is this the kind of thing he can listen to? Dr. Fortis smiled. At present, it seems that Millerton has accepted Naoki's existence. As he expected, Naoki is very good at getting along with Pokemon. However, just when he was about to take the next step and let Millerton and Naoki spend more time together, a roar suddenly came from the entrance of the ecological park. "Ah, gah!" Naoki and Fuda turned their heads and saw Dr. Olin with Guillotine and Flutterfall rushing here. Dr. Olin was helpless. This kid heard that Naoki was missing and insisted on coming to find Naoki. I couldn't stop him at all. Guillotine stared at Millerton vigilantly. The next second, the wings on its head suddenly spread out, and it stomped its feet on the ground, using the force to fly towards Naoki's position. Milton was also attracted by the Guillotine he had never seen before. He turned around and stared at the other party. Although his expression was still calm, the electric current that suddenly appeared on his body showed Milton's inner vigilance at the moment. He felt a strong threat, so he was ready to fight at any time. "Calm down, Milton. It's not an enemy." Dr. Futu immediately tried to calm Milton's emotions. Guillotine landed in front of Naoki and blocked him behind him. His golden eyes stared at Milton, and a warning roar came from his throat. Gwaw! It was because of Milodon that it fell into the time machine and was forced to be separated from Naoki for so many years. Guillotine had no good feelings towards this insidious and cunning Pokemon. Could it be that Guillotine was going to fight with Milodon? Naoki's heart tightened and he shouted, "Guillotine!" However, the next second, Milodon had floated to a higher position. It was choosing a position that was advantageous for it to fight. Seeing this, Guillotine no longer hesitated, and the ferocious instinct cultivated in ancient times burst out, and it pounced on Milodon. Instantly, a terrifying electric current burst out from Milton's body, and the electric light instantly enveloped the entire ecological park. The dense electric current rushed towards Guillotine, and Guillotine's eyes locked on Milton. It almost rudely ignored Milton's electric current, came directly to Milton, and punched it hard. After this heavy blow, Milton's current was stuck for a moment, and its body was blasted into the valley, creating a big hole on the ground. But Milton did not lose his ability to fight. It flew out of the flying smoke and dust, its blue eyes turned scarlet, and a strong electric current surged out of its body. Milton's eyes locked on Guillotine in front of him. It changed its form, while carrying dazzling electric light, to penetrate its opponent. Faced with such a terrible attack, Guillotine did not seem to retreat, and it began to run towards Milton. When the distance was close, Guillotine suddenly stretched out his claws, and in the shocked eyes of Dr. Olin and Dr. Fortu, he ignored the electric current carried by Milton, grabbed Milton, and interrupted its attack. Then, he punched its head and violently knocked it back. Too many things happened in these few tens of seconds, and neither Naoki nor Dr. Fuda had time to stop them. At this moment, looking at the fallen Milton, Dr. Olin couldn't help but open his eyes wide. How is it possible? Naoki was also shocked by this scene. Is his Guillotine so strong? The Milton below seemed to feel that he couldn't defeat this Guillotine. It looked timid, shrank its body, and instinctively backed away as Guillotine approached step by step. Seeing this, Naoki hurriedly shouted and ran towards Guillotine. "Guillotine, stop!" And Dr. Fuda also ran towards Milton, holding the Pokeball in his hand, and took the Milton back in time. Chapter 303. Don't you like that, Milton? In the medical room, Guillotine was lying on the ground, revealing the wounds on his body caused by Milton's lightning. The doctor on duty handed over the healing spray for treating electric injuries. Naoki took it, opened the cap of the healing spray, and sprayed it on Guillotine's wound. Guillotine hung his head, because he was just scolded by Naoki, and now he looked very listless. His heart softened when he saw Guillotine like this, and he sighed helplessly. Okay, since you don't like it, then I will reject Dr. Fuda's plan. Guillotine's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Naoki nodded. Were you standing in front of the Milton because you were worried that it would hurt me? Guillotine nodded his big head honestly. Is that so? Naoki reached out and touched Guillotine's face, apologizing to it. Sorry, I misunderstood you. I shouldn't have scolded you just now. Guillotine rubbed his head against Naoki's palm, and his expression became happy at a speed visible to the naked eye. It doesn't matter, it doesn't care. Naoki was moved, sitting on the ground holding Guilliotine's head and letting it lean against him. Guillotine, this is his Guillotine, the best Guillotine in the world. Guillotine won't do anything he doesn't like. At this moment, Naoki completely gave up the idea of contacting Milton. He looked up at the flapping hare that was watching silently not far away, and asked, "Golden, is this the friend you made before?" Golden turned to look at Zenifa, and nodded his big head happily. "Ah." Naoki waved to Zenifa. "Hello, Zenifa, I am Naoki, nice to meet you." Zenifa knew the name of this human. At this moment, he looked at the happy Golden and the human, and couldn't help but smile. Seeing this scene, Naoki opened his eyes in disbelief. Zenifa. Is he smiling? As if he noticed his surprised look, the smile on Zenifa's face disappeared instantly. He turned around and gradually sank into the shadow. Naoki asked Golden in shock, "Did it leave?" Golden shook his head. "Ah. It didn't leave. Flutterfaw agreed to live with it on the ranch, so it would follow silently." "That's good." Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. "Since we have successfully found Flutterfaw, let's leave later. In this way, they can return to the ranch before dark." Golden happily agreed. At the same time, in the research institute next door, Dr. Olin and Dr. Fortu were discussing the reasons why Millerton lost control. Even Pokemon from the future still have a sense of territory in their bodies. They will fight with creatures that break into their territory. So, could it be because of this reason that Millerton lost control? Dr. Olin speculated. Golden suddenly broke in, making Millerton alert. At this time, as long as Golden showed a little hostility, Millerton would immediately release lightning to drive away the opponent. And Gulton did so. It seemed that it mistakenly thought that Milton was hurting Naoki, so the two Pokemon started fighting. Thinking of this, Dr. Fuda frowned. "You shouldn't have brought Gulton here." In addition to Milton, there was another Gulton in the institute. In order to prevent the two Pokemon from fighting, they deliberately separated the two. Being accused like this, Dr. Olin was also a little angry. It was that Gulton that followed Naoki's breath and came here by itself. If I don't open the door for it, it will break the door by itself, and then the whole ecological park will probably be destroyed by it. Dr. Fudu, He was silent for a moment, then said, "I neglected it." Seeing that his wife's face was still angry, Dr. Fudu said consciously, "I will sleep in the study tonight." Dr. Olin suddenly felt a headache. She turned around and walked out, saying, "Naoki should be almost done." Dr. Futu immediately followed. When the two came to the medical room, Naoki just came out with Golden. Seeing the two doctors, Naoki apologized to them on behalf of Golden for provoking the incident. "Sorry, doctor. We neglected this matter, you don't have to apologize." Dr. Olin shook his head. Naoki looked at Dr. Futu again. "Doctor, let's forget about the contact with Milton." Dr. Futu was slightly stunned, and then asked, "What happened?" Naoki shook his head. "Because Gulton doesn't like it, I have one Gulton is enough." Dr. Futu felt very sorry. "Okay, then I will go back and think of a solution myself." Naoki nodded, then wrote on Gulton. "Okay, it's getting late, we should return to the ranch, and I will visit you again next time if I have the chance." "Okay." Dr. Olin nodded slightly. "Goodbye Naoki, goodbye, Golden." "Ah," Golden responded, and then it suddenly spread its wings, carrying Naoki, and flew straight into the sky. Everything around fell rapidly. Naoki hugged Golden's neck tightly, and looked down at the same time. Sure enough, he saw Flutterfaw catching up from below at a very fast speed. Seeing this scene, Naoki suddenly felt curious. Would this pair of good friends hunt together in ancient times? If they hunt together, then according to modern Pokemon terminology, isn't it a doubles battle? Gullerton's characteristic Crimson Pulse can just trigger the characteristic ancient activity of Flutter. With the strength shown by Gullerton, wouldn't they kill gods and Buddhas in ancient times? Even other wild Gullertons would not be their opponents. Because Flutter, which is ghost and fairy attributes, is a natural counter to Gullerton, which is fighting and dragon attributes. Thinking of this, Naoki couldn't help but be very curious about how these two Pokemon became friends. Gradually, Golden passed through the cloud and flew out of the Padilla crater. Suddenly, the vast Padilla land slowly unfolded in front of him like a painting. Golden deliberately slowed down and waited for the winged hare to catch up. As the winged hare flew, he stared down at the scene below. This place is completely different from where it lived before. There are no tall and dense ancient trees and deep vines, nor huge ferns. There is only a vast field with a wide view and no end in sight. Naoki noticed the expression of the winged hare and said to it with a smile, "Welcome to our era, winged hare." Chapter 304. When Naoki rode Golden back to the ranch, it was already dark. There was no light in the house, but the lights were bright in the Pokemon Tavern. Naoki guessed that Babu Tubo and the others were bored, so they all ran there to chat with other Pokemon. After a day of running around outside and not having dinner yet, Naoki did not disturb them, but took Golden and Flutter back to the living room alone. But when he changed his shoes, and was about to turn around to greet Flutter back, he found that it had disappeared. Naoki was stunned for a second and asked, "Did you see where Flutter went?" "Ah," Golden turned around and looked around. It was obvious that it had just discovered that Flutter was missing. Naoki, this Pokemon is really... Forget it, let's wait for it to come out. But just as Naoki was about to cook, he suddenly remembered the identity of Flutter. Flutter is a paradoxical Pokemon from ancient times. It is violent and warlike, and knows very little about modern things. So could it have gone out to hunt? Naoki was shocked. After all, he had seen Roaring Moon, another paradoxical Pokemon, preying on other Pokemon. This is terrible. The Pokemon in the ranch are in danger. Naoki immediately ran out of the door in a hurry, not even bothering to change his shoes. But at this moment, Golden suddenly looked in the direction of the darkness. "Ah!" Naoki turned his head, and saw Flutterbear hiding in the shadows, and quietly looking in the direction of the stable. There, Snowbringer and Spiritbringer were eating dinner, with their heads buried in the trough. Seeing this scene, Naoki immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing went wrong. "Flap, come and eat," Naoki called. Flap turned around and floated over silently. Naoki took it into the living room, and prepared to get some food to fill its stomach. Flap looked around and observed the situation here. Guillerton introduced it happily beside it, Augusher. Naoki smiled, then opened the refrigerator, and took out fresh steaks, milk and tree fruits. "Flutter, come and eat this." Flutter turned to look at him, then floated over. Its eyes moved between the fruit and the steak, then it opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp teeth, and bit into the raw steak. "Naoki?" ? Naoki was startled, and shook it hard, trying to pull out the raw meat that couldn't be eaten. Seeing this, Flutter was a little confused. Wasn't it food for it? But thinking of what Golden said, it relaxed a little. The next second, Naoki fell on his buttocks and hissed in pain. Zenitha looked at this funny scene, and laughed ho-ho from his mouth. Naoki was stunned. Did Zenitha think that the way he fell was funny? It was indeed an ancient species of dream demon who liked to play tricks on people. Seeing Zenitha's happy look, Naoki couldn't help laughing. He stood up, holding his buttocks, and then said to Zenitha, "You can't eat this. You can only eat it after I cook it. Now you eat this first." As he said that, Naoki handed the fruit to Flutter. Flutter looked down at the fruit, then used the wing that looked like a hand to pick it up, threw it into his mouth wildly, and chewed it. Sure enough, he is very wild. Flutter was more than 1 meter tall, much bigger than ordinary dream monsters. Naoki called Golden and whispered to it, "Go introduce our ranch to Flutter. Tell it that I will provide it with food in the future, and it doesn't need to hunt anymore, and also tell it not to harm the Pokemon in the ranch." "Ah, gah." Guillerton agreed happily, and took Flutter to the side to explain the situation. And Naoki officially began to prepare dinner. Heat the oil in a pan, and when the oil temperature is about right, put the cutlets in to fry. Soon, a special fragrance filled the room. Flutter, who had never smelled such a smell, was immediately attracted. It and Guillerton followed the smell. Gurgle. The stomachs of the two Pokemon began to growl. Naoki smiled and put 2 steaks on the plate, and then placed them in front of Golden and Flutterpaw. "Eat." Golden immediately buried his head in the plate. Flutterpaw stretched out his claws, grabbed the big steak and stuffed it into his mouth. The steak was fried with a charred aroma, full and juicy. Flutterpaw immediately felt the fragrant juice bursting in his mouth. It had never eaten such delicious food before, and its blood-red eyes instantly became bright. "Dream." Naoki smiled, as he looked at the 2 ancient Pokemon in front of him, who were feasting. "Eat, eat. If it's not enough, I make more for you." At the same time, in the Kanto region, in the north of Aster Town, there was an abandoned power plant. After a long journey, Dream and Baby Bear returned here again. In the depths of the power plant, a bird Pokemon with yellow feathers was resting on a large generator. It was a bird Pokemon with black ring-shaped feathers around its eyes, a long green beak, and a large number of spike-shaped yellow feathers on its wings and tail. Suddenly, the bird Pokemon seemed to have sensed something, and suddenly opened its eyes. The next second, it saw a Mew and a baby bear floating in front of it. Seeing these 2 Pokemon, Zapdos's face relaxed, and then he made a crisp bird call. "Chi? Why are you here?" Mew laughed softly. "Meow. We want to invite you to live with us in our hometown." The baby bear beside him nodded repeatedly. His eyes were black and bright, revealing a happy light. "Yemo. That's right, our hometown. If you go there, no human will bother you anymore." Zappos didn't expect this to happen. It has always liked a quiet life, so it came to this power plant abandoned by humans. There is still a trace of electricity in this place, and it likes it very much. But this quiet life only lasted until recently. That day, a human accidentally entered this place and wanted to subdue it. At that time, it was furious and sent lightning to drive the human away. Zappos thought that this would be the end, but soon after, other humans came here one after another to capture it. Among them were some powerful human trainers, and it was even injured during the battle. Just then, it met this pair who called themselves the Great Hero Expedition Team. They helped it, and brought it fruit that could heal its injuries. Zappos' thoughts flowed, and a look of surprise appeared on its face. It asked uncertainly, "Chiu? Your hometown?" The baby bear nodded his head and gestured with his paws. "Ime, Ime. That's right. There is a world tree there. Naoki said that the world tree will grow very big, bigger than a mountain. If you live there, no one will bother you. So, we want to invite you to live with us on the world tree." Chapter 305. Chiu. World tree. What is that? Zappos had never heard of it. For Pokemon like it, changing territories is a common thing. So far, it has changed 38 residences, and the only one that makes it feel satisfied is this power plant abandoned by humans. Now that Mew and Baby Bear want to invite it to live in their hometown, Zappos is very surprised. Baby Bear nodded, "Emi, me. Yes, it is the world tree. It is a great place. Butcrest also likes it there." Zapdive was even more confused. "Chirp? Butcrest? Is it also a Pokemon? Is the world tree a tree? But how can there be a tree as big as a mountain?" Baby Bear didn't know how to answer Zapdos' question for a while. Meow took over the conversation. "Meow. Butcrest is a Pokemon who once served as a human king. The world tree is of course a tree. I have never seen it before, but it is there. You will know if you go and see it." Hearing this, Zapdos opened its beak in surprise, and a sense of curiosity rose in its heart. In addition, this place is becoming restless now, and humans come to disturb it almost every few days. Zapdos is tired of this kind of life, and it is somewhat tempted by the proposal of Mew and Bear Baby. But in its cognition, some powerful Pokemon do not like others to break into their territory, just like it does not like humans to break into the power plant and disturb its life. Thinking of this, Zappos couldn't help but ask, "Chiu? If I go, will Butcrest expel me?" Baby Bear and Dreamy didn't expect this question. They looked at each other and shook their heads. "Me? Of course not. Butcrest is a very kind Pokemon." Hearing this, Zappos fell into deep thought. Looking at the two hopeful Pokemon in front of him, he couldn't help but ask the last question. "Chiu, why did you come to invite me to live in that tree?" Dreamy answered without hesitation, "Meow. Because then we can play together all the time. We will never be separated again." Baby Bear nodded his little head. "Yeah. That's right. Zappos is also our good friend. We want to play with you all the time, and we don't want to never see you again." Good friend. These three words deeply touched the heart of Zappos. It stared at Baby Bear and Dream in front of it. Their eyes were so sincere. Zappos felt his face getting hot, and it was turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turned its head away, closed its eyes, and gave its answer, "Chiu. In that case, I agree to your request." Hearing this, Baby Bear and Dream's eyes lit up instantly. "Meow. Me." Looking at this scene, Zappos felt warm in his heart. Is this the feeling of having a good friend? Zappos accepted their invitation, and the next step was to take it back to the ranch to see the world tree. Dream and Baby Bear thought about it carefully, and then decided to go back to the ranch with Zappos to see if the world tree has grown up and is habitable. So, the two Pokemon rode on the back of Zappos. After they sat firmly, Zappos flapped its wings, and with a surge of electricity, it said goodbye to the power plant where it had lived for many years, carrying its two good friends into the blue sky and their hometown. With the departure of Zappos, the unmanned power plant fell into silence again. In the 199th year of the League calendar, on February 9th, spring, the ranch was thriving. The working Dragonites, who came from Dragonite Island, took the Moo Moo milk ordered by the customers from Naoki, and then flew to the direction of Jichin town one after another. The goats gathered beside the farmland, and the green grass energy continued to flow out of their bodies and merged into the earth below. Suddenly, the entire farmland was submerged in the green energy ocean. As early as more than 10 minutes ago, Dragonite used rain prayer above the farmland. At this moment, every crop in the field was replenished with sufficient water and nutrients, and grew vigorously under the irrigation of the grass energy of the goats. The big milk tanks came to an open grassland, rolling there energetically, as if they were exercising their bodies in this way. In the living room, the Bud Crown King was sitting on the sofa, watching the Pokemon cartoon Bud's Dream on TV. Lai Beicha and Busi who floated beside him, watching TV together. Since he came into contact with the new thing of TV that day, the Bud Crown King has developed a strong interest in this square box that can play cartoons, and began to indulge in watching TV. What's more interesting is that he doesn't like to watch human news programs and food programs, nor does he like to watch Pokemon science lectures. He only likes to watch cartoons where humans and Pokemon get along well and become good friends. But Crown looked very focused, watching with great interest, not blinking, very serious, not even noticing that the red tea on the coffee table had cooled down. In front of the fireplace not far away, Babu Tubo, Frostmilks, Glacian, and Arinyu were surrounding Flutterbear, who was sleeping on the cushion and snoring. Looking at this Pokemon who had just arrived at the ranch, Babu Tubo scratched his head, very puzzled. Bamo. Why is it sleeping during the day, Mama? Frostmilk shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Looking at this big Pokemon, Frostmilk was very surprised. Mama! It's so big! It looks bigger than Saltstone. Glacian didn't say anything. It vaguely felt a hint of wildness from this Pokemon. Suddenly, the sleeping Flutterbill seemed to have noticed something. It suddenly opened its eyes, and looked at the Babu daughter in front of it. Bamo! Babu daughter was startled and fell on the wooden floor. Flutter's eyes were blood red, and looked very scary. Being stared at by Flutter, Glacian's fur was frightened and stood up. He quickly hid behind Babu Dog with Frostmilk and Arinyu, and carefully stuck his head out to observe Flutter. Flutter's eyes were half open and half closed, and he looked like he hadn't woken up yet. He yawned sleepily, and then continued to look at the group of Pokemon in front of him that he had never seen before. Several Pokemon looked at each other, and no one spoke. The atmosphere fell into silence for a while. Suddenly, Flutterbear opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp little fangs. Awoo! Mama! Bui! Bamo! NYU! The four Pokemon were frightened. Glacian's fur stood up, and the cream on Frostmilk was also scared and flew up. Olinyu covered his eyes with his hands in fear, shrinking his body and trembling. Babu Tubo swallowed his saliva, mustered up his courage, stood in front of Frostmilk and the others, holding his hammer tightly in his hand, and looking at Flutterbear, which was even bigger than him. It can't run away, it wants to be a superhero Babu Tubo, it wants to protect everyone. Being looked at by Babu Tubo like this, Zenitha suddenly became interested, and the violent and belligerent wildness in its body was aroused, as if it wanted to fight with Babu Tubo. At this moment, the door of the room was pushed open, and Naoki walked into the room with Gulton and Motor Lizard. What are you doing? Seeing Naoki coming, Frostmilk Fairy, and the others hid behind Naoki. Zenitha looked at Babu Tubo with a fighting spirit, and made a sound to invite a fight. Babudu was slightly stunned. This Pokemon seemed to want to fight with it. Babudu did not retreat, because it was no longer the weak Pokemon. Thinking of this, it clenched the hammer in its hand, and then agreed loudly, Bamo! Seeing this scene, Golden sighed helplessly. Ah gosh. Naoki asked uncertainly, are they going to fight? Golden nodded his big head. Ah gosh. Is that so? Naoki originally thought that Flutterbear was out of control, and was going to hurt Frostmilk and the others. But now it seems that Flutterbear is more interested in Babudu, and wants to fight with it. You scared me. Naoki breathed a sigh of relief and shouted to Babudu and Flutterbear, come outside if you want to fight. I be your referee. It's a good opportunity to see the strength of this Flutterbear. So Naoki brought a group of Pokemon to the venue prepared for the green grass trial next to the sheepfold of the Mount Goat. Naoki first asked Golden to tell Flutter about the rules of the battle in this era, that is, you don't need to kill the opponent, you just need to beat the opponent to lose the ability to fight to win. After listening, Flutter nodded and silently responded, Dream. Then get ready. Naoki stood in the referee position, and after the two Pokemon were in place, he blew the whistle on his neck. The whistle sounded, and the battle officially began. Babu Tubo took the lead in attacking, and it flew into the air with a whoosh, and swung the Thor's hammer in its hand, and flew towards Flutter. The eyes of the Flutter Hare were excited. Facing the attack of the Babu Tubo, it did not retreat to avoid it, but shouted and rushed forward. Its body emitted a shining light like a gem. Power gem? Looking at the scene, Naoki was very surprised. He originally thought that the Flutter Hare would use the subconscious surprise attack to counter, but he did not expect that the Flutter Hare had no intention of avoiding it, but chose to face the challenge head-on. Not only that, This Flutterhair did not even understand the attribute restraint. Facing the electric and fighting attributes of the Babutubo, it used the rock-type power gem to attack. As expected of an ancient Pokemon from the primitive world, Naoki muttered in his heart. Even the battle was so direct and rough. While thinking, Babutabu and Flutterbear collided in midair. Babutabu's hammer hit Flutterbear's head with a bang. The rich electric energy collided with the light emitted by Flutterbear, and a violent explosion occurred immediately. The two Pokemon were blown away in an instant. Flutterbear felt pain, but his eyes became more excited, and the fighting spirit in him almost overflowed. It roared and waved its claws, like a gorilla beating its chest. As the claws waved, a shadow ball condensed automatically. Flutterhair held the shadow ball tightly with his claws, and threw it towards Babutubo. Babutubo quickly flew upwards for a distance to avoid it, and at the same time quickly condensed the electric current on the hammer in his hand, and threw it towards Flutterhair. This time, Flutterhair did not rush up stubbornly, it followed suit and flew to avoid it. The hammer with electric current passed under its body. However, just when Flutter thought he had avoided the attack, Babutubo grinned. Bammo! The next second, it stretched out its claws with paw pads, and the flying Thor's hammer seemed to be attracted and quickly spun back. That's... Seeing this move, Naoki's eyes lit up. When did Babutubo play the hammer so well? As a bystander, he saw it very clearly, but Flutter didn't notice the situation behind him at all. Then, it was hit hard by the hammer from behind, and at the same time, a strong current surged from Babutubo's body. These currents covered its whole body, and rushed towards the flapping wing. Under the front and back attack of the lightning and Thor's hammer, the flapping wing was instantly hit, and lost its combat ability. Babutubo stretched out his meat pads, and the hammer that fell on the ground automatically flew back to his hand. Babutubo held the hammer tightly in his hand, and looked at the flapping wing below with high morale. The bright red cape fluttered in the wind behind him, looking so majestic. This look of Babutu looks very handsome. Frostmilk and Glacian in the audience were all attracted by Babutu. Ma! So awesome. Naoki walked forward helplessly, and fed life milk to Flutter. Compared to Babutu, Flutter's small body is still too fragile. If he remembered correctly, Flutter's special attack, special defense and speed racial values are as high as 135, but its HP and physical defense are only 55. In addition, this Flutter from ancient times is completely playing with itself as a macho warrior. In a melee, it can't be a match for Babutu. As the goat milk entered his mouth, Flutter gradually woke up. He slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Naoki, and then the electric Pokemon floating next to Naoki. Do you feel better? Naoki asked, and Babutubo beside him also looked at him with bright eyes. Bammo? Are you okay? Dream. Flutter opened his mouth slightly, and looked at Babutubo blankly. This Pokemon is so powerful. At this time, Golden came forward and said helplessly, "Ah gah! I told you before, but you still don't believe it. The Pokemon that Naoki breeds are all very powerful." Flutter's pupils dilated, and it looked at Naoki with some excitement, and then looked at Golden. Dream? Can I become more powerful too? Golden nodded his big head and said with certainty, "Augusture. As long as you listen to Naoki." If it remembered correctly, this Flutter had lost to many Pokemon in the past, and was even driven out of the territory by those ferocious Pokemon and wandered around. In this case, Flutter could not resist the temptation to become stronger. Sure enough, the next second Golden saw Flutter open his eyes and look at Naoki, and said excitedly, "Dream. I will be obedient and become stronger." Chapter 306. Seeing the way Flutterhair looked at him, Naoki was slightly stunned. What did Golden say to it? What made this Flutterhair look at him with such excitement? Naoki turned his head and glanced at Golden. Golden raised his head innocently. "Ah gah." Naoki raised his eyebrows, thinking that Flutterhair might have heard from Golden that Babutubo became so powerful because of him. So Flutterhair, who also wanted to become stronger, looked at him with such eyes. "Do you want to become more powerful?" Naoki asked. It turned out that his guess was correct. This ancient flapping wing magically understood what he meant and nodded excitedly. "Okay." Naoki took a deep breath. It was not difficult to help this flapping wing become stronger. For example, let it learn attribute restraint, change the fighting style, from a berserker who used his body to fight the opponent to a high-speed and high-burst mage who wandered in the shadows. According to Naoki's observation, this flapping wing obviously knew how to use the spirit attack. In the previous battle, it could use lurk to hide its body, and then attack from the dark. But Flutterhair didn't do that. Instead, it used the power gem that was resisted by Babootaboo to hit Babootaboo. Seeing that he agreed, Flutterhair's eyes lit up immediately, and he was so happy that he waved his winged claws and flew leisurely in the air. And Naoki took out an empty pokeball and said to it, "But before that, there is one more thing to do." Flutterhair stopped, lowered his head, and looked over with a blank face. Then, it saw the red and white ball. Guillerton told it yesterday that the humans in this place would use the red and white balls to capture Pokemon, and then live with Pokemon and help Pokemon become stronger. Thinking of this, Flutterfat instantly understood. Dream. It floated over excitedly, and then snatched the red and white ball from Naoki with its winged claws. In Naoki's surprised eyes, Flutterfat used its winged claws to fiddle with the Pokeball, poking and touching it, and then, its winged claws accidentally touched the button on the Pokeball. The next second, a beam of red light shot out from the sphere, enveloping Flutterhair's body, and then Flutterhair was put into the sphere. The Pokeball fell on the grass, and began to shake violently. Once, twice, 3 times. On the 4th time, the shaking amplitude slowed down slightly, as if Flutterhair gradually adapted to the space inside the Pokeball. As the flashing red light on the sphere disappeared, the Pokeball also became completely quiet. Naoki, to be honest, he had never seen a Pokemon that was so eager to run into the Pokeball. However, he had successfully captured Flutterwing, right? As a ghost-type Pokemon, Flutterwing likes to appear at night, and the daytime is its time to recover and recharge. Therefore, after the battle with Babootubo, Flutterwing stayed in the Pokeball and slept, and did not come out again. Okay, everyone go play. Naoki waved his hand, and the Pokemon gathered here ran away. He took out tools, and began to repair the fences in the ranch. Over a year, some wooden fences were damaged by wind and rain, and looked very unsightly. There was no need to find Clea for such a small matter, he could solve it by himself. A day passed quietly while he was hammering. After dinner, Naoki, who had been busy all day, went straight back to the bedroom and lay on the bed to sleep. At midnight, when all the lights in the ranch were turned off and all the Pokemon fell asleep, the Pokeball that Naoki had placed at the head of the bed suddenly moved. After sleeping for a whole day, Flutterfat ran out of the Pokeball full of energy. It looked around with its blood-red eyes, looking at the familiar dark environment, thinking, "It's dark, it's time to hunt." But then, Flutterfat suddenly realized something. Gulton seemed to say that after arriving at this place, they don't have to go out hunting anymore. Naoki will feed them food. But the question is, how did this human get the food? Could it be that he was also going outside to hunt? But he was just a weak human. Could he catch good prey? Fluttering wings floated in the darkness, with a tangled expression. After a while, it floated to the bedside and looked down at Naoki, who was sleeping soundly. Dream, dream. Fluttering wings patted Naoki's face with his wing claws, wanting to take him hunting to see if it could help. Before meeting Golden, Fluttering Wings had no such consciousness. It was not until it met Golden that it developed this consciousness of mutual help. In the past, Golden often went hunting with it, because they could often find more food at this time. Feeling something slapping his face, Naoki opened his eyes sleepily. The next second, he saw a pair of red eyes staring at him in the dark. Oh my god! Naoki was immediately startled and quickly turned on the switch beside the bed. Only then did he see the owner of the red eyes, and heaved a sigh of relief. It's you. You scared me to death. Golden and Babootubo were woken up, rubbing their sleepy eyes and looking over here. Bamo? Aw gaw? There was a gurgling sound from Zenifa's stomach. He looked down, and then wanted to pull Shishu out to hunt together. Shishu was confused by Zenifa's actions, but when he heard the gurgling sound of his stomach, he immediately understood. Hungry? Dream? Shishu turned over and got out of bed, took Zenifa to the living room, took out sandwiches and tree fruits from the refrigerator, and placed a bottle of juice and milk in front of Zenifa. Because Zenifa was sleeping, he didn't wake him up at dinner, but left food for him alone, ready to eat after he woke up. Zenifa looked down at the food on the table that he had never seen before. He first sniffed it, then his eyes lit up, and he picked up the sandwich with his wing claws and started to eat it. Naoki looked at this scene with a smile. Eat it! After waiting for Zenifa to finish eating, Naoki wanted to go back to his room to continue sleeping. However, Zenifa still looked full of energy. Seeing that Naoki didn't seem to plan to go out hunting, it flew around the room by itself, curiously observing everything around it. During this time, it accidentally knocked over some things, and the noise it made woke up several Pokemon. Guillerton, ah ga. Naoki, No. Tomorrow morning he has to start training this Flutterbear, and make its schedule the same as theirs. So when the next morning came, facing Flutterbear, who looked sleepy and wanted to go back to the poke ball to sleep, Naoki, with dark circles under his eyes, proposed a plan to help it become stronger. Thanks to the fact that there is no language barrier between Paradox Pokemon and modern humans, this Flutterhair quickly understood what he meant. It instantly lost its sleepiness and looked over with anticipation. Naoki, if you want to become stronger, you first need to change your fighting style. Fighting style? What is fighting style? Flutterhair didn't understand. Naoki continued, but before we officially start, I need to understand the skills you have now. Come on. Show me. Golden added, Agassi. The moves you use in battle. Flutterfly understood it in seconds, and then it began to demonstrate. Naoki watched from the side, and wrote down the chapter of Flutterfly in the Pokemon observation notes, with a pen, and recorded all the moves it knew. Name, Flutterfly, Paradox of Dream Demon, Attribute, Ghost, Fairy. Temperament, not as ferocious as imagined, but still retains the wildness of the ancient Pokemon, knows nothing about modern things, eats raw meat like a beast, and is a bit warlike. Hobbies, none yet. Favorite food, grilled steak, fruits, sandwiches. Moves learned, Strange Light, Fright, Illusion Light, Black Eyes, Help, Farewell Gift, Prey, Magic Flash, Power Gem, Shadow Ball, Hidden Spirit Attack, Magic Flame, Mental Shock. Naoki stopped recording until the demonstration of the Flutterwing was finished. Huh? This Flutterwing knows a lot of moves? Naoki was a little surprised when he looked at the contents of the notes. Not only that, the moves that Flutterwing currently has also covered a wide range. Ghost Attribute, Psychic Attribute, Fairy Attribute, Fire Attribute, and Rock Attribute. In addition to these, there are also Strange Light with a confusing effect, Prayers that can restore physical strength, Parting Gifts that can greatly reduce the opponent's attack and special attack, and Help that can strengthen teammates. The scene of Fluttering Wings skillfully using Help on Gulton just now appeared in his mind, and Naoki suddenly became interested. Could it be that this pair of good friends really played doubles in ancient times? He turned to look at Gulton and asked, Did you hunt together before? Ah, gah. Golden nodded his big head. Wave Hair can also help you. Naoki was very surprised. Golden nodded again. Wow! Naoki exclaimed. In this case, with Golden's strength and the blind spot of Flutterhair's attributes, wouldn't these two Pokemon be invincible in the ancient world, if... He meant if. Let Flutterhair and Golden team up and set up an ancient doubles trial in the ranch. Would anyone be able to pass it? He had heard from ECI that the main feature of the doubles battles was in Blueberry Academy, the sister academy of Paideia Academy established by the United Alliance on the sea. That is, a trainer commands two Pokemon at the same time and fights 2v2 with the opponent. If that's the case, I'm afraid no one can pass it. It's useless to think too much. The most important thing now is to teach Flutterhair how to restrain its attributes, and how to use its advantages to fight. After a brief thought, Naoki said to Flutterhair in straightforward and popular language, According to my observation, your advantages are speed and special attack. In comparison, your physical strength is a little worse, so in this case, you can't fight directly with the opponent. Dream? Flying Wing opened his mouth, looking confused. Naoki, it means you can't use your body to hit Babutubo like you did yesterday. In battle, you must keep a good distance from your opponent no matter what. Flying Wing understood now. Seeing this, Naoki continued, So, learn to use your advantages to use the spirit attack. Hearing this, a shadow appeared around the body of the Flying Wing, and the next second, its body dived into the shadow and disappeared from the spot. Naoki looked around and didn't see any trace of Flutter, but he knew that Flutter was still nearby, but he couldn't see it. This is the lurking attack, disappearing into the shadows, and then finding the right time to attack the opponent. Sometimes, this move can be used for more than just attacking. For Pokemon like Flutter, the functionality of lurking attack is far greater than its power. Look, this way we can't see you. When fighting, you have to learn to use this point, like a real ghost, appearing and disappearing, finding the right time, and launching a fatal attack on the opponent. For example, according to the attributes of the opponent, choose a restrained move from Magic Flame, Power Gem, Psychic Shock, and Shadow Ball to launch an attack. Okay, come out, Naoki said. The figure of Flutterfat gradually emerged. Even though he had expected it, Naoki still felt very magical when he saw it with his own eyes. It is indeed a ghost Pokemon. In order to survive Flutterfat and adjust its work and rest to the same as everyone else in the ranch, Naoki specially called 3 thick-skinned mount goats to serve as sparring partners for Flutterfat. After understanding what Naoki meant, the three goats exerted their full strength, and a strong green grass energy swept out like a wave. Me? In the blink of an eye, the green grass field covered half of the pasture. The fur of the goats also glowed white, which was their characteristic. Grass fur. Triggered by the green grass field. Looking at this scene, Naoki compared the difference between the green grass field after eating the leaves of the world tree and the green grass field before. The special effects look even more exaggerated. The grass made of grass energy is just like the real thing. The ground was filled with green energy light, and Naoki clearly saw that green light continued to flow into the body of the goat. At this time, Zenifa used the spirit attack to attack one of the goats. A scar appeared on its body. However, the next second, the green light from the grass field surged into the body of the goat. In the blink of an eye, the scar disappeared. Seeing this, Naoki opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "Instant recovery? What an exaggerated healing ability." As we all know, the grass field can restore the physical strength of Pokemon on the ground, but under normal circumstances, the amount of recovery is only a little. Now, the physical strength recovery effect of the grass field has been significantly enhanced. Is it because the Mount Goats have been eating the leaves of the World Tree? Or is it affected by the leaf cake? Naoki was shocked and felt a little regretful. Because the recovery effect of the grass field is also connected to the opponent's Pokemon. This means that unless the Mount Goat can kill the opponent's Pokemon in one hit, the battle will become a scene of stop, don't fight anymore. This won't kill anyone. Gradually, Flutter and the Mount Goats fought for 300 rounds. The Mount Goats were not hurt at all, but Flutter was exhausted. In the end, it just lay on the ground and fell asleep. Naoki, helplessly, he could only put the Flutter hair back into the Pokeball. The Mount Goats also turned around at this time, looking at him with bright eyes. Bah! Naoki went forward and touched the heads of the Mount Goats one by one, smiling and saying to them, "You are really good children. Thank you for your hard work." The Mount Goats enjoyed his touch and cried happily, "Bah! 3 good children, both well-behaved and reliable. The Pokemon Mount Goats are so cute." Naoki couldn't help but smile. At this moment, he thought of the Mount Goats releasing a large amount of grass energy from their bodies to cover the back mountain, and suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. Obviously, the Mount Goats can control these grass attribute energies. Then the question is, can they control the grass attribute energies that form the green grass field, so that they only take effect on themselves and not on the enemy? Naoki felt that this kind of thing was not a fantasy, but it would be very demanding for the Pokemon itself. For example, the affinity and control of the Pokemon to energy. If they can master it and reach the peak, then these energies will be completely controlled by them. Naoki's mind was full of thoughts, and he touched the head of the goat with his hand. At this moment, the goat whose head he was rubbing suddenly made a happy cry, "Bah!" Naoki was slightly stunned. The next second, he saw a huge amount of grass attribute energy surging out of the body of the goat. These energies instantly formed a large green grass field. Seeing this scene, Naoki was stunned, and then looked at the goat with some confusion. The goat also raised its head, and looked at him with its eyes as clear and bright as a spring. That expression seemed to prove something to him. Naoki looked at the goat, and suddenly noticed his hand touching the goat's horn. At this moment, an unbelievable thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Could it be that this Mount Goat sensed everything he was thinking just now? As we all know, the Mount Goat Pokemon can sense human emotions with its horns. That is why they can run with their riders without command, and have been assisting humans since 5,000 years ago. And now? So no way? Naoki murmured. Can you do what I was thinking just now? The Mount Goat nodded happily, looking very happy. Mia. Chapter 307. Hiss. Naoki sucked in a breath of cold air instantly. What does it mean to be able to control the green grass field and use it only on oneself but not on the opponent? It means that if the opponent's strength is not up to standard, the damage it causes cannot even catch up with the amount of damage the green grass field can restore to the Mount Goats. It really doesn't work as well as it restores. What shocked Naoki even more was that his 3 Mount Goats had quietly reached such a level of control over grass attribute energy. Was it because of the world trees feeding back, which greatly increased their affinity for grass attribute energy, or was it because of the strengthening brought by the previous leaf cake? Or was it the mutation caused by the combination of these two and the green grass dumpling? Whichever it was really shocking. This goat is so terrifying, and there is more than one. Naoki turned his eyes to the other 2 Mount Goats and asked, "Can you do it too?" "Me?" The 2 Mount Goats gave a positive answer. "It's amazing," Naoki exclaimed. "If this continues, can anyone really pass the green grass trial?" The green grass field has unlimited HP recovery, and the super vine whip, which is as thick as a python, can both attack and create roadblocks to interfere with the opponent, not to mention the powerful ultimate move like the Holy Sword of Grass. In addition, coupled with photosynthesis and growth that increases attack and special attack, Naoki has no idea how to lose in the battle rules set by the Alliance. The only situation in which he will lose is that the opponent has a Pokemon of the same level that has attribute restraint on the Mount Goat. New trainers who have just entered the Padilla Academy will never pass. So what if a top or champion trainer comes to challenge? But unfortunately, there are no top or champion trainers in the ranch yet. You see, I only tried it briefly at the beginning, not to mention Xianli. She had no intention of challenging at all, and hurried back to the Alliance headquarters to work overtime. Of course, this may be related to the fact that the work given by the Padilla Alliance is too busy. Flutterfat was so tired that he fell asleep immediately. Naoki sent his Pokeball back to the room, and put it away. For this kind of ghost Pokemon, hiding during the day, and coming out at night is their living habit, which is difficult to change in a short period of time. However, this is only the second day that Flutterfat came to the ranch, and they still have a long time to slowly adapt to each other. In the room, the Bud Crown King was watching TV with relish. In front of him was a glass of tree juice and a few desserts, looking very relaxed and comfortable. Looking at this scene, Naoki didn't know what to say for a moment. It felt like he was going to turn Bud Crown from a king Pokemon into a fat house Pokemon. But if you think about it carefully, Bud Crown must have been very lonely when he was wandering on the Crown Snowfield before. Naoki was very happy that Bud Crown could find some new hobbies on the ranch, so that he would not feel bored and lonely, and could relieve his boredom by watching TV. Caring for the elderly and widowed is everyone's responsibility. Thinking of this, Naoki smiled slightly, and then went to the farmland to check the growth of the crops. It turns out that the effect of leaf cake in shortening the crop growth cycle is not to be underestimated. It has only been a short half-month, and some crops have already matured. Looking at the yellowing potato stems and leaves, and the potatoes poking their heads out of the soft soil, Naoki knew that this piece of land could be harvested. He immediately pushed the cart and began to harvest these potatoes. Seeing this scene, Babu, wearing a red cape, also flew over to help. It landed next to a potato, holding the root with its two small claws, trying to pull it out. However, its force was too great, and instead of succeeding, it tore off the exposed rhizomes. Bamo? Babu Tubo looked confused. That's not how you pull it out? Naoki smiled and walked forward, using a hoe to dig up the soil around the potato plot, and then dug out the roots. With Naoki's operation, a bunch of complete potatoes with rhizomes were dug out of the soil. Shake off the excess soil and rhizomes on the potatoes, so that only a bunch of potatoes of different sizes are left. Witnessing this process, a light bulb suddenly popped up in Babu Tudger's little head. Bammo! It understood. Just when Babu Tudger wanted to dig potatoes with his claws, Naoki stopped him. I take care of these tasks. You go play with Glacian and the others. As he spoke, Naoki looked up at the grass in the distance, and then saw Frostmilk riding the Saltstone again. There was a cry of surprise, and Glacian and Arinyu were also carried by the Saltstones. Go! Naoki touched the little head of the Pompadour with the back of his clean hand. He turned around and got the dirt all over the Pompadour. It was too troublesome to clean the pink fur. Bamo the Pompadour ran away happily. Looking at the Pokemon playing on the grass, Naoki couldn't help but smile. Seeing everyone living so happily here, he was also full of energy. This is life. Although there is no thrilling adventure, there is no touching moment like Xiaoji's Pokemon evolving to protect the trainer. The ordinary is the truth. At this moment, Naoki agreed with Aoki's point of view. However, when he squatted down and dug out the next potato, he suddenly saw the difference of this potato. In an instant, Naoki judged that this potato had mutated. Good potato. A special ingredient, a crop that mutated after being cultivated by the grass energy of the Mount Goat. The dishes made with it will have the effect of golden right hand. Golden right hand? Naoki stared at the bunch of potatoes in his hand and murmured, what is this? After a brief thought, Naoki had a plan in mind. It was decided. He would use these potatoes to make a dish of potatoes stewed with meat at noon today. He did it as soon as he said it. When Naoki finished harvesting the potatoes in this field, it was noon. He washed his hands, then took the bunch of potatoes to the kitchen and took out a piece of meat that he had just bought from Jiaqing Town yesterday from the refrigerator. Cut the meat and potatoes into pieces, then add various seasonings and stew them in a large pot. As time passed, a gurgling sound came from the pot. Naoki opened the lid, and a rich aroma of meat came out. The thick soup was gurgling and boiling, and the soft and tasty potato cubes were surging in it. Naoki used a spoon to scoop a small bowl of soup, a potato, and a piece of meat. After drinking it, I felt that this soup was simply a delicacy on earth, perfectly blending the mellow fragrance of potatoes and the fragrance of meat. The stewed potatoes and meat melt in your mouth, and you don't need to chew hard at all. You want to eat more after taking a bite. It's perfect. His cooking skills have improved over the years. The aroma of stewed potatoes and meat drifted through the window into the ranch. Soon, several Pokemon who liked to eat meat playing outside were attracted by the aroma and drifted over. Aw gaw. Gaw. Aww. Gulton, Motor Lizard, Dragonite, the working Dragonites and several Haxorus all flew over, swallowing saliva like crazy, and looking at Naoki eagerly. Seeing this scene, Naoki couldn't help laughing and said, "Wait a minute." He knew it, so he made a big pot at a time. There are many Pokemon in the ranch, and his pots are all specially customized extra-large stew pots that can meet the needs of all Pokemon at once. With pofin, sandwiches and small cookies, it is guaranteed that every Pokemon can eat well. The butler brother and sister brought the Pokemon bowls for each Pokemon to eat. Naoki filled each bowl with soup, and then brought it to the table for them to drink. After everything was done, he had time to check the effect of this potato stew. Potato stew is a delicious dish made by stewing freshly harvested potatoes and meat over a high fire. After drinking it, people will feel warm inside. It is a very popular dish in some cold areas. Cooking effect: golden right hand, good Pokemon, the bad guys are driven away. After eating it, you will have the ability of the golden right hand. When you put your right hand on the forehead of a Pokemon that has lost its mind in anger, and say this sentence to them, you can calm their emotions. Note: only humans can activate this ability. Evaluation: delicious potato stew, the best choice for cold winter days, very good. Naoki? Question mark. Looking at the effect of this bowl of potato stew, Naoki was a little confused. What Nangongwanya? Isn't this ability too embarrassing? Not only do you have to put your hand on the Pokemon's forehead, but you also have to let him, an adult, say such shameful words. Naoki didn't know what to say for a while. However, from a certain perspective, this ability combined with the translation of melon seeds can even be compared with the superpower bestowed by Arceus on humans. In some cases, its practicality even exceeds that of the superpower. But one thing that cannot be compared is that this ability must be in physical contact with the target Pokemon. Naoki couldn't help but think of the angry Arceus, who wanted to punish humans in the movie Arceus and the Super Time. Will this golden right hand work on Arceus? Naoki didn't know, but in that case, he probably couldn't get close to Arceus at all. If Arceus can't do it, then what about Giratina? Naoki thought of his good neighbor again. So he gulped down the bowl of potato stew, including the meat and soup, and then took some pofin made for the Dragonites, and went to visit the friendly neighbor. When he came to the central lake of the ranch, a purple vortex slowly appeared in that place. Naoki walked in, and came to the reverse world where Giratina was. Sure enough, as he expected, Giratina was enjoying the sunshine and fragrance of flowers in the flower field. When Naoki arrived at the flower island, Giratina opened his eyes a little, and glanced at him. Naoki opened the picnic basket, spread the picnic cloth on the flower cake that was crushed by the evil dragon, and then poured the treasures on it. Giratina exhaled 2 breaths, and began to eat the tribute in front of him carelessly. Naoki observed Giratina, and wanted to try the ability of the golden right hand on it. He was thinking about how to put his hand on Giratina's forehead naturally. How about a flat fall, then pretend to accidentally put your hand on its forehead? No, that would be too stupid. At this time, Giratina noticed his look and asked in a gruff voice, "Human, what are you doing?" Naoki couldn't think of a good way, so he could only tell the truth about his ability. To be honest, I just realized a new move that can calm down Pokemon that have lost their minds, so I came here to ask for your help. As an ancient creature that has existed in this world for a long time, Giratina has a bad temper, but he is a smart dragon. It immediately understood what Naoki meant. It wanted to get angry about the fact that he used it for experiments and teach him a lesson. But after thinking carefully, it realized that the reason why it could sleep in this beautiful place was all because of this human. Although it knows that its temper is not very good, it is not the kind of bad dragon who repays kindness with enmity. It also despises such people and Pokemon the most. If it encounters such a thing, it must tear the other party to pieces. Thinking of this, Giratina snorted and said, "Then I will be merciful and let you try it." "Thank you." Naoki's eyes lit up, and then with the cooperation of Giratina, he placed his right hand on its forehead. "Good boy, Giratina, The bad guys are driven away, he said with embarrassment. Giratina stared at it with its blood-red eyes, and did not respond for a long time. Huh? Seeing this, Naoki was a little confused. Giratina didn't seem to be stupid. Or was it because it was not angry now? If that's the case, then the effect of this potato stew seems to be only effective for Pokemon that have lost their minds, right? And it won't work for Pokemon that are in normal mood and not angry. What a pity. This also means that Golden Right Hand has no effect on paradoxical Pokemon, and he has no way to force them to change. Because the violent and aggressive nature of paradoxical Pokemon is affected by the environment, their brains are relatively simple, and their lives are only about hunting and occupying territory, and they don't think about other complicated things. This state does not mean losing reason, nor is it an angry state. In this case, even if he used this ability, he couldn't make them behave well. After all, this ability wasn't brainwashing, and there was no way to directly fill their brains with the survival methods of modern Pokemon. But this was better than nothing. If he encountered a fight with wild Pokemon, he could use this ability to calm them down. Naoki withdrew his hand and said to Giratina, who had no expression in front of him, "Thank you." Giratina, Although there was no expression on its face, its heart was filled with turmoil. This human actually said that, tell it to be good, and say that the bad guys were driven away. Giratina has a very clear self-awareness. The biggest bad guy here is itself, right? Giratina opened his eyes wide and muttered in his heart, what a strange human. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Paidia Alliance, Dante, riding on a fire-breathing dragon, slowly landed in front of this huge building. I shouldn't have gotten lost this time, right? Dante thought. He looked up at the sign on the building, which clearly read Paidia Union Headquarters. Dante breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, after being lost for half a month, he finally succeeded in arriving at this place. Upon learning of the arrival of the Galar Union champion, Paidia's chief champion Yessie immediately came to receive him. Looking at the purple-haired young man opposite, Yessie smiled politely and said, "Welcome to the Paidia region, Mr. Dante. So what is the matter with your visit to the Paidia region this time?" Dante hummed, and the mysterious trainer from the Paidia region that he met in the business tournament last year came to his mind. He hadn't met a trainer of that strength for a long time, but unfortunately the other party was not interested in this and left the competition halfway. In order to compete with the other party, he immediately set off for the Paidia region after the new year. A trainer with champion-level strength must be a well-known figure in the Paidia League. Therefore, Dante nodded and said, "That's right. I came here to find a trainer to continue an unfinished game with him." Hearing this, I couldn't help but look surprised, and at the same time he became interested. Oh? What kind of trainer can make Mr. Dante come to the Paidia region from afar? Dante. He is a trainer with champion-level strength. I don't know if he works for the Paidia Alliance. Is there a trainer in the Paidia Alliance who is strong enough to attract the attention of the champions of the neighboring regions? I was very surprised, but still asked politely, "What is his name? If he works in the Paidia Alliance, maybe I can help." Dante grinned, "Naoki. His name is Naoki, and he has a Pokemon named Bud Crown beside him." Chapter 308. Naoki? When Yessie heard the name, she thought she had misheard it. Was it the Naoki she knew? When Dante saw Yessie's expression, he knew that she knew this person. Yes, it's Naoki. In order to prevent the same name, Dante said, besides the Bud Crown, there is also a very powerful red Pokemon by his side. Its name seems to be Gulden? They should be Pokemon unique to the Paidia region, right? Yessie, Gulden is indeed a Pokemon from the Paidia region, but Budcrest is not. She had heard from Naoki before that Budcrest used to live in the Galar region and was regarded as a king by the people in that region, but was later forgotten in the long river of time. And now, looking at Dante's appearance, it seems that he really doesn't know that Budcrest is a legendary Pokemon from the Galar region. Thinking of this, Yessie didn't know what to say for a while. After a brief thought, she gradually sorted out her thoughts. Naoki went to the Galar region last year and found the forgotten Budcrest, and captured him. After that, he used Budcrest to participate in a competition. Dante happened to be there, but for some reason Naoki dropped out of the competition, which made Dante obsessed with this extremely powerful trainer and wanted to compete with him. So, he asked the Paidia Alliance to visit him, and came to the Paidia region. But Naoki is not a trainer of the Paidia Alliance. Yes, he told the truth. He doesn't work for the Paidia Alliance either. Dante was confused. What? Yessie looked at the cheerful and generous young man in front of him and explained to him, Naoki is currently running a ranch in a rural town in the Padilla region. If you want to find him, I can tell you his specific location. Hearing this, Dante was dumbfounded. Moo rancher? Yes, he was very familiar with this feeling. She smiled and said, when I first heard about this, I was as surprised as you. But later I learned that Naoki had traveled around in other areas before, and returned to Padilla last spring. Then he inherited his deceased grandfather's ranch, and settled there with a group of Pokemon. No wonder. Dante suddenly realized that this made sense. Retired champion re-employed in the countryside? Just like his master Mashirta bought an island and ran a martial arts school on it. Running a ranch leisurely with a group of Pokemon and living a new life is also a very good choice. In this case, he will go there to visit. Seeing Dandy's expression, you see I guessed what he was thinking. Zichin Town. Naoki's ranch is in Zichin Town. When you get there, just ask the people in the town, and they will show you the way. After all, Naoki's ranch is very famous there. You see, I said. Okay, thank you very much. Dandy smiled heartily, then stood up and walked outside. You see, I sent him to the door. Dandy took out the Pokeball, and with a flash of white light, a strong and bright-eyed Charizard appeared in front of the Alliance headquarters. Dandy took out the map and carefully checked the specific location of Zichin Town on it. Yi Si, who was standing behind him, saw this scene and couldn't help but remind him. Mr. Dandy, it seems that you have the map upside down. Oh. Dandy quickly turned the map over. After determining the direction of Zichin Town, he rode on Charizard and pointed it in the direction of the destination. Roar! The Charizard let out a powerful cry, then flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Yi Si stood on the aisle and looked at Dandy, who was gradually going away. She felt as if she knew why Dandy came so slowly. Time unknowingly came to night again. Junifa had fully recovered his strength after a good sleep. Naoki was once again awakened by it. Flutter wings? He picked up the clock and looked at it. It was already 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. Golden and the others were still sleeping soundly. I don't know what they dreamed about. They smacked their lips from time to time and looked very satisfied. Flutterwings looked at this human in the dark with a pair of red eyes, thinking, should I go hunting tonight? Otherwise, all the food will be eaten up. Dream? Naoki resigned himself to his fate and got out of bed. He went to the kitchen and took out food from the refrigerator to feed Flutterwings. But who knew that after eating, Flutter still did not give up the idea of going out. It floated around in the room, looking anxious. Naoki was a little confused. He turned around and looked outside, asking, do you want to go out? Flutter nodded. Its nature told it to go out hunting, otherwise it would be hungry after eating all the food. Hungry will make them weak. If other Pokemon take the opportunity to enter at this time, they will be in a very dangerous situation. That's why Zenifa was so anxious. Seeing this, Shishu fell into deep thought. He was a little puzzled by Zenifa's behavior. After thinking for a while, he decided to go out and see what Zenifa wanted to do. Shishu opened the door and followed Zenifa outside. The ranch was silent in the middle of the night. Except for the occasional chirping of insects in the grass, there was no other sound. The moonlight fell, and the night was illuminated extremely brightly. Although it was not as clear as during the day, it was still possible to see things nearby. In the middle of the night, Snowstorm Horse had fallen asleep, but Spirit Horse was still awake. The three goats were lying in the shack, sleeping soundly on the soft grass. The three bees went into the hive, dreaming sweetly in the wooden hut full of sweet fragrance. Butterfree landed on the branch of the World Tree, standing there and falling asleep. Naoki followed Flutterhair, only to see Flutterhair looking around, and then began to float out of the pasture. He reluctantly followed, and the man and the Pokemon turned to a dense forest. Fluttering Hair floated in the shadows, and then looked back at Naoki, who was walking carelessly on the road, and couldn't help but feel confused. How did this human catch so many prey? If he ran outside like this, the prey would be scared away. Naoki finally couldn't help asking, what are you doing? At this time, there was a rustling sound in the grass in front. Fluttering Hair was instantly attracted, and it turned its head and prepared to start catching prey. Seeing the action of the flapping wing, Naoki instantly understood its idea. It was hunting. This was the survival instinct of the flapping wing, the ecological habits of the primitive ancient species that had been cultivated for a long time. No! Seeing that the flapping wing was about to attack the bean cricket that came out of the bush, Naoki hurriedly stopped it. The bean cricket was startled by the sound, and hurriedly used its super jumping ability to jump 10 meters high and fled in a panic. The hunting action was stopped, but Zenifa was not angry, but looked over with confusion. Seeing this, Naoki asked, Were you catching prey just now? Dream. Zenifa nodded. Naoki shook his head and said, No, there is no need to catch prey now. I told you before that I will feed you, which means I will provide you with food, and you don't have to go out to hunt by yourself anymore. Zenifa was still a little puzzled. Naoki didn't say much, but took Zenifa back to the ranch, back to the living room, opened the doors of the storage room and the refrigerator, and showed it the full of food inside. Looking at the pile of food, Flutter opened his eyes wide in shock. Dream. This human's hunting ability is amazing. It looked at Naoki with great admiration. Naoki, it seems that you haven't understood the meaning of trainers and Pokemon yet. It happened that several Pokemon were awakened by the sound of their talking, and came out one after another. Naoki looked at them and explained to Flutter, for Pokemon, the trainer will be the most important partner, friend, and even family member in its life. After living with the trainer, Pokemon no longer need to go out to get food, because the trainer will prepare a variety of delicacies for them to feed and cultivate them. In the dark, Naoki looked into Flutter's eyes, and said to it, You have become my Pokemon, so I will take care of you like that. Flutter didn't quite understand what he said. After Golden's introduction in the past 2 days, it has a certain understanding of this completely different world. For example, there are humans in this world, and humans live with Pokemon. But it still didn't understand. Where would humans who couldn't fight, and had no hunting ability get prey? Naoki roughly guessed what Fluttery meant. So he took it to the orchard and farmland outside. Food will grow from these places. As for the meat, I will go to the town to buy it with money. Naoki felt that Fluttery probably didn't understand these things, so he explained in detail and patiently. To be precise, it is to exchange with other people. For example, if he only has meat but needs fruit, I can use these fruit grown from the ground to exchange meat with him. Do you understand now? Flutterfat only felt that these things were very complicated. It was confused and didn't understand anything in the end. Naoki, He took a deep breath and said to Flutterfat, It doesn't matter what else you have to understand. I'm here for you. You just need to remember that I'm your trainer. From now on, I will provide you with prey. And what you need to do is to sleep well and play happily with Gulton. Do you understand? Dream. Flutter stared blankly at the human in front of it. It still didn't understand what a trainer was. Are trainers humans who hunt for Pokemon? Then what are they for? Flutter couldn't understand. In its cognition, humans are really strange creatures. Naoki saw Flutter's confusion, thought for a moment, and then said to it under the moonlight, Because human trainers like Pokemon and want to live with them, they do these things. Like, what is like? Naoki continued. I don't know if you know what like is. For us humans, like means we can do anything for each other. Hearing this, Zenifa's mind suddenly emerged with a ghost that died to protect Golden when he first met Golden. Does that ghost like Golden too? So, is it protecting Golden? Zenifa began to think for the first time in his life. At this moment, it felt that it had a little understanding of the meaning of trainers and Pokemon. Naoki was almost dying of sleep. He yawned and waved his hand. Okay, let's go back to sleep. The motor lizards went back one after another. Naoki turned to look at Flutterfat, but saw that it had no intention of going back to sleep. Forget it, let it go for now. I buy some coffee later to try to make some refreshing drinks, and then help Flutterfat adjust his work and rest schedule to be the same as everyone else. In order to prevent accidents, Naoki said to Flutter before leaving, Don't hurt other Pokemon. If you are hungry, you can open the refrigerator and the storage room to get food. If you still don't understand, just use your eyes to see, okay? As he said, he reached out and touched Flutter's head for the first time. Flutter stared at him in a daze, but did not resist. Naoki thought of the ability of the golden right hand he had obtained today, and activated that ability. However, Flutterfat did not react at all. Seeing this, Naoki thought, sure enough, this ability has no effect on the Paradox Pokemon. He withdrew his hand, said goodbye to Flutterfat, and turned back to the room. Flutterfat bathed in the moonlight, silently watching the figure gradually moving away, muttering, Dream. The next day, life on the ranch returned to its usual tranquility. Today's weather was very good, a sunny day. After breakfast, Naoki devoted himself to the work on the ranch. Meanwhile, in the town of Zichin, Dante and Charizard, led by a team of angry parrot taxi drivers, finally arrived at this small country town by the sea. They met this team of angry parrot taxi drivers yesterday afternoon. When they met halfway, the enthusiastic driver greeted him. After learning that he was unfamiliar with the place, and the destination was also Zichin town, he immediately said that Dante could go with them. Dante knew that he was a road idiot. In order to avoid going to the wrong place again, and to fight with the trainer as soon as possible, he followed the team obediently. Under the guidance of the driver, he finally did not get lost again and successfully arrived at Jichin town. Charizard also breathed a sigh of relief. After landing, Dundee said goodbye to the driver, put Charizard back into the Pokeball, and then found an uncle passing by on the road and asked politely, "Hello, uncle, which way is Naoki Ranch?" Naoki Ranch? Hearing this name, the uncle looked excited. "Are you here for that legend too?" Dundee was confused. "What legend?" "Of course, it's the legend of the King of Plenty." The uncle happily introduced the legend circulating in Jichin town to the outsider. It is said that Naoki has a close relationship with the legendary Pokemon Bud Crown. The people of Jichin town believe in Bud Crown, thanks to Naoki. Bud Crown? Dandy was even more puzzled. The big-headed Pokemon he had seen in the competition appeared in his mind. Is there any legend about it? Why do people here seem to respect it? Hey, you don't know this, do you? Bud Crown is very famous in the Padia region recently, said the uncle. Dante, to be honest, I am from Galar and came to Padia not long ago. No wonder. The uncle looked enlightened. Since you don't know, then I will tell you. Legend has it that there lives a legendary Pokemon named Bud Crown on a certain land. It is a Pokemon that can bring abundance to the land. In the past, humans affectionately called it the King of Abundance. However, after a period of time, people gradually forgot about the king, causing him to lose his beloved horse and wander alone on the cold snowfield. One day, Naoki found records of him in ancient books and firmly believed in the existence of the King of Plenty. His faith was felt by the King of Plenty, and from then on, his ranch was favored by the King of Plenty. Later, Naoki told the people in the town about the King of Buds, and they all began to trust the King of Buds. Maybe the Bud Crown felt all this? He descended to the Padia region and performed a miracle in a mountain forest that was burned to ashes by a fire not long ago, and restored the mountain to its original state in an instant. Because of this incident, the Padia Alliance built a shrine for him on the back mountain, and it is said that the Bud Crown is now wandering on the back mountain, and will appear in front of humans with pious hearts. There is such a thing? Dandy opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The legendary Pokemon named Bud Crown is so powerful, the uncle was a little surprised. Don't you know? I thought you were going to Naoki Ranch to learn more about the legend of the Bud Crown King from him. Dante, I came here for another thing. Okay. The uncle nodded, and then told him the location of Naoki Ranch. Dante thanked him, and just as he was about to turn around and leave, the uncle suddenly called him again. Dante looked back. The uncle was pointing to a handicraft store. Dante looked in that direction, and then saw rows of Pokemon statues on the shelves of that store. And that Pokemon was clearly the one he had seen next to Naoki in the game. The uncle showed an honest smile on his face. By a small wooden sculpture, the King of Plenty will bless you. Chapter 309. 30 minutes later, on the country road leading to Naoki Ranch, Dante walked while looking down and fiddling with a gadget in his hand. It was a delicate and small Pokemon wood carving, with a huge dark green bud on the top of the Pokemon's head that looked like a crown. There were several beautiful patterns on the top of the bud, and several tentacles supported the bud and extended to the smaller head. From the outside, it looked like a huge crown. And under the crown was a petite body with eyes, nose, mouth, and other things carved on it, and below that were slender and exquisite limbs. The workmanship of the wood carving is very delicate and exquisite, especially the eyes, which reveal a majestic expression, just like a real king. Bud Crown King. Dante muttered to himself. He put the small wood carving away and decided to give it to Hep as a gift when he returns to the Galar region in a while. At this time, a very conspicuous house number appeared at the end of the road. The words Naoki Ranch were written on the house number. Seeing this scene, Dante breathed a sigh of relief. We're here. It was not easy for him to come here. He was lost for so long that he forgot what it felt like to find the place in one go. Then, let's challenge the owner of this place and continue the unfinished game. Suddenly, a shadow was cast above. Dante looked up and saw several orange Pokemon flying over his head and landing in the pasture in front. Seeing this scene, Dante was slightly stunned. Those Pokemon are Dragonite? There are so many Dragonites. Even though he is a champion, he couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this scene. As he thought, the owner of this ranch is also a retired champion trainer like his master, right? Dandy quickened his pace and came to the ranch gate. He stood at the entrance and looked inside. At just one glance, Dandy saw that the ranch was well taken care of. The farmland with various crops growing on it one of the Dragonites just now landed next to the farmland, and used the rain-praying move on the farmland. Then, a drizzle of rain began to fall from the sky. The rain fell on the crops, providing them with water, while also moistening the land. Next to the farmland, there was an endless stretch of green grass. The grass seemed to have been specially trimmed, making it look clean and tidy, not messy at all. Many Pokemon chased and played on the grass, and the scene was once very harmonious and warm. Looking at those Pokemon, Dandy's heart emerged with their names one by one: Milky Way, Frosty Milkman, Glacian Motorbike. As for the other Pokemon that were not in the Galar region, he could not recognize them. What a lively place! Dandy thought. He took a deep breath and shouted loudly to the inside, "Hey, is anyone there?" As soon as the voice fell, the Pokemon chasing on the grass stopped and turned their heads to look over here. Then, one of the flying pink Pokemon, wearing a red cape and holding a small hammer in his hand, flustered and flew away. Dante was a little surprised. But soon, he saw a familiar figure walking out of the house behind the Pokemon. When Naoki saw the guest who visited the ranch that Babu Tubo said, he was stunned. That was Dante? Was he seeing right? Why did Dante come to this place? Seeing him come out, Dante grinned and greeted him first. "Hello." After a brief surprise, Naoki came back to his senses. "Hello, Mr. Dante. Do you know me?" Dante was very surprised that the other party could call out his name right away. Naoki, Damn, he almost forgot that he had never communicated with Dante before. Naoki's brain was working fast, and then he smiled and said, "I saw the advertisement you endorsed when I was in the Galar region before, but what is the matter with Mr. Dante coming here?" He remembered that he didn't seem to reveal the location of the ranch when he was in the Galar region before. Could it be? Naoki's mind moved, and he suddenly remembered the business match he participated in the Galar region. At that time, Dante was also there and saw his match. Thinking of what Yessie told him before, Dante had asked to visit the Padia region, Naoki suddenly had an incredible idea in his mind. Could Dante want to fight him? As we all know, after becoming the champion, Dante had never tasted defeat before meeting Xiaoyu, and even Zabana had never defeated him. That's why Dandy is known as the strongest champion. So, if nothing unexpected happens, the final winner of that commercial competition is still Dandy. And he withdrew from the competition midway, which aroused Dandy's interest, so Dandy came all the way to Padilla area. Thinking of this possibility, Naoki was stunned. It shouldn't be the case, right? However, he saw Dandy approaching enthusiastically and asked, "Do you remember the New Star competition held in Gongman City?" Naoki, as expected. Out of hospitality, he turned around and invited Dante to come in and talk. "Let's talk in the living room." "Excuse me," Dante said. The two walked into the house, and the Pokemon that were originally playing in the pasture also followed curiously, hiding behind the sofa and watching the guest who came from afar. And Dante looked at the Pokemon watching TV at the other end of the sofa, thinking, "But Crown King is indeed Naoki's Pokemon." Seeing that there were guests visiting, the sister AI butler brought 2 cups of tea and placed them in front of Naoki and Dante respectively. Dante took a sip and then got down to business. "I was also there at the Rising Stars tournament. I saw your match. That Golden is a really powerful Pokemon." Naoki smiled and looked at Golden beside him, nodding. "Golden is indeed very reliable." Golden was very happy. "Aga," Dante said seriously, "after you retired midway, I defeated others and won the championship, but I never played against you, which makes me feel very sorry." As a champion trainer, Dante could clearly feel the aura of the strong from the Gulton and the Bud Crown. This aura was even no less than that of his master, and as the trainer of these Pokemon, Naoki must be a strong person. Dante, who had never tasted defeat for many years, wanted to fight against stronger trainers to hone himself. "So, I'm here. I want to continue the game with you that has not yet ended." Naoki, Is Dante a bit obsessive-compulsive? At this moment, he wanted to say that he was not a trainer, but just a rancher, but this statement was probably not credible in Dante's eyes. And speaking of battles, he had never commanded Pokemon in real life, and he was far behind Dante's command experience. In addition, the strength of the Pokemon in the ranch was uneven, and it was not certain that they could gather 6 champion level ones to fight Dante. Naoki remained silent, and Dante was a little nervous. Doesn't the other party want to have a Pokemon battle with him? It's not that Naoki doesn't want to, because he really wants to see how much the Mount Goat has grown. Anyway, with the World Tree and Goat Milk, the Pokemon can recover instantly no matter how much damage it suffers. In this case, let the Mount Goat and the Pokemon of the strongest champion compete. Thinking of this, Naoki has made a decision in his heart. He nodded to Dondi and said, of course, but I can't get 6 Pokemon around me, so let's have a 3v3 battle. 3 Mount Goats versus Dante. 3v3? Dante, who had thought that the other party would refuse to fight, breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, let's start now. Follow me. Naoki stood up and led the way. They walked out of the house and came to the open grassland, where Naoki had built a battlefield specifically for the green grass trial. Seeing that Naoki was going to fight, all the Pokemon in the ranch gathered around curiously and ran to the battlefield to watch. Naoki called 3 goats to mount, looked at Dante, who was holding a Pokeball, and said to him, to be honest, in addition to being a rancher, I am also a chef who is good at researching dishes. The dishes I make will have some magical powers, just like the fruit that can help Pokemon detoxify. Hearing this, Dante looked puzzled. What do you mean? Naoki smiled slightly. Not long ago, I set up several trials in the ranch, and trainers who can pass these trials will be rewarded with dishes with magical powers. For example, wine that can increase resistance to poison, reduce poison damage, wine that increases resistance to paralysis, and gourmet food that has a certain chance of helping Pokemon learn new moves. Hearing this, Dundee couldn't help but widen his eyes. Trial? Cooking? Compared to the trial, what he cared about more was the food behind. There is such a thing in the world? No, to be precise. Can food have such a magical effect? Seeing Dandy's surprise, Naoki continued, and what will begin next is the most famous green grass trial in the ranch, fighting against my 3 Mount Goats. After defeating us, I will give you one of the fruit wines as a gift. Normally, he would not come to personally command the Mount Goat to fight, but let the Mount Goat fight the opponent by itself. But today the opponent is Dondi, so they have to give their all. Although his command ability is not as good as Dondi, based on his previous experience in playing games, he can also provide some guidance for the Mount Goat in the battle. Green grass trial? Hearing this, Dondi instantly became interested. He looked up at the 3 very strong Mount Goats standing behind Naoki. It's really exciting. Here, he is no longer a champion, but a challenger. He wants to challenge this green grass trial to make himself stronger. There is no Dynamax in the Padia region. I wonder if you can get used to it. As Naoki spoke, one of the goats on his mount had already stepped forward and arrived at the battle site, looking at the human opposite with a fighting spirit in his eyes. Dandy threw the Pokeball in his hand. It doesn't matter. Since there is no Dynamax, let's have an authentic Pokemon battle. It's time to fight. Double Axe Dragon. Accompanied by a flash of white light, a dragon Pokemon covered in hard armor, and with a pair of huge jaw axes appeared opposite the Mount Goat. Seeing that the two were ready, the sister AI Guancher stepped forward and blew the whistle hanging around her neck. Swish. A crisp and pleasant sound rang out, which meant that the battle officially began. The next second, a large amount of grass energy surged from the Mount Goat, and a rich green grass field was formed almost instantly. The green light flooded the entire battlefield, and the huge energy like a tide formed small grasses emitting green light, swaying gently in the ripples of energy. Green grass field? Dan Emperor was slightly surprised. Such a fast speed of use. It was almost instant, but compared with the grass attribute Mount Goat, his Double Axe War Dragon's move ratio was more advantageous. Poison attack. At a command, the Double Axe War Dragon ran towards the Mount Goat, and a layer of purple light surged on its claws, which were full of poison attribute energy. Facing this attack, the Mount Goat was not panicked at all. It stood there calmly. The next second, in the stunned eyes of Dondi and Double Axe War Dragon, 2 huge vine whips as thick as pythons shot out from its body, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and rushed towards the Double Axe War Dragon. The vine whip swept across, and the Double Axe War Dragon looked calm. It slipped and dodged this move. However, the next second, another vine whip came whistling again. The Double Axe War Dragon had no way to avoid it this time, and was directly hit by the vine whip. The huge impact force instantly knocked the Double Axe War Dragon away, so strong. Dandy was shocked. Is that a vine whip? He had never seen a Pokemon use a vine whip like this, but now was obviously not the time to think about this. The vine whip, which was extremely powerful at first glance, hit the Double Axe War Dragon. The Double Axe War Dragon seemed to be stunned, and could not stand up immediately. Double Axe War Dragon, hold on. Dandy quickly reminded. At this time, Naoki, who had been observing the situation on the field calmly, finally gave an order, use your best moves. Me? Hearing this, a gleam of light flashed in the determined eyes of the Mount Goat. It leaned forward slightly, and locked its eyes on the Double Axe Dragon that was about to stand up. Its body turned into a white light and rushed towards the double-axe dragon. "Get out of the way!" Dundee keenly sensed the danger. However, the Mount Goat had already locked onto the double-axe dragon. During the rush, a terrifying grass attribute energy suddenly surged out of its mouth. Then, this grass attribute energy turned into a huge grass blade, which was held in the mouth of the Mount Goat. Seeing this scene, Dandy's pupils shrank. What kind of move is this? The Swallow Return and Grass Holy Sword was used successfully, and the Mount Goat held the leaf blade in its mouth and slashed straight through the double-axe war dragon, and then stopped with its back to the double-axe war dragon in a handsome move, without looking back. The double-axe war dragon, which had just stood up, stood straight in place without moving. The next second, it fell to its knees on the grass with a plop. Chapter 310. Double-axe dragon fell. It lost its fighting ability just because it didn't touch the Mount Goat? Dandy couldn't help but look surprised when he thought of the huge vine whip as thick as a rock snake and the leaf blade in the mouth that he had never seen or heard of before. That was definitely not something an ordinary Mount Goat could do. After a brief shock, Dandy quickly adjusted his mood. To be honest, he hadn't encountered such a strong enemy for a long time. In the past, in the Galar region, since he left Master Ma's gym, participated in the tournament, and became the champion, he has never lost a battle. Even the strongest gym leader in the Galar region, Chibana, could not defeat him. And now, Dante felt the blood of the trainer in his body boiling. He took out the pokeball, put the double-axe war dragon back, and then took out the next pokeball and threw it out with force. The battle has just begun, Dragon Ball. Let the opponent feel our passion. A white light flashed, and a Pokemon about 3 meters tall, with a triangular head and 4 holes, like launch ports on the horns extending to both sides, appeared on the battlefield like a jet. Seeing this familiar Pokemon, Naoki narrowed his eyes. "Dragon Ball? I thought you would send out Charizard." Dante grinned. "Of course, the most exciting thing should be saved until the end." "That's true," Naoki nodded gently. "Whether it's a game or anime, people always put their trump card Pokemon last." "Well, let's get started," he said. Swoosh. Sister AI Guancher blew the whistle again. The battle officially began. Lock on the dragon arrow, and then follow up with the sneak attack. Dandy took the lead in giving the order. Doki. Dolong Baruto responded with a cry, and its small and narrow eyes locked on the goat below. Just heard. Swoosh. With 2 sounds, the 2 dragon messiahs living in its head were launched like missiles. They were so fast that Naoki could only see 2 purple shadows passing through the air, intersecting and hitting the goat, leaving 2 scars on its body. At the same time, the figure of the dragon Baruto slipped into the shadows and disappeared from the battlefield. Naoki responded to all changes with the same attitude. He silently observed the situation on the field, thinking it was useless. It's not a fatal injury. The goat will recover soon. As he expected, a huge amount of grass energy turned into a river and flowed to the scars on the goat. The 2 injuries immediately began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Dandy was shocked. How did it recover so quickly? Is that the grass field? Doran Baruto still didn't show up. It was hiding in the shadows, looking for the opportunity to attack. The goat looked around with a firm and calm look, alert to the sudden attack of the opponent. Seeing this, Naoki ordered directly, "Raise the whip." Me? 2 whizzing sounds were heard, and the 2 whips stretched out from the goat again, and then spun around its body like an electric fan, quickly sweeping across every area of the battlefield. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. When Naoki counted to the 7th second in his heart, the whip finally swept Doran Baruto in the shadow and whipped it away. Duolong Baruto cried out in pain. As soon as it stabilized in midair, it saw another vine whip wrapped around it and whipped it. "Fly up!" Dandy shouted. Duolong Baruto took a deep breath, and its body, like a jet fighter, rushed straight up to the height. 2 vine whips followed closely behind it. Naoki looked at the scene calmly. Dandy was thinking quickly about countermeasures in his heart. You can't attack slowly, you must take a quick attack. The healing effect of the green grass field was really too exaggerated. And at this moment, Dandy suddenly remembered that in the last battle, the green grass field did not seem to work on his double-axe war dragon. No, now is not the time to think about this. In midair, the vine whip extended to the maximum height and stopped, and the chase dragon Baluto finally breathed a sigh of relief. Taking this opportunity, Dandy began to think again. It takes a certain amount of time for the green grass field to heal the injury of the Mount Goat. Dante recalled the scene just now in his mind, and calculated the recovery time in his mind, 3 seconds. If you use a quick attack, You must make the Mount Goat lose its combat ability within 3 seconds. 3 seconds. This time is enough. Dante looked up at the sky and shouted loudly, Dragon Arrow! Doki! Drombaruto's body began to dive down, and with 2 whooshes, the 2 dragon meshes were launched again. Seeing this scene, Naoki raised his eyebrows. Judging from Dante's appearance, has he come up with a countermeasure? Mount Goat, Leaf Blade. Naoki ordered. Me? The Mount Goat looked up at the sky, and a huge amount of grass energy surged out of its body, turning into green and harmless leaves, flowing back to the sky, like a heavy green snow. Dragon Arrow passed through the Leaf Blade, broke through the Leaf Blade's defense line, and continued to rush down, hitting the Mount Goat. The remaining Leaf Blades simultaneously faced the Dragon Baruto that swooped down from a higher altitude. Dandy's eyes followed the figure of Duolong Baruto closely. Just at this distance, he found the right time and shouted, Spray flames! Dwitchy. One man and Duolong have been partners for many years, and have already developed a perfect tacit understanding. Dandy's order was issued, and Duolong Baruto responded immediately. It opened its mouth wide, and the blazing flames gathered in it, and then turned into a raging sea of fire, drowning those flying leaves and sharp knives. Suddenly, bursts of fire rain began to fall from the sky. The Dragon Baruto accelerated its dive. Its body broke through the rain of fire, and the scorching flames burst out from it, just in time to hit the Mount Goat together with a Dragon Arrow that was fired in advance. The flames instantly engulfed the Mount Goat. The Mount Goat was in pain, gritting its teeth and holding on, unable to do anything else. The Dan Emperor watched this scene nervously, while silently counting the time in his heart. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Now, turn back quickly. Doki. The jet of flame stopped, and a layer of light green light suddenly appeared on Duolong Baruto's body, and it crashed into the Mount Goat at lightning speed. 1 second. After a series of attribute restraints, the Mount Goat finally lost its ability to fight, and fell to the ground. Duolong Baruto was exhausted and panting. After using the rapid return to attack, its body had turned into a white light, and returned to Dondi, returning to a safe place. However, the next second, a larger amount of green grass energy poured into the body of the fallen Mount Goat. The goat, which had been unconscious because of losing its fighting ability a second ago, slowly opened its eyes. Seeing this, Dante and Doran Baruto immediately opened their eyes wide, and almost dropped their jaws in shock. What's going on? Naoki was also a little surprised when he saw this. He glanced at the world tree not far away, and saw that the leaves on it were emitting a green light. He immediately knew what was going on. He called the goat back, and said to Dante, You won. As expected of a champion, he came up with a decision in such a short time. Naoki admired him sincerely, but the battle was not over yet. He also learned a lot from it, and this kind of thing will not happen again. What is going on? Dante was still shocked. Naoki could only explain helplessly. The grass field of the Mount Goat is somewhat special. It can last for a long time, and the Mount Goat can mobilize the grass energy in this area and use them to quickly restore physical strength. Dante understood instantly, and a beam of surprise flashed in his eyes. The Mount Goat's affinity and control over energy are so high. Maybe they are favored by nature. Naoki smiled and said, Let's talk about it after it's over. Now let's continue. Dondi nodded. He did not choose to change Pokemon, and still use Dragon Bardo. Naoki changed to the second Mount Goat. With his sister Ai Guancher blowing the whistle, the battle officially began. Fly up. Dante wanted to use the same tactic again. Drombaruto immediately flew high into the sky. I won't let you succeed this time. Naoki looked up at the sky. Mount Goat, Energy Ball. Me? After the order was given, the Mount Goat immediately locked its eyes on the opponent above, and then condensed a huge green energy ball in front of it, and shot it towards Doran Baruto. The energy ball flew at a very fast speed, chasing Doran Baruto closely. Have you thought of a countermeasure? Dandy was very excited. His trip was not in vain, but they have more than just this little power. Doran Baruto, get out of the way, Dandy said. The flight trajectory of the energy ball is a straight line, and there is no automatic tracking function at all. As long as Doran Baruto deviates from the course, it can be easily avoided. Everything went as Dandy expected, and the energy ball did not hit. Seeing this, Naoki still said, Try it again. The goat used the energy ball again. Keep going, Naoki said. Then, the third energy ball followed closely and chased after Doran Baruto. Then, the fourth, fifth, sixth. Looking at the energy ball in the air that looked like a fairy scattering flowers, Dondi was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes widened. Continuous energy balls? This goat's control over grass attribute energy is so powerful. In the air, Doran Baruto, who was in a fierce chase with the energy ball, gradually slowed down due to the consumption of physical strength. Dondi realized the crisis and immediately said, "Subconscious surprise attack. No matter what, let's interrupt the opponent's offensive rhythm first." Seeing this, Naoki changed his tactics without hesitation. Flying leaf blade. Me? The goat on his mount suddenly exerted force, and pieces of green leaves flew in all directions. Pay attention to the surroundings, Naoki reminded. Prepare to use the solar beam. Dondi frowned. The battlefield was full of flying leaves and sharp swords, and there were solar beams waiting to be launched below. Once Duolong Baruto was exposed, he would inevitably fall into an extremely dangerous situation. What should we do? Dandy quickly thought of a countermeasure. In the battlefield, the goat was also concentrating and holding its breath, collecting plenty of sunlight while vigilantly observing the situation nearby. At this moment, the flying leaf knives in the northeast corner of the battlefield appeared abnormal. They seemed to hit something, and fell to the ground one after another. "Now!" Naoki shouted. The goat also found that position, and the next second, it condensed the full sunlight it collected into a thick beam of light and shot it out. In the blink of an eye, he hit the Doran Baruto hiding there. Doran Baruto's body fell on the grass. "Danger! Stand up and avoid it!" Dondi shouted. The goat leaned forward slightly, then concentrated and held his breath, and a huge blade of grass suddenly appeared, slashing at Doran Baruto, who had not yet stood up with an unstoppable force. This moment is just like that moment. Like the double-axe dragon before, Doran Baruto's body fell down and fell into a coma. "So strong. Is this the bond between you and Pokemon?" Dandy took Doran Baruto back into the Pokeball and said with great admiration, "Then next, let me show you my bond with Charizard. Go, Charizard." A flash of white light passed by, and a strong Charizard, whose body was as red as a blazing flame, landed on the battlefield. Its eyes were sharp and fierce, its body was agile, and the flame on its tail was burning. All this proved that this Charizard was in its prime, and its strength was very strong. Dante was serious. He sent out his trump card Pokemon. Naoki recalled the moves of Dante Charizard in the game. Like Big Explosion, Air Blade, Heat Wind, Storm, Jet Flame. Most of these are moves of fire and flying attributes, and as a grass-attributed mount, Goat was really suppressed by Charizard. In addition, Charizard is 4 times more resistant to grass, and grass-attributed moves are like scraping on it. In addition, Dante Charizard's characteristic is still Fierce Fire. The lower the physical strength, the more powerful the fire-attributed moves. Undoubtedly, facing the Charizard, he and the Goat were at an absolute disadvantage. Naoki sighed helplessly. Facing such a strong enemy, the Goat did not retreat at all. Its eyes were still extremely determined, looking up at the Charizard opposite. Seeing this, Naoki took a deep breath and cheered up again. Since the Goat did not give up, how could he have any reason to retreat, seeing that the two were ready? The sister AI Guancher, who had been waiting for a long time, blew the whistle in her hand again. Swoosh.